Hello. Boss, how much is this stone? Luo Chun, a third-year student at a mediocre university, had a penchant for collecting various stones. On this particular weekend, he decided to explore the local market and was drawn to a stone the proprietor used as a weight for fabric. The owner, around 30 years of age, impeccably groomed with slicked back hair, regarded Luo Chun with curiosity, then glanced at the smooth, dark pebble in his hand, which resembled a pigeon egg. The stone is not for sale. However, if you wish to have it, you must purchase something from me, and the stone will be yours as a gift. Upon hearing the owner's words, Luo Chun perused the items at the stall, intending to make a trivial purchase that moment. He was startled by a commotion and the roar of an engine behind him. Just as he turned to look, a car collided violently with him, propelling him into a wall. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped him. Later that day, news outlets reported that a driver, under the influence of alcohol, had mistakenly pressed the accelerator instead of the brake, resulting in the tragic death of a university student at the entrance of a market. In the Central Plains, the vast territory is governed by the Dacian dynasty, which has reigned for over a century. Within the realm of Tianzhou lies Ningxue City. Specifically, the town of Gushan. Gushan town is nestled at the foot of the southeastern slopes of the Great Hung Mountain, serving as a vital supply town for the southwestern routes of Dacian. The Great Hung Mountain is the largest mountain range in Dacian, spanning over 1,000 kilometers and crossing 4 provinces, larger than even the vast Han province. Northeast of Gushan town, approximately 4 to 5 miles away, stands a small hill known as Ziwu Mountain, named for the purple mist that envelopes its peak at dawn. At the foot of Ziwu Mountain lies a sprawling estate of over 20 acres known as Ziwu Villa. Ziwu Villa was established by a handful of surviving villagers from Luo family village who stumbled upon a martial arts manual, the Yin Feng Dao Ju. As winter enveloped the region, Ziwu Villa lay beneath a thick blanket of snow, its buildings standing resolutely amidst the icy landscape. At that moment, in a 3-story pavilion designated as the Scripture Hall in the northwest corner of the villa, an elderly man with graying hair sat across from a middle-aged man. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the elderly man covered his mouth and began to cough softly. Father, are you all right? The middle-aged man hurriedly rose and approached the elder, supporting his arm with a worried expression. After a brief spell of coughing, the elder took a couple of breaths, patted the middle-aged man's hand, and smiled. I'm fine. I'm not yet ready to depart this world. Rest assured, Father, I've already dispatched individuals to search for medicine to treat your ailment. It won't be long before they find it. The middle-aged man reassured the elder. Medicine to heal my wounds is not so easily found. It has been 17 years. You have worked hard. If it weren't for my actions all those years ago. Father, let us not dwell on the past. It is better left unspoken. Seeing the elder on the brink of regret over the events of 17 years prior, the middle-aged man quickly interrupted him. Very well. No more talk. By the way, I heard someone from Ningxue City came looking for you. The old man paused, then inquired about another matter. Yes. Father, a few days ago, members of the Black Hawk Gang visited, wanting us to ally with them against the Sanhe Gang. What was your response? I refused, Father. Excellent. Tianhe, you must remember, although our Purple Mist Manor is one of the 4 major powers in Ningxue County, we are still relatively new and our foundation is not solid. Do not involve yourself in the conflicts among the 3 major forces of Ningxue City. The elder gazed intently at the middle-aged man, imparting his warning. Rest assured, Father, I am well aware of my limits. The middle-aged man nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, how is Chainer doing? The old man then recalled his little grandson who had fallen into the water a few days prior. Don't worry, Father. Master Sun said Chainer is out of danger now. The middle-aged man thought of his miraculous son, still feeling a lingering sense of dread. That's good, that's good. If there's nothing else, you may return. As the head of a manor, there are many matters to attend to. Do not linger here with me. Yes, Father, I will visit you again another day. Please take care of your health. Go on. The old man waved his hand towards the middle-aged and in a small courtyard at the rear right of Purple Mist Manor. Thick layers of ice clung to the branches, and long icicles hung from the eaves. In a room to the right of the courtyard, a 6-year-old boy with a delicate face lay on his side on the bed, covered by a thick quilt. The room was silent. Save for the boy, one could hear the crackling of charcoal burning in the brazier. The warmth of the room contrasted sharply with the thick bandages wrapped around the boy's head and his vacant gaze fixed on the door. Sigh. Suddenly, a sigh unfitting for his age escaped the boy's lips. 3 days have passed since I arrived in this world. I never expected to be struck by a broken cart and brought here. Though I feel a bit aggrieved, I must face reality. Fortunately, I was an orphan in my previous life, with no attachments. It is only that I will disappoint the star who has been sponsoring my education. As the boy spoke to himself, his lifeless eyes gradually began to sparkle with vitality. Indeed, this boy is Luo Chun. Though this body is not his, he merely occupies it with his soul. The original owner of this body is the youngest son of Luo Tianhe, the Lord of Purple Mist Manor, who shares the same name. Luo Chun. 5 days ago, this Luo Chun was playing by the man-made river in Purple Mist Manor when he accidentally slipped and fell, striking his head against a stone and rolling into the river. Having just snowed, the surface of the river was only covered by a thin layer of ice, which shattered upon his fall, plunging him into the water. The incident was sudden, and by the time the nearby guards reacted, he had already fallen in. In a state of panic, they hurriedly jumped into the river to rescue him. However, by the time they retrieved him, he was already unconscious. When the individual awakened, 2 days had already elapsed. However, it was not the younger son of the Zimu Manor who stirred from slumber, but rather Luo Chun, the one who had met his untimely end in a vehicular accident, now inhabiting the body of the current Luo Chun. According to the memories of his predecessor, this De Qian dynasty was unlike any era that Luo Chun had previously known. Here, the populace was characterized by a fierce spirit, a martial inclination, where the sects of the martial world coexisted with the government. At times, the authorities even hesitated to intervene in matters concerning the martial realm, fearing that they might awaken one morning to find their heads missing. This precarious situation arose because the founding emperor of De Qian, in his quest for dominion, had promised various benefits to the sects of the martial world to secure their allegiance. After establishing the dynasty, De Qian fulfilled these promises, leading the various sects to seize the opportunity to expand their influence and power, resulting in a commonplace occurrence of martial chaos. The second emperor of De Qian, acutely aware of the dangers, established 2 departments, the 6 doors and the Imperial Precedence Office, tasked with apprehending lawless martial practitioners and suppressing the various factions within the martial world. Yet, as these departments were relatively new, they struggled to contend with the entrenched powers of the martial sects, resulting in the current state of affairs. A world ruled by martial artists. How intriguing. Luo Chun felt a surge of excitement as he sat up in bed. Having lived in an era marked by a proliferation of knowledge, he had indulged in numerous martial arts novels and television dramas, harboring his own martial aspirations. After rising, he closed his eyes once more, allowing his consciousness to delve deep into his mind. Within his mental landscape lay a stone, a deep black interspersed with white, a stone he had once encountered at a street market in his past life. This enigmatic stone possessed an inexplicable ability to infiltrate his consciousness, containing within it the records of 4 tomes: Qing Feng Sword Technique, Luo Yuan Blade Technique, Qi Induction Technique, and Elixir Manual. Beyond this, the stone offered no further insights or utility. Luo Chun opened his eyes, pondering. The Qing Feng Sword Technique and Luo Yuan Blade Technique, categorized within the framework of this world's martial arts, should be classified as superior celestial grade techniques, each accompanied by complementary martial skills that significantly surpass the efficacy of standalone techniques of the same rank. Although the Qi Induction Technique did not specify a grade, its cultivation not only fortified the meridians and refined true energy, but also yielded formidable power, allowing for the integration of various martial skills. Therefore, despite the absence of a designated rank, its value was on par with that of the Qing Feng Sword Technique and Luo Yuan Blade Technique. However, the Qi Induction Technique had a notable drawback: its slow cultivation speed. The Elixir Manual detailed the characteristics and properties of various medicinal herbs, along with methods for concocting various elixirs. In this world, martial arts were classified into several tiers: body refinement stage, third rate, second rate, first rate, and innate, followed by the foundation establishment stage and martial golden dan. Each level was further divided into initial, mid, late stages, and pinnacle. A practitioner at the body refinement stage must first build strength, practice martial techniques, and enhance both their internal energy and physical power. A strength of 500 pounds marked the initial stage of body refinement. 1,000 pounds indicated the mid-stage. 1,500 pounds denoted the late stage, and 2,000 pounds represented the pinnacle. Upon reaching the pinnacle of body refinement, one would commence the process of unblocking the 12 primary meridians within their body. Upon the unblocking of a single meridian within the 12 primary channels, the internal flow of vital energy and blood will coalesce into true qi, which then streams into the dantian, marking the emergence into the initial stage of the three streams. Once in this stage, one may diligently cultivate their techniques to augment and fortify their true qi, thereby unblocking the remaining 12 channels. Each meridian unblocked signifies an elevation and cultivation, continuing until all 12 channels are traversed, culminating in the status of a peak first-rate martial artist. Upon the unblocking of the Ren and Du vessels, the peak first-rate martial artist achieves a harmonious integration of the 12 channels, resulting in a qualitative transformation of true qi, thus becoming an innate martial artist. An innate martial artist possesses the capability to briefly defy gravity and project true qi externally against adversaries. After attaining this status, for every 2 additional channels unblocked from the 8 extraordinary meridians, one ascends a further tier of mastery. Upon reaching the pinnacle of innate status, the liquefaction of true qi allows for the advancement to a foundational martial artist. A martial artist is only deemed a true practitioner upon breaking through to the 3 streams level, enabling them to cultivate techniques that amplify their true qi and harness it for combat. Not all practitioners at the body tempering stage possess the ability to ascend to the 3 streams level, as unblocking the 12 channels and cultivating true qi requires specific methodologies, which are predominantly held by various powers within the court and the martial world, leaving ordinary individuals with scant access. Thus, for an ordinary person aspiring to become a genuine martial artist, joining these factions is imperative. Otherwise, they risk remaining in the body tempering stage for a lifetime. Just then, as Luo Chen pondered, the sound of a door being pushed open abruptly reached his ears. He looked up to see his adoptive mother, Wang Yueying, entering. At the age of 36, she appeared no older than 30. Once the daughter of a merchant from Gushan town, she married Luo Tianhe at the age of 19 and bore 2 sons, Luo Chen and his elder brother, Luo Zhe, who was now 16. "Chen'er, why are you sitting up? Are you feeling unwell?" Wang Yueying exclaimed, rushing to the bedside and clasping her son's small hand tightly in her own. Upon noticing the bandage around his head, she gently caressed his face with her right hand, her heart aching with maternal concern. "Mother, I'm fine. I merely grew weary from lying down and wanted to sit for a while." The sight of this woman, radiating boundless affection, deeply moved Luo Chen. In his previous life as an orphan, he had never experienced such maternal love. In this life, with a mother who cherished him, he resolved to honor her with utmost devotion. "That's a relief. I brought old son to change your dressing," Wang Yueying said, turning to the figure behind her. "Old son, I appreciate your assistance." Luo Chen then noticed an elderly man, over 50, with graying hair clad in a gray long robe, standing behind her. "Not at all. Not at all." Old son chuckled as he approached Luo Chen. "Young master, please sit tight. The change will be swift." "Very well," Luo Chen replied, recognizing old son from 3 days prior when he had first awakened. The elderly gentleman was originally a highly skilled physician from Gushan town. Due to frequent requests from his father, Luo Tianhe, to treat his grandfather, Luo Zhenan, he often visited the Zimu villa. As he was solitary, he was invited by Luo Tianhe to reside permanently at the villa, dedicating himself to the health of its inhabitants. "Old son, how does the wound look now?" Wang Yueying inquired with a look of concern. "It's mostly healed. The wound has scabbed over," old son replied while changing the dressing. "Young Master Chen, after this dressing change, there will be no need for further changes. In a few days, the bandage can be removed. However, be sure to avoid lying down while sleeping to prevent pressure on the wound." Before long, old son had completed the dressing for Luo Chen and stood by, offering his advice. "Thank you, old Sunday. I will keep that in mind." Luo Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "Aha, no need for thanks. Seeing young Master Chen well is enough to put my mind at ease," old son chuckled, stroking his beard. In truth, old son pondered to himself, noticing that since young Master Chen had awakened from his injury, he seemed more mature and courteous than before. After some contemplation, he could not fathom the reason and simply concluded that the fall had led to his growth. Not only old son, but others in Zimu Villa also sensed this change in Luo Chen upon their encounters. "Chen'er, if there is nothing else, you should rest well. I will prepare some soup for you," Wang Yueying said before exiting the room with Old Sun, closing the door behind them. Once they departed, Luo Qin returned to his bed. Perhaps due to his still healing wound, he felt a wave of dizziness and soon drifted off to sleep. When Luo Qin awoke again, the moment he opened his eyes, he found two men standing in the room. One was a robust figure with piercing eyes that exuded authority, bearing a striking resemblance to Luo Chen, who was none other than his father, Luo Tianhe, age 42 and at the pinnacle of the third tier. The other, darker in complexion yet youthful, wore a serious expression. This was Luo Chen's elder brother, Luo Zhe, age 16 and at the peak of body refinement. Chinner, you're awake. Are you feeling better? Luo Tianhe inquired with a smile, his demeanor far removed from that of a commanding master, filled instead with paternal concern. Thank you, father, for your concern. I am much better now. Old Sun mentioned the bandages can be removed in a few days. Luo Qin replied solemnly. That's good to hear. Luo Tianhe said, relief washing over him. Father, big brother, what brings you here? Have you finished the affairs of the villa? Luo Qin asked, due to his severe injuries. Luo Jinan had entrusted all matters of Zimu Villa to his son, Luo Tianhe. Thus, Luo Tianhe was busy managing various tasks daily, with little time to attend to Luo Qin. Meanwhile, Luo Zhe accompanied their father to practice martial arts and learn about the management of the villa, leaving him with scant free time. Even amidst the busyness, one must eat. We return just in time for a meal and to check on you, Luo Zhe interjected. As soon as Luo Zhe's voice faded, the door to the room swung open once more, revealing Wang Weiying accompanied by a maid, who bore a tray with a soup pot and a small bowl. Chinner, your mother has brought you some soup. Rise and have a sip, Wang Weiying declared, as she took the small bowl from the maid's tray and began ladling soup while addressing Luo Tianhe. Husband, you and Zaire should proceed to the main hall for your meal. The dishes are all prepared. Indeed, Luo Tianhe nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to Luo Chen, saying, Chinner, you are already 6 years old. It is time to abandon your childish games. Once your injury heals, you shall begin your martial training under my guidance. With that, he strode out of the room. Little brother, rest well. I shall return to visit you this evening, Luo Zhe said, offering a warm smile to Luo Chen. Very well. Elder brother, once I am healed, I will train alongside you, Luo Chen replied with a smile of his own as Luo Zhe departed. My Chinner has finally grown up. Drink some soup and recover swiftly, Wang Weiying said joyfully, seating herself at the bedside, ready to feed Luo Chen. Mother, I can manage on my own, Luo Chen insisted. Still unable to accept being fed, quickly taking the small bowl, testing the temperature and finding it just right, he drained the soup in a few gulps. Take your time. There's more, have some meat as well, Wang Weiying chided gently, reclaiming the bowl from Luo Chen's hands to add meat to the remaining soup. 3 days later, the bandage on Luo Chen's head was finally removed, and his wound had healed. At that moment, he was leaning against a bookshelf on the second floor of the Zimu Mountain Villa's scripture pavilion, engrossed in reading the villa's highest-level martial arts manual, the low-grade Xian level Yin Wind Blade technique. Martial arts manuals are categorized from weak to strong as yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, and the legendary supreme grade. Each grade is further divided into low, middle, and high tiers, and the classification of martial techniques follows the same pattern. On the second floor of the scripture pavilion, there were only 2 bookshelves. One held precious medicinal herbs, all stored in wooden boxes, while the other displayed 3 martial arts manuals. In addition to the Yin Wind Blade technique, there was a manual for the Hunyuan technique and one for the Duamen Spear technique. Both high-grade yellow-level manuals obtained by Luo Chen's grandfather and others 17 years ago from a bandit den they had eradicated. Meanwhile, there were also some low- and middle-grade yellow-level martial arts manuals stored on the first floor of the scripture pavilion, available for the villa's guards and disciples to borrow and study. This Yin Wind Blade technique is actually a Xian-level manual. If it were known outside, it would surely incite martial artists in the Jianghu to fight over it. Luo Chen murmured to himself as he read. Not only would they fight, but they might even resort to murder to silence witnesses or eradicate entire families. You must understand, in Mingshui County, there are numerous Jianghu factions. Yet none are reputed to possess Xian-level martial arts manuals, Luo Tianhe remarked, having appeared on the second floor, observing Luo Chen. Then what about the heaven-level martial arts manuals? Father, have you ever encountered one? Luo Chen asked with curiosity. Humph. Do not even mention heaven-level martial arts. I have yet to even lay eyes on an earth-level manual. Luo Tianhe replied. Heavenly-level martial arts techniques are predominantly held by several prestigious sects and reclusive families that have been passed down for millennia within the martial world. These prominent families and sects represent unparalleled forces, each boasting innate masters, and none dare to provoke them. Conversely, earthly-level martial arts techniques are largely in the hands of first-rate powers, which similarly possess elite warriors, deterring most from challenging their authority. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words, Luo Chun felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Initially, he had intended to transcribe a few martial arts manuals from his mind for his father and himself to cultivate, but now he hesitated. He feared that such actions might bring catastrophic consequences upon the Zaiwashan Manor and was uncertain how to explain the origins of these techniques. Consequently, Luo Chen resolved to withhold the manuals for the time being, waiting for a more opportune moment to address the matter. "Well, how are you faring with the Shadow Wind Blade technique?" Luo Tianhe remarked, noticing Luo Chen's dazed expression. "Oh, I have grasped most of it, though there are still some aspects I find perplexing," Luo Chen replied, regaining his composure. "Do not worry if you do not comprehend everything. I shall teach you gradually in the future. For now, follow me," Luo Tianhe instructed and proceeded toward the staircase, with Luo Chen hastily trailing behind. Upon reaching the first floor, Luo Chen observed a robust man in his 40s conversing with an elderly gentleman. This elder was none other than Luo Chen's grandfather, Luo Zhanan, who, at 58 years of age, sported graying hair. He had sustained an injury to his meridians 17 years prior during a battle and had since remained within the scripture repository, nursing his wounds while guarding its contents. Accompanying him in his vigil were Han Meng, the deputy leader of Zaiwashan Manor, and 10 elite body refinement warriors serving as protectors. The sturdy man conversing with Luo Zhanan was Han Meng, currently at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. "I have met the Manor Lord and young Master Chen," he acknowledged respectfully upon seeing Luo Tianhe and Luo Chen descend. Indeed, Luo Tianhe nodded in acknowledgement before bowing to the elder. "Father, grandfather." Luo Chen also greeted Luo Zhanan. "Aha, Chenner, have you finished reviewing the techniques?" Luo Zhanan inquired with a smile after nodding at Luo Tianhe. "Yes, grandfather, I have completed my review." Luo Chen then gazed at Luo Zhanan's weary visage and asked, "Grandfather, are your injuries improving? How much longer until you fully recover?" Luo Zhanan's injury to his meridians had left him in a state of lingering frailty, preventing him from further opening the 12 primary meridians, thus keeping his cultivation stagnant at the late stage of the 3rd tier. "Haha, I am fine, but to heal completely, I must procure medicinal pills that treat meridian injuries. Unfortunately, such elixirs are exceedingly rare and difficult to obtain," Luo Zhanan replied. His eyes softened as he looked at Luo Chen. Contemplating his grandfather's words, Luo Chen's thoughts wandered. Within the alchemical text in his mind lay the methods for concocting such medicinal pills, provided he had the necessary herbs. However, presenting this information now would pose a challenge in explaining its origin, so he decided to bide his time for a more suitable opportunity. "Very well. If you have matters to attend to, you may proceed," Luo Zhanan gestured for Luo Tianhe and Luo Chen to leave. "Yes, father." Luo Tianhe replied with a bow before making his exit. "Grandfather, I shall visit you again another day," said Luo Chen, as he followed in the footsteps of Luo Tianhe. Together, they arrived at the training room, adjacent to which was the office where Luo Tianhe typically managed the affairs of the manor. Inside the training room, Luo Zhe was engaged in a sparring session with a robust man of bronze complexion, who was at the peak of the 3rd tier realm. Though termed as sparring, it was predominantly the muscular man feeding techniques to Luo Zhe. This man was Luo Chen's paternal uncle, Luo Tianyu, who was of the same generation as Luo Tianhe, albeit 3 months younger, thus ranking second among their peers. Hence, both Luo Chen and Luo Zhe addressed him as second uncle. "Brother, what brings you here today?" inquired Luo Tianhe. Luo Tianyu had been raised under the tutelage of his father in the art of blacksmithing, mastering the craft from a young age. Consequently, he oversaw the forging hall of the Purple Mist Manor, specifically crafting weapons for the manor and training its disciples, rendering him particularly occupied. "Elder brother, I heard that Chenner is beginning his martial training, so I specially forged a knife for him to practice with," Luo Tianyu remarked as he noticed Luo Tianhe's return, thereby concluding his sparring with Luo Zhe. "Second uncle." Luo Chen greeted Luo Tianyu with a respectful bow. Responded Luo Tianyu with a nod, before approaching the nearby weapon rack and retrieving a sheathed knife. "Chenner, take a look and see if you like it," he offered, handing the knife to Luo Chen. As Luo Chen accepted the knife and slowly unsheathed it, he observed that it measured 2 feet and 3 inches in length, 1 inch in width, and weighed 2 pounds and 8 ounces, with a slight curve along the blade. The black blade bore silver engravings, and the edge shimmered like a silver ribbon, exuding a cold gleam. Gazing at the blade, Luo Qin felt a shiver run down his spine. The more he observed the knife, the more he cherished it. Its size, length, and weight seemed perfectly tailored to him, as if crafted specifically for his needs. It was evident that Second Uncle had invested considerable thought into this creation. "Thank you, Second Uncle. I truly appreciate it." Luo Qin expressed his gratitude to Luo Tianyu, carefully sheathing the knife in its black pearl fish skin scabbard and fondling it with delight. "Well, as long as you like it. This knife is forged from fine iron, tempered through 1,000 strikes, and is capable of withstanding the infusion of a martial artist's true energy. It should suffice for you to reach the third-tier realm," Luo Tianyu declared, before bidding farewell to Luo Tianhe. "All right, brother, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Go ahead and attend to your matters," Luo Tianhe replied. Luo Tianyu then exchanged farewells with Luo Zhe and Luo Qin before departing the training room. "Now then, Qin'er, let us commence," Luo Tianhe stated with solemnity. "The Yin Wind Blade technique is fundamental to our Purple Mist manner, and it is a privilege reserved solely for the Luo family descendants. Therefore, you must remember to keep it confidential." "Yes, father," Luo Qin responded with a serious expression. After imparting this caution, Luo Tianhe began to elucidate the Yin Wind Blade technique. This technique comprised a compendium of martial arts and corresponding skills. As Luo Qin had yet to open the 12 primary meridians, he was unable to cultivate the accompanying techniques. However, he could practice the martial skills to enhance his physical strength and bolster his internal vitality. The Yin Wind Blade technique encompassed 4 primary moves: the Windward Slash, the Swift Wind Slash, the Whirlwind Slash, and the Yin Wind Slash. While speaking, Luo Tianhe gestured towards a row of wooden stakes outside the training room. "Starting today, you shall strike the wooden post 100 times each day. After 3 days, increase it to 200. In half a month, elevate it to 500. And after 3 months, reach 1,000 strikes daily. Following your practice, devote time to mastering the techniques of the Yin Wind Blade." "Yes, father," Luo Qin replied eagerly as he hurried out of the training room. Outside, snow continued to fall, the pure white flakes dancing through the air. Yet the ground bore little accumulation, for the courtyard was regularly cleared of snow. Luo Qin approached a wooden post, drew his blade, raised it high, and then brought it down forcefully upon the post. Thud! The blade struck the wood with a dull thump, and Luo Qin winced from the shock reverberating through the weapon. The material of the post was unknown but undeniably resilient. Even with all his strength, he managed only a slight indentation. After a moment's pause to recover from the discomfort, he resumed his task. 2 hours later, he completed 100 strikes, and even added an additional 20. By this point, his grip on the blade had weakened, and he could only cradle it with both hands as he returned to the training room. Inside, Luo Tianhe observed Luo Zhe practicing the techniques of the Yin Wind Blade. Luo Zhe was executing the Whirlwind Slash, launching himself off the ground, his body spinning through the air, the blade dancing in his hands. With a swift exhalation, the blade flashed, cleaving the strong man from left shoulder to right chest. "Brother, have you completed your task?" Luo Zhe asked, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he regarded Luo Qin's weary hands. "Indeed, I have finished," Luo Qin replied, a grimace etched upon his face. Luo Tianhe watched his son with an approving nod in his heart. Though he had remained within the training room, he had kept a vigilant eye on Luo Qin's progress, feeling immensely satisfied with his efforts. "Well then, it is getting late. Let us conclude for today. Zaire, take Qin'er home," Luo Tianhe instructed, though he concealed his satisfaction. "Yes, father," the brothers replied in unison before exiting the training room together, making their way toward their home. Lowe's, now 16, has his own secluded courtyard adjacent to the one occupied by his parents, separated by a mere wall, with a door connecting the two. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lowe's promptly made his way to his own space. Meanwhile, Luo Qin hurriedly rushed to his room, clutching a sword in both hands, which throbbed with pain. He yearned to set the blade down and rest. Upon entering his chamber, Luo Qin observed his mother's maid, Ji Xiang, pouring hot water into a wooden tub. Beside her stood a young girl, approximately 15 years of age, clad in a white dress, who was adding ingredients to the tub. This girl was Luo Tianyu's daughter and Luo Qin's cousin, Luo Yin. Luo Yin, with a passion for medicine since childhood, had been studying under the esteemed Sun Lao. "Young Master Qin, knowing you were returning from your martial training, Madam specially instructed me to prepare a medicinal bath for you," Ji Xiang announced upon noticing Luo Qin's arrival. She hastily set down the small wooden bucket and took the sword from his hands, placing it onto the sword rack in the room. "Why are you here, sister?" Luo Chen asked, shaking out his hands. "Isn't it for you, you little rascal? You threw yourself into training on the very first day without a care for your health," Luo Yin replied, frowning as she regarded his sore hands. She gestured towards the bottles on the table. "I've come to prepare a medicinal solution for you. Apply the liquid from the bottle all over your body before sleeping, and let me know when it's finished. You must take a medicinal bath after your training every day. Shi Xiang will arrange that for you." "All right, thank you, sister." Luo Chen smiled at Luo Yin. After a brief period of bustling about, Luo Yin announced, "Everything is ready. You may soak at your leisure. We shall take our leave now." With that, Luo Yin departed, and Ji Xiang bowed before closing the door behind her. Luo Chen approached the tub, which was filled with a verdant liquid exuding a fragrant aroma. Without hesitation, he disrobed and submerged himself in the bath, with only his head remaining above the surface. Soon, he felt the green liquid seeping into his pores. Suddenly, an involuntary, blissful moan escaped his lips as he sensed a newfound lightness enveloping him. The pain in his hands gradually dissipating, leaving them with a pleasant numbness. In his mind, Luo Chen pondered, no wonder there are so many practitioners in the world, yet so few can cultivate true energy. The wealth of martial prowess is evident, but how many possess the means to utilize medicinal solutions to enhance their training? Without the financial resources to procure medicinal herbs, one risks long-term injuries from excessive physical conditioning, making it all the more challenging to open the 12 meridians. Even in the current state of the Purple Mist Manor, although there are merely over 100 guards and disciples, not everyone has access to medicinal herbs. Only a select few in the core circle enjoy such privileges. This scarcity explains why various factions within the martial world vie fiercely for territory and resources. One lacks the cultivation techniques and methods for refining auxiliary medicines and the financial means to acquire the herbs. For an ordinary person, the path to becoming a true warrior is fraught with difficulty. Thus, many individuals are eager to join a particular faction in hopes of seizing greater opportunities to acquire these treasures. Of course, there are those fortunate few who, by sheer luck, come upon rare materials and, upon consuming them, ascend to new heights, successfully opening the 12 meridians. Time passed unnoticed, and gradually, Luo Chen began to feel the water in the bath growing cooler. The verdant hue dissipated, leaving the water crystal clear once more. Rising from the tub, he dressed and emerged feeling rejuvenated, the soreness in his hands completely alleviated. "Young Master Chen, are you finished?" came the voice of the maid, Ji Xiang, accompanied by a gentle knock on the door. Luo Chen opened the door and smiled at Ji Xiang. "I'm ready, let us go." After closing the door behind him, he followed Ji Xiang to the dining hall. Upon entering, he noticed that, in addition to his parents, Luo Zhe and Luo Yin were also present. Luo Yin, having lost her mother during childbirth, was raised by Wang Yuing as if she were her own daughter, thus forming a deep bond with the Luo family. Although Luo Zhe had his own quarters, he frequently visited his parents for meals. "Chen, you've arrived. Quickly, take a seat and eat," Wang Yuing urged upon seeing Luo Chen enter. Luo Chen replied, settling down beside Luo Zhe. As soon as he took his seat, Wang Yuing poured some soup into his bowl. "Here, have some soup first. After your training, you must eat well." Luo Zhe chuckled at Luo Chen. "Little brother, can you still hold chopsticks? Do you need a spoon instead? What is that supposed to mean? Do you think there is something wrong with the medicine my sister concocted?" Before Luo Chen could respond, Luo Yin shot a glare at Luo Zhe. No, certainly not. The medicine my sister prepares is the best. I was merely jesting with my little brother," Luo Zhe hurriedly clarified, fearing Luo Yin's wrath. After all, most of the supplementary herbs he used in his training were prepared by Luo Yin. If he offended her, she could easily tamper with his medicine, leading to dire consequences. He had learned this lesson the hard way after previously incurring Luo Yan's displeasure, resulting in an unbearably itchy medicinal bath that nearly left him skinless. Chuckling at Luo Zhe's discomfort, Luo Chen relished the moment. "All right, you lot, stop the antics and eat your meal." "Luo Tian," he interjected. Wang Yuing looked at her harmonious family, feeling a wave of comfort and contentment wash over her. After dinner, Luo Chen returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, his mind racing through the contents of 4 books. After much contemplation, he resolved to practice the Qi induction technique, utilizing its methods to open the 12 meridians. Although the Qi induction technique is slow to cultivate, it strengthens the meridians and purifies true energy. enhancing their resilience and capacity to hold more true energy. In the same realm, if his true energy surpassed that of his opponent and was more refined, he could outlast them in battle, even challenging foes beyond his current level. Furthermore, the true energy cultivated through the Qi induction technique wielded power comparable to that of the associated martial arts techniques. Moreover, upon breaking through to the third tier and cultivating true energy, the practice of the Qi induction technique can also engender a heightened sense of perception as one's cultivation deepens. The range of this perception expands. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, one's Dantian will also give rise to the three flavors true fire, a flame that is not only suitable for alchemical and weapon forging but can also be wielded in combat. Luo Qin believes that the Qi induction technique transcends even celestial-level martial arts, surpassing the very boundaries of the martial disciplines within this realm. To his knowledge, no existing technique has documented the unique characteristics of the Qi induction technique. Should this technique come to light, it may provoke unforeseen turmoil. Thus, Luo Qin resolves to keep his cultivation a secret, sharing it with no one. Having made this decision, he dismisses further contemplation. He adjusts his mindset, stabilizes his spirit, and begins to channel the blood and Qi within him to fortify his body according to the methods recorded in the Qi induction technique. As winter gives way to spring, Luo Qin has now spent 3 months in this world. Having recently celebrated his 7th birthday, he sits at the dinner table with his family. Over the course of these 3 months, Luo Qin has grown significantly stronger and taller. My dear, when you go to Gushan Town tomorrow, please take several guards with you and be cautious on the road, Luo Tianhe advises Wang Weiying during their meal. Wang Weiying oversees the finances and external operations of the Purple Mist Manor and routinely visits Gushan Town to inspect the estate. Well, it's just a short distance. Let Ling Tian accompany you with a few others, Wang Weiying responds with a nod and a smile. Sitting nearby, Luo Qin, listening to his parents, feels a stir in his heart. For the past few months, he has been under Luo Tianhe's watchful eye while practicing martial arts. Despite the proximity of Purple Mist Manor to Gushan Town, merely 4 or 5 miles, he has yet to visit. Moreover, the Qi induction technique requires a slower pace of cultivation. And Luo Qin has long desired to procure some medicinal herbs to concoct the strengthening elixirs mentioned in his training manuals to expedite his physical enhancement and augment his strength. While there are indeed herbs within the manor, they are managed by Old Sun and Luo Yan, and should he seek to use them, he would inevitably be discovered, leaving him unable to provide an explanation. Thus, he resolves to venture outside to gather the necessary herbs. Mother, are you going to Gushan Town tomorrow? May I accompany you? He inquires. What do you intend to do there? Remain here and focus on your training, Luo Tianhe interjects sternly before Wang Weiying can respond. Wang Weiying is also hesitant to take Luo Qin along, primarily out of concern for his safety. She still harbors unease from events 3 months prior. Observing this, Luo Qin feigns a pitiful expression as he gazes at Wang Weiying. Mother, I have been training for 3 months, and after being cooped up all winter, I yearn to step outside. Seeing Luo Qin's earnest demeanor softens Wang Weiying's heart, and she concedes, very well, you may accompany me tomorrow. However, you must heed my words and not wander off. Thank you, mother. Qin'er will certainly obey you, Luo Qin responds eagerly, fearful that Wang Weiying might change her mind. My dear? Luo Tianhe looks at Wang Weiying with discontent. Wang Weiying smiles gently and reassures Luo Tianhe, rest easy, my husband. It's only 5 miles. I will keep a close eye on him. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe reluctantly agrees. However, he still cautioned Luo Qin, saying, considering your diligent practice, I shall grant you a day of respite this time, but you must heed your mother's words. Understood, father. Luo Qin replied with a cheerful grin, completely unfazed by Luo Zhe's stern gaze. The following morning, Luo Qin rose early, donned his attire, and, after completing his morning ablutions, took his blade to the Great Hall. After breakfast, he accompanied Wang Weiying and Shi Xiang to the entrance of the courtyard. At that moment, a carriage capable of accommodating 4 to 5 individuals awaited them, surrounded by 7 guards holding horses. Greetings, madam and young master. One of the guards, a tall man clad in a black outfit adorned with purple mist patterns, approached with a spear in hand, bowing to Wang Weiying and Luo Qin. This individual was Li Tian, the head of the guards of Purple Mist Manor, age 35, possessing late 3rd-tier strength. 17 years prior, Li Tian had been rescued by Luo Tianhe and his companions from a bandit lair, where his family had been slain by the marauders, and he himself was on the verge of death when Luo Tianhe and his allies intervened. In that battle, Li Tian had shielded Luo Tianhe from a blade, forging a bond of brotherhood between them, with Li Tian considering Purple Mist Manor his home. Captain Li, thank you for your hard work. Are we all set? Wang Yueying inquired. Uncle Li, Luo Chen also called out. Li Tian smiled and nodded at Luo Chen before responding to Wang Yueying. Everything is ready. We can depart at any time. Very well, let us be on our way. Wang Yueying declared, taking Luo Chen's hand and leading Ji Xiang onto the carriage. Onward. With a wave of his hand, Li Tian mounted his horse, followed by 5 guards who also mounted theirs, while another guard took the reins of the carriage. The group slowly made their way beyond the confines of Purple Mist Manor. Once aboard the carriage, Luo Chen lifted the curtain to gaze outside. Upon seeing the mounted guards, he felt an overwhelming sense of envy. He yearned to ride as well. But when he voiced this desire, Wang Yueying firmly refused. The caravan traversed through the administrative hall of Purple Mist Manor and emerged into the expansive training ground. This training arena served as the practice ground for the guards and disciples, divided by a cobbled path, with orderly rows of small courtyards lining either side. Each courtyard contained 5 rooms and a main hall, accommodating 10 residents, serving as the living quarters for the guards and disciples. Currently, Purple Mist Manor housed 48 guards and 65 disciples. Periodically, the manor would recruit a group of 10-year-old disciples from the outside. Families wishing for their children to learn martial arts could send them to the manor for assessment. Upon passing the evaluation and paying a fee, the children could train in the manor for 6 years. After this period, those who cultivated genuine qi could remain as guards, while those who did not could either choose to stay or return home. Purple Mist Manor, maintaining a low profile and refraining from external expansion, derived its income solely from some farmland and shops in Qingshan Town, yielding less than 2,000 taels of silver monthly. After covering the expenses of the entire villa, the income of Zimu Villa has become quite strained, resulting in a modest population of just over 100 individuals after 17 years of establishment. Following their departure from Zimu Villa, Luo Chen and his companions walked for over 10 minutes and arrived at Gushan Town, located 5 miles away. Gushan Town boasts a resident population of nearly 4,000 and houses approximately 200 shops of various sizes. Most of these establishments are situated along the 2 main streets of Gushan Town, which intersect to form a crossroad. One of these streets runs from northeast to southwest, leading to the formidable Dahong Mountain 10 miles distant. As a crucial supply town for accessing Dahong Mountain, Gushan Town is frequented by numerous wanderers and merchants. Those from the martial world enter and exit Dahong Mountain for hunting and gathering various resources essential for their cultivation. Merchants set up shops here to acquire the beasts hunted and medicinal herbs and rare minerals collected by the mountain folk and hunters, or to transport goods from other regions for sale. Thus, although Gushan Town is classified as a town, it is bustling and vibrant, rivaling even the county seat. Zimu Villa operates 3 shops in Gushan Town: a weapons shop, which specializes in selling various weapons forged by the villa's smithy and accepts custom orders; a grocery store, which was part of Wang Yueying's dowry, dedicated to purchasing furs, herbs, and various rare minerals produced in Dahong Mountain; and an inn, a legacy left to Wang Yueying by her father before his passing. All 3 shops are strategically located at the prime intersection of Gushan Town. Wang Yueying led Luo Chen first to the weapons shop, where the shelves were filled with an array of weaponry, ranging from affordable items crafted from ordinary iron or to expensive pieces made of profound iron. Luo Chen even spotted a suit of armor on one of the racks. Although the Deqian court permits civilians to possess weapons, certain items, such as armor and powerful crossbows, are explicitly forbidden. However, the court's regulations primarily affect the common populace and hold little sway over the lawless individuals of the martial world, where armor and strong crossbows frequently appear amidst conflicts between various factions. After Luo Chen explored the weapons shop, Wang Yueying had already completed her inspections. They then proceeded to the grocery store located at the southwest corner of the intersection. Chenner, there are numerous matters to attend to at the grocery store, so it may take me a while. Please browse the shop but do not wander off, Wang Yueying advised Luo Chen. Turning to Li Tian, she added, Captain Li, please keep an eye on Chenner and ensure he doesn't stray. Mother, I understand, Luo Chen replied obediently with a nod. Madam, do not worry. I will look after the young master, Li Tian assured. Wang Yueying nodded in acknowledgement before following the shopkeeper, Master Qian, who was in his 50s, to the back office. After strolling around the grocery store, Luo Chen stepped outside, intending to find a pharmacy to purchase some herbs, as he had not forgotten the purpose of his visit to Qingshan Town. However, Just as he prepared to head onto the street, Li Tian appeared before him. "Young master, where do you intend to go?" Li Tian inquired. "Uncle Li, I'm just going out for a stroll. It's too dull here," Luo Chen replied. "This simply will not do. You have heard the lady's words. You cannot wander off," Li Tian remarked with a smile. "I will not stray. I merely wish to visit that shop over there," said Luo Chen, pointing to a store diagonally across the street named Huichun Tang. Luo Chen had noticed this establishment earlier, and upon observing the name and the items held by the patrons entering and exiting, he deduced that it was a pharmacy. Li Tian regarded Luo Chen with suspicion, hesitating for a moment before conceding, "Very well. But we shall only visit that one shop. No more wandering. Rest assured, Uncle Li." With that, Luo Chen made his way towards Huichun Tang. Watching the small figure of Luo Chen depart, Li Tian signaled to a nearby guard. The guard understood the cue and promptly followed Luo Chen. Noticing that a guard was trailing behind him, Luo Chen paid it no mind. Knowing it was Li Tian's arrangement for his protection, and he was also aware that this guard was surnamed Chen. Crossing the street, Luo Chen arrived at Huichun Tang. Upon entering, he observed a long table positioned not far to the right, behind which sat a dozing man in his 40s, sporting a long beard. Beside the long table was a counter, behind which stood a large cabinet adorned with numerous small drawers. At that moment, a teenager, appearing to be an apprentice, was attending to the medicinal herbs. Noticing a customer enter, he inquired, "Sir, are you here to seek treatment or to procure medicine?" The youth's voice roused the drowsy man behind the long table, who opened his eyes to glance at Luo Chen before intending to doze off once more. However, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the guard named Chen, he suddenly perked up. As the proprietor of an esteemed establishment in Gushan Town, the man was well aware of the distinctive green attire adorned with purple mist patterns worn by the guard, a symbol of the foremost power in Gushan Town. The Purple Mist Villa. The man quickly rose, clasping his hands in greeting, and said with a smile, I am the proprietor of Huichun Tang. What brings a valiant member of the Purple Mist Villa to my humble shop?" "I am merely accompanying my young master," the guard replied. The proprietor, upon hearing this, immediately surmised Luo Chen's identity and was about to inquire further when he noticed Luo Chen extending a note towards him. "Master, could you check if you have these medicinal herbs in your store?" The proprietor took the note and glanced at it, responding promptly, "We have these. The list consists of common medicinal herbs that we stock." "That is splendid. Please prepare the herbs listed," Luo Chen instructed. The proprietor froze momentarily, his mind filled with questions. Does the Purple Mist Villa lack these ordinary herbs? Surely, their own general store must possess these items. The guard, standing nearby, was similarly curious, wondering why Luo Chen sought such commonplace herbs here, but as a protector, he refrained from asking. His duty was to ensure Luo Chen's safety. "Is there a problem, master?" Luo Chen inquired, noticing the proprietor lost in thought. "Oh, no problem at all. I shall fetch the herbs at once," the proprietor replied, regaining his composure and hastily proceeding to gather the requested items. Before long, the shopkeeper emerged from behind the counter, holding a package of medicinal herbs wrapped in oiled paper, and handed it to Luo Chen, saying, "Young Master Chen, all the herbs you requested are here." Luo Chen accepted the package without opening it to inspect the contents. In the town of Gushin, few dared to deceive someone from the Zaiwashan manor. 30 taels of silver, the shopkeeper stated, not daring to ask for more, merely quoting the cost price. Luo Chen retrieved the silver from his pocket and handed it to the shopkeeper, secretly relieved that, fearing he might not have enough of the 15 taels he had saved, he had shamelessly borrowed 20 taels from his elder brother the previous night. Otherwise, he would not have been able to afford even the cost of the medicine today. Previously, Luo Chen had been without money since he began training in martial arts. Wang Yueying had provided him with a monthly allowance of 5 taels, and after 3 months, he had managed to save up 15 taels. Now, however, he was left with only 5. He realized he would still need silver for future purchases of medicine, causing him a moment of anxiety. With a rueful smile, Luo Chen exited the Huichun Tang. At the entrance, he handed the herbs to Chen Hui, saying, "Chen Hui, please store these safely and take them back to the manor for me. I would rather not carry them myself, for fear that Wang Yueying might see and question me." "Yes, young master, I shall take good care of it," Chen Hui replied. After resolving the matter of the herbs, Luo Chen prepared to return to the general store. Just as he lifted his foot to leave, an elderly man in his 50s, with a ruddy complexion, approached, holding the hand of a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old. They appeared to be heading to the Huichun Tang as well. As they passed by, the little girl, with her large, curious eyes, gazed intently at Luo Chun. Seeing the innocent expression on the child's cherubic face stirred a sense of childlike whimsy within him, prompting him to make a funny face at her. The little girl, startled, took a couple of steps back, clutching tightly to the elder's robe. Her face contorted as if she might cry. Luo Chun chuckled softly, exposing his teeth in a grin, and then continued on his way to the general store. Upon returning, he spotted Li Tian standing at the entrance. In fact, since Luo Chun had left for the Huachuntang, Li Tian had remained there, keeping watch over the establishment. Concerned that Luo Chun might wander off or encounter some mishap. "Uncle Li, has my mother not finished yet?" Luo Chun inquired as he approached Li Tian. "Not yet. It will take her a little longer," Li Tian replied, shaking his head. At that moment, Chen Hui stepped forward and whispered a few words into Li Tian's ear. Luo Chun understood that Chen Hui was fulfilling his duty as a guard, reporting the events of their patrol to their leader. He had no worries about Chen Hui disclosing his purchase of medicine to Li Tian, as they regarded it as merely a trivial matter. "Young master, what do you intend to do with these herbs?" Li Tian asked, having heard Chen Hui's report. While other guards would refrain from questioning matters concerning the family, Li Tian was different. He had the right to ask. "Oh, I'm using them myself. I plan to have my sister prepare a medicinal infusion for me." Luo Chen responded casually. Hearing this, Li Tian ceased his inquiries. Purchasing some ordinary herbs was a trivial affair, as long as the young master remained unharmed. There was no cause for concern. Luo Chen meandered in the general store for over half an hour until Wang Weiying finally emerged. Having completed her tasks in the accounting room, "Chener, are you feeling bored? Have you been running around?" she inquired, gently ruffling Luo Chen's hair. "Mother, have you finished?" "I have been here the whole time, without wandering," Luo Chen replied. "That's good. Come, let us go to the restaurant and have lunch there," Wang Weiying said, taking Luo Chen's hand as they made their way outside. The restaurant, known as Tianxiang Lu, was situated at the northeast corner of the intersection in Gushan Town. The proprietor, a woman in her 30s named Qiu Yi, was a childhood companion of Wang Weiying. After Qiu Yi married, Wang Weiying arranged for her to manage the restaurant, and her husband, Li Tian, was a prominent figure in the town. They had a son named Li Ge, who was 14 and often practiced martial arts with Luo Zhe. "Miss, young master, you have arrived. The meals are prepared. Let us ascend to the dining area." As Wang Weiying and the others approached Tianxiang Lu, Qiu Yi came out to greet them. "Qiu Yi, I appreciate your hard work," Wang Weiying responded, grasping Qiu Yi's hand. "And Qiu," Luo Chen chimed in. "Kiki, the young master is quite obedient." Qiu Yi smiled, affectionately patting Luo Chen's head. Li Tian nodded at Qiu Yi from behind. Although Qiu Yi managed the restaurant, she returned to the villa every evening after closing due to its proximity to the Zimu villa. "Miss, please do not linger outside. Let us enter the private room," Qiu Yi urged, leading everyone into Tianxiang Lu. The establishment boasted 3 floors. The ground level was the main hall. The second floor featured elegant seating, and the top floor comprised private rooms. As it was mealtime, the main hall was bustling with patrons, filled with laughter, conversations, and the clinking of cups, creating a cacophony of sounds. Upon entering, the lively atmosphere of the hall quieted significantly as patrons turned their curious gazes toward the large group led by the proprietor. "Greetings, Lady Luo, young Master Luo, Commander Li. Are you here for another inspection of the establishment today?" A merchant, clearly familiar with Wang Weiying and Luo Chun, rose to bow respectfully. It was evident that he was a local trader from Gushan Town, well acquainted with them. "Master Sun, you are too kind. How has business been lately?" Wang Weiying inquired politely. Having accompanied her father in managing a store in Gushan Town since childhood, she knew many local merchants. "Thanks to your ladyship, it has been satisfactory," Master Sun replied with a smile. At that moment, several other locals who recognized Wang Weiying stood up to greet her, to which she responded graciously before following Qiu Yi upstairs. The second floor of Tianxiang Lu had 6 tables, 2 of which were occupied, one by 2 merchants and another by 3 individuals, a one-eyed giant, a woman, and a middle-aged scholar. Upon spotting the one-eyed man and the woman, Li Tian's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on his weapon, becoming acutely alert. Noticing Li Tian's unusual demeanor, Luo Chen asked, "Uncle Li, what is the matter?" Hearing Luo Chen's voice, both Wang Weiying and Qiu Yi turned their attention to Li Tian. "It is nothing." Li Tian smiled at Luo Chen, then leaned closer to whisper a few words to Wang Weiying. Upon hearing Li Tian's words, Wang Weiying remained silent. casting a curious glance at the table occupied by the one-eyed, burly man. "Chiuye, let us sit here." Wang Weiying suddenly spoke as Chiuye was about to lead everyone to the private room upstairs. "Miss, the private room is already prepared, and it is quieter there," Chiuye replied. "No, we shall stay here. After bustling about in the room all day, I now desire to dine in a more spacious setting," Wang Weiying stated. "Madam, perhaps we should still consider the private room," Li Tian remarked, his gaze sweeping over the one-eyed brute and his companions. "Not at all. Everyone dining at my Tianxiang Tower is a guest. Furthermore, in Gushan Town, no one dares to trouble us," Wang Weiying declared confidently. Upon hearing this, Li Tian chose to remain silent. Only Luo Chun continued to look bewilderedly at Li Tian and Wang Weiying. "Very well. Young lad, please bring the dishes over here," Chiuye instructed the nearby waiter. The four then found a table by the window, while 6 guards sat at a nearby table. After a moment, the waiter arrived, deftly placing the dishes on their table. "Hey, who were those people that just went upstairs? Why do you treat her with such respect?" A loud voice echoed from downstairs, likely belonging to an outsider. "Are you unaware? You must be new to Gushan Town," the innkeeper's son, who had previously greeted Wang Weiying, responded. "Indeed, you are correct. I just arrived in Gushan Town today," the loud-voiced man replied. "Let me tell you, this is the wife of the master of the #1 force in Gushan Town." The Purple Mist Manor, Sun continued after a pause. "It is thanks to the presence of Purple Mist Manor that our town has remained free from banditry over the years, ensuring peace and stability. Moreover, the people of Purple Mist Manor do not abuse their power, which is why we hold them in such high regard." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man seated on the second floor glanced over at Luo Chen's table. "It's merely a small power exerting influence in a minor locale. Yet they speak so grandly. Though, that woman is indeed quite beautiful," a youthful voice chimed in from downstairs. At this, the atmosphere fell silent, with the other 2 tables on the second floor discreetly watching Luo Chen's group. "Humph." Luo Chen's face flushed with anger as he prepared to rise and confront the speaker. However, Li Tian stood up first, ready to head downstairs. "Captain Li, sit down and eat. Do not pay them any mind," Wang Weiying interjected firmly. "Madam?" Li Tian looked at Wang Weiying with reluctance. "Mother," Luo Chen called out, filled with indignation. "Everyone, sit down and enjoy your meal," Wang Weiying commanded with unwavering authority. Reluctantly, Luo Chen and Li Tian complied and took their seats. "Silence. If you continue to speak recklessly, do not expect to come out again," a senior voice boomed, likely belonging to the elder of the young man who had just spoken. After this incident, many downstairs cast furtive glances at the young man's table, then shifted their gaze towards the staircase and the entrance of the tavern, prepared to flee at a moment's notice, fearful that the guards of the Purple Mist Manor might descend and punish the young man, inadvertently involving them. The young man's elder also noticed the scrutinizing stares of the crowd and hurriedly rose to settle the bill, taking the young man with him as they departed the tavern. Once the pair had left, a collective sigh of relief swept through the patrons, tinged with regret for having missed a captivating spectacle. Gradually, the lively atmosphere in the hall resumed. "Have you heard? Recently, a band of forest heroes has arrived at Wild Boar Ridge in the Great Horizontal Mountain, proclaiming their noble intentions of robbing the rich to aid the poor, yet their actions amount to home invasions and murder," a voice echoed. Luo Chun, holding a bowl, had just taken 2 bites when he overheard more news from downstairs. "Did you not hear? Just a few days ago, a shipment from Manager Chen's store heading to Ningxue City was intercepted by them. The crew was slaughtered, with only the leader of the guards managing to escape, albeit with injuries." At this moment, Manager Sun spoke. "It is rumored that the leader of this band possesses peak 3rd-tier abilities. One wonders whether they might venture to Ancient Mountain Town." Upon hearing this, Luo Chen instinctively glanced at the table of the one-eyed brute. For reasons unknown, he felt that the patrons downstairs were referring to the one-eyed man's group. Moreover, judging by Li Tian's earlier demeanor, it seemed he had discerned the opponent's cultivation level and sensed a threat, as martial artists who have cultivated genuine energy can perceive each other's abilities. Indeed, Luo Chen observed that while Li Tian feigned indifference, enjoying his meal, he occasionally cast cautious glances at the movements of the one-eyed men, remaining vigilant. However, besides that, both Wang Weiying and Li Tian appeared unconcerned, prompting Luo Chen to remain silent as he continued to listen to the discussions below while eating. With the Purple Mist Manor maintaining order in Ancient Mountain Town, those bandits would likely think twice before invading. The manor boasts both a master and a deputy, both at peak third-tier levels, along with 2 mid to late third-tier captains and dozens of peak body refinement guards. Should those mountain bandits dare to come, they would likely find it impossible to leave, another diner remarked. Who cares? If the sky falls, there are tall ones to hold it up. We have no part in it. Come, let us continue drinking, said Lu, in agreement. Indeed, let us drink. They chorused, laughter echoing as the discussion ceased, replaced by the clinking of cups and raucous cheers. Just then, the one-eyed brute and his 2 companions rose, tossing a handful of silver onto the table before descending the stairs and leaving. Seeing this, Li Tian exhaled slowly, relieved. After all, with Wang Yueying and Luo Chen present, and knowing the opponents were a tier above him, if the one-eyed men turned violent, he and his guards would not be able to withstand for long. After a few more bites, Luo Chen set down his bowl and chopsticks. Having spent over 3 months in this world, he had grown weary of its cuisine. The dishes here are prepared in various ways, stewed, boiled, and steamed. The meat is served in large chunks, and even when one opts for a more refined experience, it is merely sliced into pieces, lacking any distinctive flavor. Although there are stir-fried dishes, they are rather unremarkable. Having grown accustomed to the myriad of flavors from his previous life, Luo Chen finds this culinary experience quite intolerable. He resolves to take matters into his own hands and enhance his meals when he finds the time. Chenner, why are you eating so little? Are you unwell? Wang Yueying inquired, observing Luo Chen's plate. Mother, I am fine. I've had enough, Luo Chen replied. Wang Yueying assumed Luo Chen was still upset about the earlier incident and chose not to press further. After finishing their meal, she took Qiu Yi to attend to other matters. With nothing to occupy him, Luo Chen ventured to the back courtyard of Tianxiang building to practice his swordsmanship. An hour later, Li Tian arrived in the courtyard to inform Luo Chen that it was time to return to the villa. The group made their way back to Purple Mist Villa in no time. Upon arrival, Luo Chen retrieved the medicinal herbs he had purchased and, taking advantage of Luo Yan's absence, secretly brought back an alchemical furnace from her courtyard. Once in his own room, Luo Chen securely closed the door. He then lit a pot of charcoal and placed the alchemical furnace over the heat. Following the recipes and procedures detailed in the alchemical texts, he sequentially added water and various powdered herbs into the furnace, stirring gently with a wooden stick. When the liquid in the furnace thickened into a paste, he poured it into a prepared wooden box. After allowing it to cool, Luo Chen gently scraped away the layer of impurities on top with a small wooden knife, revealing a white medicinal paste beneath. Finally, weighing the substance, he formed it into 7 medicinal pills, known as vitality pills, designed to enhance the energy and physical strength of martial artists. Gazing at the 7 vitality pills in the wooden box, Luo Chen felt a rush of anticipation. It was his first attempt at alchemy, and he was uncertain of the outcome. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved 1 pill and sat cross-legged, placing it in his mouth, where it dissolved instantly. Before long, a surge of energy coursed through his body. He quickly applied the techniques from the Qi induction method to harness this energy, augmenting his physical condition. 2 hours later, Luo Chen opened his eyes, elated as he rose to his feet and clenched his fists. Aha! I never anticipated the efficacy of this vitality pill to be so remarkable. After 3 months of rigorous training, I only increased my strength by 20 pounds, yet now, just 1 pill has granted me nearly 40 pounds. If I consume a few more, I shall reach the pinnacle of body refinement in no time. However, amidst his excitement, Luo Chen was acutely aware that the effects of the pills would diminish with continued use, potentially leading to resistance. Moreover, without the prior 3 months of diligent effort, such a pill would not have had such a profound effect. Thus, to maximize the benefits of the pills, consistent hard work was essential. At that moment, another concern crossed Luo Chen's mind. The rapid increase in his energy could easily attract the attention of Luo Tianhe and others. How would he explain it? Surely, he could not continue to practice martial arts methodically while neglecting the use of such potent pills. As Luo Chen contemplated strategies, a sudden epiphany struck him. He recalled a technique inscribed in the Qi induction method known as the concealed Qi technique, which possesses the ability to mask a warrior's aura, rendering their true cultivation level undetectable to others. With this thought, Luo Chen began to delve into the intricacies of the concealed Qi technique within his mind. Embarking on its practice, armed with elixirs, and having mastered the concealed Qi technique, Luo Chen methodically engaged in martial training, consuming a vitality pill every 7 days. Periodically, he would stealthily venture to ancient mountain town to procure medicinal herbs for alchemy. After some time, Upon developing a resistance to the vitality pill, he transitioned to a different elixir, the solidifying essence pill, which offered similar benefits. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, for years had elapsed. Within the grounds of the Purple Mist Mountain Villa, adjacent to the small courtyard where Luo Chen's parents resided, a new courtyard had been established. This was a result of Luo Chen's fervent request on his 10th birthday to live independently, prompting Luo Tianhe to commission its construction. During the construction, Luo Chen had insisted on planting numerous golden silk bamboos within the courtyard, which he named Jade Bamboo Pavilion. Much like Luo Zhe's courtyard, the Jade Bamboo Pavilion shared a wall with his parents' courtyard, featuring a connecting door. It was now summer, with the sun mercilessly scorching the earth. Inside the verdant bamboo grove of the Jade Bamboo Pavilion, the incessant chirping of insects and birds filled the air as the pointed bamboo leaves swayed in the breeze. In the practice room of the Jade Bamboo Pavilion, Luo Chen was drenched in sweat, diligently executing the techniques of the Falling Abyss Blade technique. This martial art comprises 6 moves: Azura Slash, Reverse Thrust, Chain Slash, God Extinguishing Slash, Soul Devouring Battle, and Soul Extinguishing Slash. As a top-tier celestial manual, the latter 2 techniques, Soul Devouring Battle and Soul Extinguishing Slash, could only be unleashed with innate cultivation or higher. Having mastered the Yin Wind Blade technique a year prior, Luo Chen commenced his training in the Falling Abyss Blade technique, and he had now successfully learned the first 3 moves. At that moment, he was practicing the reverse thrust, charging forward a few paces before abruptly leaning back and executing a backward thrust with his blade. Where a glimmer of blade light flickered, evidence of true energy coursing through the blade. Upon completing his swordplay, Luo Chen stood still, having gathered his energy. At 11 years of age, he stood at a height of 1.60 meters, his physique appearing lithe, and his youthful face bore a resolute expression. A year earlier, he had reached the pinnacle of body refinement and had opened one channel of the 12 meridians, cultivating true energy within his dantian, thus becoming a genuine third-tier warrior. After more than a year of relentless effort, he had nearly opened half of the 2nd meridian. Recently, he intended to carve out some time to visit Ancient Mountain Town in hopes of acquiring higher-grade medicinal materials to concoct pills that would enhance his prowess, thereby facilitating the opening of the 2nd meridian and propelling him into the mid-tier of third-tier warriors. Knock, knock. Young master. Just as Luo Chen was lost in thought, a series of knocks accompanied by a youthful voice resonated from outside the practice room. What is it? Luo Chen inquired as he opened the door to face the young boy standing there. This boy, named Li Hu, had fled with his parents to Ancient Mountain Town during their childhood, where they were subsequently taken in by Wang Yueying. After the establishment of the Jade Bamboo Pavilion, Wang Yueying arranged for Li Hu and his family to reside there, attending to Luo Chen's daily needs and managing the affairs of the pavilion. Young master, Madam has called for you to join her for dinner, Li Hu announced. All right, I understand, Luo Chen replied. As Luo Chen stepped into the room, he wiped the perspiration from his brow before emerging and making his way towards the small courtyard where his parents resided. Upon entering the main hall of the courtyard, he noticed his uncle, Luo Tianyu, along with his cousin, Luo Yin, present as well. Ah, our busy bee has finally arrived. I must ask, little brother, why is it that since you began living alone, you always come back so late? Teased Luo Zhe, observing Luo Chen with a playful grin. At 20 years of age, Luo Zhe had successfully opened one of the meridians within the 12 channels, cultivating genuine energy and breaking through to the initial stage of the 3rd tier. He had matured significantly and his complexion had improved as well. I simply lost track of time while practicing, Luo Chen replied, bowing respectfully to his parents and Luo Tianyu before addressing Luo Zhe. Being late is of no consequence, as long as you bring forth some novel delicacies. You can arrive whenever you like, interjected Luo Yin from the side. Upon hearing her words, Luo Zhe quickly nodded in agreement. Indeed, sister, you speak wisely. This is something you must pay attention to, little brother. It has been quite a while since we savored anything new and delightful. Luo Chen felt somewhat exasperated. Ever since he had taken the time to guide the cooks in the kitchen 4 years ago, the quality of their meals had soared to new heights. Luo Zhe and Luo Yin, after enjoying the culinary delights, often arrived at the hall well before mealtime, eagerly awaiting their next feast. Since then, the entire Zima Mountain Villa had transformed its dining experience. Wang Yueying even promoted these dishes to Tianxiang Tower, significantly boosting its business. Due to the overwhelming demand, Tianxiang Tower had expanded 3 years prior. Following Luo Chen's suggestion, Wang Yueying purchased the adjacent shop and converted it into an inn, allowing Tianxiang Tower to offer both dining and lodging, resulting in an additional income of over 2,000 taels of silver each month. Enough with the banter, you three. Sit down and eat, Luo Tianhe instructed. Hearing this, the trio promptly took their seats. Luo Tianyu observed the children with a warm smile, feeling a sense of contentment at their harmonious interactions. Since Luo Chen introduced the new dishes, Luo Tianyu had dined here more frequently, primarily because the cooks were personally trained by Luo Chen, ensuring the utmost authenticity in their culinary creations. The chefs at other parts of the villa had learned from these cooks. Meanwhile, Wang Yueying sat contemplatively, her gaze fixed on Luo Yin, lost in thought. "Aunt, why do you keep staring at me? Is there something wrong with my face?" Luo Yin inquired curiously, touching her own cheek. Wang Yueying chuckled. "No. It's just that I feel our young lady has grown up. I assent at times she found a suitable match." "Aunt." At this, Luo Yan's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her lovely face turning a deep shade of crimson. "Look at me. I completely forgot about this matter," Luo Tianyu exclaimed, slapping his forehead. "Luo Yan's mother passed away early. And over the years, we have relied on your hard work, dear sister. Now that she has grown up, it is indeed time for her to find someone special. This is something we must discuss further." Wang Yueying smiled at Luo Tianyu. "What hardship can there be among family? Rest assured, my second brother, regarding Yinner. I shall take good care of this matter," Wang Yueying said, then turned to Luo Yin and inquired, "My dear Yinner, do you have someone special in your heart?" Upon hearing this, Luo Yin felt a rush of crimson to her cheeks as she sat silently, her gaze lowered. Witnessing Luo Yan's flustered demeanor, the brothers Luo Zhe and Luo Chen exchanged mischievous glances, fully aware of the close bond between Luo Yin and Li Ge. They knew that Luo Yin often prepared medicinal concoctions for Li Ge, and the two frequently trained together in martial arts, sharing many secrets. "Mother, it seems my little sister has a fondness for Li Ge," Luo Zhe suddenly chimed in. Upon hearing this, Luo Yin blushed even deeper and shot an indignant glare at her elder brother. "Eldest brother, who gave you the right to speak? Can't you keep your mouth shut with all this food before you?" "Ah, please forgive me, dear sister." Luo Zhe chuckled awkwardly, unable to meet Luo Yan's furious gaze, and quickly focused on his meal. Luo Chen, reveling in the amusement, looked at Luo Zhe with a smirk, reminiscent of times when Luo Yin had playfully reprimanded him as well. Observing this, Luo Tianhe and his wife exchanged knowing glances, with Luo Tianyu nodding with a smile. After dinner, Luo Chen returned to use Huxuan, sitting cross-legged on his bed to practice the qi induction technique. The following day, after breakfast, he bid farewell to his parents and set off for Gushan Town. Luo Tianhe and his wife were aware of Luo Chen's frequent trips to Gushan Town over the years to acquire herbs for alchemy. They were pleased with their son's desire to learn the art of alchemy independently and did not inquire further. Wang Yueying, however, added a little extra allowance each month for Luo Chen. As for the safety of Luo Chen traveling alone to Gushan Town, Luo Tianhe was not particularly concerned. Over the years, Luo Chen had worked diligently, mastering the techniques of the Yin Wind blade art. Coupled with the aid of medicinal solutions for body tempering, his strength had already reached the late stage of body refinement. As long as he did not encounter a practitioner of the flowing realm, he could easily protect himself. Moreover, the Purple Mist Manor had guards stationed in Gushan Town, which was a mere 5 miles away. Should any trouble arise, he could reach the town in mere minutes. Upon arriving in Gushan Town on horseback, Luo Chen first made his way to the Tianxiang Tower. The bustling establishment was known for its swift exchange of information, and Luo Chen hoped to learn of the latest happenings within the martial world. He handed his horse to the attendant at the entrance and entered the tower, greeting Zhou Yue, who was recording accounts behind the counter, before casually selecting a table to sit at. The Tianxiang Tower had nearly doubled in size since 4 years prior. Although it was not yet mealtime, a considerable number of patrons were already present, drawn by the establishment's unique cold dishes and snacks, which attracted many for tea and wine before and after meals. Have you heard? Our Tianzhou's foremost sect, the Sword Pavilion, has produced a prodigy who, at merely 23 years of age, has already broken through to the initial stage of the second tier. Furthermore, he has cultivated one of the Sword Pavilion's premier martial arts, the Thunder Sword technique, to a minor completion. A middle-aged man at a neighboring table remarked to his companion. "I've heard. His name is Jian Lei, the eldest disciple of the Sword Pavilion's master. He recently defeated a mid-stage second-tier steward right after breaking through," the companion replied, setting down his chopsticks. Upon hearing this, A nearby martial artist rose, unwilling to be outdone, and exclaimed, "What is this really about?" In the Central Plains, the esteemed leader of the Huashan sect, Miss Ningling, is merely 21 years of age and has already attained the mid-stage of the second tier in martial arts. Furthermore, there is the young monk from Shaolin Temple, Lao Wu, who, at just 20 years old, has similarly broken through to the mid-tier of the second stage. The patrons of the tavern, upon hearing this news for the first time, could not suppress their astonishment, gasping in disbelief. The disciples of these prestigious sects truly possess remarkable prowess. Who could argue otherwise? If only my child were as formidable as them. Humph. Forget about comparing with those prodigies. I would be content if my son simply devoted himself to his training and steered clear of those extravagant establishments. After the initial shock, the diners began to engage in animated discussions. Observing the reactions of the crowd, a certain gallant figure in the martial world settled comfortably in his seat, savoring a sip of wine. Meanwhile, sitting nearby, Luo Qin was equally taken aback. At 20 years old, he was already a mid-tier martial artist, while his elder brother, Luo Zhe, at the same age, had only reached the initial stage of the third tier. The disparity was indeed substantial. As he pondered this, Luo Chun's brow furrowed as he turned his gaze towards two merchants seated at a nearby table, who were huddled closely together, whispering to one another. "Manager Wang, I heard that you sent someone to Great Hong Mountain a couple of days ago to search for that mythical beast. Any luck?" One merchant inquired in a hushed tone. "Don't mention it. After 2 days of searching, we ventured nearly 100 miles into Great Hong Mountain, yet aside from some footprints, not a single strand of hair has been found. What a waste of silver." Manager Wang replied, shaking his head quietly. "I've heard that the beast is a horse with a single horn and scales. It runs like the wind. I wonder if it's true?" the merchant remarked. His curiosity piqued. Manager Wang chuckled softly, saying, "Whether it has a horn and scales remains to be seen. Only the individual who spread the news has seen it, and none can discern its authenticity. However, based on the footprints we've traced over the past 2 days, it undoubtedly appears to be a horse." Goodness! If it truly is a horse with a horn and scales, it would fetch a handsome price. The merchant laughed. Manager Wang nodded in agreement, then fell into deep contemplation. Though their conversation was conducted in whispers, Luo Qin, having broken through to the third tier, had developed acute perception, allowing him to sense everything within a 2-meter radius with clarity. Even the passage of an ant would be known to him without the need for sight. Thus, he clearly overheard every word exchanged between Manager Wang and the merchant. Intrigued by the mythical beast they spoke of, Luo Qin's curiosity was piqued, and he yearned for a glimpse of it. If he could capture it, that would indeed be splendid. The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. He ultimately resolved to venture to Great Hong Mountain, hoping for a stroke of luck in finding the beast. Moreover, having spent considerable time in this world, he was eager to witness the grandeur of the renowned Great Hong Mountain. With determination, Luo Qin stood up and exited the Tianshang Tower. Having noted that Manager Wang and the merchant had ceased their discussion about the mythical beast, Luo Qin did not ride a horse, leaving it at Tianshang Tower, and walked alone towards Dahong Mountain, which lay 10 miles away. Passers-by gazed in astonishment at the sight of the young boy wielding a knife as he made his way to the mountain, their expressions filled with curiosity about his intentions. Among them were a few seasoned individuals from the martial world, who observed Luo Qin with veiled glances. Unperturbed by the onlookers, Luo Qin continued on his path, undaunted by the potential threats posed by the unwise practitioners of the martial arts. With the strength of a third-rate practitioner in the early stage and possessing superior martial skills, he felt little fear of anyone seeking trouble in the quaint town of Gushan. Should any foolhardy individual dare to confront him, he would seize the opportunity to test the fruits of his years of training. After traversing for half an hour, Luo Qin entered Dahong Mountain and followed a trail worn by previous travelers for another 10 miles. Along the way, he encountered only small game such as rabbits and wild chickens, without sighting any larger beasts. Continuing further for another 20 to 30 miles, he finally spotted some wild boars and deer, and even discovered hoof prints. However, he refrained from hunting these creatures, as his quest was to locate an extraordinary beast. Capturing them would hinder his movements. Upon discovering the hoof prints, Luo Qin resolved to trace them in search of the elusive creature. Yet, before proceeding, he needed to address an impending nuisance. "Come out. You've been following me for quite some time now. Do you intend to continue?" He called out to a large tree behind him. "Haha, I didn't expect you to be so perceptive," a voice chuckled lightly, as a man in his 30s, clad in yellow attire and possessing a long face with triangular eyes, emerged from behind the tree. As he approached Luo Chen, he scrutinized his surroundings with beady eyes. "Stop looking around. There is no one here besides you and me," Luo Chen remarked with a smile. Recognizing the man as one of those who had cast him dubious glances on the way to the mountain, the man, taken aback, assessed Luo Chen. "You've quite the audacity, venturing alone into Dahong Mountain at such a tender age. I wonder what your guardians are thinking." "What my guardians think is no concern of yours. However, should you linger any longer, your guardians may never see you again," Luo Chen retorted, cradling his knife against his chest. "Well, such bravado for one so young. Listen, I won't waste my breath on you. Hand over the knife in your hand, the jade pendant at your waist, and any valuables you possess. Given your youth, I might spare your life," the man said, his expression darkening as he pointed menacingly at Luo Chen's knife and jade pendant. "Huh. You truly are a disgrace to martial practitioners, robbing a mere child at your age." Luo Chen scoffed. "Humph. I see only silver, not age. If you refuse to comply, I shall take it by force," the man declared, advancing towards Luo Chen with intent. Reaching out for his knife, Luo Chen stood motionless, a cold smile gracing his lips as he regarded the long-faced man approaching. Just as the man's hand was about to seize Luo Chen's knife, he suddenly pivoted, drawing and swinging the blade in one fluid motion. A piercing scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of wails that startled the birds in the forest into flight. Observing the long-faced man on the ground, rolling in agony while clutching his severed arm, Luo Chen remarked with a smirk, "How does it feel? My blade is still quite sharp, I assent it. How? How is this possible? I am a peak practitioner of the body refinement realm. How could you injure me? Are you also at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm? But that can't be true. You're so small." The long-faced man bellowed, as if his shouts could somehow alleviate his suffering. "Many impossible things abound. Losing an arm serves as a lesson for you." With that, Luo Chen turned, analyzing the hoof prints on the ground before proceeding in a specific direction. Meanwhile, the long-faced man, lying on the ground, glared at Luo Chen's retreating figure with venomous eyes. With his uninjured hand, he retrieved a small bamboo tube from his bosom, placing one end in his mouth while directing the other at Luo Chen's back, and blew forcefully. A needle, glimmering with a green hue, shot forth from the tube, aimed at Luo Chen's back. The green radiance indicated that the needle was coated with a lethal poison. Yet, Luo Chen continued to wear a cold smile as he walked forward. Under the tutelage of Luo Tianhe over the past few years, combined with the knowledge gleaned from his previous life, he understood the utmost importance of never exposing his back to an adversary. Thus, while he advanced, he maintained a keen awareness of the long-faced man's movements. As the poison needle approached, Luo Chen swiftly turned, drawing his knife to strike the needle with force. Consequently, the needle reversed course, hurtling back towards its origin and embedding itself deep into the long-faced man's forehead. The man's triangular eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets. His face turned a shade of dark purple, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Luo Chen gazed at the corpse before him. This marked his first kill across 2 lives, yet he felt no fear or discomfort, only a profound tranquility. Since his soul had traversed into this world, and he had come to understand its nature, he had mentally prepared himself. In a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, one must either kill or be killed. Thus, from the very beginning, Luo Chen had grasped his knife firmly and diligently honed his martial skills. After dispatching the long-faced man, he followed the hoof prints to the bank of a small stream. It was now midday, and he had ventured over 50 miles into the Great Hang Mountain. Casually, he hunted a rabbit, skinned and cleaned it in the stream, roasting it for lunch. After a few bites, he ceased eating, realizing that he had ventured into the mountains without salt or other seasonings. As fragrant as the roasted rabbit was, the taste left much to be desired. Luo Chen sat on the grass, taking a moment to rest. As he stood up and brushed off his hands, preparing to continue his journey, he suddenly sensed that he was surrounded by 5 wolves. His perception extended to a radius of approximately 6 to 7 meters. The wolves lay concealed in the grass, just beyond his perceptive reach. Had it not been for his acute senses, he might have remained oblivious to the impending danger. With his left hand gripping a blade and his right hand firmly on the hilt, Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on a particular patch of grass. Within his perception, he discerned that the wolf hidden there was significantly more robust than the others, likely the alpha of the pack. The alpha remained motionless, while the other 4 wolves stealthily approached Luo Chen. As they closed the distance to merely 4 meters, the alpha let out a piercing howl, prompting the other wolves to launch themselves at Luo Chen. In that fleeting moment, as the howl reverberated in the air, Luo Chen sprang into action. Like a flash of lightning, he darted toward the alpha, executing a swift strike. A gleam of the blade flashed, followed by a spray of blood. Before the howl had fully dissipated, the alpha's head had already severed from its body and fell to the ground. Without hesitation, Luo Chen swiftly turned, his foot barely touching the ground as his body spun laterally, executing a whirlwind strike. The blade flickered in rapid succession, and the four wolves that had reached the spot where he had stood moments before collapsed in unison. He wiped the blood from his blade with precision and sheathed it, then glanced at the fallen wolves, contemplating whether to skin them for their pelts. Ultimately, he shook his head, although the 5 beast-grade pelts could fetch a handsome sum. He was on a quest for exotic beasts, and carrying them would prove cumbersome. Thus, Luo Chen dispelled his thoughts and steadied his resolve, continuing on his path. 2 hours later, he had traversed another 30 to 40 miles and arrived at the entrance of a small cave. Along his journey, he had encountered an increasing number of large wild animals, including a distant sighting of a tiger weighing 400 to 500 pounds. He had chosen to circumvent these creatures, allowing them to pass unscathed as long as they did not pose a threat to him. Examining the footprints before the cave, Luo Chen furrowed his brow. The area was littered with numerous, chaotic hoofprints, along with tracks from other beasts, making it difficult for him to ascertain the direction. Just as he prepared to crouch and scrutinize the ground, his peripheral vision caught sight of a delicate flower blooming beside the cave. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it as a trumpet-shaped white flower, growing on a slender vine. It appeared to be an exceedingly ordinary bloom, one that would easily escape anyone's notice. However, given Luo Chen's extensive knowledge of herbal lore, he realized its potential significance and approached it with keen interest. Carefully, he examined the area and confirmed his suspicions before gently digging into the soil along the vine. Before long, he unearthed a root with a yellowish skin and slender, fine hairs at its end. Scraping away a bit of the outer layer, he revealed the root's fleshy interior, slightly yellow on the outside and snowy white within. Indeed, it was snow ginseng, and judging by its appearance, it was over 200 years old. In an instant, Luo Chen's heart surged with excitement. Ha! Fortune smiles upon me. I have discovered snow ginseng. If combined with other auxiliary herbs, I could concoct the snow ginseng pill as recorded in the alchemical texts. A single snow ginseng pill can augment the true energy of a martial artist below the innate level by 5 to 20 years. If the practitioners of the lower ranks were to learn of this, they would surely go mad with desire. Satisfied, Luo Chen carefully stored the snow ginseng and prepared to rise. However, at that moment, a leopard suddenly appeared within his perception, launching itself toward him with ferocity. Having perused texts on the beasts of this world at the Ziyun Villa's library, Luo Chen recognized it as the renowned cloud-piercing leopard, famed for its incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, the leopard had traversed the distance of Luo Chen's awareness and pounced before him, jaws agape, aimed at his neck. The assault was unexpected, and the cloud-piercing leopardess speed was astonishing. By the time Luo Chen reacted, it was already upon him. He had no time to execute a counter. Instead, he instinctively rolled to the side as he rose, narrowly evading the lethal bite. After missing its mark, the cloud-piercing leopard retreated into the grass, seeking concealment. Luo Chen gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, attuning his senses to the surroundings. He understood that given the leopard's nature, it would not relinquish its prey so easily. It was certainly lurking nearby, just beyond the reach of his awareness. This particular leopard possessed the strength equivalent to a peak human body refinement practitioner. Otherwise, its speed would not have been so extraordinary. As he remained on high alert, thoughts raced through Luo Chen's mind. Beasts, too, were categorized by strength. The weakest were ordinary beasts, which could enhance their powers by consuming medicinal herbs or rare treasures, potentially evolving into ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts matched the strength of human practitioners in the lower ranks, with varying degrees of power across different species. Weaker ones might possess the strength of a novice third-tier human warrior, while the stronger could rival a peak first-tier warrior. Above the ferocious beasts were the spiritual beasts, akin to innate human warriors, endowed with a degree of intelligence, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and cultivating on their own. Beyond 100 miles from the Dahuang Mountain lay the territory of these ferocious beasts, and at the heart of Dahuang Mountain, spiritual beasts could even be encountered. Hence, hunters and ordinary martial artists typically operated at a distance of at least 100 miles from the mountain, rarely daring to venture closer. Should one cross that threshold, the chances of return would be slim. Indeed, Luo Chen did not have to wait long before the cloud-piercing leopard sprang forth from another thicket, leaping towards him from a distance of 4 or 5 meters, aiming for his neck once more. This time, however, Luo Chen was fully prepared. With a soft exhale, he swiftly drew his sword as the leopard lunged, executing a wind-cutting strike aimed directly at the beast's head. The cloud-piercing leopard proved formidable. In the instant Luo Chen's blade descended, the leopard deftly tilted its head aside, resulting in the blade merely severing one of its ears. The leopard let out a pained cry as it hit the ground, then swiftly retreated deeper into the Dahuang Mountain, not one to let such a near miss escape him. Luo Chen resolved not to allow the creature to flee. Thus, Luo Chen channeled his vital energy through his legs and swiftly pursued the direction in which the cloud-piercing leopard had fled. Although the leopard's strength was inferior to Luo Chen's, its speed was remarkable. In a short while, it had evaded Luo Chen's perceptual range and vanished into the depths of the forest. Following the trail of blood left by the leopard, Luo Chen expanded his awareness and meandered along for nearly an hour, until he finally discovered the cloud-piercing leopard beneath a tree deep in the Great E Mountain. Seizing the moment when the leopard was unprepared, Luo Chen retaliated with its own cunning, employing his vital energy for a surprise attack and swiftly ending its life with a single strike. Subsequently, he skinned the creature. Knowing that within 100 miles of the Great Horizontal Mountain, the cloud-piercing leopard was a rare sight, and due to its swiftness, few could claim to have hunted one. Therefore, the pelt was quite valuable, fetching 400 to 500 taels of silver. Luo Chen hesitated to discard it, as he had with the wolf carcass earlier. After attending to the leopard's remains, night had already fallen. By this time, Luo Chen had ventured over 100 miles into the Great Horizontal Mountain. He had originally entered the mountains in search of a mysterious beast, yet apart from a trail of hoofprints, he had seen naught of the creature, diminishing his fervor for the hunt. With a wry smile, he shook his head. Others had searched for days without success, and he had only been searching for a day. How could he expect to find it so easily? He resolved to abandon the quest, planning to stay the night and return to the Purple Mist Mountain Manor at dawn. Having been out all day, he pondered the chaos that might ensue at home if he did not return. The thought made him wince. After all, he was still the body of an 11-year-old child, and running off into the Great Horizontal Mountain without a word would surely cause concern for his family. The image of Wang Yueying's furious gaze flashed through his mind, sending chills down his spine. How reckless! Had he known, he would not have pursued the cloud-piercing leopard and would have returned while there was still light. Sitting on a stone, he took a hearty bite of the roasted leopard meat, muttering to himself. Although Luo Chen could navigate the night using his awareness, having ventured over 100 miles into the Great Horizontal Mountain and toiling all day, the prospect of journeying back weighed heavily on his mind. Moreover, traversing the mountain at night posed numerous unknown dangers. After finishing the roasted meat, he sought a sturdy tree, planning to spend the night perched above the ground, as it was far safer than resting on the forest floor, though there were risks of wind and rain while in the trees. Without having found a cave, he had to settle for the next best option. As the moon rose high in the sky, a gentle breeze swept through. Moonlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a shimmering glow upon the forest floor, while the leaves danced in rhythm with the light. In the deep of night, the Great E Mountain was alive with the sounds of unknown insects and the roars of beasts. Leaning against the trunk, Luo Chen sat on a branch, half asleep and half awake. Suddenly, a figure, bathed in moonlight and radiating a silvery luminescence, began to approach him slowly along a thick branch. As Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, he beheld a slender, snow-white tiger, weighing approximately over 200 pounds, approaching him with deliberate steps. Although this white tiger was only slightly over 200 pounds, it was already an adult, exuding a fierce aura. It was smaller than the tigers Luo Chen had encountered during the day, yet it was several times more ferocious. Luo Chen recognized that this was a beast of formidable caliber, possessing strength equivalent to that of a third-rate martial artist in the initial stages. He did not dare to be careless. Instead, he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand, allowing his internal energy to circulate gradually, while continuing to feign sleep. When the white tiger was merely 4 meters away, it suddenly gripped a tree branch with its paws, propelled itself forcefully, and lunged at Luo Chen with its gaping maw. Luo Chen maintained his pretense of slumber until the tiger was within 2 arms' lengths. Then, he swiftly drew his sword and executed a wind slash aimed directly at the tiger's head. Having learned from his previous encounter with the cloud-piercing leopard, this wind slash was not only swifter but also more incisive than before, and he was prepared for any evasive maneuvers the tiger might employ. However, it appeared that such preparations were unnecessary. The white tiger, taken aback by the sudden emergence of its seemingly sleeping prey, found itself unable to react in time, crashing headlong into Luo Qin's blade. With a surge of internal energy, his sword struck the tiger's head decisively, causing a torrent of crimson blood and white brain matter to spill forth from the gaping wound. The white tiger let out a roar of pain, silencing the nearby chirping of insects, before it plummeted from the tree with a heavy thud. Luo Qin followed the tiger down, observing as it lay on the ground, convulsing briefly before falling silent. Holding his sword, he approached the fallen beast, crouching down to caress its fur, which felt remarkably soft and smooth beneath his touch. Astonished, Luo Qin mused on the quality of the fur. Indeed, it surpassed that of the cloud-piercing leopard by several degrees, surely worth 1,000 taels of silver. Yet, he had no intention of selling the tiger's pelt. Instead, he planned to gift it to Wang Weiying for a grand cloak. The bones of the tiger could be used for medicinal purposes, its flesh would enhance a martial artist's vitality, and every part of the creature was valuable. Luo Qin resolved to take the entire tiger back with him. Deciding against further rest, he noted that dawn was merely a couple of hours away and opted to return. Without hesitation, he hoisted the tiger's carcass over his shoulder, clutching the pelt of the cloud-piercing leopard as he made his way back. Although the white tiger weighed over 200 pounds, Luo Qin found it effortless to carry. With his initial third-rate martial artist strength, he could manage loads of 2,000 to 3,000 pounds without issue. However, being still young and not particularly tall, he felt as though he had vanished within the tiger's fur. As dawn began to break, Luo Qin, relying on his keen senses, had already traversed over 70 miles in the darkness, with just over 30 miles remaining to the exit towards the ancient town of Dehangshan. At that moment, he sat atop the white tiger, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his white attire adorned with purple mist patterns now creased and rumpled. Carrying the white tiger, Luo Qin trudged along the mountain path in darkness for over 70 miles, feeling quite fatigued. This expedition into the mountains had yielded no sight of exotic beasts, leaving him in a rather disheveled state, which felt rather unjustifiable. Fortunately, he had unearthed a snow ginseng and captured a white tiger. Otherwise, he would have faced significant losses. Luo Qin consoled himself in his thoughts. However, the mere anticipation of facing the wrath of Wang Weiying upon his return began to give him a headache. As Luo Qin pondered how to appease Wang Weiying after his return, he suddenly sensed several individuals approaching along a narrow path, seemingly searching for something. Upon further investigation through his senses, he discerned that it was his father, Luo Tianhe, along with Li Tian and several guards from the Ziyun villa. He realized they were looking for him. "Father, I'm over here," Luo Qin called out, rising to reveal himself to Luo Tianhe. At last, someone would bear the burden of the tiger for him, filling Luo Qin with a sense of joy. The previous evening, Luo Tianhe had returned home from the administrative hall, only to hear from Wang Weiying that Luo Qin had been out for the entire day without returning. At that moment, Luo Tianhe paid little heed, assuming Luo Qin was merely indulging in leisure and would return after dining at the Tianxiang pavilion. When Qiu Yi brought Luo Qin's horse back to the villa, Luo Tianhe and the others realized that Luo Qin had been missing for a whole day. The group then became anxious and promptly dispatched someone to inquire in Dushan town. After considerable effort, they learned that someone had seen Luo Qin enter the Great Heng Mountain. Upon receiving this news, the group felt a wave of dizziness. Wang Weiying, in a state of urgency, insisted on venturing into the mountains that very night to search for Luo Qin, but Luo Tianhe firmly restrained her. Fearing that if Luo Qin remained unfound, they might lose another in the treacherous night of Great Heng Mountain. As dawn approached, Luo Tianhe could no longer contain his anxiety. Thus, he stealthily entered Great Heng Mountain with Li Tian and 10 guards in search of Luo Qin. Just as Luo Tianhe was fervently seeking his son, he suddenly heard Luo Qin's voice, causing his heart to tremble. He quickly scanned his surroundings, but saw nothing. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as an auditory hallucination. However, just as he was about to proceed, he heard Luo Qin's voice once more. With Li Tian and the guards approaching, Luo Tianhe was certain this was not a figment of his imagination, and the group hurried towards the source of the sound. Upon reaching Luo Qin, who stood there unharmed with a smile, Luo Tianhe's heart surged with anger. Recalling the anxious night he had endured and the worries of Wang Weiying back home, just as he was about to wield his knife as a makeshift club to chastise Luo Qin, he caught sight of the white tiger at his feet. Instantly, all traces of anger evaporated, replaced by a cold sweat. As a martial artist native to the base of Great Hung Mountain, Luo Tianhe instantly recognized the tiger's formidable strength. Glancing back at Luo Chun, who appeared safe and sound, he felt an immense wave of relief. "Chen, are you injured?" Luo Tianhe inquired, hastily stepping forward to examine Luo Chun from head to toe. "Father, I am perfectly fine and uninjured." Luo Chun maintained a cheerful demeanor. "What then is the matter with this ferocious tiger?" Luo Tianhe inquired, pointing at the white tiger lying on the ground, his face a portrait of bewilderment. The guards and Li Tian behind him were equally astonished, their gazes fixed on Luo Chun. "Of course I killed it," Luo Chun proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride. "You killed it? How is that even conceivable? Do you think your father is unaware of the tiger's formidable prowess?" Luo Tianhe glared at Luo Chun, his expression indicating that he would not hesitate to discipline him if he continued with his evasive answers. "Father, let us return home first. We can discuss this later." Luo Chun wished to conceal his capabilities from the onlookers, as he had other thoughts occupying his mind. "Very well, let us hasten home." Luo Tianhe, recalling Wang Yueying anxiously waiting at home, urged them onward. With a wave of his hand, Li Tian signaled several guards who stepped forward to carry the tiger's carcass and the pelt of the cloud-leaping leopard. The group then proceeded towards the outskirts of Dahuang Mountain. As they neared the mountain's exit, dawn had fully broken. The weary travelers made no delay and quickened their pace towards Gushan Town. "You ruffians! Having slaughtered 2 villages in one morning, retribution will surely come for you. My grandfather will not heal you. Abandon all hope." As Luo Chin's party exited Dahuang Mountain, they were met with the piercing cries of a little girl emanating from a nearby thicket. "Father," Luo Chin turned to Luo Tianhe. "Let us go see," Luo Tianhe replied, glancing at Luo Chun before leading the way into the thicket, with Luo Chun, Li Tian, and the guards hastily following. They paused behind a cluster of trees, and through the gaps in the leaves, Luo Chun beheld over 20 burly men, armed and resting upon the ground, each accompanied by a horse laden with heavy bundles. Amongst these men were an elderly man and a young girl of about 10, bound together. Luo Chin recognized the elderly man from 4 years prior. At the entrance of the Huichun Hall in Gushan Town, he recalled that the old man had been accompanied by a little girl, who, judging by her age, was now the very girl tied beside him. Luo Chun remembered playfully making faces at the little girl, who had been exceedingly timid at the time. For years had passed, and the girl had transformed significantly. She had grown taller, her face no longer round but slender. Had it not been for the old man, Luo Chun might not have recognized her. A few paces away, seated on a piece of green stone, was a woman in her 30s, whom Luo Chun also recognized. She was the same woman he had seen 4 years ago dining with a one-eyed brute on the 2nd floor of Tianxionglu. "You little wench, quite resilient, aren't you? If your grandfather weren't adept in medicine, we would have long since dispatched you along with those troublesome villagers." A burly man with a scruffy beard glared menacingly at the little girl. "Come on then, come and strike. Who fears you?" The little girl was undaunted by the man's threats, boldly glaring back and shouting defiantly. The bearded giant, upon hearing those words, was consumed by fury and prepared to strike her, only to be halted by the woman seated upon the blue stone. "Enough, old 3, she is merely a little girl. What is there to quarrel about? You should rest quickly so that we can return to the stronghold sooner." The bearded man cast a glance at the woman on the blue stone. Though he felt resentment in his heart, he succumbed and sat back down. After all, she possessed a level of strength superior to his own and was the leader's woman. Luo Tianhe observed the band of brigands for a while. Aside from the bearded man, who was at mid-3rd tier, and the woman, who was at late 3rd tier, the rest of the bandits were merely at the body refinement stage. Because of the devastation wrought upon Luo family village, Luo Tianhe harbored a deep-seated hatred for brigands who annihilate villages, and he never spared them when encountered. "Kill." Meeting Li Tian's gaze, Luo Tianhe uttered a single word before dashing out of the thicket, drawing his blade and charging towards the woman on the blue stone. Simultaneously, Li Tian also led his guards into the fray, advancing towards the bandits, but not before leaving one guard to protect Luo Chin. Watching Luo Tianhe and Li Tian charge forth with such swiftness, Luo Chin was momentarily taken aback before he too seized a blade and followed suit. "Young master, wait. Do not get too close." The guard tasked with Luo Chin's protection hurried to catch up with him. The bandits, who were resting and consuming their rations, were startled when a group of people suddenly erupted from the woods. They promptly sprang to their feet, discarding their belongings and arming themselves for battle. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chin was secretly astonished. Truly, these bloodthirsty brigands had quick reflexes, Instead of fleeing at the first sign of an ambush, they prepared to retaliate. The woman seated on the blue stone, upon seeing Luo Tianhe surge out of the thicket, quickly recognized his identity. Without a moment's hesitation, she activated her agility and fled. A practitioner at the peak of the third tier was not someone she could contend with. Seeing the woman attempt to escape, Luo Tianhe smirked coldly. If a late third-tier warrior were to slip from his grasp, how could he, the illustrious master of Ziwishan Manor, maintain his reputation in the vicinity of Gushan Town? In an instant, Luo Tianhe accelerated and soon caught up with the woman. He executed a wind slash aimed at her back, a move far more formidable than the one he had used against Luo Chen. The woman, sensing the impending strike, dared not delay. She swiftly turned and drew her sword to block. Humph! The woman grunted as the weighty true essence from Luo Tianhe's blade shattered her wrist, causing her to stagger back, blood spilling from her mouth. Luo Tianhe, having tasted blood for many years, would not spare an enemy. Nor would he show mercy simply because the adversary was a woman. Thus, he followed up with a gale slash, leaving a deep gash across her neck. Hiss. The woman desperately pressed against her neck to staunch the flow of blood, but her efforts were in vain as it continued to pour through her fingers. Soon, she collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Meanwhile, after Li Tian and his guards had engaged the bandits, he sought out the bearded giant and aimed a seemingly ordinary thrust at him. The burly man with a beard, whose cultivation was a mere tier below Li Tian, stood no chance against him. Just as he raised his knife, Li Tian's gun pierced through his heart with a swift precision. With a resounding thud, Li Tian withdrew his weapon, and the bearded man's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open in a final expression of disbelief. There were over 20 bandits, while the guards of Zimu Villa, excluding the one protecting Luo Chen, numbered only 9. Although each of the 9 guards had reached the peak of body refinement, Li Tian still harbored concerns for their safety. After dispatching the bearded man, he cast not a glance at the corpse, but immediately charged towards the remaining bandits. Luo Chen observed the unfolding battle from the sidelines. Initially, the 9 guards struggled to coordinate effectively, barely managing to fend off the onslaught of the 20-odd bandits. However, once Li Tian joined the fray after dealing with the bearded man, the tide of battle swiftly turned. The bandits were soon left in disarray, fleeing in panic. The guards of Zimu Villa were efficient and decisive in their combat, executing their strikes with a clean and unhesitant ferocity, a testament to the training they had received since childhood. Luo Chen, too, was instilled with such teachings by Luo Tianhe. Having learned from the painful lesson of Luo Zhenan's injury, over 2 decades ago, when Luo Zhenan's group annihilated the Scarface bandits, they had left Scarface clinging to life, choosing instead to vent their wrath on him. This had allowed Scarface to recover momentarily and retaliate, injuring Luo Zhenan's meridians. Henceforth, the upper echelons of Zimu Villa have ingrained this lesson into their teachings, instilling a sense of caution in their disciples. With their morale shattered upon witnessing the deaths of both the woman and the bearded man, the bandits lost their will to fight and fled in terror. One bandit, cornered and unable to escape, in a state of desperation, noticed Luo Chen nearby. Seeing the young boy dressed in fine attire, he lunged at Luo Chen with his knife, intending to take him hostage for his own survival. Initially taken aback by the grinning bandit charging at him, Luo Chen soon composed himself, a cold smile creeping upon his face as he thought, "Is this an attempt to bully me for my youth?" Without waiting for the guards to intervene, Luo Chen drew his knife, propelled himself off the ground, and executed a spinning strike towards the oncoming bandit. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a whirlwind slash. In an instant, he was standing behind the bandit, their backs to one another. The bandit abruptly halted, his once fierce gaze slowly dimming. A diagonal line of crimson appeared across his body. With 2 muffled thuds, the bandit's head and a portion of his shoulder fell away, followed by the rest of his body collapsing to the ground. The guard who had just drawn his weapon, ready to protect Luo Chen, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the 2 halves of the corpse before turning to Luo Chen, his mind reeling in astonishment. Luo Chen glanced at the dismembered body. Although it was his second kill, he felt a twinge of unease this time, as the brutality was more pronounced, having personally cleaved a man in 2. Luo Chen stepped aside, taking a deep breath twice to alleviate the discomfort within his heart, and then began to wipe away the remnants of blood from his blade. At that moment, the battle on the field was nearing its conclusion. The bandits had all been slain, with not a single one escaping. The 10 guards remained, though 4 had sustained injuries. Fortunately, they were minor and not life-threatening. This skirmish had yielded 26 warhorses, weapons, and a significant amount of valuables. Old Li Qing pays his respects to Master Luo, and I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, said the elderly man, who had just been untied by the guards. Bowing towards Luo Tianhe in appreciation. Oh, you are acquainted with me? Luo Tianhe inquired. I have frequented Gushan's Hen and have caught sight of Master Luo on several occasions from afar, the old man replied. Ah, I see. Luo Tianhe nodded, continuing. There is no need for such formality. We were merely passing through. By the way, how did you come to be captured by the bandits? Alas. This tale is rather lengthy. Old Li sighed and began recounting the circumstances. He and his granddaughter were originally villagers from the nearby Li family fort. That morning, the bandits had invaded their village, demanding protection money. With insufficient silver to pay, the bandits slaughtered the entire populace and looted all their possessions. Since the old man possessed medical skills, the bandits intended to take him and his granddaughter to their stronghold as they needed a physician. Thus, they narrowly escaped a dire fate. After finishing his account, the old man sighed again. These despicable bandits not only annihilated our Li family fort this morning, but subsequently laid waste to the neighboring Yun village as well. Luo Tianhe furrowed his brow in silence for a moment, then turned to the old man and asked, Do you have any remaining relatives? At that moment, Luo Chen approached as well. Old Li shook his head. There are no relatives left. All have perished. It is only my granddaughter and I who rely on each other. Hello, I am Li Yushi. I have seen you before. What is your name? The little girl standing beside Old Li scrutinized Luo Chen for a moment, furrowing her brow before loudly inquiring. Clearly, she still remembered Luo Chen, who had frightened her with a silly face 4 years prior. Yushi, do not be rude. The old man admonished. Humph. In response to her grandfather's reprimand, the little girl shot him a glare, puffed up her cheeks in indignation, and continued to fix her gaze on Luo Chen. Haha, I am Luo Chen, the Luo of the capital, renowned for its charm. Seeing Yushi's expression, Luo Chen found it amusing, tossing his bangs aside with a flourish and laughing heartily. After this gesture, he looked at Li Yushi, expecting her to admire him. Instead, he was met with a look of disdain in her eyes. Instantly, embarrassment washed over him, and he thought, how has this little girl changed so much? She used to cling tightly to her grandfather when I made a silly face, but now she has not only gained courage but also developed her own opinions. You little rascal, behave yourself, Luo Tianhe chastised, his expression stern as he glared at Luo Chen's antics. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen let out a couple of dry laughs to alleviate the awkwardness he felt within, then stood quietly, observing with a composed demeanor. Noticing Luo Chen's subdued behavior, Luo Tianhe continued addressing the old man. Elder, since your village has been devastated and you have no relatives to turn to, why not come to our Purple Mist Manor? We are in need of a physician of your caliber, and we shall compensate you handsomely. Had anyone else heard Luo Tianhe's words, they would undoubtedly respond with heartfelt gratitude. However, the old man was not just anyone. He had his own considerations. Having lived a free and unrestrained life in the wilderness, he was loath to be bound by obligations in his twilight years. Although Luo Tianhe had saved both him and his granddaughter, he believed in maintaining a distinction between gratitude and dependency. Thus, the old man politely declined, saying, I appreciate your kindness, Manor Lord, but I am merely a humble villager, accustomed to the simplicity of village life. Please, do not be hasty in your refusal, Luo Tianhe interjected. Consider the fact that your village has been lost, and the bandits we dealt with may have accomplices who will come seeking retribution. Returning to your home would not only leave you without shelter, but also expose you to danger. You cannot allow today's calamity to repeat itself, can you? If not for your own sake, then think of this young girl. Moreover, rest assured, once you join Purple Mist Manor, you will have the freedom to do as you wish. We will not restrict your autonomy. You need only attend to the injuries and ailments of our guards and disciples. Luo Tianhe had genuinely wished to retain the old man's services. In recent years, Purple Mist Manor had been striving to enhance its income by sending guards and disciples into the vast mountains for hunting and gathering, resulting in numerous injuries that both Elder Sun and Luo Yin had struggled to attend to. Upon hearing Luo Tianhe's words, the old man was suddenly struck with realization. He had been so preoccupied with his own circumstances that he had overlooked this crucial point. Glancing at his granddaughter beside him, he bowed respectfully to Luo Tianhe. In that case, I shall trouble you, Manor Lord. Aha. Excellent. We welcome Physician Li to join our Purple Mist Manor, Luo Tianhe exclaimed with a smile, quickly assisting the old man to his feet. He then instructed Li Tian, prepare yourselves, we shall return shortly. At that moment, the old man added, Manor Lord, May I be permitted to step away for a moment? I wish to gather the remains of my deceased fellow villagers. Of course, that is entirely understandable. Since you have such a considerate heart, let us go together, Luo Tianhe replied, promptly organizing 5 guards to return to Purple Mist Manor with the spoils of their encounter. He then accompanied Li Tian and the remaining 5 guards to the Li family stronghold to assist in collecting the bodies. Although Luo Chen had been instructed to return with the 5 guards, he insisted on accompanying Luo Tianhe to the Li family stronghold, and Luo Tianhe relented. Thus, Luo Tianhe directed the returning guards to deliver news of Luo Chen's safety to his family, alleviating their potential distress. Once arrangements were settled, Luo Tianhe and his company followed the old man towards the Li family stronghold. On their way, they also took the opportunity to gather and bury the bodies of the villagers from Yun village. However, during this process, Luo Chen discovered a 10-year-old boy who had miraculously survived in a room mostly burned down. The child had been hidden in the cellar by his parents when the bandits arrived, thus escaping death. By the time Luo Tianhe and his group finished handling the remains of the villagers in Li family fort and returned to Misty Mountain Villa, it was already noon. Inside the scripture tower of Misty Mountain Villa, in Luo Zhinan's study, Luo Zhinan, Luo Tianhe, Luo Tianyu, and Luo Zhe stood around the desk, staring in stunned silence at 3 books and a snow ginseng placed upon it. Meanwhile, Luo Chen stood behind Luo Tianhe, occasionally rubbing his sore backside and sucking in sharp breaths through his teeth. Upon his return to Misty Mountain Villa, Wang Yueying, without a word, had grabbed a wooden rod and given him a thorough thrashing, her eyes red with emotion. After the beating, she embraced him tightly and wept, making Luo Chen endure both the pain of the rod and the overwhelming warmth of maternal love. Chen'er, you're saying you ate a fruit in the Great Hung Mountains and suddenly broke through to the 3rd class early stage? And then you found these secret manuals in the cave of a cloud-leaping leopard? Luo Zhinan swallowed hard, reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the manuals to look at Luo Chen. Yes, grandfather. I was thirsty and happened to see a fruit, so I picked and ate it. Then, somehow, I broke through to the 3rd class early stage. After that, I killed the cloud-leaping leopard and found these manuals in its cave. Luo Chen spun his tail without batting an eye, knowing full well there was no way to verify his story, though the manuals themselves were undeniably real. Hearing this, the others in the study regarded him with a mix of skepticism and wonder. Since when had the Great Hang Mountains been so abundant in heaven-class martial arts manuals that one could stumble upon several at once? Yet, Misty Mountain Villa itself had been founded after Luo Zhinan and his companions chanced upon the Yin Wind Saber technique. Thus, they found themselves at a loss for words. The 3 manuals on the table were, in fact, the 3 from Luo Chen's memory, excluding the Qi introduction technique. Upon returning to Misty Mountain Villa, Luo Chen had hurried to Jade Bamboo Pavilion to retrieve the copies he had prepared earlier, seizing this opportunity to share them for everyone's cultivation. Little brother, you really broke through to the 3rd class early stage? How come I can't tell? Luo Zhe stared at Luo Chen in disbelief. He had trained for nearly a decade before reaching the 3rd class stage. Yet Luo Chen, how long had he been practicing? How old was he? Luo Zhinan and the other 2 were equally startled by Luo Zhe's remark. They had been so stunned by the manuals that they had overlooked Luo Chen's age. Now, reminded of it, they could hardly believe their eyes. An 11-year-old at the 3rd class early stage, even the most prestigious sects in the world had no such prodigy. The 4 of them stared at Luo Chen in utter astonishment. It's true. Look, Luo Chen deactivated his Qi concealing technique, revealing his 3rd class early stage cultivation. Then, extending his right hand, he channeled his inner energy, causing a radiant glow unique to true Qi to emanate from his palm. Luo Zhinan and the others gazed at the shimmering light in Luo Chen's hand, then at his youthful face, rendered speechless by the sight. Chen'er, how did you suddenly jump from the body-tempering realm to the 3rd class early stage just now? Luo Zhinan has experienced much, and after a moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. I just concealed my cultivation using the concealed breath technique, which is documented at the end of the Falling Abyss Sword technique, Luo Chen remarked, gesturing towards a tome on the table. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhinan hurriedly seized the Falling Abyss Sword technique and began to peruse its latter sections. After finishing, he closed the book, fell into contemplation, and said, the fact that Chen'er has obtained these celestial-level manuals and alchemical texts presents both an opportunity and a potential peril for our Purple Mist Mountain Manor. With these texts, our strength will surely elevate swiftly. However, should news of these manuals leak, our manor could face annihilation. Therefore, you must all remember, This matter must remain undisclosed to outsiders. As he concluded, Luo Zhennan cast a stern gaze upon the individuals in the study. Yes, father, uncle, grandfather, Luo Qin and the others solemnly affirmed. Luo Zhennan nodded and continued, these manuals will remain in my possession during this period. You should come here to practice the Falling Abyss Sword technique. After he spoke, Luo Qin interjected, grandfather, we could transcribe the medical portion and some common healing methods from the alchemical texts for my sister, allowing her to enhance her medical skills. Additionally, we might concoct some ordinary elixirs for sale, thereby increasing the manor's income. Yushan Town is a crucial supply hub located southeast of the Great Horizontal Mountain, frequented by martial artists, resulting in a substantial demand for healing potions. The efficacy of the potions documented in these texts is excellent, and their variety is ample. Thus, the business is bound to flourish. Indeed, Chinner speaks wisely. I shall transcribe it now and have Tian you deliver it to Yenner. Upon receiving Luo Zhennan's consent, Luo Chun pointed to the snow ginseng on the table. Grandfather, I recently acquired a pulse herb from the Great Horizontal Mountain, capable of producing a pulse cleansing pill to heal your injuries. Also, please entrust the snow ginseng to me. I can refine it into a snow ginseng pill to enhance everyone's true energy. Hearing of the possibility of healing his long-standing injuries filled Luo Zhennan with excitement. It is no trivial matter to endure pain for over 20 years. However, upon learning that Luo Qin intended to refine the snow ginseng pill, he hesitated, fearing that Luo Chun might mishandle it. Father, you should allow Chun'er to handle the herbs. He has been refining potions for himself for the past few years. Lo Tian, he interjected, recognizing Luo Zhennan's uncertainty. Very well. Chun'er, I will entrust the snow ginseng to you, Luo Zhennan said as he handed the ginseng over to Luo Qin. Grandfather, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave, Luo Qin declared as he received the ginseng and prepared to depart. Only to be stopped by Lo Tian. There is no rush regarding the snow ginseng pill. First, familiarize yourself with the Falling Abyss Sword technique before you leave. Father, I memorized the Falling Abyss Sword technique while at the Great Horizontal Mountain. You may practice at your leisure. I shall take my leave now. With that, Luo Qin swiftly exited the study. Upon returning to Yuzhu Xian, Luo Qin observed Li Hu instructing a boy of around 10 years in martial arts within the courtyard. The young boy is Yun Mo, the survivor whom Luo Qin rescued from the dilapidated house in Yun Village. Li Hu, please come here, Luo Qin commanded. Yes, young master, Li Hu replied. Luo Qin led him to the study, where he took a piece of paper and inscribed several names of medicinal herbs before handing it to Li Hu. Go to the medicine hall at the villa and fetch the herbs listed here. Yes, young master. Li Hu accepted the paper and hurried out towards the medicine hall. As Luo Qin exited the study, he spotted Yun Mo in the courtyard, diligently waving his small hands. He stood at the doorway, observing the boy. Young master, please teach me martial arts, Yun Mo implored, rushing over to kneel before him. What do you wish to practice martial arts for? Luo Qin inquired. I want to avenge my family and the entire village. The bandits who ravaged your village have already been dealt with. Your vengeance has been served. Then I will train to eliminate evil and protect you, young master, Yun Mo declared, looking up at Luo Qin with unwavering determination. I can teach you martial arts, but there is no need for you to protect me, Luo Qin replied as he helped Yun Mo to his feet. For now, follow Li Hu. In a couple of days, when I have the time, I will instruct you further. Now, go and ask Aunt Li to bring a basin of charcoal fire. Thank you, young master. With that, Yun Mo joyfully bowed his head in gratitude and turned to find Aunt Li. The following day, after completing his training, Luo Qin entered Luo Zhennan's study, carrying 2 wooden boxes. Inside, several male members of the Luo family were present. Luo Qin placed the 2 boxes on the desk and opened one of them. Grandfather, here are the pulse cleansing pills, 8 in total. You should take one every 3 days. And after taking 3, your injuries will heal. Excellent. Excellent. Chun'er, you have worked hard, Luo Zhennan said, trembling as he grasped the wooden box, his eyes glistening with tears. After more than 20 years, the affliction that had tormented him was finally within reach of a cure. Father, Luo Tian, he said, looking at Luo Zhennan with concern. I'm fine. Luo Zhennan reassured him, aware of the worried gazes from the others. He quickly composed himself and pointed to the other wooden box on the table. Chun'er, does this contain the snow ginseng pills? Indeed, grandfather. There are 7 snow ginseng pills here. Each one can enhance the true energy of a martial artist below the innate level by 5 to 20 years, depending on their cultivation method and innate talent. However, one can only consume one in a lifetime, Taking more will yield no additional benefits, as Luo Chen explained. He opened the box. Upon seeing the pristine white pills within, the breaths of Luo Zhennan and the others became heavy. 7 pills capable of enhancing true energy by 20 years. What force in the world would possess such a treasure? If this information were to leak, it could cost countless lives. Wonderful. Even an increase of 5 years in true energy is remarkable, Luo Zhennan exclaimed, taking a deep breath, his gaze sharp as he addressed the others. Each of you will take 1 snow ginseng pill. The remaining ones will stay with me. Once you return home, consume them promptly, do not keep them on your person. And ensure that no one learns of this. Several individuals expressed their agreement and subsequently took their elixirs before departing. Upon returning to the Yuzhu Pavilion, Luo Chen seated himself in the training chamber, producing the Shueshendan and placing it upon his tongue. The elixir dissolved instantly, transforming within him into a surge of vital energy that coursed chaotically throughout his body. Luo Chen, aware of the urgency of the moment, swiftly channeled his energy, subduing it one by one into his dantian, subsequently guiding this vital force towards one of the 12 meridians yet to be opened. The unactivated meridian resembled a parched riverbed. As the vital energy flowed within, it gradually nourished the pathway, revitalizing it and rendering it robust. Upon encountering blockages within the meridian, he meticulously employed his energy to gently clear the obstructed channels, for excessive force would risk tearing the meridian and inflicting irreversible damage. This entire process demanded not only a substantial reservoir of vital energy, but also the practitioner's unwavering diligence and patience. Thus, aspirants seeking to open their meridians and elevate their cultivation must first amass a significant amount of vital energy, which can be accrued through prolonged practice or the consumption of rare herbs or elixirs that enhance such energy. 3 months later, within the Yuzhu Pavilion, the autumn breeze whispered softly, and the verdant golden bamboo swayed gracefully, its leaves rustling in gentle competition. In the courtyard, Luo Chen stood upon the steps, observing Yun Emo and Li Yuxi practicing their stances and sword thrusts beneath the golden bamboo. 3 months prior, after witnessing Yun Emo training under Luo Chen's guidance, Li Yuxi eagerly approached him, seeking instruction. Recognizing the determination in her eyes and recalling her harrowing experience with bandits, Luo Chen consented, reasoning that teaching 1 or 2 made little difference, and that in this harsh world, a woman possessing martial skills could better safeguard herself. As they trained, Yun Emo, having endured the trauma of losing loved ones and the destruction of her village, spoke little but applied herself with extraordinary diligence, persevering until utterly exhausted. Young master, the Manor Lord seeks your presence, called out Li Hu, rushing into the Yuzhu Pavilion to stand before Luo Chen. What business does the Manor Lord have with Luo Chen? Before Luo Chen could respond, Li Yuxi, curious as ever, approached eagerly. What does my father's matters have to do with you? Focus on your sword practice instead of meddling in trivialities, Luo Chen retorted, casting an exasperated glance at Li Yuxi. Though she was diligent in her martial training, her restless spirit often led her to distraction. Yet, Luo Chen understood, for Li Yuxi was still but a child of 8 or 9, having grown up in a village with only her doting grandfather. However, since her grandfather had been dispatched over 2 months ago to manage the newly established Qizhen Pavilion in Yushan Town, Wang Zuoying had taken on the responsibility of caring for Li Yuxi, treating her as her own daughter and indulging her whims. Fortunately, Li Yuxi is quite sensible. Although Luo Chen's mother indulges her greatly, she has tempered her wildness considerably, at least not as unruly as before. I was just asking casually, why are you so fierce? You're only a year older than I am, yet you pretend to be so mature. Humph. Li Yuxi glared with pouting cheeks at Luo Chen. Observing the childish demeanor of Li Yuxi, Luo Chen found it somewhat amusing and chose to ignore her. Li Hu, keep a close watch on their training, he instructed before turning and striding out of Yuzhuxuan. Humph. Seeing that Luo Chen was unresponsive, Li Yuxi stamped her foot lightly and cast an irritated glance at his retreating figure. Turning back to the ever-focused Yun Emo beside her, she returned to the wooden post, thrusting her sword into it repeatedly as a form of catharsis. In the Shumu Hall of Zimu Mountain Manor, in the office of Luo Tianhe, he sat behind his desk, radiating vitality while examining an invitation card. Luo Tianhe had become more composed and reserved over the past 3 months. After taking the Shueshendan, he successfully opened the 5th of the 12 meridians, elevating himself to the rank of a second-tier initial stage martial artist. Not only Luo Tianhe, but also Luo Tianyu had similarly advanced to the second-tier initial stage. Luo Zhe, like Luo Chen, had broken through to the mid-level of the 3rd tier. Notably, Luo Qin's grandfather, Luo Zhenan, after healing from his injuries with the Shimai Dan, experienced an explosive breakthrough from over 20 years of accumulation, instantly reaching the pinnacle of the third tier. Following the consumption of the Shueshan Dan, Luo Zhenan also successfully ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. Moreover, engrossed in martial arts and neglecting the affairs of Zimu Mountain Manor, he had not only mastered the first 3 moves of the Luo Yuan Blade technique, but also reached a profound level of understanding. Currently, among the entire Zimu Mountain Manor, Luo Zhenan stood out as the strongest. However, after several of the Luo family's young men broke through their realms, they all practiced the concealment technique to obscure their true cultivation levels, avoiding detection by those with ulterior motives. "Father, did you call for me?" Upon entering the office, Luo Qin noticed Luo Zhenan deep in thought, holding an invitation card. "Ah, Qinner, you've arrived. Take a look at this," Luo Tianhe said, snapping back to reality and handing the invitation to Luo Qin. Accepting the card, Luo Qin began to read. Since revealing his strength, Luo Tianhe occasionally involved him in managing the affairs of the manor. "Father, the Sanhe gang from Ningxue City has no ties with us, right? Why would their leader send us an invitation for his 60th birthday?" After reading the invitation, Luo Qin looked at Luo Tianhe in confusion. "Not only did we receive an invitation, but all the prominent forces in Ningxue County were invited as well," Luo Tianhe replied, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Recently, the leader of the Sanhe gang, Qin Han, broke through to the second-tier initial stage. By inviting so many forces to the birthday celebration, he likely aims to accomplish something significant. Previously, the most powerful martial artists in Ningxue County were all at the pinnacle of the third tier. Aside from us at Zimu Mountain Manor, the others were affiliated with the Sanhe gang, the Black Eagle gang, and the local government. In the secluded Purple Mist Manor, we conduct our affairs discreetly and have never meddled in the affairs of Ningxue City. Consequently, a tripartite stalemate has emerged within the city, with the leader of the Sanhe gang having recently ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist. This equilibrium has been disrupted. They will undoubtedly be unwilling to remain on equal footing with other factions. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin experienced an epiphany. No wonder, it all makes sense now. However, regardless of their internal strife, they should not expect to affect us. Indeed, they cannot influence us. The current Purple Mist Manor is not the same as in the past, Luo Tianhe affirmed, nodding with piercing eyes. He then gestured towards the invitation in Luo Qin's hand, saying, "After I attend the birthday banquet, your elder brother will assist your second uncle with the affairs of the manor, so you shall accompany me to this gathering." "Ah, perfect timing, for I have yet to visit Ningxue City," Luo Qin exclaimed with a grin. "Very well, that will suffice. You may now return to your martial training." Luo Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. "Understood. Father, I shall take my leave," Luo Qin replied, setting down the invitation before departing. In Tianzhou, Ningxue City is a county under the jurisdiction of Wuwei City, known for the river Ningxue that flows through it, forming the picturesque Ningxue Lake. The city is crisscrossed with arched bridges, bustling with shops and households, and lined with piers of varying sizes teeming with people. Numerous vessels navigate the waters of Ningxue River and Lake, including cargo ships laden with goods, merchant ships carrying traders and adventurers, and elegant pleasure boats that captivate the hearts of poets and scholars alike. This bustling scene epitomizes the prosperity of Ningxue City. On a thriving street within the city, a grand manor occupies half the thoroughfare, guarded by 2 imposing stone lions and 8 robust sentinels wielding weapons. This estate serves as the headquarters of the Sanhe gang. Within the manor, in a conference hall, the stout, silver-haired Qin Han sat regally, observing the deputy leader and 4 branch heads standing before him. "Have the invitations been dispatched?" he inquired. Stepping forward, the slightly portly deputy leader, Li Yandong, replied, "Yes, esteemed leader. The invitations were sent out in their entirety yesterday." Qin Han nodded and turned his gaze toward the strategist of the Sanhe gang. "What is the current status with the Black Eagle gang and the authorities?" Li Yixing, responsible for intelligence, responded without hesitation. "Since your ascension to the rank of second-tier martial artist, the authorities have shown little reaction. However, the Black Eagle gang has become considerably more reserved, and their leader, Fang Yu, is currently negotiating with the officials to form a coalition against us." Humph. A collection of insignificant players. Even if they unite, they would merely add a few third-tier martial artists to their ranks. "There is no need for concern," Qin Han declared, rising with an air of authority. He then inquired, "And what of the Purple Mist Manor?" In response, the situation at Purple Mist Manor remains unchanged. Although their business at the Rare Treasures Pavilion is flourishing more than ever, Li Yixing noted, recalling the lively scene he had witnessed while gathering information at the pavilion. The Qijian Pavilion was teeming with martial artists seeking medicine and merchants placing orders, with a long queue even stretching outside onto the street. Well, splendid. Have you all prepared how to deal with the Zimu Villa for the birthday banquet? Qin Yihan surveyed the faces of everyone present, his gaze finally resting on Li Yixing. Rest assured, leader, everything is in place. We will ensure that Zimu Villa willingly hands over Tianxiang Tower and Qijian Pavilion to us. Li Yixing declared with a flourish of his folding fan and a smile. Standing beside him, the Eastern Sect Master Ouyang Bing nodded in agreement, saying, "What the strategist says holds true. Gushan Town is the largest and most affluent among the 14 towns under the jurisdiction of Ningshui County. And Zimu Villa's Tianxiang Tower and Qijian Pavilion are immensely profitable. We can no longer stand by and watch. In the past, we were all third-rate powers, which was acceptable. Now that our leader has risen to the status of a second-rate martial artist, we cannot allow Zimu Villa to monopolize Gushan Town. Indeed, the Eastern Sect Master is correct. We cannot passively watch Zimu Villa indulge in their gains," another added. "Absolutely. We must compel them to relinquish Tianxiang Tower and Qijian Pavilion. If they refuse, we shall annihilate them." Several other sect masters echoed loudly after Ouyang Bing's remarks. "Enough. Since we have reached a decision, let it be so. Everyone, return to your tasks." Qin Yihan raised his hand to silence the crowd. Upon hearing this, the assembly bowed to Qin Yihan and exited the hall. 5 days later, on the official road from Gushan Town to Ningshui City, Luo Tianhe and Luo Chun made their way toward Ningshui City, accompanied by the Radiant Legay and 10 guards. Zimu Villa lay 40 li away from Ningshui City. At a brisk pace, they could arrive in just over half an hour. However, with the birthday banquet scheduled for the following day, Luo Tianhe and his companions chose to proceed leisurely. After over an hour of travel, they arrived at Ningshui City. At the city gate, numerous citizens were queuing to pay their taxes for entry. Nearby, an official leaned against a long table beneath a canopy, sipping tea with a contented smile while watching the citizens toss copper coins into a wooden box one by one. As Luo Chun and his party approached, the official sprang up in a flurry, rushing over with a scowl to slap the soldier who was about to make Luo Tianhe dismount for tax payment. "Have you lost your senses? Step aside." Then, with a face full of ingratiating smiles, the official turned to Luo Tianhe, saying, "How fortunate to see the Lord of Zimu Villa here in Ningshui City. You need not dismount to pay taxes. Please proceed directly." After speaking, he hurriedly motioned for the crowd to part. "Thank you very much," Luo Tianhe replied from his horse, cupping his hands in acknowledgement before urging his horse forward with Luo Qin and the others following closely. "Who are they?" asked the soldier who had received a slap, rubbing his still painful head as he watched Luo Tianhe's party depart. The city gate official, gazing in the direction of the gate, whispered, "They are from Zimu Villa. That man just now is the lord of Zimu Villa, Luo Tianhe." Upon concluding his statement, the gatekeeper cast a sidelong glance at the soldier. "You nearly caused me great trouble. Even if you are new and unfamiliar with them, the purple mist pattern on their garments should have been recognizable. Be more astute in the future." Yes, I will certainly pay attention from now on," the soldier stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. He had just demanded taxes from the master of the 4th largest faction in Ning County. As Luo Qin entered Ningshui City, a vibrant and bustling atmosphere enveloped him, with throngs of people bustling about. After taking only a few steps, he sensed several discreet gazes directed towards their party, and soon, the owners of those gazes melted away into the crowd. Since breaking through to the mid-level of the 3rd tier, Luo Qin's perception range had expanded to 5 zhangf, allowing him to see everything within that span. He recognized that those individuals were spies from various factions, but he chose to ignore them. Luo Tianhe guided Luo Qin and the others through several streets until they arrived at Li's General Store, operated by the Purple Mist Manor in Ningshui City. This establishment served as the sole outlet for the Purple Mist Manor in the city, conducting business while also disseminating information and providing lodging for visitors from the manor. The front of Li's General Store faced the bustling main road, while the rear overlooked Ningshui Lake. Ningshui Lake connects to Ningshui River, which is a tributary of the Han River, ultimately flowing into the Grand Yangtze River and eventually the sea. At that moment, Luo Qin and Luo Tianhe stood on the private dock at the back of the general store, observing the various vessels traversing Ningshui Lake and the large ships docked at the public wharf. "Dad, those individuals must belong to the Sana gang, right?" Suddenly, Luo Qin noticed several armed men stationed at the entrance between Ningshui Lake and Ningshui River. Each boat passing through this entrance was required to pay a fee to the guards. Following Luo Qin's gaze, Luo Tianhe nodded. Indeed, the Sanhe gang controls the water transport of Ningshui Lake and Ningshui River. Every passing vessel must pay them a protection fee. With so many boats coming and going daily, how much silver must the Sanhe gang earn? Luo Qin marveled at the busy vessels. Indeed, they earn a substantial amount. But their expenses are equally high. The Sanhe gang supports over 2,000 disciples, which incurs significant costs. Moreover, their control over the water transport in Ningshui City equates to seizing a small portion of the government's tax revenue, making them a thorn in the government's side. Often leading to conflicts between the two factions, Luo Tianhe explained calmly, showing no envy over the Sanhe gang's wealth. Master, it is getting late. Mealtime approaches. The arrangements at Kulaiju have been made. At that moment, Li Gu, holding a long spear wrapped in cloth, approached. Let us go. We shall dine first. Luo Tianhe nodded and walked towards the exit of the general store, with Luo Qin and Li Gu following behind. Li Gu, how have you and my sister been lately? Luo Qin walked behind, grinning at Li Gu. Ever since Wang Weiying mentioned Luo Yan's marriage and Luo Zhe inadvertently let it slip, Wang Weiying sought out the Li couple. And eventually both families reached an agreement. Li Gu rolled his eyes at Luo Qin, admonishing him for his loose tongue. Mind your own business. Don't think I don't know you teach a girl to practice swordplay every day in your Yuzuxuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin's expression darkened, his lips twitching. Li Gu, are you mistaken? She's just a 10-year-old child. And what's wrong with that? Children grow up too. Aren't you still young yourself? Li Gu retorted, dismissing Luo Qin as he hurried to catch up with Luo Tianhe. Luo Qin was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with indignation as he chased after Li Ji's retreating figure. Before long, Luo Tianhe and the others arrived at the Kulaiju restaurant near the Li Ji grocery store. Gentlemen, please come in. Are you here for a meal or lodging? A sharp-eyed attendant greeted them at the entrance, bowing with a smile. A meal. Please reserve room 3, Li Gu instructed. Certainly, esteemed guests, please head upstairs. Room 3 is on the 3rd floor. The attendant's smile broadened at the mention of a private room. Upon entering the restaurant, Luo Qin was struck by the sight of a bustling hall filled with patrons, the cacophony of voices overwhelming. The trio did not linger in the hall and followed the attendant upstairs. The 2nd floor was also populated, but significantly quieter than the first. Let us dine here instead of the private room, Luo Tianhe declared, leading them to a table by the window. Attendant, please bring the pre-ordered food and drinks here. Li Gu instructed, turning to the attendant. Right away, gentlemen, your food and drinks will be up shortly. The attendant wiped down the table before descending to fetch their order. Before long, their food and drinks arrived. Luo Tianhe and Li Gu toasted with wine, while Luo Qin, being younger, was only permitted to sip tea. Hey, have you heard about the recent significant event in Ningshui City? Just as he took a sip of tea, Luo Qin heard a boisterous voice emanating from a nearby table. Looking over, he saw 3 men seated 2 tables away. The speaker was a burly man with a bushy beard, a hefty broadsword leaning against the table, its weight evident. Are you referring to the news about the Sanhe gang's leader, Qin, breaking through to become a 2nd-tier martial artist? Another voice chimed in. Indeed. The Sanhe gang's leader has opened 5 of the 12 primary meridians, achieving a breakthrough to become a 2nd-tier martial artist. The Sanhe gang is currently experiencing a surge in power, while the Black Eagle gang, one of Ningshui City's 3 major factions, intends to ally with the authorities to resist the Sanhe gang. The bearded man spoke with gusto. A 2nd-tier martial artist. The revelation sent waves of astonishment through the crowd on the 2nd floor. Even those who had previously heard the news were struck with renewed awe. It was important to note that a 2nd-tier martial artist represented the pinnacle of strength in Ningshui County. Observing the expressions of those around him, Luo Qin gained a fresh perspective on the realm of advanced martial artists in this world. The Purple Mist Manor, having acquired the elixir, effortlessly cultivated 3 second-rate martial artists, leading Luo Qin to instinctively believe that high-ranking martial artists were abundant in this world. However, upon witnessing the expressions of those around him, he began to reconsider. No wonder his grandfather and others treated the elixir and the 2 manuals with such caution, Luo Qin mused internally. At that moment, a burly man with a thick beard gulped down another mouthful of wine and continued. The Black Hawk gang controls the gambling dens and brothels on the west side of the Ningshui River, extorting protection fees from the shops there. Their disciples can be as arrogant as they wish. But now, They behave like obedient grandsons. In my opinion, even if the Black Hawk Gang joins forces with the government, it would be futile. Second-rate martial artists are not to be trifled with by mere third-rate ones. Moreover, what is the government? Would they act according to the Black Hawk Gang's whims? I foresee that the Sanhe Gang will soon dominate Mingshui County. Brother Gu, lower your voice. Be wary of inviting trouble. Two companions at the table hastily cautioned the burly man. What is there to fear? The Black Hawk Gang is currently preoccupied with their own issues. They have no time to concern themselves with us. If they provoke me, I shall join the Sanhe Gang and oppose them directly. The burly man declared loudly, fueled by the effects of the alcohol. A sharp, penetrating laugh echoed through the room, and a middle-aged man clad in black robes, with a stern visage and slightly bulging temples, appeared at the staircase. Behind him trailed 6 robust men in green attire, wielding blades. It was Fang Yu, the leader of the Black Hawk Gang, known as Black Hawk Hand. On the second floor, someone recognized the newcomer and gasped in hushed tones. Luo Qin narrowed his eyes as he regarded Fang Yu, sensing a formidable aura emanating from him, and realized he was no match for this man. He glanced at Luo Tianhe, who appeared unfazed, continuing to sip his drink nonchalantly. Fang Yu disregarded the others, slowly approaching the table of the burly man, his black boots making no sound upon the floor. As he walked, he smiled. It has only been a few days, and my Black Hawk Gang has already fallen so low in the martial world? The burly man, upon seeing Fang Yu, suddenly sobered up, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. He instinctively swallowed hard, his throat bobbing. Fang leader, please do not take offense. That was not my intention. I was merely inebriated. I beg for your understanding. Fang Yu stood before the burly man, extending his long right hand to pat him on the shoulder. Still smiling as he said, no offense taken. I must thank you for reminding me of the current situation. Leader Fang, please do not jest. The burly man's face twisted in distress, but before he could finish, a piercing scream escaped him. This sudden cry startled the diners on the second floor. Fang Yu's right hand, which had rested on the burly man's shoulder, had turned a deep shade of blue, gripping him tightly, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones as the burly man's wails echoed through the air. Upon witnessing the scene, the two companions of the burly man with the twisted beard hastily rose to their feet. One of them clasped his hands together and addressed Fang Yu, saying, Master Fang, Brother Gu has merely indulged in too much drink. He was only jesting. I implore you to show mercy and forgive him this once. I too was merely jesting. Fang Yu replied as he released his grip, causing the burly man to collapse onto the ground, clutching his right shoulder, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Thank you. Seeing this, the burly man's companions breathed a sigh of relief, about to express their gratitude. But their words morphed into 2 cries of agony. Fang Yu swiftly extended a hand, imbued with a bluish hue, and incapacitated one arm of each man in the blink of an eye. The burly man, still recovering from the shock, was filled with rage as he reached for the large knife leaning against the table. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Fang Yu kicked out, shattering the man's throat in an instant. The burly man's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground, defeated. Consider this a lesson for you too. Now leave. The companions of the burly man dared not utter another word, clutching their severed arms as they scrambled down the stairs. Gulp. Witnessing Fang Yu's merciless act, the patrons on the second floor struggled to swallow their fear. They remained frozen in their seats, terrified of provoking Fang Yu and inviting their own demise. The entire second floor, with the exception of Luo Qin and his table, continued to eat and drink as if nothing had transpired. Fang Yu cast a lingering glance at their table before turning to the others with a smile. Rest assured, I am not a man who takes pleasure in killing. There is no need for alarm. Upon hearing this, the crowd secretly scoffed. Only a fool would believe such words. Was it not he who had just killed without provocation? And those 2 had done him no harm. Yet, he had maimed them without hesitation. Surveying the second floor, Fang Yu continued with a smile. If everyone has finished their meal, I kindly ask you to take your leave. At his words, the patrons felt as though a great weight had been lifted, and they hastily rose, rushing toward the staircase. Before long, the second floor was left with only Luo Qin, Luo Tianhe, and the members of the Black Hawk Gang. Master Luo, would it be convenient for me to sit for a while? Fang Yu inquired with a smile as he approached Luo Tianhe's table. Luo Tianhe remained silent, continuing to eat without acknowledging him. Luo Qin and Li Gu, observing this, chose not to speak either, focusing on their meal. An awkward silence enveloped the second floor, broken only by the sounds of the 3 at Luo Qin's table dining. It is not convenient. We prefer not to be disturbed during our meal. If Master Fang wishes to dine, please find another table. As the smile faded from Fang Yu's face, Luo Tianhe finally wiped his mouth and spoke. Master Luo, you jest. I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions, Fang Yu replied, his expression darkening. Master Fang oversees a gang with over 1,000 members. I do not dare jest with you, for fear that a single misstep might lead to my demise, Luo Tianhe stated flatly. Luo Chen, hearing this, could not help but chuckle inwardly. His father was clearly displeased with Fang Yu's earlier conduct and was deliberately putting him in an awkward position. Fang Yu harbored resentment within, for his recent actions were intended as a warning to those with ill intentions in the martial world and a display for Luo Tianhe in light of forthcoming discussions. However, the outcome was contrary to his expectations, being disregarded by Luo Tianhe, one of the three major powers in Ningxue City, was something Fang Yu would have never tolerated in the past. Yet, considering the current circumstances in Ningxue City, he clenched his teeth and endured. Turning to Luo Tianhe, Fang Yu spoke with a grim expression. Since it has come to this, I shall be forthright. Gushan Town is the largest and most affluent town in Ningxue County, and recently, Tianxiang Tower and Qijin Pavilion have gained considerable renown. In the past, this might have sufficed. But now that Qini Han has advanced to the level of a secondary warrior, the Sanhe gang will not neglect this lucrative opportunity. Merely relying on Zaiwushan Manor will be insufficient to contend with the Sanhe gang. Therefore, I have come today to discuss a potential alliance with you, Master Luo, to confront the Sanhe gang. What are your thoughts on this? Not interested, Luo Tianhe replied succinctly, taken aback by the abrupt rejection. Fang Yu pondered for a moment before continuing. Master Luo, your visit to Ningxue City today is presumably to attend the Sanhe gang's banquet tomorrow, is it not? Are you not concerned about the potential repercussions from the Sanhe gang? Or does Zaiwushan Manor intend to align itself with them? Luo Tianhe offered no response. Noticing that Luo Chen and Li Gu had nearly finished their meal, he stood up and said, Master Fang, we have also dined sufficiently. Might we take our leave? Without awaiting Fang Yu's reply, Luo Tianhe proceeded toward the staircase. Luo Chen chuckled softly and followed suit alongside Li Gu. At that moment, Luo Chen couldn't help but find amusement in the situation. It was a blatant slap in the face, and a silent one at that, indicating his father's disdain for Fang Yu. Just a few steps away, a guard suddenly approached from behind Fang Yu, blocking the path of the trio. Infuriated, Luo Chen was about to explode, but Li Gu acted swiftly, taking 2 quick steps and delivering a kick to the guard's chest. The guard, at the body refinement stage, was no match for Li Ji's early third-tier prowess. In an instant, he was sent flying several meters, crashing through several tables along the way. Luo Tianhe did not even glance back, continuing forward with a measured stride, followed closely by Luo Chen and Li Gu, who remained silent. The other guards behind Fang Yu, witnessing this, prepared to draw their weapons and charge at Luo Tianhe and his companions, yet Fang Yu raised a hand to halt them. Master, the people from Zaiwushan Manor have insulted you and belittled our Black Hawk gang. Shall we simply let them depart unscathed? One of the guards behind Fang Yu remarked. Watching Luo Tianhe's trio disappear at the staircase, Fang Yu cast a glance at the guard, his face darkened, his eyes glinting with malice as he gazed towards the staircase. Humph. The Sanhe gang is our true enemy at present. We must concentrate our efforts against them. Now is not the time to forge new adversaries. Once we have dealt with the Sanhe gang, we shall attend to Zaiwushan Manor. With that, Fang Yu flicked his sleeve and descended the stairs, followed hurriedly by the guards carrying their injured companion. The trio of Luo Tianhe emerged from Kalaiju and returned to Li Ji's general store. In a room of the grocery store, Luo Chen was diligently practicing the Yin Wen knife technique. He began with an exceedingly forceful strike, followed by a rapid succession of slashes, the blade leaving behind shimmering afterimages in the air, as if the movements were being played in slow motion. Although it appeared languid, it was, in fact, executed with remarkable speed. Only after Luo Chen sheathed his blade did the afterimages gradually fade away. Standing still, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Despite having mastered the Yin Wen knife technique for a year, he still felt that something was slightly amiss, preventing him from attaining perfection. In this world, martial arts are categorized into 6 distinct realms: entry, proficient, minor accomplishment, mastery, great accomplishment, and perfection. After a brief period of reflection, Luo Chen dismissed his thoughts and began practicing the falling abyss knife technique. He had attained minor accomplishment in the first 4 moves of this technique, perhaps due to its classification as a celestial level martial art. Although he had reached minor accomplishment, the execution of the moves still felt somewhat obscure and lacked fluidity. Nevertheless, Luo Chen remained steadfast in his practice, firmly believing that practice makes perfect. One day, he would wield the falling abyss knife technique with the grace of a master. After 2 hours of intensive practice, Luo Chen exited the room to seek out Luo Tianhe. Upon arriving at Ningshui City, he contemplated taking a stroll through the town to see if he could procure some aged medicinal herbs for alchemical purposes. Previously, he had scoured the apothecaries of Gushan town, but had found no herbs over a century old. Those under a century, unless they were of special variety, held little value for him. Father, I wish to visit Ningshui City to purchase some medicinal herbs, Luo Chen declared upon finding Luo Tianhe, who was also engaged in knife practice within his chamber. Very well, go ahead. Bring Li Gu along and 2 guards as well, Luo Tianhe instructed, understanding Luo Chen's intent. He produced a stack of silver notes from his pocket and handed them to Luo Chen. Take these silver notes to ensure you have ample funds. Understood. Father, I shall take my leave now. Luo Chen accepted the notes, tucking them into his clothing, and proceeded to the door. At the entrance of Li's grocery store, Luo Chen and Li Gu stood on the bustling street, accompanied by 2 guards, one of whom was Chen, the same guard who had previously accompanied Luo Chen on his herb-buying excursion. Li Gu, have you ever been to Ningshui City before? Luo Chen inquired. Observing the throngs of people in the lively marketplace, Li Gu nodded. I have visited a few times, but only accompanied my father on business. Do you know of any stores in Ningshui City that sell herbs aged over a century? Luo Chen asked, looking at Li Gu. How would I know? We can ask around, Li Gu replied, shaking his head. Just then, Chen, the guard behind them, interjected, young master. Ordinary shops typically do not carry herbs older than a century. If someone were to acquire such aged herbs, they would either keep them for personal use or sell them to larger merchants. Aged herbs can fetch thousands of silver taels, and only prominent shops are willing to offer substantial prices for such high-quality items. Oh, I see. No wonder I couldn't find any in Gushan town, Luo Chen mused. Then inquired further, does Chen know of any large shops in Ningshui City that sell high-grade herbs? Young master, there lies a Tianbao pavilion not far ahead, Chen. The bodyguard gestured in a particular direction. Very well, let us proceed there. Chen, I implore you to lead the way. Chen acquiesced and guided Luo Chen and his companions towards the Tianbao pavilion. Along the way, Luo Chen ventured into several shops, only to discover that none offered herbs aged over a century. After a leisurely stroll of half an hour, they finally arrived at Tianbao Pavilion. Nestled in the heart of Ningshui City, the pavilion was a grand 3-story structure occupying a vast expanse. Esteemed guests, I regret to inform you that weapons are not permitted within our establishment. Kindly deposit your arms at this table. A sword-bearing guard interjected just as Luo Chen and his group were about to enter. Observing the guard, Luo Chen was taken aback, realizing that this guard possessed the strength of an initial 3rd-tier warrior. Moreover, he noticed 2 other initial 3rd-tier guards and several body refinement guards patrolling within the pavilion. The presence of 3rd-tier warriors safeguarding the establishment hinted at the pavilion's formidable background, Luo Chen mused. Young master, this is the rule of Tianbao Pavilion. Guests are prohibited from bringing weapons inside to prevent potential robberies and ensuing casualties. Chen, having previously visited, was aware of the regulations and hastened to explain as he noticed Luo Chen's silence. Nodding in acknowledgement, Luo Chen approached the table and placed his dagger down, followed suit by Chen and another guard who similarly relinquished their weapons. What a ridiculous rule, Li Gu murmured, reluctantly producing his spear and depositing it on the table. Rest assured, we will safeguard your weapons, the guard offered with a professional smile. After securing their arms, Luo Chen and his companions entered the Tianbao Pavilion. Ah, truly deserving of its reputation as a large commercial establishment, it is indeed vast, comparable to 4 or 5 Tianxianglu, Li Gu exclaimed, his face brimming with astonishment at the size of Tianbao Pavilion. Luo Chen himself was equally astonished, noting that the interior space surpassed even his own Yuzhu courtyard, which boasted 9 rooms and a sizable training area, along with front and back courtyards. Amidst his astonishment, Luo Chen surveyed the pavilion, where dozens of counters displayed a variety of items, all clearly priced, with an attendant behind each counter ready to assist customers. Upon arrival, Luo Chen chose to delay his purchase of herbs, opting instead to explore the premises first. Approaching a counter that sold ores, he observed an array of colorful stones, powders, and liquids on display. Good sir, how do you price your steel? Li Gu inquired directly, without glancing at the items on display. As a spear user, He was particularly interested in this. The attendant, recognizing Li Ji's distinguished attire, offered an attentive reply, pointing to a dark iron ball. For refined steel, it is 2 taels of gold per pound for the finest quality, while 500 refined steel is 5 taels of gold per pound. On the second floor, we have the best, known as 1000 refined steel, or Xianwen steel, priced at 1 tael of gold per pound. Hiss! Li Gu inhaled sharply, baring her teeth in silence. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. 1 tael of gold equates to 100 taels of silver. And a spear shaft requires 30 to 40 pounds of refined steel, even using the most inferior quality of steel. A single spear shaft would still demand 30 to 40,000 taels of silver. 30 to 40,000 taels. A mere tael of silver suffices for an ordinary family of 3 to survive for 3 months. It is no wonder that those powerful factions scramble relentlessly to seize territory and pursue benefits. As he gazed at a piece of, or beside the refined steel, dark in color with a faint red glow, Luo Qin felt an aura of weight and sharpness emanating from it. Indeed, this is Xian iron. Mined from the depths of the mountains, weapons infused with Xian iron become formidable and unstoppable, easily cleaving through any iron that stands in their way. The price is commensurate with 500 taels of refined steel, costing 5 taels of gold per pound. The attendant smiled as he introduced the item to Luo Qin. Hearing this, Luo Qin sighed inwardly. It appears he must devise a plan to earn some money. Although the Purple Mist Manor's income has significantly increased recently, nearing 10,000 taels of silver each month, after accounting for various expenses, it would scarcely allow for the purchase of several pounds of Xian iron. While the Purple Mist Manor does engage in steel refinement, the process is exceedingly arduous, yielding only a limited quantity. Are there any liquid forms of the ore? At this moment, Li Gu pointed to a bottle of emerald green liquid and inquired. Luo Qin glanced over and noticed that the liquid was priced similarly to Xian iron. Ah, this is not ore, it is Bihanyi, used to assist in the refinement of Xianwen steel. The process of refining Xianwen steel is quite challenging. But with the addition of Bihanyi, it becomes significantly easier. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin's heart stirred. The alchemical texts also recorded similar liquid agents for or refinement. It seems he must consult his second uncle upon returning. After wandering for a while longer, Luo Qin realized just how impoverished he truly was, unable to afford anything, which only solidified his resolve to earn money. Let us depart, Li Gu. We shall explore the place where medicinal herbs are sold. As he spoke, Luo Qin headed toward the herbal remedy counter, feeling disheartened by the retail experience. Excuse me, are there any medicinal herbs over 100 years old available? Upon reaching the counter, Luo Qin directly inquired. Indeed, the herbs over a century old are located on the second floor. Please proceed upstairs, the attendant replied with a smile, gesturing toward the staircase. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin and the others turned and ascended to the second floor. The counters on the second floor were considerably fewer than those below, yet the items being sold were several times more precious. Just as the attendant had mentioned, Luo Qin spotted Xianwen steel at one of the counters. What can I assist you distinguished guests with? As Luo Qin and his companions had merely taken a few steps on the second floor, a woman in her 30s, adorned in palace attire, approached them with a smile. We seek medicinal herbs aged over a century. Certainly, please follow me, the woman replied, not dismissing the small boy who spoke. She recognized their origins by the embroidered patterns of purple mist on their garments as soon as they stepped onto the upper floor. The woman led Luo Qin and his companions to a counter, where she retrieved 4 exquisite wooden boxes, placing them delicately upon the surface. She introduced, at our Tianbao pavilion, we currently possess 4 rare herbs, each over 100 years old. The first is the Starpulse grass, renowned for treating meridian injuries. The second is the Blood Lingxi, which can extend the vital energy of innate martial artists by 3 to 5 years, aged 210 years. Next is the Holy Detoxifying herb, the 3-needle flower, capable of neutralizing myriad poisons, aged 250 years. Lastly, we have the Wood Spirit leaf, 300 years old, which can heal severe injuries as long as the individual is not deceased. May I inquire which one you require? Luo Qin was taken aback. Acknowledging the grandeur of this establishment, where other shops had none, they presented 4 at once. After deliberation, he realized he desired all 4 herbs. Yet their precious nature implied a steep price. He resolved to purchase only what he urgently needed. The 3-needle flower and Wood Spirit leaf were of little immediate use to him and the others from the Purple Mist Manor. The Blood Lingxi could be refined into the Blood Jade pill, which enhances the vital energy of innate martial artists by 10 to 20 years, surpassing even the snow ginseng pill in value. Conversely, while the star pulse grass served as a healing herb when combined with the purple leaf orchid, it could be crafted into the Meridian Guard pill. Although the Meridian Guard pill does not augment a martial artist's vital energy, it safeguards their meridians during the process of opening them, allowing for a swift and secure passage without the concern of excessive force damaging their pathways. I shall take the star pulse grass and the blood lingxi, Luo Qin declared decisively. Excellent. The woman beamed at his choice. For these herbs represented several thousand taels of silver, and her commission would be substantial. She gave no thought to whether this young man could afford such a sum. After all, the Purple Mist Manor, being the foremost power in Ning County, would surely possess the means to pay. By the way, do you have any purple leaf orchids? Luo Qin inquired suddenly. The woman, momentarily stunned while packaging the herbs, quickly regained her composure. Oh, indeed. We have a purple leaf orchid available, though it does not exceed 100 years. Not exceeding 100 years is acceptable, as long as it is 30 years old or more. Very well. We have a purple leaf orchid that is 35 years old. However, please allow me a moment. It is located downstairs. As she spoke, she instructed a nearby maid to fetch the herb. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned with the purple leaf orchid in hand. Could you calculate the total cost? Luo Qin asked. Upon hearing this, the woman smiled gently. The star pulse grass is 1,000 taels, the blood lingxi 2,100 taels, and the purple leaf orchid 350 taels, totaling 3,450 taels of silver. 3,450 taels? Luo Qin was inwardly astonished. He had anticipated a considerable expense but had not expected it to be so steep, having previously acquired only common herbs. He was unprepared for the exorbitant prices of those over 100 years old. Luo Qin, feeling a twinge of unease, reached into his bosom. He had not taken note of how many silver notes his father had given him before he tucked them away. Now, he was uncertain whether he had sufficient funds to settle the bill. Upon extracting the notes and counting them, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was enough. Li Gu, who had been watching from the side, initially thought Luo Qin was merely browsing. To his surprise, Luo Qin was genuinely intent on purchasing medicinal herbs, and of a high vintage at that. Li Gu was well aware of Luo Qin's chronic shortage of silver. Since Luo Qin began his martial arts training, he had employed various means to procure funds from both Li Gu and Luo Zhe to buy herbs. It was inconceivable that he could now afford several thousand taels for these premium herbs. Li Gu found it amusing to see Luo Qin hesitating as he fumbled for silver. The thought of Luo Qin being unable to produce the necessary funds and facing the ensuing embarrassment brought a broad smile to Li Ji's face. However, when Luo Qin handed the silver notes to the woman and she returned 550 taels, the smile on Li Ji's face froze. His heart surged with fury. Over 3,000 taels. This insufferable brat was wealthier than he had imagined, yet he still managed to exploit my silver. Li Gu glared at Luo Qin, but the presence of others prevented him from expressing his anger. He could only endure for the time being. Luo Qin carefully stowed the return notes and inspected the herbs. Excellent, their potency was preserved remarkably well. In the future, should there be any Xingmai grass or Zai orchid available, I would appreciate it if you could send someone to inform me at Li's General Store. I shall take them all. The woman maintained her warm smile. Certainly. If we have stock, I will be sure to let you know. Thank you very much. Farewell. Luo Qin gathered the herbs and made his way towards the staircase. Please take your time, and we welcome your next visit. The woman accompanied Luo Qin and his companions to the staircase. As soon as they stepped out of Tianbao Pavilion, Li Gu could no longer contain himself. Qin Good, your actions are rather unscrupulous. What do you mean by that? Luo Qin looked at Li Gu with confusion. Li Gu held up 3 fingers, glaring at Luo Qin indignantly. Over 3,000 taels. You spent it without so much as a blink. You have such wealth, yet you continue to exploit the funds of both me and Luo Zhe over these past years. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? With a stern expression, Luo Qin replied earnestly. This silver is my father's gift for purchasing medicine. Besides, what do you mean by exploiting you? This is merely pocket money bestowed upon me as a child. Then, with a playful smile, Luo Qin added, Rest assured, Li Gu, I shall repay you for the pocket money you have given me. Li Gu, incensed, retorted, Do not try to charm your way out of this. Regardless of whether it was exploitation or a gift, I keep a tally of all the silver you have taken from me over the years. You must return it promptly. I intend to marry your sister, which will require a substantial amount of money. If you do not repay me, I shall have your sister demand it from you once we are wed. Get lost. Luo Qin, infuriated, turned on his heel to leave. He felt he might burst from anger. Marrying his sister and being expected to repay debts. What nonsense. Haha. As Li Gu observed Luo Qin's furious expression, a sense of solace washed over him. With a flick of his hand, he summoned 2 guards to follow. Inside the room of Luo Tianhe at the Li's general store, he gazed upon the youthful visage of his 11-year-old son, whose mature demeanor belied his tender age. Luo Tianhe felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He intended to instruct those at the store to promptly relay any news from Tianbao Pavilion to the manor. After acquiring the alchemical formula, he had dispatched individuals throughout Ningshui County to procure high-quality medicinal herbs, yet none were suitable, until, unexpectedly, his son had managed to acquire 2 precious beads. With the pulse-nourishing pill and blood jade pill in hand, they would likely succeed in unblocking a meridian and advancing their cultivation level. As Luo Tianhe spoke, a smile unconsciously graced his face. After a brief pause, he continued, regarding your suggestion for concocting a solution to refine Xianwen steel, your second uncle has already commenced experiments, and I anticipate results will soon follow. Dad, our expenditures on medicinal herbs will increase significantly. Although the manor currently earns nearly 10,000 taels of silver monthly, I fear it may not suffice to cover all the expenses. Luo Qin expressed his concerns about finances. Luo Tianhe chuckled ruefully and shook his head. There is little we can do. Qingshan town is quite small. It is only due to you that the manor's income has seen any increase. At this juncture, Luo Tianhe paused, observing Luo Qin's confident demeanor, and tentatively inquired, "Do you have a solution?" "Yes." Luo Qin nodded affirmatively. "I wish to establish a security company." "A security company?" Luo Tianhe furrowed his brow, perplexed by his son's proposition. "Indeed. I propose to create a convoy dedicated to transporting goods or letters for others while providing protection. It would operate similarly to the imperial relay stations, but unlike them, we would charge a fee for our services," Luo Qin elucidated. "Is that feasible?" "I see merchants transporting their goods themselves," Luo Tianhe questioned. "Absolutely. Consider the stretch from Dushan town to Ningshui city, a mere 40 li, where merchant caravans are frequently ambushed. If we offer our transport services and guarantee compensation for any losses or thefts, merchants will surely seek us out. These savvy traders would prefer to pay a modest fee than risk total loss of their goods," Luo Qin argued persuasively. Upon hearing Luo Qin's rationale, Luo Tianhe felt a flicker of intrigue but remained cautious. "But if goods are lost or stolen, wouldn't we incur substantial losses?" In response, a glint of determination shone in Luo Qin's eyes. "Initially, we shall not expand our reach, focusing solely on transport within Ningshui County. Currently, our Purple Mist Manor boasts the strongest capabilities in the entire county. Should anyone dare to challenge us, we shall eliminate the threat." Luo Tianhe pondered this, realizing that with 3 second-tier martial artists at their disposal, Purple Mist Manor need not fear any adversary within Ningshui County. Suddenly, Luo Tianhe felt increasingly as though he was regressing, his courage waning even more than that of a mere youth. He then spoke, "Very well. Since this is your idea, you shall handle it yourself. If you encounter any issues, seek me out. If you need funds, go to your mother." Upon hearing this, Luo Qin nodded and smiled. After exchanging a few more words with Luo Tianhe, he returned to his chamber to contemplate the establishment of a security agency. The following day, just before noon, Luo Tianhe, Luo Qin, and Li Gu arrived at the headquarters of the Sanhe gang, accompanied by their guards. Today, the Sanhe gang was adorned with festive decorations. Pavilions and corridors were draped in red cloth and illuminated by red lanterns, and even the sentinels at the entrance donned crimson robes. After presenting their invitation at the entrance, the trio was guided by a maid to a vast courtyard with red walls and black tiles. At that moment, a table laden with gifts sat prominently by the entrance, where someone was diligently recording the offerings from guests. Luo Tianhe gestured for Guard Qin to deliver the gifts, and together with Luo Qin and the others, they entered the courtyard. "Master Luo of Zimu Villa has arrived." As soon as Luo Qin stepped through the gate, a loud voice called out. Within the courtyard, the earlier arrivals turned to look towards the entrance. Zimu Villa was undoubtedly the foremost power in Ningshui County, second only to the 3 major forces of Ningshui City, making it impossible to avoid drawing attention. "Haha, Master Luo, what a pleasure. You are a rare guest, please. Come inside." At that moment, Li Yandong, the vice leader of the Sanhe gang, approached, greeting them with a cupped fist and leading them to their prearranged seats. "The honor is mine, Vice Leader Li. I hope we have not arrived late." Luo Tianhe replied with a respectful bow as they walked. Not at all. You have arrived at just the right time, Li Yandong continued with a smile. It has been some time since we last met, Master Luo. Not only has your strength significantly increased, but you have also managed Zimu Villa with great flair. Li Yandong could see that Luo Tianhe remained at the peak of the third tier, which put him at ease as he spoke with a hint of insinuation. Ah, I cannot compare to your esteemed gang. Now that Leader Qin has advanced to the second tier, your organization is flourishing and has become the envy of the martial world. Upon hearing this, Li Yandong beamed with satisfaction but feigned modesty, saying, Haha, not at all. It is all thanks to the support of our fellow martial artists. As Li Yandong spoke, he led Luo Tianhe and the others through the courtyard and into the grand hall, stopping at a table near the main dais. Please take your seats, Master Luo. The banquet will commence shortly. Knowing this was their designated seating for the day, Luo Tianhe cupped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Vice Leader Li, for your guidance. Please, attend to your duties. With many guests in attendance, Li Yandong was indeed busy and, after a brief apology, excused himself. Once he departed, Luo Chun surveyed the banquet setting. The grand hall boasted 20 tables, while in the courtyard, a stage had been erected, surrounded by hundreds of tables. Father, the headquarters of the Sanya gang is quite impressive. This courtyard alone is so vast. Hearing Luo Chin's words, Luo Tianhe glanced at the courtyard and remarked, It is said that this estate spans nearly 100 acres. The Sanya gang boasts over 2,000 members and stands as one of the 3 major powers in Ningxue City. Thus, it is hardly surprising to possess such a grand headquarters. Nearly 100 acres? Such vastness? Our Zimu Mountain Manor barely covers over 20 acres, exclaimed Li Gu in astonishment. Indeed, constructing an estate of this magnitude incurs considerable expense. Our manor is relatively new, and with our limited number of residents, it remains sufficient for our needs. Luo Tianhe replied, Father, who is that person? Their gaze upon us seems rather unfriendly. At that moment, Luo Chun noticed a few individuals seated at a nearby table. Among them an elderly man with a pallid complexion, whose piercing eyes glowered at them ominously. Luo Tianhe cast a glance and remarked, He is Zuo Ren, an elder of the Black Hawk gang, one of the 3 foremost martial artists of the gang. He chuckled. Just yesterday, he was slapped in the face by the gang leader. It is hardly surprising that he bears us no goodwill today. Li Gu, grinning mischievously from the side, added, Did you notice those few individuals? The ones pretending to be significant are officials. The robust man leading them is Situ Lei, the chief constable of Ningxue County, also among the 3 esteemed martial artists of the county's government. He continued, These officials consider themselves legitimate. Their strength is lackluster, yet they put on quite the show. Luo Qin followed Li Ji's gaze, spotting several burly men dressed as constables seated stiffly at a table beside the Black Hawk gang, sipping tea with unwavering focus. Luo Tianhe, having heard Li Gu's remarks, shot him a disapproving glance and chided, You are soon to be wed. Must you not speak with more decorum? Li Gu, feeling the weight of Luo Tianhe's gaze, shrank back slightly and offered a couple of awkward chuckles, falling silent thereafter. At that moment, an elderly man in his 50s approached. Clasping his hands towards Luo Tianhe, Luo Zhuangzhu, It has been a while. How have you been? Haha, it is none other than Qin Baozhu. Luo extends his greetings. Luo Tianhe responded with a smile, rising to return the gesture. Luo Chun and Li Gu also stood to pay their respects upon seeing the elder. The old man was the lord of Chun family fortress from the neighboring Qingshui town, which controlled a small iron mine that occasionally yielded fine iron for steel production. The Purple Mist Villa had always procured fine iron from them, leading to a well-established familiarity between the parties. Observing the mature demeanor of the youthful Luo Chun, Qin Baozhu expressed his admiration to Luo Tianhe. Luo Zhuangzhu, I truly envy you. You have 2 sons, each more exceptional than the last. Luo Tianhe laughed heartily. Qin Baozhu, you flatter me. These 2 rascals have caused me endless worry. They cannot compare to your daughter, who is not only well-behaved but also possesses formidable strength. Not at all. Not at all. Qin Baozhu modestly replied, though a broad smile adorned his face, betraying his pride in his daughter. After the pleasantries, Qin Baozhu adopted a serious tone and addressed Luo Tianhe. Luo Zhuangzhu, I have come to discuss a matter with you. Oh, please, do not hesitate to speak. Luo Tianhe replied, reining in his mirth. Qin Baozhu wasted no time and stated directly, As you are aware, my Qin family fortress purchases a substantial quantity of medicinal supplies each year to treat injured miners. The efficacy of the medicine sold at your esteemed Qijin Pavilion pales in comparison, yet the supply is limited. Therefore, I would like to discuss the possibility of securing an ample supply of medicinal supplies from you. Oh, I see. That is certainly feasible. I shall personally deliver the medicines to you soon and discuss another matter as well, Luo Tianhe responded, his thoughts drifting to Qin Baozhu's daughter. Luo Zhe was no longer a child. It was time for him to marry, and Luo Tianhe hoped to seize this opportunity to propose to the Qin family. Hehe. In that case, I extend my gratitude to Master Luo. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss with Qin? After expressing his thanks, Master Qin asked. Just then, a cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside the courtyard, and a lively performance of song and dance commenced on the stage in the center of the courtyard. Luo Tianhe retracted his gaze from the courtyard, smiling as he addressed Master Qin. The banquet is about to begin. Shall we delve into our discussion in greater detail when I visit Qin Family Fortress another day? Kiki. Very well, I shall await your arrival at my humble abode. Master Luo. With that, the two exchanged no further words and returned to their respective seats. Before long, the hall and courtyard were filled to capacity. Save for 2 vacant seats at the main table, as the leader of the Sana gang, Qin Han, had yet to arrive. At this moment, Li Yandong, seated at the main table, rose and gestured to those around him, saying with a smile, "Hehe, esteemed friends of the martial world, please remain patient. Enjoy the performance while we await our leader's arrival. Vice Leader Li is too kind. It is only fitting that we wait a while for Master Qin on his grand occasion." One person stood up to declare, Indeed, indeed. Master Qin has many matters to attend to. A little delay is of no consequence. Moreover, there is the entertainment to enjoy." Several individuals eager to curry favor with the Sana gang chimed in. Meanwhile, Luo Qin was listening as Luo Tianhe introduced him to several individuals at the main table, paying little mind to those extolling the virtues of the Sana gang. Seated beside Li Yandong was Ouyang Bing, the eastern leader of the Sana gang, who, alongside Li Yandong, represented the only 2 third-tier peak martial artists within the gang. Below Ouyang Bing were the leaders of the western, southern, and northern divisions of the Sana gang, all of whom were late-stage third-tier martial artists. Luo Qin observed the 4 leaders of the Sana gang. All were robust men. Yet Ouyang Bing's eyes occasionally sparkled with shrewdness. Master Qin has arrived. Just as Luo Qin continued to scrutinize the individuals at the main table, Qin Han entered the hall, accompanied by Li Yixing. Upon seeing Qin Han, everyone in the hall rose to greet him. Observing this robust elder exchanging pleasantries with the crowd, Luo Qin would have mistaken him for a middle-aged man had it not been for his grizzled hair. Qin Han's physique was extraordinarily sturdy, and his countenance appeared relatively youthful. "Qin, did you notice the scholarly-looking middle-aged man beside Qin Han?" At that moment, Luo Tianhe's low voice resonated in Luo Qin's ear. Luo Qin nodded. He had indeed observed the gentleman clad in white scholarly attire, wielding a folding fan, who maintained a constant smile while trailing behind Qin Han. This man is Li Yixing, Qin Han's trusted military strategist. Though he may seem harmless with his ever-present smile, he is quite treacherous and cunning behind the scenes. Should you encounter him in the future, exercise utmost caution, Luo Tianhe advised in a hushed tone. Luo Qin nodded in acknowledgement and resumed his appraisal of Li Yixing. Perhaps sensing Luo Qin's scrutiny, Li Yixing glanced in his direction. Upon noticing Luo Tianhe beside Luo Qin, his smile broadened further. Subsequently, Li Yixing whispered a few words in Qin Han's ear, who then glanced over at Luo Tianhe, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. Luo Tianhe returned the smile and performed a slight bow, signifying their greeting. After exchanging pleasantries with the guests, Qin Han took his place at the head of the table, raising his cup and proclaiming loudly, "I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed friends of the martial world for gracing my birthday banquet with your presence. I apologize for any previous oversight and kindly ask for your understanding. Allow me to toast to each of you." His voice, enriched with genuine energy, resonated powerfully, ensuring that everyone in the vast courtyard could hear him clearly. The attendees marveled at Qin Han's prowess, acknowledging him as a second-tier martial artist with profound vitality. Upon finishing his drink, Qin Han gestured for everyone to feel at ease. Shortly thereafter, a man in his 40s rose with a cup in hand and approached Qin Han. "I am Li Lu from the Li family in Wutian Town. I raise this cup in honor of the esteemed leader Qin, wishing you longevity and health, and congratulations on your recent elevation to a second-tier martial artist." "Haha, you are too kind, Li Zhuangzhu. Please, let us share a drink." Qin Han, elated by his recent achievement, gladly accepted the toast and drank with Li Lu. Observing this, the other guests in the hall rose one after another to toast Qin Han as well. Though he had reached the age of 60, his capacity for alcohol remained impressive. He welcomed all toasts with enthusiasm and drank heartily. Meanwhile, several key members of the Sanha gang also stood to reciprocate the toasts. At the table occupied by Luo Chun and his companions, they observed the exchanges without concern, indulging in their own feasting. Others, including members of the Black Eagle gang and representatives from the government, shared a similar attitude. Both factions harbored animosity towards the Sanha gang. Yet they attended the banquet, partly to maintain their own prestige and partly to gather intelligence on the event. As the festivities progressed, with drinks flowing and dishes being savored, Ouyang Bing from the main table approached Luo Chen's table, holding a cup and smiling at Luo Tianhe. Luo Zhuangzhu, with so many esteemed friends gathered today, why do you seem so engrossed in your meal? Allow me to raise a toast to you. You were too gracious, Leader Ouyang. The fare from your esteemed gang is delightful. I momentarily lost myself in the enjoyment. I hope you do not take offense, Luo Tianhe replied with a serene smile. Clinking glasses with Ouyang Bing. After finishing his drink, Ouyang Bing laughed heartily. Ha. Luo Zhuangzhu, you jest. No matter how exquisite the dishes from the Sanha gang may be, they pale in comparison to those from your Tianxiang Tower. Wouldn't you agree? As Luo Tianhe remained silent yet smiling, Ouyang Bing turned to the surrounding guests. Friends of the martial world, do you not concur? Indeed, Leader Ouyang speaks the truth. The dishes from Tianxiang Tower are truly exceptional. Absolutely. Especially that chopped pepper fish head, fragrant, spicy, and tender, it leaves one craving more. And the mapo tofu, with its numbing spiciness, melts in the mouth. Instantly, the crowd echoed their agreement with Ouyang Bing's sentiments. He cast a pleased glance at those around him. Turning back to Luo Tianhe. Ha. Luo Zhuangzhu, see? I was right, was I not? Luo Tianhe did not respond to Ouyang Bing's words. Instead, he smiled and cupped his hands towards the surrounding guests, expressing gratitude. Thank you all, esteemed friends of the Jianghu, for your generous support. Our Tianxiang Pavilion will strive to excel further, crafting even more exquisite dishes for your enjoyment, while also providing you with greater convenience and discounts. Indeed, the crowd responded enthusiastically. You must admit, Tianxiang Pavilion is truly commendable. The last time I was inebriated, they carried me to a nearby inn to rest. Had it been another establishment, they would have simply tossed me into the street. Quite right. The cuisine at Tianxiang Pavilion is not only delectable but also reasonably priced compared to other taverns. Amidst the surrounding chatter, Ouyang Bing seized the moment to smile at Luo Tianhe, saying, Master Luo, it seems your establishment is quite adept at generating wealth. Not at all. These are merely trivial matters, Luo Tianhe replied nonchalantly, already sensing Ouyang Bing's intention to steer the conversation. Ouyang Bing smiled subtly, gazing meaningfully at Luo Tianhe. Master Luo, our Sanha gang is also interested in opening a tavern in Yushin Town. Might you have any insights to share? Luo Tianhe responded with a faint smile. It is indeed a good thing that gang leader Ouyang wishes to venture into the tavern business. Though my Zaiwashan Manor is not a renowned sect, it still holds some influence in Yushin Town. Rest assured, I will certainly introduce you to some prime locations. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of the Sanha gang, Master Luo. However, I believe Tianxiang Pavilion would be an excellent choice. Might you consider parting with it? A hushed silence fell over the once lively hall, with many lowering their heads, their eyes discreetly glancing towards Luo Tianhe's table. As leaders of various factions, they were not foolish. They discerned Ouyang Bing's ulterior motives and understood that today's banquet would not be straightforward. The members of the Black Eagle gang and the officials set down their chopsticks, turning their attention directly to Luo Tianhe, eager to witness his response. Luo Tianhe shook his head, saying, I'm sorry, but Tianxiang Pavilion is not for sale by my Zaiwashan Manor. What if I insist? Ouyang Bing replied, with a smile that did not reach his eyes. A collective gasp echoed through the hall as attendees recognized the Sanha gang's blatant ambition. They had not anticipated such a brazen attempt at coercion. Luo Chen, upon hearing Ouyang Bing's words, felt a chill in his gaze. He glanced towards the main table. Observing Qin Yihan engaged in light-hearted conversation with his companions, though his eyes occasionally strayed towards this side, while Li Yixing regarded Luo Tianhe with a smile. Humph. Insist. You say? Is that your personal desire, or that of the Sanha gang? Luo Tianhe's smile gradually faded, his expression turning frosty as he regarded Ouyang Bing. Ouyang Bing coldly retorted, what difference does it make? What I want, or what the Sanha gang desires, is irrelevant. Luo Chen viewed Ouyang Bing's thuggish demeanor and then glanced at the indifferent Qin Yihan and others. He sneered inwardly. Recognizing that they intended to treat them as if they were easy prey, yet he was uncertain whether they could indeed be so easily manipulated. Li Gu sat aside, witnessing the members of the Sanha gang attempting to seize their belongings, his fury igniting within him. However, as this was the headquarters of the Sanha gang, he refrained from acting without the word of Luo Tianhe. With a smile that bore no warmth, Luo Tianhe coldly remarked, "If this is the intention of Master Ouyang, I shall take it as you having indulged a bit too much. Perhaps it is time for you to rest. Should this be the will of the Sanha gang? Then let Qin Yihan convey that to me, for you are not worthy." Each word dripped with disdain. For Luo Tianhe had no intention of showing leniency if they were to escalate matters. A hush fell over the hall, soon followed by the sounds of swallowed breaths. The onlookers regarded Luo Tianhe with a mixture of astonishment and dread. How audacious of him to confront the Sanha gang right in front of the second-rate warrior, Qin Yihan. Surely, he was courting death. In stark contrast, the members of the Black Eagle gang and the officials were elated, relishing the unfolding drama. Li Gu felt a surge of exhilaration at Luo Tianhe's words, but soon anxiety crept in. After all, this was the stronghold of the Sanha gang. Could they truly escape unscathed? Ouyang Bing, taken aback initially, soon erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Humph! Such audacity from Master Luo! If you hold me in such contempt, I would be most eager to receive your teachings." With that, he assumed a combative stance, ready for confrontation. Yet, Luo Tianhe chose to disregard Ouyang Bing. Instead addressing Qin Yihan, "Master Qin, I have long admired the prowess of second-rate warriors and would be most grateful for any insights you might share." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Was Luo Tianhe truly seeking his own demise? Did he wish to challenge the very notion of his existence? Qin Yihan chuckled coldly, remaining silent and motionless, for even a peak third-rate warrior like Luo Tianhe posed no threat that warranted his intervention within the confines of the Sanha gang's headquarters. "Humph! Luo Tianhe, you seek your own end by underestimating me." Ouyang Bing, incensed by the continuous slight, hardened his gaze and unleashed his energy with a fierce strike aimed at Luo Tianhe. Li Gu, sensing the impending danger, gripped his spear and prepared to intervene, only to be pulled back by Luo Chun. Unfazed, Luo Tianhe kept his gaze fixed on Qin Yihan, and as Ouyang Bing's strike neared, Luo Tianhe's right hand shot out with lightning speed, meeting Ouyang Bing's palm with a resounding clash. With a sharp crack, Luo Tianhe's robust energy shattered Ouyang Bing's forearm. The force propelled Ouyang Bing backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground. Witnessing this, the other leaders at the main table rushed forward, their expressions filled with alarm as they confronted Luo Tianhe while assessing Ouyang Bing's injuries. Meanwhile, Li Gu stood resolute, bringing his guards to shield Luo Tianhe and Luo Chen. The patrons at nearby tables hastily retreated, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. "How can you possibly be this strong?" As Ouyang Bing was assisted to his feet, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, catching his breath and gazing at Luo Tianhe in astonishment. Indeed, despite both being at the pinnacle of the third tier, how could Luo Tianhe possess such overwhelming strength, defeating Ouyang Bing with a single strike? The onlookers were equally filled with shock and bewilderment. Luo Tianhe, however, paid no heed to Ouyang Bing and continued to address Qin Yihan. "Chief Qin, might you be inclined to offer some guidance to Luo? How audacious! Our chief is not someone a mere third-tier martial artist like you can challenge," several leaders from the Sanha gang proclaimed, preparing to rush at Luo Tianhe. "Hold!" Qin Yihan interjected, halting the leaders with a commanding tone. The once smiling Qin Yihan now bore a frosty countenance, his eyes icy as he met Luo Tianhe's unwavering gaze. In his own domain, during his own celebratory banquet, Luo Tianhe had dared to injure his trusted subordinate. How could Qin Yihan not be enraged? Determined to teach Luo Tianhe a lesson and assert his dominance in Ningshui County, Qin Yihan stood ready to take action. Meanwhile, Li Yixing's eyes glinted with malice. The situation was spiraling beyond his control. "Humph! If you seek death, then I shall oblige, allowing you to witness the might of my cold ice palm," Qin Yihan declared. Rising to his feet and stepping forward, he channeled his inner energy into his palm and struck towards Luo Tianhe. "Humph!" Faced with a second-tier martial artist for the first time, Luo Tianhe dared not underestimate his opponent. He swiftly summoned his energy, drawing his blade to meet Qin Yihan's palm. With a cold smirk, Qin Yihan's palm met Luo Tianhe's weapon, instantly coating the blade in frost, which emitted a chilling aura that lowered the temperature in the hall. Observing the frost spreading across his blade, Luo Tianhe quickly retreated 2 steps, infusing his weapon with robust energy, causing the frost to dissipate. Then, Luo Tianhe surged forward, launching a flurry of rapid attacks at Qin Ni Han. A sudden, silent gust of wind swept through the hall, followed by a cacophony of roars that momentarily blinded the onlookers. Guests seated in the courtyard were astounded by the howling wind emanating from the hall and gathered at the entrance, eager to discern the happenings within. As the wind subsided, the attendees were left agape, witnessing Luo Tianhe's blade poised dangerously against Qin Ni Han's throat. One slight movement could result in a fatal wound. You have also broken through to the second tier. Qin Ni Han gritted his teeth, his voice echoing as if it were emerging from an ancient ice cavern. Hee. Luo Tianhe offered an ambiguous smile. At that moment, he had retracted his concealed energy technique, fully revealing his early second-tier prowess. The members of the Black Eagle Gang and officials were taken aback, standing in shock. The onlookers in the hall gazed at Luo Tianhe as though they had seen a ghost, unable to comprehend how he had so swiftly transformed from a pinnacle third-tier martial artist into a formidable second-tier warrior. Suddenly, everyone came to a realization. Understanding why Luo Tianhe had dared to underestimate Ouyang Bing and challenge Qin Ni Han, it turned out he had his reasons. Master Qin, what is your opinion of the Tianqiang Tower now? Luo Tianhe tightened his grip on the knife, gazing at Qin Ni Han with a faint smile. Master Luo is jesting. The Tianqiang Tower undoubtedly belongs to the Zaiwu Mountain Manor. My Sanma gang has no intention of meddling. Ouyang's leader was merely intoxicated earlier. I hope Master Luo can forgive him, Qin Ni Han replied, remaining silent as Li Yixing approached. At that moment, the sinister look had vanished from Li Yixing's face, replaced by his customary smile. Luo Chun observed Li Yixing's approach, marveling at his ability to suppress his anger and maintain such a demeanor. Truly, he was a cunning individual. Luo Tianhe glanced at Li Yixing before turning to Qin Ni Han and inquired, "What is your stance, Master Qin?" Li Junqi's perspective aligns with mine. Qin Ni Han replied through gritted teeth, his expression darkening. The thought of continuing the conflict had already dissipated in Qin Ni Han's mind. Despite being at the same initial realm of second-tier martial artists and having cultivated high-quality yellow-level martial techniques, he had been defeated by Luo Tianhe in mere moments. Qin Ni Han speculated that Luo Tianhe's swordsmanship might belong to a higher tier of martial arts. It seemed that the high-quality yellow-level techniques were no longer sufficient. He needed to urgently seek out techniques of the mysterious level or above, or else his cultivation would stagnate, and his strength would not improve. As Qin Ni Han spoke, Li Yixing quickly interjected, Master Luo, now that everyone has cleared the air, might we first sheathe our weapons? After all, a blade knows not where it strikes. Luo Tianhe regarded Li Yixing with a smile, sheathing his knife as he remarked, Li Junshi is indeed the foremost strategist of the Sanhe gang. I am truly impressed. Upon seeing Luo Tianhe put away his weapon, Li Yixing felt a sense of relief. Master Luo, you flatter me. I am merely a scholar. Subsequently, Li Yixing spoke with a hint of implication. Master Luo, now that you have broken through to the second-tier martial artist level, I wonder about the situation within Ningshui City. Luo Tianhe undoubtedly comprehended Li Yixing's intentions. It was merely a matter of ascertaining how the Zaiwushan Manor, now a second-rate power, intended to stake its claim in Ningshui City. While Zaiwushan Manor held no particular interest in Ningshui City, it would nonetheless engage in business within the city, and he hoped for the convenience of all present. As Luo Tianhe spoke, he cast a glance at the members of the Black Hawk Gang and the officials, emphasizing the word convenience with considerable weight. Rest assured, the Sanhe Gang shall never oppose Zaiwushan Manor, Li Yixing responded, feeling a quiet relief wash over him. He had feared that Luo Tianhe might attempt to encroach upon their territory, and given Luo Tianhe's current strength, the Sanhe Gang would surely be at a disadvantage. This is for the best. Qin'er, let us depart. After uttering these words, Luo Tianhe strode towards the exit. Luo Qin and Li Ge hurriedly followed, with everyone parting to make way for them. Once Luo Tianhe and his party vanished beyond the courtyard entrance, the members of the Black Hawk Gang and the officials also rose to leave, eager to report the day's events. With the unfolding of such circumstances, the banquet could no longer continue. The attendees had lost their enthusiasm and began to take their leave. As the guests departed, the events that transpired at the Sanhe Gang would undoubtedly reverberate throughout Ningshui County. The tale of the Sanhe Gang's failure to seize opportunities and Luo Tianhe's emergence as a second-rate warrior, along with his defeat of Qin Ni Han, would soon spread widely. Before long, the grand courtyard of the Sanhe Gang's birthday banquet was left with only the members of the Sanhe Gang. Observing Qin Ni Han's sullen expression, Li Yixing bowed slightly and began, Gang leader. I, however, He was promptly interrupted by Qini Han's raised hand. There is no need to elaborate. Inform the others to avoid any conflict with the people from Zaiwashan Manor for the time being. Additionally, dispatch someone to urgently search for martial arts techniques of the Xian level and above. With that, Qini Han turned and retreated into the rear courtyard. In the room of Luo Tianhe at Li's general store, excitement filled the air. Splendid. Master, you have broken through to the second-rate warrior level. Our Zaiwashan Manor has now ascended to the status of a second-rate power. Who would dare to bully us or covet our enterprises henceforth? Li Gu exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm as he gazed at Luo Tianhe. Cease your arrogance, you impudent boy. There are far stronger forces in this world than us. Should your strength prove insufficient? Encountering those more powerful than yourself would only lead to your demise, Luo Tianhe admonished, his brow furrowing in disapproval. Li Gu, upon hearing this, recoiled slightly. Do not worry. Master, I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. I witnessed the prowess of the Sanhe gang today. I shall diligently practice my skills. After a moment, he continued, by the way, Master, that old fellow Qini Han dares to covet our enterprises. Why did you not eliminate him today? Luo Qin rolled his eyes in response. How could we resort to murder? He merely spoke. There have been no substantial actions taken. Furthermore, with so many witnesses present today, if we were to resort to violence over mere words, who would ever dare to collaborate with us in the future? Luo Tianhe nodded with a gratified expression as he gazed at Luo Qin. Qin'er speaks wisely. Today, if we were to kill Qini Han, not only would we eliminate future troubles from the Black Eagle gang and the authorities, but we would also place ourselves in an unfavorable position. This matter is not worth pursuing. Should the Three Rivers gang remain foolish enough to set their sights on our Purple Mist Manor again, we can take action then without delay. Having spoken, Luo Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. Very well, go and make preparations. We shall return to the manor shortly. Meanwhile, within the Black Eagle gang's meeting hall in Ningxue City, Fang Yu listened to the report from Elders Ren and suddenly understood. So that's why Luo Tianhe refused our alliance. He has already broken through to the second-rate realm and no longer fears Qini Han. What a pity the Purple Mist Manor has no intention of expanding into Ningxue City. With Luo Tianhe as a shield, our days would have been far easier. Regret flickered across Fang Yu's face before a chilling realization struck him, sending a cold sweat down his spine. Thank heavens we didn't act against Luo Tianhe at the Kulian yesterday. Otherwise, whether I'd still be standing here today would be uncertain. Let us never speak of this matter again, not until we possess the strength to challenge him. Furthermore, instruct our disciples to avoid provoking the Purple Mist Manor for the time being. Yes, gang leader. Zhuo Round bowed in acknowledgement. In the magistrate's office of Ningxue County, Magistrate Zhou Song, a middle-aged man clad in a dark blue robe, regarded Situ Lei with a stern expression. Are you certain Luo Tianhe has advanced to the second-rate realm? And that he defeated Qini Han? Without a doubt, Your Honor. Not only I, but every ranked martial artist present at the banquet sensed Luo Tianhe's cultivation level and witnessed his victory over Qini Han firsthand. By now, this news has likely spread throughout Ningxue City. Then why did he appear to be at the peak of the third-rate realm when you first encountered him? I cannot say for certain, Your Honor. It is possible he has mastered a technique to conceal his true strength. However, given how swiftly he defeated Qini Han, it is evident that Luo Tianhe's abilities far surpass his. I suspect his martial techniques may be of a higher tier than Qini Han's. Zhou Song frowned. Are you suggesting Luo Tianhe's techniques are of the mystic grade? I fear that may indeed be the case, Your Honor. Pondering Situ Lei's conjecture, Zhou Song fell into deep thought, pacing the room several times before finally speaking. The martial factions in Ningxue County grow increasingly formidable. Fortunately, the Imperial Guard and the Six Gates of our Great Wei dynasty have also strengthened in recent years. Very well, Chief Constable Situ. Draft a petition to the Six Gates on my behalf, requesting the dispatch of a second-rate martial artist to oversee Ningxue County. As it stands, our current strength is insufficient to manage these martial factions. Understood, Your Honor. I shall attend to it immediately. With that, Situ Lei departed, leaving Zhou Song alone in contemplation. Having left Ningxue City behind, Luo Chun and his companions rode swiftly on horseback. As dusk approached, they hastened their return to the Purple Mist Manor, determined to arrive before nightfall. As Luo Qin and his companions traversed the path, they were met with the clashing of weapons and anguish cries emanating from around the bend of the official road. Through his keen perception, Luo Chun was able to discern the situation ahead despite the obstructions of the trees. A merchant caravan was under siege by a band of marauders, and beneath a nearby tree stood a one-eyed brute, wielding a bow and mercilessly targeting the caravan's guards. Each arrow found its mark, striking down the guards with lethal precision. Luo Chen observed the one-eyed man's impeccable aim with a sense of foreboding. He recognized this formidable figure from his previous encounter at Tianxiang Tower, where the woman who had accompanied him had met her demise at the hands of Luo Tianhe a few months prior. "Father, bandits are attacking the merchant caravan." Luo Chen informed Luo Tianhe from his mount. "Let us proceed and investigate," Luo Tianhe replied, not questioning how Luo Chen had come to know of the unfolding events. With a flick of his whip, he urged his horse forward. Upon rounding the grove, they arrived at the scene of the ambush, where lifeless bodies littered the ground. A handful of guards valiantly shielded a wagon, standing their ground against the overwhelming number of bandits. After surveying the grim tableau, Luo Tianhe instructed Li Gu to lead the guards in a rescue effort for the wagon, then charged towards the one-eyed brute beneath the tree, with Luo Chen closely trailing behind. Just as the one-eyed man readied an arrow aimed at one of the guards, he was startled by the sudden appearance of the mounted party. Recognizing Luo Tianhe, his surprise quickly morphed into fury. Months of investigation had revealed to him that Luo Tianhe was the slayer of his beloved, and though he had previously refrained from seeking revenge due to the formidable defenses of Zaiwashan Villa, the opportunity to strike back was now within his grasp. With cold determination, he redirected his arrow, originally intended for the guards, straight at Luo Tianhe. Luo Tianhe, still concealing his true prowess, deftly evaded the incoming projectile. Yet, 3 more arrows flew towards him in a straight line. Not one to be complacent, he sidestepped the first arrow and swiftly drew his blade, deflecting the other 2. With his legs gripping the horse, he leaned forward, charging at the one-eyed man. The one-eyed brute, realizing that Luo Tianhe had eluded even his most adept volley of arrows, recognized the latter's exceptional skill. In a desperate bid to disrupt Luo Tianhe's focus, he aimed an arrow at Luo Chen, hoping to create an opening. However, Luo Tianhe paid no heed to the child at his side, continuing his advance. To his astonishment, the arrow he had deemed certain to strike was effortlessly deflected by Luo Chen's blade. In that instant, the one-eyed man lost his advantage, and Luo Tianhe was already upon him, blade raised high. The clash was imminent. A metallic clang resonated as the one-eyed giant's grip on his bow faltered, causing his hand to bleed and the weapon to slip from his grasp. At that moment, as Luo Tianhe galloped past the giant, he swiftly delivered a fatal blow to his neck, severing the head from the body, which fell to the ground with a dull thud. Luo Chen dismounted, approached, and picked up the bow that lay on the ground. It was a heavy 2-stone bow, dark in hue. Upon inspecting the spot where Luo Tianhe had struck, he noticed only a faint white mark, which vanished at the touch of his hand. Luo Tianhe rode over, eyeing the bow in Luo Chen's possession. "My blade is forged from black iron, exceedingly sharp. It's remarkable that this bow remains unscathed after a strike. It must be crafted from mystic steel. If you fancy it, keep it." With that, Luo Tianhe spurred his horse and charged towards the remaining bandits. "Goodness, crafted from mystic steel," Luo Chen mused, contemplating the bow's worth, which could rival that of gold. He fondled the bow with delight, then retrieved the quiver from the one-eyed giant's body, slinging it over his shoulder. Additionally, he discovered a yellow-grade martial technique titled 7-Star Arrow Technique and several hundred taels in silver notes. Indeed, the spoils of murder and plunder are lucrative. As Luo Chen tucked the martial technique and the silver notes away, he turned to observe the battlefield. Li Gu, the most valiant among them, charged on horseback, wielding a spear with deadly precision, dispatching foes without resistance. If he were in an army, he would undoubtedly be a formidable warrior. Meanwhile, Luo Tianhe had halted, watching from the sidelines. It was evident that in mounted combat, a spear proved superior, prompting Luo Chen to silently resolve to practice his spear technique in due time. While contemplating this, Luo Chen nocked an arrow, extending his perception, and released it with unerring accuracy, striking a bandit squarely in the forehead. "Ah, this perception has such remarkable utility, I can shoot without needing to aim with my eyes." Luo Chen marveled inwardly, continuing to fire arrows to validate his newfound ability. Luo Tianhe, observing the bandits falling, some struck in the forehead, others in the chest or limbs, shouted at Luo Chen, who was shooting arrows with his eyes closed. "You scoundrel! What are you doing? What if you hit one of us?" At that moment, Li Gu galloped over, fuming, and exclaimed, "Chen, what are you up to? Is it merely about returning the money? Must you resort to killing me over a trifling sum? Do you realize how narrowly your last arrow missed my neck?" He gestured angrily to indicate the proximity. Seeing Li Gu on the verge of fury, Luo Chen chuckled. "Li Gu, what kind of relationship do we share? Why would I harm you? Besides, you're about to become my brother-in-law, so I would never do such a thing. And am I the kind of person who shirks repaying debts? Come here, I shall return what I owe you. With that, Luo Qin produced a stack of silver notes from his robe, handing one to Li Gu. Hesitantly dismounting, Li Gu accepted the note, inspecting it closely to confirm its authenticity. Suddenly, a figure named Li Gu, with remarkable swiftness, snatched the stack of silver notes from Luo Qin's hands and deftly mounted a horse, charging toward the bandits. As he departed, a hearty laugh echoed. Haha, consider this your interest. Luo Qin, initially taken aback, was soon engulfed in fury. How can interest surpass the principal? Are you a loan shark? He bellowed while continuing to draw his bow, each arrow narrowly missing Li Ji's vital spots before striking the bandits instead. Li Gu, drenched in cold sweat from fear, hastily distanced himself from Luo Qin, focusing on eliminating the fleeing bandits. Observing the antics of the two, Luo Tianhe shook his head. Yet he soon recognized that despite Luo Qin's seemingly reckless aim, every shot found its mark among the bandits. Thus, he chose to remain uninvolved. Before long, not a single bandit stood upon the official road, save for those who had fled after the one-eyed giant was slain. The rest had been vanquished. Meanwhile, at the Zimu Mountain Manor, aside from 4 individuals sustaining minor injuries, there were no casualties. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached. Clasping his hands and greeting towards Luo Tianhe, I am Qin Daoming from the Gushan Tavern in Gushan Town. Honored to meet the esteemed Manor Master Luo. And I am immensely grateful for your life-saving assistance. Oh, so you are the proprietor of the Gushan Tavern, Master Qin? No need for formalities. We merely happened upon the situation. It was but a trifling effort, Luo Tianhe responded. Indeed, it is I. I did not expect that Manor Master Luo would be familiar with me, Qin Daoming replied with a smile. Luo Tianhe returned the smile, saying, The Gushan Tavern is the largest in Gushan Town, of course I am aware, and our Zimu Mountain Manor sources its wine from your establishment. After a brief pause, he added, The day wanes. Master Qin should hasten on your journey. We too must take our leave. Manor Master, I have a modest request. If it would not be too much trouble, Qin Daoming hesitated momentarily before speaking. Master Qin, feel free to express your needs, Luo Tianhe encouraged. With renewed resolve, Qin Daoming stated, It is this. The bandits who robbed us are a group of ruthless marauders based at Wild Boar Ridge. After the demise of their leader, the One-Eyed Dragon, some of the bandits fled. I fear they may return to Wild Boar Ridge and continue to wreak havoc upon the good people of Gushan Town. Therefore, I wish to request that Manor Master Luo eliminate their stronghold, if it is within your capacity. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe raised an eyebrow. Oh? These bandits are the notorious marauders of Wild Boar Ridge that have gained infamy in recent years? Indeed, they have committed countless atrocities, destroying villages and robbing passing merchants without leaving any survivors. My own caravan has been victimized by them multiple times, Qin Daoming exclaimed with righteous indignation. Luo Tianhe pondered for a moment, glancing at the sky. No problem. Wild Boar Ridge lies not far from here. We shall take a detour. Splendid. On behalf of the citizens of Gushan Town, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Manor Master Luo. Qin Daoming responded, overjoyed, bowing deeply. Master Qin, you are too kind. I too hail from Gushan Town, and it is only natural to contribute to my homeland. Luo Tianhe replied graciously. After Luo Tianhe finished speaking, he instructed Li Gu to prepare, as they would soon depart for Wild Boar Ridge. Yes, master. Although Li Gu often appeared carefree, he was diligent when it came to his tasks. Once everything was ready, Luo Qin and the others bid farewell to Qin Daoming and rode off towards Wild Boar Ridge. After a short while, they arrived at their destination. At that moment, the stronghold of Wild Boar Ridge was eerily quiet. Since the One-Eyed Dragon had taken most of the men away on business, only around 20 elderly, sick, and weak individuals remained to guard the stronghold under the leadership of a scholar. The bandits who had fled earlier might not have returned yet or could have escaped elsewhere. And the remaining old and weak were unaware that their leader had already met his demise. As Luo Tianhe and his companions burst into the stronghold, the bandits were still orderly preparing a feast, eagerly awaiting the triumphant return of their leader. However, they were swiftly captured by Luo Tianhe and his group. After Luo Tianhe ordered his guards to execute a dozen of the most heinous bandits, only 12 remained alive, and he intended to spare them. Father, this man must not be spared. His position in the stronghold is significant, Luo Qin pointed out, indicating one of the bandits. Luo Qin recognized this bandit as the scholar he had encountered years ago dining with the One-Eyed Dragon at Tianxiang Tower. Although the scholar had somehow found a tattered leather cloak to wear, Luo Chun recognized him at once. Master Luo, spare me. Although I reside in this den of thieves, I have never taken a life. The scholar exclaimed in desperation, realizing that the young boy he had met years ago still remembered him. Who would believe that a bandit dining with the one-eyed dragon had never harmed anyone? After Luo Chun spoke, he gestured, and a guard stepped forward, seizing the scholar and dragging him aside, preparing to execute him. The scholar panicked. Young Master Luo, please spare me. I know the location of the one-eyed dragon's treasure. I can lead you there. I implore you to spare my life. The treasure? Luo Chen's eyes brightened at the mention. Come back and lead the way. Although Luo Chen could discover the treasure's location using his senses, having someone to guide him would save him considerable trouble. Yes, I will lead you right away. The scholar had intended to negotiate terms, but seeing Luo Chen's readiness to kill, he swallowed his words. He could only hope that once they found the treasure, Luo Chen would spare him. Under the scholar's guidance, Luo Chen and the others arrived at the one-eyed dragon's chambers. The scholar rotated the oil lamp beside the bed a few times, and with a click, the wardrobe against the wall slid open, revealing a passageway that could accommodate one person. Without hesitation, Li Gu lit an oil lamp and shoved the scholar into the passage. Subsequently, Luo Tianhe and Luo Chen followed suit. After walking nearly 10 meters, they reached a stone chamber approximately 8 or 9 square meters in size, which contained 3 wooden boxes and a small wooden case. Additionally, there was a low table and a cushion. Li Gu opened a wooden chest, revealing it to be filled with ingots of silver, roughly estimating there to be around 1,000 taels. Swallowing hard, he glanced at the impassive Luo Chen before opening another large chest, which also contained a trove of silver. Subsequently, Li Gu opened the final, slightly smaller wooden box, which was filled with a dazzling array of gold. The gleaming gold captivated Li Ji's gaze. Ignoring Li Ji's astonishment, Luo Chen lifted a small wooden box atop the chest and opened it to find a stack of silver notes. After a cursory count, he turned to Luo Tianhe and exclaimed, Father, here we have 20,000 taels in silver notes, 100 taels in gold, and 2,000 taels in silver. In total, that amounts to 33,000 taels of silver. How much? Over 30,000 taels of silver? Aha, we've struck it rich this time, indeed. Robbing is a swift means of acquiring wealth. Li Gu laughed heartily while cradling a box of gold. Suddenly, Luo Tian had delivered a sudden slap to Li Ji's head, admonishing, What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry and arrange for someone to carry these treasures out. Having accompanied Luo Jinan over 2 decades ago to vanquish the scar-faced bandits and amass a fortune, Luo Tianhe was not overly astonished by the sight of such wealth today. Once Li Gu had instructed the guards to carry the chests outside, Luo Chun approached the mat, using his foot to shift it aside. Beneath it lay a tile identical to the others, yet this particular tile bore minute gaps around its edges, making it nearly indistinguishable as a movable piece unless one looked closely. Luo Chun lifted a tile, revealing a small hole, within which lay a tome and 2 small wooden boxes crafted from purple sandalwood. What is this? Luo Tianhe approached and picked up the tome, engrossed in its contents. Ever since Luo Chun had returned with several tomes from outside, greatly benefiting the estate, Luo Tianhe had developed a keen interest in any unexpected literary finds. Luo Chun also retrieved the 2 wooden boxes, opening them to discover 2 medicinal herbs. One, a star vein grass of over 100 years, and the other, a 300-year-old earth root. Observing the herbs in Luo Chen's hands, Luo Tianhe closed the tome with a smile, exclaiming, with this star vein grass, and by procuring a purple leaf orchid, we could concoct another batch of protective pulse elixir. This earth root is quite valuable as well. It can sustain a critically ill person. Luo Chun nodded in agreement, storing the herbs carefully, and gazed at the tome in Luo Tianhe's hands. Father, what kind of tome is this? Zheng Yi Gong, a high-grade yellow-level technique, presumably the cultivation method of the one-eyed dragon. Upon hearing this classification, Luo Chun lost interest. He extended his senses, confirming that there were no other hidden compartments within the stone chamber, before he and Luo Tianhe exited. Upon returning to the one-eyed dragon's chamber, Luo Chun noted that Li Gu was absent, leaving only a few guards to watch over several wooden crates. Just as he was about to inquire about Li Ji's whereabouts, she rushed in, breathless. Master, come quickly. We've discovered several peculiar beasts. Peculiar beasts? Luo Chun and Luo Tianhe exchanged glances, then followed Li Gu outside. They arrived at the stable of the stronghold, where several guards were stationed. Li Gu pointed excitedly at a group of bizarre creatures. Master, look, it's them. Luo Chen observed the beasts, which resembled horses but were significantly larger and more robust. Apart from their manes, their bodies were covered in black scales. There were 4 of these creatures. Leading them was a stallion with a single horn protruding from its forehead, accompanied by 2 mares and a foal. One of the mares lay on the ground, unable to rise due to an injury to her hind leg. Chinner. Could these be the extraordinary beasts you saw in the Great Hongshan 3 months ago? Luo Tianhe remarked, intrigued by the sight. Indeed, it's them. I can't believe such horses actually exist, and in a group no less. What could they be? Lo Chen laughed heartily, continuing, 3 months ago. I searched high and low without success, and today, I stumble upon 4 at once. What a stroke of fortune. With a gleeful chuckle, Lo Chen approached the stallion to mount it. Li Gu was about to protest, but hesitated, standing still with a mischievous grin as Lo Chen leapt onto the horse's back. The sudden weight caused the stallion to buck violently, leaping and sprinting before abruptly halting, attempting to throw off its rider. Lo Chen, momentarily jolted by the tumult, realized that to tame a wild steed, one must first conquer its spirit. Regardless of the stallion's actions, Luo Chen endured his physical discomfort. His legs firmly clasped around the horse's belly, and his arms tightly wrapped around its neck. After a brief half-hour of tumult, the stallion, unable to rid itself of its rider, let out a resounding neigh, raised its front legs high, and tilted backward in an attempt to crush its burden beneath its weight. Startled, Luo Chen hastily leaped off the horse's back, narrowly avoiding the impending fall. He had never anticipated such behavior from a horse, nor had he ever witnessed a horse act in such a manner. What manner of horse is this? Luo Chen pondered in astonishment. With a thud, as Luo Chen landed safely, the stallion's back crashed heavily to the ground, sending up a cloud of dust that left Luo Chen covered in grime. Shortly thereafter, the stallion sprang back to its feet, shook off the dust, cast a glance at Luo Chen, and returned to the side of the injured mare. For reasons unknown, Luo Chen felt a hint of disdain in the stallion's gaze, which filled him with embarrassment. He couldn't even tame a mere horse. Haha, this is utterly hilarious, Li Gu exclaimed, unable to contain his laughter at Luo Chen's predicament. You already knew, didn't you? You must have ridden it before we arrived, just like I did, right? Luo Chen shot an exasperated look at Li Gu, who stood there silently, his laughter subsiding slightly. These horses appeared to be hybrids between wild beasts and ordinary steeds. Though their temperaments were generally mild and they did not initiate attacks on humans, they would become fiercely aggressive if they sensed danger. Moreover, this stallion seemed to possess the strength of a peak human body refining realm practitioner, observed Luo Tianhe after a moment's contemplation. He then leaped gracefully onto the back of the stallion. Upon feeling the additional weight, the stallion immediately resumed its erratic movements, soon dislodging Luo Tianhe in the same manner. It seemed clear that subduing these horses through brute force would not suffice. Alternative strategies would have to be considered. Luo Tianhe dusted himself off and shook his head. Observing the stallion return to the injured mare, lowering its head to sniff at her wounds, Luo Chen felt a stirring in his heart and extended his perception to examine the mare's injuries. In that moment, he astonishingly sensed the stallion's concern for the mare. Luo Chen questioned his own perception, unsure if he had misinterpreted the signals, and focused once more. It was indeed true. He could genuinely perceive their thoughts. Excitement bubbled within him as he discovered a remarkable application of his perception. He could sense the thoughts of beasts. Chuckling, Luo Chen approached the injured mare, while Luo Tianhe and Li Gu exchanged puzzled glances. As he neared the mare, the stallion let out a fierce neigh, baring its teeth at Luo Chen in warning to keep his distance. Luo Chen paused, attempting to convey goodwill through his perception. The stallion momentarily hesitated, then softened its hostility toward Luo Chen, though its eyes remained watchful and wary. There is hope. Lo Chen's heart swelled with joy as he communicated to the stallion that he could heal the injured mare. The stallion regarded Lo Chen with a mix of skepticism and concern, glancing back at the wounded mare. After a moment of hesitation, it let out a loud snort and took a step back. Lo Chen knelt down slowly to examine the mare's injury. It was an arrow wound, the projectile having penetrated through the gaps in her scales, injuring the bone, which had splintered. Although the arrowhead was no longer embedded within, the wound had become festering and necrotic. Lo Chen surmised that this injury was likely the handiwork of a cyclops, as the mare's scales were exceptionally tough, impervious to the arrows of mere mortals, and the cyclops was known for its archery skills. Without further ado, Lo Chen retrieved a small knife from his person, preparing to excise the necrotic tissue surrounding the wound. Upon witnessing the blade, the stallion whinnied in alarm, prompting Lo Chen to swiftly convey reassurances. Once the stallion calmed, He gently scraped away the decayed flesh from the mare's injury, enduring her agonized cries with comforting words. After meticulously cleansing the wound, he sprinkled a coagulant powder over the injury and procured 2 bone-repairing pills from his guard, one for the mare to ingest and the other crushed and applied to the wound. Having completed this arduous task, he carefully bandaged the injury. The art of veterinary medicine proved to be exceedingly demanding, even more so than honing his swordsmanship. Lo Chun wiped the perspiration from his brow, rising with a sense of accomplishment. Before long, the injured mare let out a loud neigh and gradually rose to her feet. Though she could not exert much force on her injured leg, she was able to walk slowly. The mare leaned her head towards Lo Chun, first sniffing him with her nose before extending her tongue to lick his hand. Despite feeling a wave of revulsion, Lo Chun endured, for he harbored ulterior motives. At that moment, the stallion approached, giving Lo Chun a hearty snort. Lo Chun reached out to pat the stallion's head, and this time, the stallion did not shy away, allowing the gesture. Success. Lo Chun chuckled inwardly, and with a leap, he mounted the stallion. The stallion surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, galloping across the open space of the stable, but this time, it had no intention of throwing Lo Chun off. Ha! Lo Chun laughed heartily as he rode, experiencing a speed several times that of an ordinary horse, truly grasping the essence of speed like the wind and lightning. After a while, he brought the stallion to a halt. At that moment, Li Gu ran over, her eyes wide with astonishment as she looked at Lo Chun. Brother Chun, what is happening? How did you accomplish this? Please teach me, she exclaimed. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, she asked, Brother Chun, did you save that mare, which is why the stallion allows you to ride? Convinced of her reasoning, she turned to the guard standing nearby and instructed, Go stab that mare. I will save her too. I want to ride this stallion as well. Lo Chun rolled his eyes and cautioned, Don't be foolish. If you truly do that, you will never have the chance to ride these horses again. Ha! I knew you would find a way. I was merely jesting moments ago. These horses now belong to our estate. How could I possibly harm them? Please tell me how to ride them. Li Gu looked at Luo Chen with excitement, eager to showcase his equestrian skills. Time is of the essence as dusk approaches. Let us hasten our preparations and return to the estate. Luo Tianho was greatly pleased with Luo Chen's ability to tame these horses and was equally curious about how to mount them. But as night fell, they needed to make their way back. Thus, the group gathered their belongings and, accompanied by the 4 newly acquired horses, set forth towards the Zimu Mountain Villa. Before departing, Luo Chun ordered the execution of the scholar. Such a person may not have blood on his hands. Yet his counsel to the one-eyed dragon was more reprehensible than murder itself. Nearby, a small stream flows into the artificial river of Zimu Mountain Villa from the north and exits from the south. By the stream, Luo Chen was diligently polishing the body of the unicorn, ensuring its scales gleamed with a lustrous sheen, meticulously cleaning the crevices between the scales. The 4 horses obtained from the bandit den were named Black Scale horses, while the stallion with the horn was named Unicorn. Upon arriving at Zimu Mountain Villa, the unicorn recognized only Luo Chen, refusing to allow anyone else to ride it, thus becoming Luo Chen's exclusive steed. Beside Luo Chen, a diminutive figure was fervently attending to the young colt, drenched in perspiration. The colt stood there, munching on the feed offered by the little one, relishing the bathing while occasionally shaking its body to fling droplets of water onto its attendant. Ever since Luo Chen brought the unicorn back to Yushu Pavilion, where it caught Li Yushi's eye, she developed a fondness for the black scale horses and desired one for herself. However, the other 2 mares were fiercely untamed, and Li Yushi was unable to manage them. Consequently, she set her sights on the young colt, but the colt was no easy catch. It accepted her attentions but would not permit her to ride it, as even a small colt could throw her off. Luo Chen chuckled softly at Li Yushi and, seeing that the cleaning was nearly complete, gathered his belongings and made his way towards the villa with the unicorn. Observing the unicorn depart, the young colt hurriedly trotted a few steps to follow. Hey, little black, don't leave yet. I'm not done washing you, Li Yushi shouted behind, hastily packing her things to pursue them. Upon entering the villa, they found the training ground to the left where the guards without tasks were honing their strength. Most of these guards had reached the pinnacle of body refining. With just one more step, they could cultivate true energy and become genuine martial artists. However, this leap was exceedingly difficult without the right opportunity. Zimu Mountain Villa now had the capability to concoct pills that would enable these guards to break through to the 3rd tier of martial artists in a short time. Yet, the sudden influx of 3rd-tier martial artists would undoubtedly attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, potentially bringing immense trouble to the estate. Thus, without the means to protect themselves, Zimu Mountain Villa could only proceed cautiously. On the right side of the villa, a group of youths aged between 10 and 16 were meticulously practicing martial techniques. These young individuals represent the fresh blood of the guards and the future of the Purple Mist Manor. Among them, some of the older and more gifted possess peak strength and body tempering. As Luo Qin traversed the training grounds, observing the disciples honing their skills, he soon returned to the Yu Bamboo Pavilion. Li Hu's father, Li Jian, approached with a respectful greeting, saying, "Young master, the carriage and wooden boxes you requested a few days ago have been completed." "Oh, they are ready? Where are they?" Luo Qin inquired. "Young master, they are in the backyard," came the reply. "Let us go take a look." Upon reaching the backyard, a four-wheeled carriage came into view. A door was opened on one side of the carriage, while the other sides remained sealed. The carriage's compartment measured 2.5 meters in length, with a height and width of 1.6 meters. Inside, there were both large and small wooden boxes. The larger boxes measured 1.6 meters in length and 0.8 meters in both height and width, while the smaller boxes were 0.8 meters in all dimensions. The carriage's compartment could comfortably accommodate 6 large boxes or 12 small boxes. Luo Qin had designed this carriage and the boxes specifically for the purpose of transporting goods for the escort agency. After inspecting the carriage and the boxes and finding no issues, Luo Qin asked, "Uncle Li, if we were to create 50 such carriages along with matching boxes, how long would it take?" Li Jian calculated in his mind before responding, "There are a few carpenters in the manor. If we were to gather them, it would take approximately 20 days. "Very well, then. We shall proceed with 20 days. I entrust this task to you." "Yes, young master. I will go gather the workers immediately." With that, Li Jian hurried off to assemble the necessary manpower. Luo Qin pondered for a moment in place before proceeding to the neighboring courtyard, where he found Wang Yueying. "Mother, I wish to renovate the general stores in Gushan Town and Ningxue City into a courier agency." Wang Yueying, puzzled, looked at Luo Qin and replied, "Your father mentioned the courier agency to me. I support your endeavor. However, must it be within the confines of the general store? Is it not possible to find a new location?" Luo Qin explained, "Finding a suitable place now would be quite troublesome. Our 2 general stores have ample space, and with a slight modification, they can accommodate a considerable amount of goods, making them ideal for storing items for the agency. Moreover, the income from the general stores is minimal. Retaining them serves little purpose." After hearing Luo Qin's reasoning, Wang Yueying hesitated briefly before nodding. "Very well. I shall relay the message to both stores. You may take over in a few days. However, you must ensure the management and staff are well organized, for they have been with the stores for quite some time." "Rest assured, mother, I will handle it appropriately." With Wang Yueying's approval, Luo Qin returned to Yuzhuxuan and began to sketch and write in his study. 3 days later, in the study of Yuzhuxuan, Luo Qin handed 2 blueprints to Li Hu. "Li Hu, please deliver these blueprints to the managers of the general stores in Gushan Town and Ningxue City. Inform them that they must complete the renovations according to the designs within 15 days. "Yes, young master." Li Hu carefully took the blueprints and exited the study. Once Li Hu departed, Luo Qin resumed his work at the desk, focusing on naming the courier agency, designing the agency's flag, formulating regulations, and establishing the ranks of the couriers, among other tasks. 5 days later, in the office of the administrative hall of Ziwishan Villa, Luo Qin was discussing the courier agency with Luo Tianhe. As he concluded, he inquired, "Father, the agency currently lacks a chief courier. Do you have anyone suitable in mind?" After a moment's contemplation, Luo Tianhe responded, "Let Deputy Commander Han Meng take on the role of chief courier. Though he possesses a robust physique, he is diligent and meticulous in his work. Having guarded the Sutra repository alongside your grandfather for many years, it is time he stepped out for some fresh air." Luo Qin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I also believe Uncle Han is suitable. Had you not found anyone, I would have suggested him myself. In that case, let us invite him to learn about the agency's affairs," Luo Tianhe said, sending for Han Meng. Before long, Han Meng's sturdy figure appeared in the office. "I greet the master of the villa and the young master. May I inquire as to the reason for my summons?" Luo Tianhe, smiling, playfully patted Han Meng's chest. "Old Meng, I know you have been cooped up at the Sutra repository for far too long. Today, I have found you a splendid new position." "A splendid position? Huh. Pray tell, what might it be?" Han Meng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Luo Tianhe smiled silently and motioned for Luo Qin to elaborate. Understanding the cue, Luo Chun cleared his throat and began, "Uncle Han, the matter is as follows." He proceeded to explain the details of the courier agency to Han Meng. Aha, truly a splendid position. Old Han has always relished the adventures of the Jianghu. Rest assured, master and young master, I shall manage the affairs with utmost diligence. After listening to Luo Chin's introduction, Han Meng patted his chest and assured him. Observing this, Luo Tianhe took a stack of papers from his desk and handed them to Han Meng, saying, "This contains some information about the escort agency. Please take it home and study it thoroughly." "Rest assured, Master Zhuang, I will certainly give it my utmost attention," Han Meng replied as he accepted the documents. Exchanged a few more words, and then left the office with a cheerful demeanor. No sooner had Han Meng departed than Luo Tianyu, Luo Chin's second uncle, hurriedly entered the room, clutching a piece of dark, patterned steel. "Second brother, has the patterned steel been forged?" Luo Tianhe inquired, glancing at the steel in Luo Tianyu's hands. "Indeed, elder brother, but that is not the main point. You should first examine this piece of patterned steel," Luo Tianyu replied enigmatically, puzzled. Luo Tianhe took the patterned steel from Luo Tianyu, while Luo Chin leaned in with curiosity. "Why does it feel lighter than expected? Is this truly patterned steel?" Luo Tianhe remarked upon holding it, noticing its significantly reduced weight compared to the usual. "Rest assured, it is indeed patterned steel, but it is not the ordinary kind," Luo Tianyu declared with an air of mystery. "Not the ordinary kind? What do you mean?" Luo Tianyu elaborated. "A few days ago, I concocted the Bai Hanyi and successfully forged the patterned steel. I then prepared the other medicinal liquids from the alchemical text to experiment with forging patterned steel. Most of these liquids were similar to Bai Hanyi, yet the erosion spirit liquid stood apart. The patterned steel forged with erosion spirit liquid not only possesses exceptional toughness, but is also 1/3 lighter than ordinary patterned steel. It also possesses a unique characteristic absent in regular patterned steel. Its hardness rivals that of black iron. Currently, this type of patterned steel is the finest material available for crafting gun barrels and armor." "What?" Both Luo Tianhe and Luo Chin gazed in astonishment at the piece of patterned steel. Subsequently, Luo Tianhe circulated his vital energy within his hand, gripping the patterned steel tightly with his fingers. After some time, he released his energy, revealing only a few faint finger impressions on the surface of the steel. Luo Chin stared at the patterned steel in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, Luo Tianhe was a second-tier martial artist, practicing a celestial-level technique. Yet he had merely left a few finger marks. Then, a thought struck Luo Chin, second uncle. If armor were fashioned from this patterned steel and worn by a martial artist of the body refinement realm, would it not imply that second-tier martial artists would be unable to breach its defenses? Luo Tianyu pondered for a moment before replying. "Theoretically, yes. But we must conduct practical trials to ascertain. Over time, without the enhancement of vital energy, even if they cannot break through the armor, the individual inside may still suffer fatal repercussions from the impact." "Elder brother, who else is aware of this patterned steel?" Luo Tianhe asked, furrowing his brow. "This matter is known only to the three of us at present," Luo Tianyu responded. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe felt a sense of relief and then inquired, "What is the yield of this patterned steel?" Luo Tianyu shook his head. "The yield is not high, primarily because the main ingredient for the erosion spirit liquid, the erosion bone grass, is exceedingly difficult to procure. I dispatched individuals to traverse Ningxue City and Gushan Town, ultimately acquiring sufficient Shigong grass to concoct a pound of Shirling liquid, which in turn can yield merely a pound of this mysterious patterned steel." Luo Tianhe, with hands clasped behind his back, circled the office twice before pausing. "Thus, you shall personally forge this mysterious patterned steel. Refrain from involving other blacksmiths for the time being. I will send someone to procure Shigong grass. If it is unavailable in Ningxue County, we shall seek it elsewhere." "I understand, elder brother," Luo Tianyu acknowledged, aware of the matter's significance. Subsequently, the three engaged in further discussion before Luo Tianyu and Luo Chun departed the office. In the ensuing days, Luo Chun successfully refined the Pulse Guard pill and Blood Jade pill, selecting 30 disciples to serve as bodyguards for the escort agency alongside Han Meng, providing them with training. 20 days later, as dawn approached, Luo Tianhe and his two sons, along with Li Tian and Han Meng, set forth from the Purple Mist Mountain Villa with their 30 trained bodyguards, dividing into two teams that ventured in opposite directions. Luo Zhe and Li Tian led 10 bodyguards toward Ningxue City, while Luo Tianhe, Luo Chin, and Han Meng guided 20 bodyguards to Gushan Town. This day marked the inauguration of the escort agency, an essential representative of the Purple Mist Mountain Villa in the external world, prompting Luo Tianhe to personally attend the opening ceremony at the agency's headquarters in Gushan Town. Upon their arrival, the sky was still dim. Yet the former grocery store was ablaze with light. The old sign had been replaced, now concealed by a red cloth. The renovated grocery store featured 2 levels. The first floor housed several large warehouses, a space for horse-drawn carriages, and stables for feeding horses, complemented by a few offices at the entrance. The second floor provided accommodations for the bodyguards and staff. Indeed, it resembles a proper establishment. It seems you've invested considerable effort, Luo Tianhe remarked, surveying the interior and exterior decor before nodding in approval towards Luo Chen. All credit is due to Manager Qian. I merely provided a blueprint and offered a few verbal suggestions, Luo Chen replied, gesturing toward Manager Qian with a smile. Manager Qian, the original proprietor of the grocery store, had been entrusted by Luo Chen to continue overseeing operations, specifically negotiating with suppliers. Young master, you jest. Without your guidance, I could not have accomplished this, Manager Qian responded, his wrinkled face beaming with smiles. Haha, Manager Qian, no need for modesty. Your years of service are well known, and from now on, dealings with suppliers will be your responsibility. I, Old Han, will solely focus on escorting, Han Meng interjected with a hearty laugh, patting Manager Qian on the shoulder. Rest assured, Commander Han, I shall cooperate fully. Manager Qian replied with a respectful bow and a smile. Manager Qian, it is time for you to amend your address. I am now the Chief Escort, not Commander Han. Han Meng corrected, puffing out his chest. Yes, Chief Escort Han. Manager Qian nodded, bowing once more with a solemn expression. Laughter erupted among the group at this exchange. After a while, the sky had brightened, and the streets of Gushan Town gradually filled with pedestrians and early morning vendors, while the shops along the street began to open their doors one after another. The auspicious hour had arrived, and the sound of firecrackers erupted above this small town at the foot of Dahong Mountain, shattering the tranquil morning of Gushan Town. The passers-by on the street paused, gathering towards the newly opened shop of Zimu Mountain Villa. A portly merchant adeptly squeezed into the crowd, positioning himself at the forefront. Observing the 2 rows of martial artists clad in black attire standing at the shop's entrance, the rotund merchant smiled and clasped his hands towards a companion beside him, saying, Good morning, Manager Zhao. Are you aware of what is happening? Has the grocery store of Zimu Mountain Villa been transferred to someone else? Oh, it seems Manager Chen is unaware, Manager Zhao replied with a smile and a bow. I recently transported a batch of goods to Ningxue City and stayed there for a while, returning only late yesterday. That explains it. Zhao nodded with an understanding smile, continuing. The grocery store at Zimu Mountain Villa began renovations over 20 days ago, claiming to be embarking on a new venture, though they did not disclose what it would be. The newly hung sign has remained covered with red cloth. I wonder what it says. As he spoke, Zhao pointed towards the sign obscured by the red cloth. Manager Chen looked up, attempting to discern something from the sign. At that moment, Zhao's voice rang out again. Look, the owner of Zimu Mountain Villa, Luo Zhuangzhu, has also arrived. What could this mean? Hearing the commotion, Manager Chen turned to the shop's entrance, where Luo Tianhe emerged, surrounded by a throng of people. Observing the crowd gathered at the doorway, Manager Chen took a step forward and, smiling, addressed those present. Haha. Our establishment is reopening today. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you all. Not at all. We are here to celebrate the opening of the new store. Manager Zhao responded with a bow and a smile. Indeed. Congratulations to Manager Qian on the prosperous opening. Congratulations to Luo Zhuangzhu. May the new store flourish. Instantly, the crowd erupted in congratulatory remarks. Luo Tianhe also smiled and bowed in gratitude. The auspicious hour had arrived. It was time to unveil the sign. Manager Qian, sensing the moment was right, called out. With a series of crackling firecrackers, Luo Tianhe pulled down the red cloth covering the sign, revealing the bold characters Longwei Biaoju inscribed upon it. Longwei Biaoju? What kind of establishment is this? I've never heard of or seen such a business before. Ignoring the murmurs of the onlookers, Manager Qian continued to shout, Raise the escort flag. At this command, Han Meng approached the entrance, holding a rolled-up flag. Grasping the flagpole with both hands, he shook it, unveiling a black flag adorned with a golden dragon roaring amidst purple mist, captivating the audience. He then inserted the flag into a prepared hole on the wall. Bestow the escort master rank insignia, Manager Chen exclaimed. At this moment, Luo Chen approached Luo Tianhe with a tray, from which Luo Tianhe took a bronze badge and affixed it to Han Meng's left chest. He then retrieved a black iron badge from the tray, bestowing it upon each of the 20 bodyguards. The bodyguard badges, meticulously designed by Luo Chun, were each the size of an egg, featuring engravings identical to those on the escort flags, albeit crafted from different materials. The badges signifying bodyguard ranks were categorized into 5 levels: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and purple jade, with black iron being the lowest and purple jade the highest. These rank badges not only represented the standing of the bodyguards within the escort agency but also reflected their earnings. To ascend in rank, a bodyguard needed to demonstrate not only martial prowess but also a record of successful escort missions and commendable performance during each task. After adorning all the bodyguards with their rank badges, Luo Tianhe addressed them, stating, "From this day forth, you shall represent my Purple Mist Manor as you traverse the martial world. Always remember the tenets of Purple Mist Manor and the regulations of the Longwei Escort Agency, and fulfill each task with excellence. As long as the escort exists, so shall the escorter. Should the escort fail, so shall the escorter perish." Upon finishing his proclamation, Han Ming let out a thunderous roar. As long as the escort exists, so shall the escorter. Should the escort fail, so shall the escorter perish. The 20 bodyguards echoed his words with fervor. This sudden rallying cry startled the onlookers, igniting their curiosity about the nature of the Longwei Escort Agency. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Luo Tianhe led Luo Chun into the Longwei Escort Agency, entrusting the subsequent matters to Manager Qian and Han Ming. Meanwhile, Manager Chun, who had been spectating, could no longer contain his curiosity and approached Manager Qian, inquiring, "Manager Qian, your business has become utterly perplexing. What exactly does the Longwei Escort Agency do?" Manager Qian glanced at Manager Chen and then at the inquisitive crowd that had gathered. With a smile, he said, I presume everyone shares Manager Chen's curiosity, yes? Indeed. What does the Longwei Escort Agency engage in? Manager Qian, have you discovered a lucrative venture? Pray, tell us," urged the crowd, pressing for answers. Recognizing the opportune moment, Manager Qian cleared his throat and replied, "Our Longwei Escort Agency specializes in the transportation of goods. We provide the necessary transport and assign escorts for protection. The consignor merely pays us a fee for the service." What? Transporting goods? Surely, Manager Qian must be jesting. Which merchant does not transport their own goods? Why would we spend silver to have someone else do it? Interjected Manager Zhao from the side. Indeed. We all have our own escorts. Why would we waste our money? Echoed the surrounding crowd. Manager Qian regarded the audience with a knowing smile. But do you not realize? If you transport goods yourselves and they are lost or seized by bandits, you bear the loss alone. Moreover, you cannot possibly require transportation every day. Does that not render your hired escorts an unnecessary expense? Then what? If your Longwei Escort Agency transports goods, will you compensate the consignor if losses occur? Asked one of the onlookers. Manager Qian puffed out his chest and declared, "Of course. At Longwei Escort Agency, we guarantee the safety of the goods we transport. Should any items be lost, damaged, or robbed during transit, we shall compensate according to the prearranged price." What? Is this true? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Many present were merchants well acquainted with the myriad risks associated with transporting goods. Foremost among these threats was the menace of banditry. In the vicinity of Gushan Town, incidents of merchant caravans being ambushed were all too common. When goods were seized, it often resulted in catastrophic losses. The prospect of someone willing to shoulder the risks of theft left them utterly astounded. Indeed, it is true. You are all familiar with Zaiwushan Manor. We would never deceive you. Moreover, we will sign a contract beforehand, and should any issues arise, we will compensate according to the terms laid out therein, Manager Qian assured. Compensate according to the terms? With so many bandits around, wouldn't that lead to your ruin if you were robbed? Someone interjected. Manager Qian smiled slightly, exuding confidence. Since Zaiwushan Manor possesses the capability to establish an escort agency, we also have the means to safeguard your goods. The crowd considered this, after all. Zaiwushan Manor was a second-tier force, the most formidable in Ning County, and few dared to offend them. Manager Qian, how's the transportation fee calculated? At this moment, the previously silent Manager Qian raised a pivotal question. Yes. What is the transportation fee? The inquiry sparked the interest of the audience. Our charges are based on wooden crates, Manager Qian explained, gesturing to 2 crates of varying sizes at the entrance. The larger crate costs 5 taels of silver each, with no additional charge for distances up to 100 miles. For every additional 10 miles beyond that, we charge an extra 51. The price for the smaller crate is half that of the larger. You will pay according to the number of crates your goods fill. Additionally, for valuable items, a separate fee is charged, amounting to 1/10 of their total value. As the crowd examined the two crates, they began calculating in their minds. Manager Zhao was the quickest to respond, saying, "By this calculation, it seems a bit steep, and the charge for valuable items appears excessively high." Manager Qian chuckled, There is a reason for the cost. You will no longer bear any losses, nor will you have to exert yourself transporting the goods, fretting over the threat of banditry or other expenses along the way. And as for valuable items, would you dare to transport a cart full of silver on your own? That does make sense. When considered in total, this could be quite a bargain, someone remarked after doing the math. At that moment, Manager Qian grasped Manager Qian's arm and said, "Manager Qian, I happen to have a batch of goods that needs to be transported to Ningxue City. How should I proceed?" "Not to worry, Manager Qian. Simply bring your goods here for packing, then we will assess their value, sign a contract, and upon payment of the transportation fee, we will dispatch them immediately." Manager Qian replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall send someone to bring the goods right away." Manager Qian exclaimed, weaving through the crowd. "Hey, Manager Qian, wait a moment. I also have a batch of goods that needs to be sent to Ningxue City," called out Manager Liu. "Me too. I happen to have goods destined for Qishui Town." Suddenly, several merchants requested the transportation of goods. "No rush, no rush." The money manager cheerfully responded to everyone. In a room on the second floor of the Longwei Escort Agency, Luo Tianhe, observing everything through the window, smiled and remarked to Luo Chun, "Indeed, there seems to be a knack for this. I initially thought business would be scarce, yet unexpectedly, so many people have come to us right after opening." "This is certain," Luo Chen replied with a smile. "Every merchant has a scale in their heart. They are quite astute. In this world rife with bandits, they can merely spend a little silver to transfer the risk onto us, which they are certainly pleased to do." Meanwhile, the Longwei Escort Agency in Ningxue City also opened simultaneously, but in contrast to the bustling atmosphere of Gushan Town, Ningxue City appeared somewhat desolate. After the crowd had witnessed the excitement, they dispersed, leaving only a few individuals lingering to inquire. After all, the predecessor of the Longwei Escort Agency had always maintained a low profile in Ningxue City, and few were aware that this establishment belonged to the Zimu Mountain Villa. Moreover, no one understood what this so-called escort agency entailed, nor would they readily entrust their goods to others. Only a handful of individuals in Ningxue City, who kept a close watch on the influence of the Zimu Mountain Villa, paid any attention to the Longwei Escort Agency. 5 years later, on the streets of Gushan Town. "Brother Shan, hurry up. The Longwei Escort Agency is just ahead." A youth, around 17 or 18, paused and turned back to call out to a young man in his 20s. "Aren't we almost there? Why the hurry?" "The Longwei Escort Agency 1T run away," the young man replied nonchalantly as he continued to stroll. "I'm just eager to join the Longwei Escort Agency. You know, once I become a black iron escort, I could earn at least 5 taels of silver each month, enough to cover my family's expenses for a year." The youth's face radiated with longing, but then worry clouded his expression. "Brother Sean, do you think the Longwei Escort Agency will accept us?" "Rest assured, the Longwei Escort Agency is currently in need of personnel, and our abilities are decent. It should not be a problem," the young man reassured him. "That seems plausible," exclaimed the youth. "We've arrived, Brother Sean." After contemplating for a moment, the youth lifted his gaze to behold the 4 bold characters spelling Longwei Escort Agency. "Yes, let us enter," the young man said, leading the youth into the agency. Over the past 5 years, the Longwei Escort Agency, due to its efficient delivery services and strict adherence to contracts, gradually gained renown across various towns in Ningxue County, becoming well-known and highly favored by numerous merchants. This success enabled the Longwei Escort Agency to expand and establish branches in every town throughout Ningxue County. However, due to a shortage of manpower, the agency began recruiting escorts from the outside. Despite the rapid growth of the Longwei Escort Agency over these 5 years, it was not without its challenges. After all, this was a world plagued by banditry and rife with gangs. In the beginning, Li Tian and Han Meng escorted goods together, dealing with attackers directly with lethal force when necessary, and paying off others to secure safe passage, swiftly opening up the escort routes in Ningxue County. Nevertheless, unforeseen incidents still arose. Once, a convoy was dispatched to Wutian Town, led by a peak master of the body refinement realm. As the convoy journeyed halfway, it was ambushed by a band of robbers from Wutian Town. Consequently, the cargo was seized, and out of 10 escorting masters, only 3 survived, including the leader. Upon hearing of this incident, Luo Tianhe was filled with rage and personally led Han Ming and others to Wutian Town, where they eradicated the bandits and recovered the stolen goods. 3 years prior, Han Ming was escorting goods to Ningxue City when he was attacked by a newly arrived group of robbers just before reaching the city. The bandit leader, at the initial stage of the third tier and realizing he was outmatched, ordered the goods to be burned before fleeing with his men. Following this event, many who were aware turned their gazes toward Longwei Escort Agency, curious whether it would genuinely compensate as promised. Without hesitation, Luo Qin sought out the cargo owner and compensated according to the stipulated price in the contract. He then led his men to pursue the robbers to the outskirts of Ningxue County, where they were ultimately annihilated. Through these actions, numerous merchants came to realize that Longwei Escort Agency was not merely a facade, leading them to entrust their goods for transport, thus significantly increasing the agency's business volume. The various bandits and factions in Ningxue County became more compliant, turning a blind eye to convoys bearing the Longwei Escort banner as they passed through their territories. As Longwei Escort Agency flourished, Zimu Mountain Villa also recruited many disciples over the years. Apart from those serving as escorts, the villa now boasted 326 disciples and 85 guards, with nearly half of the guards having advanced to the initial stage of the third tier. This surge in breakthroughs was attributed to Luo Qin's occasional addition of medicinal pills to their meals over the years. With the increase in guards and disciples, Zimu Mountain Villa expanded several-fold, incorporating Zimu Mountain and several adjacent hills into its grounds, which became the villa's rear mountain. Currently, Zimu Mountain Villa is divided into the outer and inner courtyards. The original section serves as the outer courtyard, housing the disciples, while the newly constructed rear courtyard primarily accommodates the guards. Between the outer and inner courtyards lies a series of buildings, including the administrative hall. At this moment, on the rear mountain of Zimu Mountain Villa, a 16-year-old youth clad in a white training outfit, tall and handsome, practiced his swordsmanship by a pool at the base of a waterfall. This young man was none other than Luo Qin. Compared to 5 years ago, his sword techniques had undergone a remarkable transformation. His moves were no longer stiff and straightforward, but flowed gracefully like water, transitioning seamlessly. The force of his strikes was no longer merely brute strength, but a harmonious balance of lightness and heaviness, utilizing the inertia of his power to maneuver with fluidity, achieving a state where his heart's intent guided his blade. Having completed a set of sword techniques, Luo Qin paused, gazing at the blade gifted to him by Luo Tianyu years ago. This sword, forged from fine iron, could withstand the chi of a third-tier warrior. However, now that Luo Qin had ascended to the mid-stage of the second tier, the sword had become insufficient to fully accommodate his profound chi. Indeed, it is not merely Luo Qin. During these 5 years, several core high-ranking members of the Purple Mist Manor have significantly enhanced their martial prowess. In recent years, Luo Qin has procured high-quality medicinal herbs from various branches of the Longwei Escort Agency in Ning County, which he has utilized to concoct elixirs that augment true energy. Although the suitable herbs have been scarce, they suffice for the needs of several individuals within the Purple Mist Manor. Currently, Luo Jinan, Luo Tianhe, and Luo Tianyu have all ascended to the pinnacle of the second tier of martial artists, while Luo Zhe has broken through to the initial stage of the second tier. After deliberation among the male members of the Luo family, it was ultimately decided to administer the elixirs to Li Tian and his son, as well as to Han Ming. Presently, Li Tian stands at the mid-stage of the second tier, while both Han Ming and Li Gu are at the peak of the third tier, with all three having reformed their cultivation to the Yin Wind blade technique. Young master, just as Luo Qin was preparing to practice his spear techniques further, Li Hu rushed over. What is it? Luo Qin paused his activities to regard Li Hu. Young master, the manor master is looking for you. He requests your presence at the affairs hall. Do you know what it pertains to? Not quite. Li Hu shook his head and added, however, I just saw head escort Han return to the manor. He is currently in the affairs hall. Uncle Han has returned? Could it be that something has occurred at the Longwei Escort Agency? As Luo Qin spoke, he tossed his spear to Li Hu and made his way towards the affairs hall with his sword in hand. Inside the affairs hall of the Purple Mist Manor, Luo Tianhe and Han Ming were engaged in discussion. Upon entering, Luo Qin greeted the two, saying, Father, Uncle Han, your subordinate pays respects to the young master. Han Ming returned the greeting. Old Ming, how many times must I remind you not to refer to this lad as young master? You are his elder. And now you are the head escort of the Longwei Escort Agency. Simply calling him Chun'er will suffice, Luo Tianhe admonished with a furrowed brow. Luo Qin concurred, Uncle Han. My father is correct. Please refrain from calling me young master in the future. Haha, such customs cannot simply be discarded. Moreover, I have grown accustomed to it. It is difficult to change. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand, shall we? Han Ming chuckled. By the way, father, what is it you require of me? Has something happened at the Longwei Escort Agency? Luo Chen, now focused on the matter, set aside the issue of titles. Indeed. Allow your Uncle Han to explain. Luo Tianhe replied. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen cast a puzzled glance at Han Ming. Han Ming cleared his throat and stated, the situation is as follows. Due to an increase in escort missions recently, the slow horses used for transporting goods and the mounts of the escort agency have become insufficient. Consequently, we enlisted the help of Manager Zhao, who conducts business on the grasslands, to procure over 50 fine horses from there. Everything was proceeding smoothly until we reached the Martial Spirit Pass, where all the horses were detained by the Deputy General of the pass. Despite Manager Zhao's numerous attempts to negotiate, he had no choice but to send word back. The Deputy General of the Martial Spirit Pass? Why would he detain our horses? Luo Chen inquired, perplexed. The messenger reported that the Deputy General claimed the situation at the border was tense, and he temporarily requisitioned our horses as military mounts to bolster the military strength at the border, Han Ming explained. After a brief pause, Han Ming continued. However, according to the inquiries made by Manager Zhao, that Vice General did not intend to utilize this batch of horses for military purposes. Instead, he has kept them in his private stable. Manager Zhao speculates that the Vice General aims to claim these horses as his own, particularly 2 exceptional steeds from the grasslands, which we purchased to breed with the black-scaled horses. Realizing the situation, Luo Chen turned to Luo Tianhe and asked, Father, did you summon me here to send me to Wuling Pass? Luo Tianhe nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I had originally planned for your elder brother to undertake this task, but your Uncle Han is too occupied with matters at the escort agency and requires your brother's assistance. Moreover, as the commander is responsible for affairs within the manor, your second uncle is likewise preoccupied. Currently, you are the only one with the capability and availability to make this journey. You shall depart for Wuling Pass with Li Gu tomorrow morning. Understood, father. I will set off at dawn, Luo Chen replied, feeling somewhat sheepish, as he had indeed found numerous excuses to evade work in recent years. Then, another thought crossed his mind. Father, isn't Li Gu also engaged in escorting tasks at the agency? Do not worry about that. I have already dispatched someone to convey a message to him. You may return and prepare for your journey. With that, Luo Tianhe resumed his conversation with Han Ming regarding matters related to Longwei Escort Agency. Upon exiting the administrative hall, Luo Chen returned to Yuzhu Pavilion with Li Hu, who had been waiting at the entrance. As he entered the courtyard of Yuzhu Pavilion, he spotted Li Yuxi feeding the unicorn. At 15 years of age, Li Yuxi had blossomed into a graceful young lady, with an oval face, a delicate nose, and a pure, adorable smile that would lead anyone to believe she was a well-behaved and obedient girl. Indeed, over the years, Li Yuxi had undergone considerable change. She was no longer as boisterous and restless as before. However, despite this transformation, a whimsical spirit still lingered within her, seemingly ingrained in her very being, which Luo Chen could only shake his head and smile at. Shifting his gaze from Li Yuxi, he looked at the unicorn in front of her. The creature, while still maintaining its appearance from 5 years prior, exuded a ferocious aura that could instill fear even in peak body refinement warriors. This transformation was attributed to an incident 2 years ago when Luo Chen inadvertently fed the unicorn a vitality pill, which it subsequently developed a fondness for. From that point on, Luo Chen would periodically provide the unicorn with a pill. To his astonishment, a year later, the unicorn had ascended to the level of a fierce beast, its strength comparable to that of a third-rate martial artist in the early stages. Li Yuxi, what brings you here? Luo Chen inquired as he entered the courtyard, affectionately patting the unicorn's head before turning his attention to Li Yuxi. I'm here to feed the unicorn. Aren't you taking care of it? Li Yuxi replied playfully, glancing at Luo Chen with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. That's not what I meant. Luo Chen responded exasperatedly, noticing how her gaze sparkled with mischief. Aren't you supposed to be with Yunimo at Longwei Escort Agency? How did you end up back here? Having been away for over a month, can't he return for a brief respite? Li Yuxi puffed her cheeks. What about Yunimo? Luo Chen turned to survey the surroundings of the courtyard. Don't bother looking. That humanoid puppet is still at the Longwei Escort Agency. Speaking of Yunimo, Li Yuxi's mood darkened as she continued. You have no idea how ruthless that kid is. He trains day and night, mercilessly pushing himself. And he's even harsher on others. Every time he escorts goods and encounters robbers, he immediately throws down his cargo and charges into kill. He won't rest until every last one is dealt with, and even the team leader cannot hold him back. If he leads a convoy, the moment someone dares to show themselves, he delivers the goods and then returns to storm their lair, leaving no chance for escape, relentlessly pursuing them to the end. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Over the years, he had come to understand Yun Mo well, recognizing him as a formidable character, likely shaped by the trauma of witnessing his parents' murder and the destruction of his village during childhood. He then turned to Li Yushi and admonished, "While you lounge about, Yun Mo has already obtained the Bronze Escort Master badge at the pinnacle of body refinement, and now, at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, he is preparing for the silver level assessment, whereas you, too, are merely at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, having just acquired your bronze badge. Stop comparing me to that kid. I'm a girl." Li Yushi rolled her eyes, then seemed to recall something, regarding Luo Chen with a scrutinizing gaze. "Wait a moment. Shouldn't you be practicing in the back mountain now? How did you end up back here? And you call me lazy. Aren't you guilty of the same?" Luo Chen smiled gently. "I have my reasons. You are the most idle one in the entire Purple Mist Villa. What could you possibly have to do?" Li Yushi's expression was one of disbelief. "If you don't believe me, then fine, I won't bother explaining further." Ignoring Li Yushi, Luo Chen turned and walked towards the study. "Hey, you really do have something going on? What is it?" Seeing this, Li Yushi, knowing Luo Chen well, could tell he was indeed preoccupied, and she hurriedly inquired with curiosity. However, Luo Chen paid her no mind and entered the study, closing the door behind him. "Humph. Do you think that just because you want to tell me, I want to find out?" Li Yushi glared at the closed door, then her gaze shifted to Li Hu, who was standing nearby. Noticing Li Yushi looking at him, Li Hu felt a pang of anxiety and quickly said, "Miss Yushi, you carry on. I have something to attend to." "All right, you may go." Li Yushi nodded. Yet, as Li Hu headed towards the backyard, she hurriedly followed him. The following day, as dawn broke, Luo Chen had just risen when Li Gu rode into Yuzhu Pavilion on a black-scaled horse. Li Gu had married Luo Yin 2 years prior. Yet after the marriage, he still retained a carefree demeanor, and upon seeing Luo Chen, he teased, "Oh, young Master Chen is up so early today?" Having exchanged banter for years, Luo Chen was unperturbed and inquired, "When did you return to the villa?" "I came back last night around midnight." Li Gu waved his hand with a teasing tone, saying, "Yesterday, I was escorting a convoy to Wutian town, planning to spend the night there. However, I received a message and had to rush back overnight. There's no way to compare with certain individuals. No words are necessary." He continued, "Enough with the cryptic remarks. I have certainly done my share of work. After all, I have taken on a rather arduous task." Luo Chen shook his head with a wry smile. Just then, Li Hu approached, leading a unicorn. "Young master, everything is ready. We can depart at any time." "Indeed." Luo Chen nodded. After glancing at the long spear and bow strapped to the unicorn's back, he waved his hand energetically. "Time waits for no one. Let us set off." With that, Luo Chen mounted his horse, a blade in hand. Seeing this, Li Gu and Li Hu followed suit, with Li Hu riding the Black Cloud horse. The Zimu Villa had established a stable to the south, dedicated to cultivating both the Black Scale horse and the Black Cloud horse. The latter was a crossbreed between the Black Scale horse and a regular steed, although it lacked the scale armor and was not as swift or enduring as the Black Scale horse. The Black Cloud horse shared the same striking black coat and robust physique. As the trio rode out of Yuzhu Pavilion, they found 9 guards mounted on Black Cloud horses awaiting them at the entrance. To Luo Chen's surprise, he spotted Li Yushi among the guards. "What are you doing here?" He furrowed his brow at her. "Of course, I'm going to Wuling Pass." Li Yushi replied with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Wuling Pass?" Luo Chen exchanged a glance with Li Hu, then looked at Li Yushi with suspicion. "How did you know we were going there today?" Li Yushi merely smiled. "The villa is not that large. With such a grand display, it would be difficult for anyone not to notice." Seeing her determination, Luo Chen shook his head. "No, we are on official business, and the journey is long. You cannot come." "Why can't I?" Li Yushi's expression turned urgent as she pointed to the nearby guards. "I am skilled in martial arts. I am no inferior to them. Moreover, I have traveled many roads in the past 2 years escorting convoys. Besides, I have even learned medicine from Sister Yen. It might come in handy. Let Yushi join us." Li Gu interjected. "She possesses the strength of a third-rate martial artist. She can certainly protect herself. Besides, having her along means you won't be alone." He chuckled, enjoying the situation. "Exactly. I can defend myself." Li Yushi's eyes sparkled as she eagerly chimed in. Luo Chen looked at Li Gu in exasperation. With you here, I already am not alone on this journey. With that, Luo Chen ignored the two and urged his horse forward. Let us depart. The sound of hooves echoed crisply as Luo Chen, Li Gu, and Li Yushi, accompanied by Li Hu and the 9 guards, totaling 13, galloped away from Zimu Villa. Among them, 11 were at the initial stage of the 3rd rank. 1 at the pinnacle of the 3rd rank, and 1 at the mid-stage of the 2nd rank. 13 individuals traversed the path together, forming a mobile yet formidable presence that commanded respect. However, Luo Chen concealed his true cultivation level using the concealed chi technique, presenting himself as merely a novice of the 3rd tier. The Purple Mist Manor lay over 2,000 miles from the Martial Spirit Pass, yet the journey was relatively manageable. The initial leg allowed for travel by boat, leaving only 800 miles of land to traverse thereafter. Upon departing the Purple Mist Manor, Luo Chen and his companions hastened towards Ningshui City, riding on their swift black-scaled and black cloud steeds, reaching their destination in a mere half hour. After a hearty breakfast at the Longwei Escort Agency in Ningshui City, they boarded a merchant vessel at the dock behind the agency. This ship, procured specifically for transporting goods, was substantial, boasting 2 levels and fully prepared for its voyage. Once aboard, the horses were secured on the lower deck while Luo Chen and his companions ascended to the upper deck, designated for passengers. With all arrangements finalized, the ship gradually set sail, gliding towards the outlet of Ningshui Lake. Observing the flag of the Longwei Escort Agency, the disciples of the Sanhe gang at the outlet refrained from obstructing the vessel for tolls, allowing it to pass unimpeded. The merchant ship glided downstream along the Ningshui River, heading towards Wuwei City. Located 200 miles away at the confluence of the Ningshui and Hanshui rivers, serving as the capital of Tianzhou. Nearby, a towering mountain named Jianshan loomed, home to the mountain gate of the Jianguo, one of the 8 major sects in the martial world. After 3 to 4 hours of navigation, they arrived at Wuwei City. Concerned about potential disturbances at the Martial Spirit Pass, Luo Chen chose not to linger in Wuwei City, instead entering the Hanshui River and navigating upstream towards the northwest. The Hanshui, one of the principal tributaries of the Great River, was wide and tranquil, with its broadest sections exceeding 60 zhang, featuring clear, emerald waters. As early autumn approached, the leaves of the phoenix trees lining the riverbanks began to turn golden, attracting numerous pleasure boats and painted barges for sightseeing. Luo Chen, Li Gu, and Li Yushi stood by the railing, reveling in the exquisite scenery. Luo Chen, is that Jinshan? Li Yushi asked, shielding her eyes from the sun with one hand and pointing at the majestic mountain in the distance. Luo Chen gazed upward at the towering peaks. The mountain's grandeur rose in undulating waves, with the principal peak resembling a sword thrusting into the clouds. Indeed, that is Jinshan, the home of Jianguo. Our Purple Mist Mountain pales in comparison to its magnificence, appearing almost childlike beside it. Yet, I still prefer Purple Mist Mountain. It is serene and picturesque, with waterfalls and pools, and in the morning, one can ascend to the summit to witness the purple mist and bask in the dawn's glow, Li Yushi declared with a hint of pride. Each mountain possesses its own grandeur and charm, distinguished in its own right, Luo Chen remarked, continuing to admire Jianshan. Years ago, I heard of a prodigious talent in Jianguo, a genius of the sword who, at merely 23, had already achieved the 2nd tier's initial stage. I wonder how he fares now? You must be referring to Jian Lei, right? I heard about him recently while escorting goods to Wuwei City. He has since progressed to the mid-stage of the 2nd tier. However, this so-called genius pales in comparison to you, Li Gu commented. Luo Chen merely smiled, non-committal in his response. Behold, a beautifully adorned boat is approaching us. Suddenly, Li Yushi gasped in surprise. Luo Chen turned to look and indeed saw a painted boat drawing near from the right side of the merchant vessel. The boat boasted 2 levels. The upper level was an open pavilion, festooned with colorful lanterns and intricately carved dragons and phoenixes. At that moment, 3 elegantly dressed men stood by the railing in the pavilion, gazing towards Luo Chen and his companions, accompanied by several guards and maidservants. Among them, a youthful figure was a mid-tier martial artist, while 2 young men were present, one a late-stage mid-tier martial artist and the other an astonishing mid-tier martial artist. Pray, do not rush, called out the young man in his 20s from the painted boat as it drew closer. Pray tell, who might you be? What brings you to halt us? Li Gu inquired politely. I am Zhao Zichen from the Chaobang of Wuwei City. And this young man to my right is the second son of the Lu family, Lu Kexiao, Zhao Zichen introduced, gesturing to the handsome youth standing straight to his left. And this gentleman is Jian Lei, the once-in-a-century genius of the Sword Pavilion, the disciple of its master. Luo Chen and his companions were taken aback upon hearing this, casting their eyes towards the silent young man, who was quietly gazing at the river. They had just mentioned him, and now they encountered the real person. Noticing the expressions of Luo Chen's trio, Zhao Zichen smiled. We are having a banquet aboard our boat, and happened to see you gazing over the railing. We would like to invite you to join us for a drink, if it would not be too much trouble. Regrettably, we have urgent matters to attend to and must decline your kind invitation. Li Gu replied with a slight bow, an apologetic tone in his voice. Our gathering is in honor of Brother Jian's recent breakthrough to mid-tier martial artist, and surely you would not deny us this small courtesy? Zhao Zichen remarked. Taken aback that his overture had been rebuffed by the trio. We genuinely have pressing matters, Li Gu responded coolly, sensing Zhao Zichen's rising irritation. Very well. If you have business to attend to, you may leave. Just send the young lady beside you to join us for a drink, Lu Kexiao interjected, stepping forward and pointing at Li Yuxi. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Luo Chen's group darkened, and Li Yuxi's face flushed with anger. Who do you think you are to suggest that I accompany you for drinks? Ah, it seems we have an outspoken young lady here, Lu Kexiao chuckled, glancing at Zhao Zichen. Zhao, it appears we misjudged her character. I, for one, have a penchant for spirited young ladies. Come now, join me for a drink. Suddenly, a sharp arrow whizzed past Lu Kexiao's neck, embedding itself in the boat's pillar behind him, startling the maidservants into screams, while several guards rushed to shield Lu Kexiao. As Jian Lei, who had been observing the river from the side, suddenly lifted his head, squinting his eyes towards the direction from which the arrow came. The projectile flew with such swiftness that he scarcely had time to react. Lu Kexiao, feeling the stiffness in his body, gingerly touched his neck, relieved to find no injury. With trembling hands, he pointed at Luo Chen, stammering, You dare shoot an arrow at me? If you speak another insolent word, I shall shoot your head off next time. Luo Chen slowly lowered his bow, responding in a somber tone. Upon hearing this, Lu Kexiao was instantly consumed by fury. Shouting in exasperation, Shoot off my head. You are courting death, daring to threaten me within the confines of Wuwei City. I see you no longer wish to live. Bring them all to me. At that moment, Zhao Zichen grasped Lu Kexiao's arm, urging, Brother Lu, calm yourself. We are on the Han River, the territory of my Chao gang. No one can harm you and leave unscathed, especially with Brother Jian here. Zhao Zichen, a man of cunning, discerned that Luo Chen's arrow had caught even the second-tier warrior Jian Lei off guard, indicating that the opponent was formidable. He understood that Lu Kexiao should refrain from reckless actions until more clarity was gained regarding their adversaries. Lu Kexiao, suppressing his rage, remained silent, fixated on Luo Chen with a piercing glare. Turning to Luo Chen, Zhao Zichen remarked, You have gone too far. Haven't you? Brother Lu merely intended to invite this young lady aboard for a few drinks, and his words were only slightly frivolous. There was no need for you to resort to weapons. Too far? Slightly? Luo Chen laughed coldly. I presume that my invitation to this esteemed Lu would not be unwelcome. Young Master Zhao? A sneer played on his lips as he regarded Zhao Zichen. Zhao Zichen's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He disregarded all else, his eyes flashing with malice as he prepared to signal his men to surround the ship and seize them, only to be halted by Jian Lei's grip. Brother Lu, there is no need for haste. A few third-rate warriors are no match for me. Jian Lei then turned his attention to Li Gu, the strongest among the three. It appears you two have no regard for me, given the disrespect shown to my friends. With that, Jian Lei leaped from the deck, drawing his sword and lunging towards Li Gu. Humph! Luo Chen scoffed, mirroring Jian Lei's movement as he unsheathed his blade. A clash resounded as their weapons met in midair between the two boats, each retreating from the encounter. Before the onlookers could fully comprehend the situation, both Luo Chen and Jian Lei had returned to their respective positions. Luo Chen sheathed his sword, offering a calm smile to Jian Lei. Truly, you are a once-in-a-century swordsmanship genius of the Sword Pavilion. The reality exceeds the reputation. I take my leave. Jian Lei fell silent, his face flushed as he watched Luo Chen's merchant ship gradually drift away. Brother Jian? Zhao Zichen glanced at Jian Lei. Noticing his lack of response, he commanded his guards, Relay to our brethren to intercept that merchant vessel ahead. Just then, Jian Lei coughed up a mouthful of blood. Brother Jian, what has happened to you? Zhao Zichen and Lu Kexiao exclaimed in shock, rushing to support Jian Lei. Brother Jian, what ails you? Zhao Zichen was in a state of agitation. beads of sweat adorning his forehead. If anything were to befall the esteemed disciple of the Sword Pavilion aboard their vessel, the Chao gang would undoubtedly face dire consequences. After taking a breath, Jian Lei spoke, assuring them, "I am unscathed. There is no need for concern. These individuals are formidable. Until we ascertain their true identities, it is prudent to refrain from rash actions. Furthermore, we cannot detain them unless several elders of the Chao gang and your father are present." "What? These three are that powerful?" Zhao Zichen and Lu Kexiao exclaimed in astonishment. Jian Lei continued, "The youth among them is particularly extraordinary. He seems to have concealed his true prowess. When he exchanged blows with me, he actually gained the upper hand. The force capable of nurturing such a talented young master is surely impressive. You must investigate to determine whether he belongs to one of the other 7 major sects, or if he is affiliated with the imperial court." "Very well, Brother Jian. You should rest adequately. We shall take care of this matter," Zhao Zichen replied, assisting Jian Lei to a room alongside Lu Kexiao. "Humph. It infuriates me. They have gotten away too easily," Li Yushi fumed as the merchant ship sailed on. "Calm down. That Jian Lei took one of my strikes. He must be quite injured," Luo Chun remarked with a smile. "Is that true?" Li Yushi asked, her skepticism evident as she regarded Luo Chun. "It should be true. When he left, I noticed his face was flushed, and he was biting his lip, likely suppressing a mouthful of reverse blood," Luo Chun explained. "Huh. Holding back reverse blood without expelling it will only result in further harm," Li Gu chimed in gleefully, to which Li Yushi's mood brightened considerably. She turned to Luo Chun with a smile. "I never expected you, who often appears so fierce towards me, to be quite chivalrous in a critical moment." Luo Chun rolled his eyes. "Isn't that self-evident? You are a member of my Zaiwushan manor. How could I stand by and watch you be bullied? Indeed, Yushi is not merely a member of the manor, but also someone dear to you, Chin. How could anyone dare to mistreat her?" Li Gu added earnestly. "Li Gu, you are incorrigible," Li Yushi retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson as she stomped her foot, casting a furtive glance at Luo Chun before retreating to her quarters. Luo Chun cleared his throat awkwardly and shot a glare at Li Gu, who shrugged and burst into laughter. The merchant ship continued its northwestern voyage, making only brief stops at coastal towns for supplies and rest. After a week of sailing, they finally arrived at Qin City in Lianzhou. 200 miles further northwest lay the source of the Han River, the majestic Alasan Mountain. Upon reaching Qin City, they were merely 800 miles from Wuling Pass, with the remaining journey to be undertaken by land. Luo Chun and the others disembarked, mounted horses, and pressed onward in a northern direction. As they traveled further north, Luo Chun observed the land growing increasingly desolate, with swirling sands frequently blotting the sky. The towns and villages encountered along the way became fewer and farther between. After 2 days of relentless travel, they finally arrived at the gates of Wuling Pass. This formidable fortress, constructed from piled stone, stood tall and robust, its walls bearing the marks of wind erosion. As the most significant frontier in the northwest of the Great Qian, Wuling Pass offers access to the grasslands to the north and leads to the various nations of the western regions to the west. Consequently, the pass witnesses a multitude of diverse individuals, including not only the people of Great Qian, but also those from the western regions and the nomadic tribes. This vibrant mix fosters a bustling trade environment, where an abundance of goods from various nations can be found. Standing before the towering walls of Wuling Pass, Luo Chun gazes at the fluttering banners and the imposing figures of soldiers clad in armor. He even spots several divine-breaking crossbows positioned atop the fortifications. These formidable crossbows, capable of taking down third-rate warriors, possess immense power and remarkable speed. A simultaneous volley from a dozen of them could spell doom for even a novice second-rate warrior. However, the crossbows also have notable limitations. Their large size, slow firing rate, and complex operation require a crew of 5 for each launch. Thus, they are primarily stationed on the walls for defense. At noon, the arrival of Luo Chun and his companions quickly incites gasps and commotion among the crowd waiting to enter the city. The stir is primarily due to their formidable prowess and striking mounts. As 13 first-rate warriors, they command attention wherever they go, especially with their impressive black-scaled horses and black-cloud horses, which tower above ordinary steeds. The sight of the 3 black-scaled horses is particularly unprecedented, drawing the intense gaze of several merchants. Unfazed by the covetous looks directed at them, Luo Chun remains resolute. Should anyone dare to entertain thoughts of seizing his prized horses, he would ensure they understand the meaning of regret. As Luo Chun strides past the queue of individuals waiting to enter the city, he makes his way directly to the gate, disregarding the rules intended for ordinary folk, accompanied by a formidable entourage of first-rate warriors. He doubts any soldier would dare to obstruct their passage. Moreover, Luo Chun has come to demand an explanation and is determined to make his presence known. He intends to inform certain individuals that they have provoked the wrong person. Indeed, upon reaching the city gate, two soldiers attempt to approach them, only to be halted by an older officer. Thus, Luo Chun and his companions enter Wuling Pass without obstruction. After their passage, one soldier turns to the officer and asks, "Why did you not stop them for inspection, Sergeant?" "Humph. They are all first-rate warriors. Nearly half the number of those in our general's office," the officer replies, "and the horse of the leading youth is a beast in itself." He taps the soldier on the head. "A beast? The only one in Wuling Pass belongs to the general himself. These individuals are either from noble families or prominent martial sections. Do you honestly believe you can stop them? You might find yourselves meeting an untimely end here at the city gate rather than on the battlefield." The two soldiers exchange glances, gulping nervously, and fall silent. "Very well. You two stay here. Today, many warriors have arrived at Wuling Pass, and I must report to the general's residence," the officer stated as he mounted his warhorse and entered the Wuling Pass. Upon entering, Luo Chun and his companions had barely stepped through the city gates when a young attendant in a green attire rushed from the crowd, exclaiming, "I have the honor of meeting young Master Luo." "Oh, you know me?" Luo Chun inquired. "Indeed, I am an attendant of Master Zhao's merchant establishment, sent to welcome the guests from Zaiwashan Manor," the young man replied. "How did your master know we would be at Wuling Pass today?" Luo Chun asked, perplexed. In response to young Master Luo, "My master did not know for certain. He merely speculated that the people from Zaiwashan Manor would arrive in the coming days, but was uncertain of the exact date. Thus, he instructed me to wait at the city gate for the past few days," the attendant explained. "Ah, Master Zhao is quite considerate. Where is he now?" "My master is currently at the Yuelian, awaiting your arrival." "Very well, lead us there." "Of course. Please follow me, young Master Luo." With that, the attendant hurriedly led the way. As Luo Chun strolled through the bustling streets, he observed the throngs of people adorned in peculiar garments from distant lands, along with warriors wielding an array of weapons. The shops lining the streets exuded exotic charm, featuring establishments such as Persian residences, jewelry stores, warehouses, and weapon shops. Among them, the taverns of the western regions were most abundant, filled with alluring women performing songs and dances while serving drinks to the patrons. Li Yushi, noticing the scantily clad dancers in the tavern, blushed and exclaimed, "How can these women be so shameless, exposing themselves in public like this? Haha, you clearly do not understand. The women of the western regions are known for their boldness and passion. It is simply their customary attire." Li Gu laughed heartily. "Humph, a bunch of miscreants." "Luo Chun, quickly close your eyes and do not look," Li Yushi admonished, reaching out to cover Luo Chun's eyes. Luo Chun evaded her grasp, rolling his eyes. "How can I walk if I close my eyes?" He dismissed the flustered Li Yushi and continued forward. At the Yuelian, within a private courtyard room, Zhao bowed deeply, saying, "I have the honor of meeting young Master Luo. I did not expect you to come personally. I regret that I have mishandled matters, causing you to travel such a distance. Please forgive me." Luo Chun quickly assisted Zhao to his feet. "Master Zhao, do not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. Please recount the events in detail once more." "Yes, young Master Luo." Zhao complied and recounted the incidents, mirroring the information relayed earlier. Upon finishing, Luo Chun remarked, "So, this deputy general has taken a liking to our two fine steeds and intends to seize all the horses for himself?" Zhao nodded. "Indeed, as far as I know. Although the situation at Wuling Pass is tense, it has not yet reached the point of necessitating the requisition of civilian horses. The general's residence has issued no corresponding notice. This deputy general seems to be acting on his own accord." "Who is this deputy general? What is his strength?" Luo Chun inquired, furrowing his brow. Zhao Zhonggue remarked, "This vice-general is named Wang Ringue, aged 27, possessing the cultivation of a late-stage, third-tier martial artist, hailing from the Wang family, a prominent lineage in the capital of Deqian." "Late-stage third-tier? How can a martial artist of such mediocre rank serve as the vice-general at a crucial stronghold in the northwest of Deqian?" Li Yushi inquired curiously. Zhao Zhonggue elucidated, "Miss Yushi, you may not be aware that an ordinary late-stage, third-tier martial artist would indeed be inadequate for this role. However, Vice General Wang's uncle is an assistant minister in the Ministry of War, and he has been specifically placed here to gain experience. Once at Wuling Pass, This vice-general concerns himself with nothing but indulgence and merriment, Li Gu interjected with a laugh. Ah, so he is a spoiled scion. Is the court not concerned that such a character might jeopardize the security of Wuling Pass? Young Master Li, you overestimate the folly of these court officials. They are not so naive. They agreed to assign Wang Ringgui here because of the presence of Qin Fei, who oversees the defense, Zhao Zhonggui replied. And who might this Qin Fei be? Luo Chen asked. Zhao Zhonggui explained. He is the commanding general of Wuling Pass, the general of the north, aged 42. A fledgling second-tier martial artist. He is renowned for riding a formidable gray wolf, earning him the title of Wolf General. He has guarded the borders since his youth. Rising from a common soldier through countless battles, exhibiting remarkable valor and seldom tasting defeat. It is thanks to his steadfast watch that this region has enjoyed stability for many years. Such prowess? Li Gu pondered. No wonder a noble scion dares to serve in such perilous terrain. There is indeed an eminent figure safeguarding this place. Very well, we have gathered sufficient knowledge for today. After such a long journey, let us take a day to rest. Tomorrow, we shall meet this vice-general, Luo Chen concluded. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the group prepared to depart. Just then, Li Hu rushed in. Young master, an officer has arrived outside, claiming to be a deputy general from the Wuling Pass military estate. Wishing to see you. A deputy general from the military estate? We have only just arrived. What business could he have with us? Li Gu questioned, puzzled. What else could it be? Given the commotion we caused upon our arrival and the large contingent of martial artists accompanying us, he likely seeks to ascertain our intentions. Luo Chen replied, instructing Li Hu, please invite him in. Before long, Li Hu returned with a robust man in his 40s, clad in military attire, who exuded the aura of a peak third-tier martial artist, followed by 4 soldiers. May I inquire your name, General, and the purpose of your visit? Luo Chen stood to greet the newcomer with a courteous bow. I am Peng Tong, a deputy general under General Qin at the military estate of Wuling Pass. I have come today upon hearing that a significant number of martial artists have arrived at our stronghold to ascertain your intentions. As Peng Tong entered, he quickly discerned that the one in command was indeed this young man, while the strongest among them, a peak third-tier youth, served merely as a guard. Oh? Is there a need for us to report our purpose to the general? Luo Chen replied with a calm smile. Do not take offense, my lord. This is not directed at you or your companions. The Wuling Pass is a crucial frontier stronghold, and for its safety, the general's manor has mandated that any person or matter that may pose a threat to its security must be thoroughly investigated, Peng Tong politely explained. Aware that this group had an unusual background. Ah, I see. In that case, allow me to speak with General Peng, as this matter does relate to your manor. Luo Chen stated. Relates to our general's manor? May I inquire how? Peng Tong was taken aback, realizing that these martial artists had come with intentions concerning his manor. Luo Chen smiled slightly and replied, Our Zaiwashan Manor entrusted manager Zhao to procure several dozen horses from the grasslands. Upon entering Wuling Pass, they were requisitioned by your military. Manager Zhao has made several attempts to reclaim them without success, and thus I am compelled to seek clarification. Peng Tong paused, pondering the implications. My lord Luo, might there be a misunderstanding? Our general's manor has not issued any orders to requisition civilian resources in recent years, let alone your horses. Luo Chen gave Peng Tong an incredulous glance. Surely, General Peng does not think I traveled thousands of miles merely to jest with you? It was your deputy general, Wang, who dispatched men to requisition our horses. Perhaps you might inquire further upon your return? Upon hearing that it was Wang Ringgui who had acted, and observing the demeanor of Luo Chen and his companions, Peng Tong's suspicions were largely confirmed. However, he refrained from openly acknowledging it. The veracity of this matter shall be ascertained after I report to the general. Please await my findings, my lord Luo. Then I shall trouble you, General Peng. I will seek out Deputy General Wang tomorrow morning, and I hope to receive news from you before then. Otherwise, while Zaiwashan Manor may be modest, we are not to be trifled with, Luo Chen said, as he retracted his aura, unleashing his mid-second-tier strength, causing a gust of wind to sweep through the room, rattling its contents. Peng Tong was initially astonished by the sudden display of power, quickly followed by a storm of realization. A mid-second-tier martial artist at such a young age, merely 16 or 17. How had he cultivated to such a level? Peng Tong had neither seen nor heard of such a phenomenon before. He understood that any force capable of nurturing such a young prodigy was undoubtedly formidable. And Wang Ringgui had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Rest assured, my lord Luo, should this be the doing of my general's manor, we will certainly provide you with an explanation Pang Tong assured him. That is reassuring. I shall await your news, General Pang, Luo Chun replied, his tone measured. Then I shall take my leave, Pang Tong said, his confidence somewhat diminished in the presence of a mid-second-tier martial artist. Take care, Li Hu, please see General Pang out. He instructed. General Pang, please, Li Hu echoed, leading Pang Tong and his companions out of the chamber. Once they departed, Li Gu turned to Luo Chun with a smile. Did you see how you startled them? Do you think they will return our horses? Luo Chun chuckled. If that General Wolf is indeed as Zhao Zhangui describes, he must possess a certain cleverness. Given our strength, if he wishes to avoid causing chaos at the Wuling Pass, he will undoubtedly surrender our horses. That would be ideal, sparing us considerable trouble. Li Yushi replied with a grin. Within the office of the general's residence at Wuling Pass, a man in his 40s, tall and clad in a black robe, listened intently to Pang Tong's report. This man, known to the outside world as General Wolf, appeared more like a scholar than a military leader at that moment. Ziwu Mountain Villa? When did such a formidable sect emerge in the martial world? Qin Fei inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion after hearing Pang Tong's report. General, should I send someone to investigate? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fei shook his head. Let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. We are stationed far from the border, and Ziwu Mountain Villa has no bearing on us. Let the court deal with their own complications. Instead, investigate the situation regarding those horses. Understood. I shall attend to this immediately. Once Pang Tong departed, Qin Fei fell into deep thought. He understood that if this matter involved Wang Ringgui, it was likely true. Having been at Wuling Pass for 2 years, Qin Fei was acutely aware of Wang Ringgui's character, yet he was helpless due to Wang Shilang's familial ties. Wang Shilang had once entrusted Qin Fei with the care of this reckless nobleman. Thus he could not disregard Wang Ringgui's fate. However, he also recognized the necessity of not offending Ziwu Mountain Villa. Otherwise, he risked inciting the wrath of a formidable martial artist, along with a group of competent warriors, which was a risk he could not afford to bear. Half an hour later, Pang Tong returned. General, I have ascertained that Vice General Wang has taken a liking to 2 fine steeds from that batch and, under the guise of the general's residence, requisitioned them with the intention of keeping them for himself. Unbelievable. How dare he covet someone else's possessions? He clearly does not understand the gravity of his actions. Brazenly invoking the name of my general's residence, Qin Fei exclaimed, rising from his seat and demanding, where are those horses now? Have you found out? Replying to the general, they are currently at a manor in the horse market. Pang Tong lowered his head, unable to meet the furious gaze of Qin Fei. Immediately arrange for the retrieval of those horses and accompany me to see Wang Ringgui. Yes, General. Pang Tong hurriedly turned and dashed out to make the arrangements. In the northeastern region of Wuling Pass, numerous grand mansions stood, inhabited by affluent and powerful families. Within one such opulent residence, music filled the air as several courtesans danced passionately in the grand hall. Wang Ringgui, dressed in loose robes, with thin lips and a face dotted with blemishes, reclined in the embrace of a maid, sipping wine from her hand while his hands roamed indiscriminately, causing the maid to writhe uncomfortably. Suddenly, a servant burst in, calling out, Young master, what is it, Sanar? Is your backside on fire? Wang Ringgui replied lazily, gazing at Sanar. Is it true, my lord? General Qin has arrived? Sanar hastily inquired. General Qin? What General Qin? Wang Ringgui was momentarily taken aback, the indulgence and opulence having dulled his senses. Oh dear, my lord, it is none other than General Qin Fei, the commander of Wuling Pass. Qin Fei? What brings him here? Wang Ringgui grumbled as he rose from the embrace of a maid. Gather your things, and stop frolicking. Quickly go and invite Qin Fei in, Sanar. Regardless of the situation, Wang Ringgui was, after all, the deputy commander of Wuling Pass. It would be inappropriate for a superior to see him in such a state, especially since he feared that Qin Fei might report his conduct to his uncle. Moments later, just as the hall was tidied, Sanar entered with Qin Fei and his entourage. Wang Ringgui hastened forward a few steps, smiling. Ah, General Qin, what a rare pleasure it is to have you visit today. Please, make yourself comfortable. Sanar, bring forth some tea. Qin Fei surveyed Wang Ringgui's attire and caught a whiff of the lingering scents in the hall, his brow furrowing. No need to sit, and no tea is necessary. I have come today to discuss a matter and will leave right after. Oh, what command does the general have? Recently, did you not seize a batch of horses belonging to a merchant caravan under the name of the general's residence? Qin Fei, wishing to bypass frivolous conversation, posed the question directly. Horses? What horses? General, you must be mistaken. Ever since I arrived at Wuling Pass, I rarely leave the residence. How could I have seized any merchant's horses? Wang Ringgui feigned ignorance, his expression entirely innocent. Though Qin Fei was well acquainted with Wang Ringgui's shamelessness, he found himself momentarily repulsed. Whether you admit it or not is of little consequence. I am here to inform you that I have already had the horses taken away. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, it is best to let this matter rest. Wang Ringgui, upon hearing this, erupted in fury. What do you mean, Qin? I merely used the general's name to acquire a few horses. You would threaten my life over this? Do not forget how my uncle instructed you. Humph. You are truly oblivious. Had I wished to end your life, you would have perished long ago. It is only because of Deputy Wang that I have come to clean up your mess today. Do you think the horses you seized belong to ordinary merchants? Now comprehending Qin Fei's intent, Wang Ringgui realized that it was not Qin Fei who sought his demise. I have inquired, and that manager Zhao is merely an ordinary merchant. Could my people dare to deceive me? Merchants may be ordinary, but the horses are not. Wang Ringgui, taken aback, asked, What do you mean? Humph. Qin Fei scoffed. Turning his back to Wang Ringgui, no longer engaging him, Pang Tong glanced at Qin Fei and remarked, Deputy Wang, this afternoon, a mid-tier second-rate youth, accompanied by over a dozen first-rate martial artists, entered Wuling Pass seeking those horses. Fortunately, I learned of their intentions in advance and clarified the situation. Otherwise, they would have come to you tomorrow to demand an explanation. Humph. What are a mere dozen third-rate martial artists and a second-rate warrior to me? At Wuling Pass, there are 20,000 armored warriors, along with a cavalry unit. Are we to fear them? We shall annihilate them, Wang Ringgui remarked dismissively. Huh. Are they merely second-rate warriors? Such bravado. Yet, I wonder how many second-rate warriors your Wang clan possesses? Upon hearing this, Wang Ringgui's expression faltered. As far as I know, there are only 3, 2 at the early second-rate level and 1 at the mid-second-rate level. Observing the gradual darkening of Wang Ringgui's countenance, Qin Fei continued. Do you comprehend what a mid-second-rate youth signifies? At the very least, it represents a first-rate force. Even the court would hesitate to provoke such a power. Should they slip through the cracks, it would unleash a torrent of assassinations. You audaciously claim you will annihilate them. Even if Wuling Pass possesses the strength to eliminate these individuals, can you bear the subsequent consequences? Can your Wang clan endure it? Wang Ringgui stood silently, appearing taken aback, though a flicker of unwillingness glimmered in his eyes. For the time being, refrain from leaving the estate. I will handle this matter. In the future, exercise more prudence in your actions. Qin Fei, wishing to disengage from this spoiled air, departed with Pang Tong and the others. Crash. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed as Wang Ringgui violently hurled a fine teacup to the ground. Bellowing at the empty hall's entrance, What right do you have to reprimand me? Were it not for my uncle, Yu Qin would have long since perished. I am aware you've held a grudge against me for quite some time. Today, you fabricate a lie to chastise me, claiming a mid-second-rate youth? Who would believe that? After venting his frustration, he shouted. Sanner. Startled, the timid Sanner, who had been standing nearby, trembled. Why yes, young master, I am here. Wang Ringgui, his eyes ablaze, fixed his gaze on Sanner. Dispatch someone to keep watch on those seeking horses. Inform me the moment they exit Wuling Pass. Then, notify Wang Bao to have his troops ready at a moment's notice, awaiting my command. Sanner, shocked by the order, mustered his courage to ask softly, Young master, what are we planning to do? What to do? When has this young master ever regurgitated what he has consumed? I intend for them to arrive alive and depart without life. Wang Ringgui declared with a menacing visage. Young master, you cannot proceed in this manner. General Qin is warned that these individuals are formidable. Let us abandon this course. Sanner lamented, his face drawn. You imbecile. Wang Ringgui kicked Sanner to the ground. They are formidable, yet I am not? Humph. When the time comes, with the divine crossbow and over 100 iron cavalry, what difference does it make if they have a dozen or so formidable warriors? We shall eradicate them and pin the blame on bandits. Who would know it was us? But young master, they possess a mid-second-rate warrior. We cannot hope to prevail. Let us reconsider. Sanner pleaded, prostrate on the ground, clutching Wang Ringgui's foot. At this, Wang Ringgui delivered another couple of kicks to Sanner. Mid-second rate. I'll show you mid-second rate. Do you believe the words of the Qin clan? When have you ever heard of a mid-second rate youth? Now, quickly rise and relay my orders. With no other option, Sanner reluctantly rose and stumbled away to convey the message. At Wuling Pass, in the Yulai Inn, Luo Chun had barely rested when Li Yushi hurried over. requesting his company for a stroll through the bustling streets. Eager to witness the lively atmosphere himself, Luo Chun acquiesced and invited Li Gu to join them as well. The streets of Wuling Pass presented a stark contrast to those of the Central Plains, predominantly bustling with various merchant caravans engaged in substantial trade. Merchants from the Great Way transported porcelain, tea, and silk from the Central Plains, exchanging these for jewels, spices, and furs from the countries of the western regions and tribes of the grasslands. Thus, Wuling Pass had evidently transformed into a nexus for international commerce. This caravan is recruiting guards, akin to how we seek members for our escort agency, Li Gu remarked, observing the merchants calling out for protectors. Luo Chen glanced at the caravans and nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite similar. Although these guards are temporary, they will disband upon reaching their destination. Our escort agency, on the other hand, gathers these martial artists specifically for escort missions, alleviating merchants from the need to recruit their own protectors while simultaneously providing martial artists with assignments. Hey, those monks look rather peculiar. Dressed like that and donning such strange hats, Li Yuxi exclaimed with curiosity, pointing at several monks passing by. Luo Chen explained. Observing the red cloth-wrapped figures adorned with rooster-crowned hats, they are lamas from the western regions. Their hats signify their rank within the monastery. Wow, Luo Chen, how do you know so much? Li Yuxi inquired. Luo Chen replied, during your time at the mountain villa, try to refrain from being overly playful. Visit the Sutra Pavilion more often, and you too shall acquire such knowledge. You simply read more books. Li Yuxi pouted, turning to continue walking. After a brief while, she pointed to a shop. Luo Chen, look, there's a jewelry store ahead. Let us go take a look. Without waiting for his response, she dashed toward it. Women and their fascination with such things, Li Gu remarked, crossing his arms and smiling at Luo Chen. Indeed, you speak the truth. Let us join her, Luo Chen agreed. Upon entering the jewelry store, they found Li Yuxi already at a counter, enamored with a jade hairpin. Dear lady, do you fancy this jade hairpin? Inquired a Western merchant with brown eyes and blonde hair, grinning at her. I do. Li Yuxi beamed. Inserting the hairpin into her hair and giving her head a playful shake, Luo Chen, what do you think? Does it look good? You have an excellent eye, my dear. This hairpin suits you perfectly. The merchant seized the moment to flatter her. Luo Chen chuckled, admiring the tall and graceful Li Yuxi with her fair complexion and playful smile. The hairpin nestled within her dark tresses like a radiant star. Truly, the hairpin complimented her exquisitely. Indeed, Luo Chen smiled, gently removing the hairpin from her hair. After scrutinizing it for a moment, he addressed the merchant. This hairpin is carved from mutton fat jade, is it not? Upon hearing this, the merchant from the western regions brightened with excitement. Indeed, this young master possesses extraordinary insight. This jade hairpin is crafted from the finest mutton fat jade, meticulously sculpted by a master artisan. Observe the craftsmanship. It is lifelike and seamless in execution. Furthermore, that's enough. I shall take this jade hairpin, interrupted Luo Chen with a smile, cutting off the merchant's further elaboration. Shopkeeper, may I have a look at that bracelet? At this moment, Li Gu pointed to a jade bracelet. Certainly, young master, please wait a moment. The merchant from the western regions beamed, hastily retrieving the bracelet. Meanwhile, Luo Chen and Li Yuxi exchanged skeptical glances towards Li Gu. What are you two looking at me for? Aren't we here to purchase jewelry? Li Gu questioned, puzzled by their expressions. Buying jewelry is indeed correct, but why is a grown man like you interested in a bracelet? Li Yuxi looked at Li Gu with disdain. Is that not obvious? As a married man, of course, I am buying it for Luo Yan. Li Gu rolled his eyes at them. Right. It's for my sister, Luo Chen realized, chuckling as he addressed Li Gu. Li Gu, you usually appear so carefree that I almost forgot you are a married man. You're the serious one. You too. Go stand aside. None of you are any good. With that, Li Gu disregarded them, taking the jade bracelet from the merchant to examine it. Shopkeeper, this bracelet is also made of mutton fat jade, correct? Luo Chen leaned closer to Li Gu, glancing at the bracelet on his wrist and inquiring of the merchant. Indeed, this is also crafted from the finest mutton fat jade. How does your shop possess such an abundance of mutton fat jade jewelry? Luo Chen inquired curiously. The merchant from the western region smiled and explained, my homeland is rich in mutton fat jade, hence I have a greater supply of such jewels. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen's interest was piqued. Oh, so your hometown is abundant in mutton fat jade. Might I ask if you have any mutton fat jade marrow for sale? The merchant shook his head. Young master, you jest. Mutton fat jade marrow is exceedingly precious. How could a small shop like mine possess such treasures? In fact, even in my homeland, only 2 or 3 pieces have been produced in a century. Luo Chen understood that such treasures were not easily encountered, yet he remained undeterred. Then, "Shopkeeper, do you know where one might purchase mutton fat jade marrow?" The merchant replied, "Mutton fat jade marrow is elusive once it surfaces. It attracts the attention of many warriors and factions, only to vanish without a trace. Currently, there are 2 known locations that acknowledge the existence of mutton fat jade marrow: the Diamond Temple in the western regions and the imperial family of the Qian. However, neither of these places would sell the jade marrow." "Luo Chen, what is mutton fat jade marrow? What is it used for?" Li Yushi inquired with curiosity. "Mutton fat jade marrow," Luo Chen explained, "is mined from mutton fat jade deposits. Its jade quality is as white and smooth as mutton fat, devoid of any impurities, with a vivid red liquid flowing within. Warriors who wear it during their training can refine their true energy, nourish their meridians, and expedite the opening of their energy pathways. Moreover, as long as it remains undamaged, it can be utilized indefinitely. It can be said that whoever possesses it can cultivate a cadre of advanced martial artists. However, it is only beneficial to those below the innate level." After listening to Luo Chen's introduction, Li Yushi's mouth gaped in astonishment. Is it truly so miraculous? If I were to acquire a piece of sheep fat jade, would I not swiftly break through my current realm? That is somewhat accurate. However, as one's cultivation level increases, the efficacy of the sheep fat jade diminishes. Upon reaching the first-class martial artist level, its impact becomes negligible. Furthermore, it can only enhance one's realm. Martial skills and techniques must still be honed through one's own diligent practice, Luo Chen elucidated. "Oh, I see," said Li Yushi, her enthusiasm waning slightly. "Enough of this daydreaming. You too. Such sheep fat jade is not so easily obtained." Li Gu interjected, then turned to the merchant from the western regions, asking, "Shopkeeper, how much for this jade hairpin and bracelet?" "Hee. For both items, it totals 1,200 taels of silver," the merchant replied with a broad smile. "What? So exorbitant?" Li Yushi exclaimed like a startled kitten. "My dear lady, this is already a very favorable price. You could not find such exquisite items elsewhere at this rate. In Zhongdu, the price would multiply several times over." The merchant chuckled. "Then forget it, I shall pass. Luo Chen, let us depart," Li Yushi declared, pulling Luo Chen towards the exit. "Hee. Yushi, do not try to save this fellow's coins. He has plenty. Come on, Chen, hand over the silver." Li Gu laughed. Luo Chen raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Li Gu, do you expect me to pay for your bracelet?" "Of course. This is a gift for your sister. And besides, I did not bring any silver." "You must figure it out," Li Gu shrugged, prompting the merchant to wrap the jade hairpin and bracelet. Frustrated, Luo Chen, encountering such a scoundrel, had no recourse but to retrieve a banknote from his pocket and hand it to the merchant. The merchant, beaming with delight, accepted the banknote and then produced 2 exquisite wooden boxes containing the jewelry. Without further ado, Li Gu snatched the box containing the bracelet and tucked it into his own cloak, while Luo Chen handed the other box to Li Yushi. Once outside the jewelry shop, Li Yushi took out the jade hairpin, played with it for a while, and then inserted it into her raven hair, incessantly asking Luo Chen if it looked good. Initially, Luo Chen responded a few times, but as her inquiries became incessant, he could bear it no longer. He pointed to a weapon shop ahead. "Let us explore that weapon shop." "Are you intending to purchase a weapon?" Li Yushi inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Chen, our manor has a smithy. Whatever weapon you desire, just inform them, as their craftsmanship surpasses that of these establishments," Li Gu added. "I need to replace my sword. The manor lacks suitable materials, so I intend to wander about and see if I can procure adequate materials for forging a new blade." "Forging a blade?" "Our manor possesses dark iron and dark pattern steel," Li Gu remarked, perplexed. "Dark iron is sufficiently sharp and hard but lacks toughness. The manor's dark pattern steel has high toughness and hardness but is not sharp enough. I have heard that there is pattern steel for sale here, so I thought I would try my luck and see if I could make a purchase. If I could come across meteorite iron, that would be even better." After saying this, Luo Chen proceeded towards the weapon shop. "Meteorite iron? Brother Chen, are you dreaming?" Li Gu remarked, following closely behind him along with Li Yushi. The proprietor of the weapon shop was a merchant clad in white, donning a pointed cap. Upon seeing customers enter, he hurried over. "Esteemed guests, what weapons do you wish to purchase, or would you prefer a custom order?" "Oh, your shop offers custom weapons?" The shopkeeper smiled at Luo Chen. "Indeed. We have a master blacksmith on site who can craft weapons according to the specifications of our clients at any time. Very well, we shall take a look first. Might I inquire if you have any fine swords? Luo Chen asked. Certainly, please follow me. The shopkeeper led Luo Chen and his companions to a counter and retrieved 2 long wooden boxes. Opening one, he presented a sword with 9 iron rings on its back. This is the Great Ring Sword, commonly used by martial artists from the Central Plains. It is forged entirely from dark iron, sharp and powerful, able to cut through anything. Luo Chen took the sword, feeling its weight as he practiced a few flourishes before returning it to the box. He pointed to the other box. What about this sword? The shopkeeper opened the box and took out a straight, narrow sword. This is the horizontal sword, the standard blade of the Dacian army, forged entirely from patterned steel with exceptional toughness. This time, Luo Chen did not test the sword. He shook his head and said, "Neither of these swords is suitable for me. Do you have any other fine swords?" The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment before replying, "There is one more sword, but its design differs from those of the Central Plains. It was brought over from the western regions. Moreover, the material and origin of this sword are quite unique, and it comes at a very steep price. Oh, please bring it out for me to see. If it suits me, I shall not mind the cost." Luo Chen's interest was piqued. "Please wait a moment." With that, the shopkeeper retreated into the back room. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, cradling an exquisite long wooden box. Placing it on the counter, he revealed a curved blade. This sword is known in the West as the Saladin sword, forged by Persians from precious patterned steel. It is highly prized in the West, symbolizing wealth and social status. I acquired this sword after much effort from a noble in the West. As the shopkeeper opened the box, Luo Chen was captivated by the sword. No, it was the intricate patterns on the blade that enchanted him. He reached out, his fingers gently caressing the undulating wave patterns. Such beautiful patterns! Not only Luo Chen, but Li Yushi and Li Gu were also entranced by the design. Observing their expressions, the shopkeeper proudly declared, "Indeed, this type of sword is exceedingly rare in the West, especially with such intricate patterns. Only a select few elite nobles can possess one. I invested considerable effort to acquire this blade." Luo Chen was well aware that the shopkeeper was not lying. Such a blade was indeed rare, particularly in the Great Way. This rarity stemmed not only from the quality of the materials, but also from the craftsmanship involved. "Is this the legendary cloud ladder pattern?" he inquired. "Your discernment is commendable, young master. This is indeed the cloud ladder pattern, the most precious design among the myriad patterns forged from patterned steel," the shopkeeper remarked, seizing the moment to flatter Luo Chen. "Alas, this blade does not suit my taste," Luo Chen lamented, shaking his head. He then inquired of the shopkeeper, "Might there be any other treasures forged from patterned steel available here?" The shopkeeper chuckled wryly. "Young master, you jest. This blade was acquired through a fortunate coincidence. After years of effort and all my savings, there will not be another." "Then, good shopkeeper, do you have any patterned steel for sale?" Luo Chen pressed further. "Patterned steel? As it happens, I have just received a piece," the shopkeeper replied, retrieving a chunk slightly larger than a human fist from a counter. Luo Chen accepted the piece, examining the speckled surface, confirming without doubt that it was indeed patterned steel. Weighing it in his hand, he estimated it to be around 10 pounds. "Still insufficient for crafting a complete blade. I shall take this piece of patterned steel, though it seems a bit lacking for forging a blade. Do you have any more?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "I'm afraid not. This is the only piece I possess. Not just here, but likely in the entire Spirit Marshal Pass. There exists but this solitary chunk. Surely that cannot be true. With so many shops in the Martial Spirit Pass, there cannot be none other." Li Yushi expressed her disbelief. The shopkeeper smiled. "Indeed, it is as I say. Young lady, you may not be aware, but patterned steel is exceedingly precious in the West, and even more so to find it here in the Great Way. Whenever patterned steel becomes available in the Spirit Marshal Pass, it is swiftly purchased by the General's Manor. This piece is still here solely because it has just arrived, and the Manor's representatives have yet to claim it. Otherwise, you would not have had the opportunity to see it." Luo Chen weighed the patterned steel once more. "Very well. Pray, what price do you set for this piece?" "To be able to present this piece of patterned steel to you is a matter of fate, young master. I shall not demand more than the price I would offer to the General's Manor. For this 10-pound piece, it shall be 10,000 taels of silver." "Such a sum?" Li Yushi gasped, her mouth agape. Luo Chen smiled, recognizing this price mirrored that of dark patterned steel, yet acknowledging its rarity. He understood the shopkeeper was offering a favorable deal. Thus, he did not linger in conversation, retrieving a banknote from his robe and presenting it to the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper beamed as he accepted the note, wrapping the patterned steel in cloth before handing it back to Luo Chen. Behold what it means to be wealthy. Spending 10,000 taels without a flicker of an eyelid. Li Ge glanced at Luo Chen and then turned to Li Yushi with a smile. Yushi, how you lamented over those few hundred taels before, yet now even a fraction of his expenditure surpasses your budget. Luo Chen shot Li Ge a glare. Do not stir trouble here. This money was intended for purchasing medicinal materials. Who could have anticipated encountering patterned steel? Shopkeeper, I have heard you just received a piece of patterned steel. Let us see it. As soon as Luo Chen's words fell, a man's voice echoed from outside, followed by the entrance of two young individuals, a man and a woman, accompanied by a formidable white tiger. Luo Chen turned to observe. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, at the pinnacle of the third tier, with striking features and a pair of peach blossom eyes constantly fixated on the woman beside him. The woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, was a mid-tier second-level warrior. Tall and exuding an aura of icy elegance, her beautiful face devoid of expression. After a considerable pause, the young man, noticing the lack of response, reluctantly shifted his gaze from the woman to the few patrons within the shop, who were all entranced by the young woman or the imposing white tiger behind her. Humph. The young man scoffed coldly, directing his attention to the shopkeeper behind the counter, his tone laced with disdain. Shopkeeper, what is the matter? Did you not hear my words? Instantly, the shopkeeper snapped out of his reverie at the sight of the young woman's beauty. Ah, I heard, but young master, you arrived too late. The patterned steel has already been sold. Sold? Are you jesting with me? My companion and I rushed here at the first whisper of the news. As far as I know, the general's residence has yet to send anyone. The young man replied with a frosty demeanor. Do not be angry, young master. The patterned steel has indeed been sold, but the buyer is not from the general's residence, the shopkeeper clarified. Not the general's residence? Then who could it be? Surely it's not these few? The young man inquired, pointing at Luo Chen and his companions. The shopkeeper nodded. Indeed, it was purchased by these individuals. Perfect. They are right here. Let them relinquish the patterned steel to us, the young man asserted. Regrettably, these guests have already settled the payment. The patterned steel now rightfully belongs to them. I have no authority to intervene, the shopkeeper stated firmly, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, the young man scrutinized Luo Chen and his companions. Noticing that they were younger yet possessed a cultivation level akin to his own, he scoffed. His eyes brightened momentarily upon seeing Li Yushi, though he quickly masked his interest. As for Luo Chen, he chose to disregard him entirely. Yet upon noticing the cloth bag in Luo Chen's hand, he arrogantly declared, Brat, hand over the patterned steel, and I shall offer you an additional 100 taels of silver. Not for sale. Luo Chen replied coldly, his rejection unwavering. Li Ge and Li Yushi exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting displeasure at the young man's tone towards Luo Chen. Meanwhile, the young woman remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events. Seeing Luo Chen's refusal, the young man nonchalantly remarked, Do you find the offer insufficient? Then I shall increase it to 1,000 taels. Do we appear to be in need of silver? Luo Chen retorted, casting a look of disdain at the young man. The young man's expression darkened. Brat, do not be ungrateful. Be wary of offending those you ought not to. Luo Chen smiled faintly. Offend those I ought not to? Are you referring to yourselves? Indeed, young man, pay heed. We are disciples of the Huashan sect. This esteemed lady beside me is none other than Miss Ningling, the cherished daughter of the sect's leader. Offending us would be unwise, the young man declared proudly, puffing out his chest. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen was taken aback and cast a glance at the young woman. 5 years prior, he had heard tales of the Huashan leader's daughter at Tiansheng Tower. At just 21, she was already a mid-level practitioner. Now, 5 years later, she remained at the same level, suggesting that even prodigies face challenges in advancing their skills as they progressed. Distinguished guests, please do not be angered. Let us discuss matters amicably, the shopkeeper implored. Hurriedly emerging from behind the counter upon learning they were from one of the 8 great sects. Young sir, perhaps you might relinquish the patterned steel to this Huashan disciple. They are not to be trifled with. Huh, Huashan disciples? Is this their true character? Today, I have witnessed it firsthand, Luo Chen retorted, ignoring the shopkeeper's pleas. With a disdainful glance at the young man, he turned to Li Ge and Li Yushi, saying, Let us take our leave. With that, Luo Chen strode away. You seek death. The young man, incensed by Luo Chen's contempt, extended his claw-like hand toward the patterned steel in Luo Chen's possession. What? Unable to purchase it? You resort to theft? Have you even considered my stance? Li Ge, already displeased with the young man, retaliated by kicking at his outstretched hand. Seeing his hand in danger of being struck before he could grasp the steel, the young man quickly withdrew, retreating to his original position. Coldly, he remarked, "You are truly reckless. Allow me to demonstrate that even among practitioners of the same realm, there are distinctions in prowess." With that, he drew his sword and lunged at Li Ge. Unyielding, Li Ge charged forward with his spear, and they engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Luo Chen stepped back with Li Yuxi, observing the combat. The young man's vital energy was profound, each move executed with precision and ferocity, indicating his mastery of techniques surpassing Li Ji's, reaching above the earth level. Yet, Li Ge, relying on his combat experience and tenacity, held his ground for the moment, though it was clear that he would ultimately be at a disadvantage. "Luo Chen, do you think Li Ge will be all right?" Li Yuxi expressed her concern. Noticing the precarious situation, "Do not fret. All will be well. I am here," Luo Chen reassured her with a smile. At that moment, a cool, penetrating female voice resonated through the shop. "Enough. Brother Zhu, stand down." Luo Chen turned to find the Huashan leader's daughter, who had remained silent like an ancient ice block, finally taking an interest in the unfolding events. At her command, the young man slashed at Li Ge one last time before retreating to Ning Ling's side, declaring, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." "Humph." Li Ge responded with a cold snort, choosing not to speak further. Continuing, the young man donned a cheerful countenance and turned to Ning Ling beside him, inquiring, "Junior sister, what troubles you? Rest assured, I shall procure the patterned steel for you and forge a precious sword." "Thank you, Brother Zhu, but it would be best if I handle it myself," replied Ning Ling. She then addressed Luo Chen, "Esteemed sir, this patterned steel is of great significance to me. I have sought it for quite some time, and today I have finally encountered it. Might I persuade you to part with it?" "Absolutely not. Why should I give it to you?" Li Yuxi interjected, her demeanor vigilant as she snatched the patterned steel from Luo Chen's grasp, clutching it protectively like a kitten guarding its meal. Perceiving Ning Ling's polite yet frosty tone, coupled with the recent events, Luo Chen felt little fondness for her. "I apologize, but this piece of patterned steel is equally vital to me. Is the gentleman truly so devoid of compassion?" Ning Ling's voice grew even chillier than before. Roar. The white tiger by Ning Ling's side seemed to sense its owner's agitation and let out a low growl towards Luo Chen. Casting a glance at the white tiger, Luo Chen observed it shrink back, tucking its neck and lowering its ears, taking a step back. With a scoff, he addressed Ning Ling. "Is refusing to give it to you truly lacking in compassion? Your audacity is quite remarkable." Upon hearing this, the once frosty countenance of Ning Ling grew even colder. As the daughter of the Huashan sect's leader, one of the 8 major sects in the martial world, she had been showered with affection since childhood. With her astonishing talent for cultivation, she had always been the center of attention, having everything at her disposal. She had never experienced rejection, let alone such dismissive refusal. Seeing the beauty beside him slighted, Brother Zhu's eyes flared with fury as he drew his sword, ready to act. Suddenly, a rough male voice boomed from outside, "Innkeeper." At that moment, a military officer accompanied by 4 soldiers entered the establishment. The officer was immediately captivated by the sight of the white tiger. After all, a beast of such caliber was a rare spectacle. Upon glancing at the tiger's owner, the officer was taken aback to find yet another young mid-tier warrior. When had the martial spirit pass become home to so many young experts? "Haha, young Master Luo, we meet again. Are you here to purchase weapons?" The officer greeted warmly as he approached Luo Chen and his companions. "Ah, General, what a pleasure. We are merely perusing," Luo Chen responded, recognizing the officer as one of the soldiers who had accompanied Pang Tong earlier that afternoon. "General Lu, you have arrived." The innkeeper greeted the officer with a bow. The officer nodded. "Indeed, innkeeper. I am here to collect the patterned steel. How much do you have?" "I shall take it all. You may retrieve the payment at the general's residence shortly." Alas, General Lu has come too late. This esteemed gentleman has already purchased the patterned steel, the innkeeper chuckled, gesturing towards Luo Chen. "Oh, young Master Luo is indeed fortunate. Having just arrived at the martial spirit pass, you have already acquired the patterned steel." The officer remarked with a smile directed at Luo Chen. "Indeed, my luck is quite favorable," Luo Chen replied with a chuckle. Luo Chen quietly praised his own fortune. He had randomly entered a weapon shop and stumbled upon patterned steel. "Well, since the patterned steel has been acquired by young Master Luo, I shall take my leave. Farewell, young Master Luo." The officer clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Luo Chen before departing. Upon entering the shop, He had discerned a certain tension between the two groups present, neither of which he dared to confront. Thus he chose to exit swiftly to avoid entangling himself in their murky affairs. Let us take our leave as well. With that, Lo Chen strode towards the exit, followed closely by Li Gu and Li Yuxi. Young man, Brother Zhu, observing the departure. Brother Zhu attempted to intercept Lo Chen and his companions, but was restrained by Ningling's sister. Why are you stopping me? The patterned steel remains in their possession. As Lo Chen and his companions exited the shop, Brother Zhu hastily addressed Ningling. She shook her head, saying, Never mind, Brother Zhu. They will not part with the patterned steel. Humph. If they refuse, we shall simply take it from them. In the presence of beauty, Brother Zhu felt compelled to exhibit a more assertive demeanor. Let it go? They seem quite familiar with the general's estate. Their backgrounds must be rather impressive. And my white tiger appears to be somewhat intimidated by that youth. As she spoke, Ningling bent down to stroke the white tiger's head. The following morning, after breakfast, Lo Chen and his companions waited for an hour at the inn, yet the general's envoy had not yet arrived. Therefore, Lo Chen decided to take matters into his own hands, gathering Li Gu and the others, along with their guards, to seek out Vice General Wang. Just as they exited the inn, they encountered Pang Tong, who had come in search of them. Upon seeing the impressive steeds ridden by Lo Chen and his companions, especially the black-scaled horses of the three, Pang Tong was taken aback. Yesterday, while listening to the report from the city gate officer, he had assumed they were merely sturdier than average horses, but seeing them now, he was astonished. They were even more formidable than the prized horses of the grasslands. Such magnificent creatures he had only had the privilege of seeing once before, when the Great Wei Emperor received them as tribute from the Great Moon Kingdom of the Western regions. Now, encountering such majestic horses again, and in such numbers, ignited a fervor within Pang Tong. If only he possessed one of these fine steeds, his prowess on the battlefield would be unmatched. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions and greeted Lo Chen with a smile as he approached. Young Master Luo, are you setting out? Lo Chen returned the smile. General Pang, you have finally arrived. Had you delayed any longer, I might have found myself at Vice General Wang's side. Pang Tong clasped his hands apologetically. My apologies, young Master Luo. I was delayed by some matters. Lo Chen, unfazed, inquired, Might I ask if you have clarified the situation? I have indeed, Pang Tong replied. I have come to inform you that the general wishes for you to send someone to the general's estate to retrieve the horses. Additionally, he has heard of your remarkable talents and wishes to make your acquaintance. Thus I am here to extend an invitation for you to visit the estate. Upon hearing Pang Tong's words, Lo Chen contemplated for a moment before responding. Very well. I, too, am eager to witness the famed wolf general. General Pang, please lead the way. Young Master Luo, please, Pang Tong said, turning to guide the way ahead. Brother Chen. At this moment, Li Gu grasped Luo Chen's arm, her expression grave as she regarded him. Luo Chen offered her a reassuring smile and whispered, There is nothing to worry about. We are at the Wuling Pass. If Qin Fei intended to harm us, he would not go to such lengths. Besides, with my strength, do you think they can truly hold me back? Upon hearing this, Li Gu chose not to say more and released her grip on his arm. Consequently, under the guidance of Pang Tong, Luo Chen and the others proceeded towards the general's mansion. The general's mansion at Wuling Pass was strategically established at the center of the city to facilitate command over the battles at the surrounding walls. In a short while, Pang Tong led Luo Chen and his companions to the mansion, where they paused at the entrance of a grand hall after traversing a spacious training ground. At that moment, a refined middle-aged man clad in a black robe stood at the doorway, a smile gracing his features as he looked at Luo Chen. You must be the second-rate mid-level martial artist that Pang Tong spoke of, barely past 18. Indeed, a prodigious youth, he remarked. Before introducing himself, I am Qin Fei, the commander of Wuling Pass. Luo Chen regarded the man, known in the outside world as the Wolf General, with some surprise. He had expected Qin Fei to be a burly brute, yet found him to be quite elegant instead. Having met General Qin, I cannot claim to be a prodigy. I am merely fortunate, Luo Chen replied, bowing respectfully, with Li Gu and Li Yuxi following suit. This general, who had safeguarded the borders for many years, ensuring the peace of the people, was deserving of their respect. Luck is also a part of strength. Now, please, come in and enjoy some tea, Qin Fei said with a smile, nodding before turning to enter the hall. After Luo Chen and the others took their seats, a soldier entered carrying a tray, which he placed on the tea table beside Luo Chen. General Qin, what is this? Luo Chen inquired, eyeing the fist-sized patterned steel on the tray with curiosity. Qin Fei looked at him and replied with a chuckle, "Today, I invited you to the general's mansion not only to witness your grace firsthand, but also to apologize for the requisition of your steed. This patterned steel serves as compensation." Luo Chun smiled slightly, having surmised that Qin Fei harbored doubts about his cultivation when Pang Tong had invited him. Thus, upon entering the mansion, he had retracted his concealed aura, revealing his true prowess. He also speculated that Qin Fei's offer of patterned steel as compensation was due to his abilities. Had he been an ordinary martial artist, the situation would likely have been quite different. In essence, it was still a matter of strength. However, Luo Chun was somewhat taken aback by Qin Fei's direct apology and the presentation of the mysterious steel. "General Qin is being too modest. You have guarded Wuling Pass for many years, ensuring the safety and well-being of the people against foreign invasions, earning their deep respect. How could I dare to accept an apology from you? Moreover, this patterned steel is far too valuable for me to accept. Defending the borders is my duty. Let us not dwell on it," Qin Fei replied with a light-hearted demeanor. "However, I have requisitioned young Master Luo's horse from the general's residence, causing him some loss. And it is only right that compensation is made." After speaking, Qin Fei glanced at Luo Chen's blade. "I have heard that young Master Luo purchased a piece of patterned steel yesterday, if my conjecture is correct. You intend to forge a sword, am I right?" Luo Chen nodded. "Indeed, General Qin, your insight is impeccable. In that case, to forge a sword, one piece of patterned steel is insufficient, and such steel is not easily obtained. I suggest you do not delay, young Master Luo," Qin Fei said with a smile. Luo Chen silently sighed, acknowledging the astuteness of a leader commanding thousands. The propositions made were utterly irresistible, so he no longer hesitated and bowed in gratitude. "In that case, I sincerely thank General Qin." Upon hearing this, Li Hu, who stood behind Luo Chen, took possession of the patterned steel. That is more like it. Although this patterned steel is rare, our general's residence, located at Wuling Pass, still possesses a few pieces. Young Master Luo need not be courteous." After saying this, Qin Fei gradually reined in his smile. "I have several questions that I hope young Master Luo might clarify for me." "Please, General Qin, go ahead." Luo Chen also composed himself. Without further ado, Qin Fei stated, "The fine steeds of the Central Plains are primarily sourced from the grasslands and the western regions. Having guarded the borders for over 20 years, I have encountered many fine horses, yet I have never seen mounts as formidable as those ridden by you, young Master Luo. May I inquire what kind of horses they are?" Upon seeing the black-scaled horse at the entrance, Qin Fei was indeed struck by its towering stature and its natural scale-like armor. As a general, he instantly recognized the immense potential of the black-scaled horse on the battlefield. "This horse, I refer to as the black-scaled horse, is a hybrid of an unknown beast and an ordinary steed. The horse ridden by my guard is known as the Black Cloud Horse, bred from the black-scaled horse and common horses by my Zim Fog Mountain Villa." In response to Qin Fei's inquiry, Luo Chen did not withhold the information, sharing it readily. "The black-scaled horse? Might I ask, young Master Luo, where did you acquire this magnificent creature?" Qin Fei inquired. Luo Chen smiled. "There is no inconvenience in sharing this. I chanced upon this horse in the Great Horizontal Mountain." "The Great Horizontal Mountain? No wonder," Qin Fei exclaimed, and after a moment of contemplation, he continued, "I have a rather bold request. Would you be willing to oblige, young Master Luo?" Luo Chen regarded Qin Fei thoughtfully. "Please, General Qin, proceed. Young Master Luo is aware that our Wuling Pass is located at the border, where conflicts frequently arise. Excellent war horses not only enhance the soldier's combat effectiveness, but can also sway the outcome of a battle. Therefore, I wish to purchase a batch of black-scaled horses from you, young Master Luo. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen inwardly mused that indeed, acquiring patterned steel is no simple task. It seems a request has been made rather swiftly. However, he resolved that he would not agree to part with the black-scaled horses under any circumstances. After a brief contemplation, Luo Chen replied, "I fear this may disappoint General Qin. The breeding of black-scaled horses is exceedingly difficult. As of now, my Zimfog Mountain Villa possesses only these few, and I truly cannot spare any for sale. What about the Black Cloud horses?" Qin Fei understood that rare steeds like the black-scale horse were akin to beasts, scarce in number. His primary interest, however, lay with the Black Cloud horse. Luo Chen shook his head. The Black Cloud horse is similarly rare. To date, only 2 or 3 dozen have been bred. Our Zaiwashan Manor is currently in dire need of horses. Otherwise, we would not invest heavily in purchasing them from the grasslands. Thus, the Black Cloud horse is not for sale. However, if General Qin desires, I could make the decision to gift him a Black Cloud horse. It was a jest. Even if there were surplus Black Scale and Black Cloud horses, Luo Chun would never sell them to the military. The court was presently striving to suppress the forces of the Jianghu, and as a member of that realm, Zaiwashan Manor was also under pressure, making it inconceivable for Luo Chun to assist the enemy in any way. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei sighed silently, expressing his regret. I see. It seems I have taken too much for granted. Such magnificent steeds cannot possibly exist in abundance. After this, Qin Fei fell silent. Observing this, Luo Chun rose. General Qin, it is getting late. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Very well, Qin Fei replied, also standing, and addressed Pang Tong. Pang Tong, please escort young Master Luo and his companions to retrieve the horses. Yes, General. Pang Tong then led Luo Chen and the others to the stable of the general's residence. After Manager Zhao confirmed the horses were in order, the group departed from the general's estate. Before leaving, Luo Chun instructed his guards to leave a Black Cloud horse for Qin Fei, but the offer was declined. On the stone steps before the main hall of the general's residence, as Luo Chun and his companions exited the gates, Pang Tong looked at Qin Fei with a hint of dissatisfaction. General, are we simply allowing them to leave? Qin Fei did not glance at Pang Tong. His gaze fixed on the gates. What else should we do? Should we forcibly retain their horses? Even if we dispatched the wolf cavalry to capture them all, it remains uncertain whether we could detain that young man. Moreover, they have the backing of Zaiwashan Manor, which is evidently formidable, capable of nurturing such a young master. Observing Qin Fei's profile, Pang Tong voiced his concerns. General, why did you decline the Black Cloud horse that Luo Chen offered you? Qin Fei slightly raised his head. Gazing at the sky, this Luo Chun possesses not only remarkable cultivation, but also an astute approach to affairs. His future is boundless. Today, we have given him a piece of patterned steel, establishing a bond of goodwill that may prove invaluable in the future. Should we accept his Black Cloud horse, he would merely be repaying our kindness. A single Black Cloud horse is inconsequential to us. There is no need for such a transaction. Pang Tong nodded thoughtfully, falling silent as he stood quietly alongside Qin Fei on the steps. Upon exiting the general's residence, Luo Chun instructed Li Hu to accompany the guards and Manager Zhao to return the horses to the inn, while he, along with Li Gu and Li Yuxi, strolled leisurely through the streets. As they walked, Li Yuxi playfully handled the patterned steel wrapped in cloth. I never expected the general's residence to be so affluent. Such valuable patterned steel, given away so freely. Li Gu gazed at the patterned steel in Li Yuxi's hands and remarked with a smile. This Wuling Pass is situated close to the grasslands and the western regions, thriving in commerce. As the sovereign of Wuling Pass, the general's residence can easily procure some silver. However, I must say, Qin Fei is quite astute. Our long journey of several thousand miles has not been in vain. You see, by accepting this piece of patterned steel, we owe him a favor. Luo Chen observed the two in silence, then pondered aloud. Yet, it remains a mystery what connection Qin Fei has with that Vice-General Wang. It is quite peculiar that he would personally acknowledge Wang's actions in the name of the general's residence and be willing to pay such a steep price to resolve this predicament. Whatever their relationship may be, it is of no concern to us, Li Yuxi replied with a laugh. Luo Chun considered this and, seeing the logic, decided not to dwell on it any longer. Let us go. It's getting late. We should find a place to dine. Upon hearing this, Li Gu became animated. Indeed. Let us seek out a place to eat. I have heard that there are many exquisite wines from the western regions. Having come all this way, we must savor them. Yes, we must try them. I have heard that the wines from the western regions are particularly delightful for young ladies. Li Yuxi chimed in excitedly. With a gentle smile, Luo Chun pointed to a tavern ahead. There is an inn right there. Let us make our way there. Come, let us hurry. Li Yuxi exclaimed, dashing forward. Luo Chen and Li Gu followed suit, laughter echoing behind her. As Luo Chen and his companions arrived at the entrance of the tavern, a keen-eyed attendant promptly approached them. Esteemed guests, may I inquire whether you seek to dine or to stay overnight? Dine. Quickly, find us a good spot, exclaimed Li Yuxi as she hurried inside. You have arrived at an opportune moment. The first floor is completely full, but there are 2 tables available on the second floor. Please, follow me. Luo Chen replied. Very well, esteemed guests, please ascend to the second floor. The attendant gestured, leading the way. Upon entering the tavern, A cacophony of sounds greeted them, mingled with the enticing aromas of food and drink. The attendant guided Luo Chen and his companions to the second floor, which, while bustling with patrons, was comparatively quieter. They settled at an empty table by the window, through which they could see the bustling street below. "What would you like to eat?" "There is a menu over there," the attendant indicated, pointing to a wooden board hanging on the wall. "Please select a few of your house specialties. Primarily, what fine wines do you offer?" Li Gu inquired without glancing at the menu. "You have certainly come to the right place. Our tavern boasts the most extensive selection of wines in all of Wu Ling Pass, including aged spirits from the Central Plains, mare's milk from the grasslands, and exquisite wines from the western regions, among others. Additionally, that will suffice. Just tell me, what is your finest wine?" Li Gu interjected, cutting the attendant short. With a smile of servility, the attendant replied, "The finest wine we offer is undoubtedly the Gaochong wine." "Then we shall have 2 jin of the Gaochong wine," Liu Shi declared grandly, tossing a piece of silver from her waist to the attendant. "This is for you." The attendant hurriedly accepted the silver with both hands, bowing and smiling profusely. "Thank you, miss. Please wait a moment. Your food and drink will be served shortly." With that, he scurried downstairs to prepare their order. "Since when did our Miss Yushi become so generous?" Li Gu teased, observing Liu Shi. "Indeed. Usually, you're quite frugal, reluctant to part with a single coin, claiming you need to save for your dowry. Today, you've generously rewarded the attendant with a whole tael of silver." Luo Chen chimed in with a laugh. Liu Shi pouted. "Humph. Why should you concern yourselves? I am delighted to do so. Typically, I watch you drink, but that liquor is far too strong for me. Today, I have the rare opportunity to indulge, and I am in high spirits." Luo Chen, contemplating her words, realized the truth in them. Indeed, in the present-day Wei dynasty, spirits were predominantly white liquor, which was hardly suitable for women. If he could craft a beverage tailored for women, it would surely find a ready market. "Once we return home, and I have the time, I shall brew a special drink just for you," Luo Chen remarked casually. "Is that true? Can you really brew wine?" Liu Shi asked, eyeing him skeptically, before breaking into a cheerful smile. "However, it matters not whether you can. Your intention alone brings me joy." "Haha, Brother Chen, I never realized you had such a knack for charming the ladies." Li Gu laughed heartily, entirely unconvinced of Luo Chen's brewing abilities. "Whether or not you believe it, the truth will reveal itself once we return," Luo Chen replied nonchalantly. As the three conversed, the attendant swiftly brought forth the dishes and arranged them meticulously. Liu Shi, unable to contain her excitement, poured herself a glass of wine, savoring a delicate sip that instantly brightened her eyes. She then downed the entire glass in one go. It was exquisite, a delightful blend of tartness and sweetness, infused with the aromatic essence of grapes. Setting down her glass, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she relished the taste. Although delightful, this wine had a potent after-effect. Drinking it in such a manner would surely lead to intoxication, as Luo Chen remarked, pouring a glass for Li Gu and himself as well. Li Gu took a sip, examining the wine in her glass. "Indeed, it's quite commendable. The dishes here may not compare to those at Tianxiang Tower, but this wine possesses a distinct charm." Liu Shi, undeterred, poured herself another glass. Luo Chen smiled faintly, raising his own glass, the deep crimson wine swirling within. Gently swirling it, he brought the glass to his nose, allowing the wine's unique bouquet to envelop his senses. He took a small sip, letting the wine spread across his palate. With eyes closed, he savored the experience. The initial tartness followed by a hint of bitterness, which was then beautifully balanced by a sweetness that perfectly masked the bitterness. This sweetness did not render the wine heavy or cloying. Rather, it enriched the wine's texture, making it round and robust. Indeed, it was fine wine. A world apart from the inferior varieties he had tasted in his past life, he mused inwardly. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was startled by the sudden appearance of Liu Shi, who was peering intently at him with wide eyes. Luo Chen's expression darkened. "Liu Shi, what are you doing?" "Of course, I am observing you. You took a sip and closed your eyes. Had we not been drinking this wine ourselves, we might have thought you were poisoned." Liu Shi returned to her seat, still wearing an expression of curiosity. At this, Luo Chen's face grew even darker, and he retorted, "You're the one who seems poisoned. I was merely tasting the wine." "Tasting? Is that how you taste?" Liu Shi mimicked Luo Chen's previous indulgent posture. Seeing her feigned intoxication, Luo Chen's irritation flared. "Haha, clearly, you are not from the same family, nor do you share the same door," Li Gu teased from the side. Frustrated, Luo Chen chose to ignore them, taking a hearty swig from his glass. Just then, A coarse voice echoed through the second floor. Hey, those monks from Jingguang Temple are still wandering around Wuling Pass. It seems their treasures have yet to be found. The gruff voice drew the attention of many diners upstairs. Luo Chen followed the sound. Spotting a large man with a stubbled face and dark skin at a nearby window table, accompanied by a middle-aged man with a fair complexion holding a folding fan. The large man was gazing out onto the street, having just spoken. Indeed, he affirmed. For 7 or 8 days now, I have encountered them several times each day. It is said that half of the monks from the Diamond Temple have come forth in search of their treasure. The fair-skinned man gazed out the window as well. Observing this, Luo Chen also turned his gaze outside, where the bustling street was alive with voices. Among the crowd, several lamas walked, their eyes periodically surveying each passerby. Identical to those encountered on the streets yesterday, 2 friends approached, introducing themselves as Wang Wu from Zhangzhou. He had just ordered a bottle of Gaochang wine, hoping to share it with the two. Unbeknownst to him, a burly man with a thick beard, who had been seated nearby, approached their table after overhearing their conversation. Holding a wine bottle in hand, the dark-skinned man stood up, warmly clasping his hands. It is Brother Wang. A pleasure to meet you. Please take a seat. Wang Wu expressed his gratitude and sat down. May I inquire your esteemed names? There is no need for such formalities. I am called Wu Gui. And this is my good brother, Su Wu, the dark-skinned man replied with a smile. Wang Wu returned the gesture of respect, addressing them as Brother Wu. Brother Su. Su Wu chuckled lightly. Brother Wang, you are too courteous. This Gaochang wine is quite a luxury. Haha. To me it is to be fated. Let us not stand on ceremony when discussing wealth, Wang Wu said, filling their glasses with wine. He continued, by the way, I just overheard you two discussing the treasures of the Diamond Temple. Could you enlighten me on the matter? Brother Wang must be new to Wuling Pass. Wu Gui remarked with a smile. Indeed, I have just arrived at Wuling Pass today, Wang Wu replied. That explains it. To be frank, anyone who has spent a few days in Wuling Pass is aware of this matter, Wu Gui said. Oh, please, I implore you to share, Wang Wu urged. Clasping his hands once more, Wu Gui cleared his throat, glancing at the diners around them who were eager to listen. He smiled and began. The story is this. A martial artist from the Central Plains, in pursuit of one of the 3 treasures of the Diamond Temple. The 7-child Golden Lotus disguised himself as a monk several years ago to infiltrate the temple. Recently, this martial artist seized an opportunity and stole the 7-child Golden Lotus, which had been nurtured by the temple for hundreds of years. Now, this martial artist has escaped to Wuling Pass, and the Diamond Temple, upon learning of this, dispatched numerous monks to apprehend him. This news has drawn many martial artists to seek him out. Wang Wu, upon hearing this, leaped to his feet. What? The 7-child Golden Lotus? Are you referring to the one that allows a martial artist below the innate level to elevate their cultivation by a small tier? Not only Wang Wu, but the entire second floor was agape in astonishment upon hearing this revelation. Indeed, you speak correctly. It is the 7-child Golden Lotus, Wu Gui affirmed. The 7-child Golden Lotus has exceedingly stringent requirements for its growing environment and necessitates the nurturing of Buddhist aura. Thus it is also known as the 7-child Buddhist lotus, and can only be cultivated in an environment akin to that of the Diamond Temple. Wang Wu gradually returned to his seat, his face alight with longing. The 7-child Buddhist lotus. It is said that this lotus contains 7 seeds, not to mention 7. If Wang were to acquire even a single one, it would indeed be a stroke of fortune. Who could disagree? Therefore, a multitude of warriors are currently scouring for this individual in Wuling Pass, with even those from distant lands hastening to join the search. Su Wu remarked. It is rumored that there also exists the 5-seeded Golden Lotus and the 1-seeded Golden Lotus. One wonders if the Diamond Temple possesses such treasures, Wang Wu mused. Wu Gui chuckled. Brother Wang, you jest. The 7-seeded Golden Lotus is already an exceedingly rare and precious treasure of heaven and earth. If the Diamond Temple truly possessed the 5-seeded Golden Lotus, which could elevate peak warriors to innate levels, as well as the 1-seeded Golden Lotus, enabling innate warriors to reach the foundation stage, it would have long since unified the entire martial world or been obliterated by the collective force of martial artists. Indeed. Brother Wu. Wang Wu nodded in agreement. After sharing a couple more drinks, Wang Wu rose. Gentlemen, please enjoy your libations. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, he hastily descended the stairs. Observing Wang Wu's retreating figure, Su Wu chuckled. The ranks of those seeking the 7-seeded Golden Lotus in Wuling Pass have swelled once more. But who cares? Come, Brother Su. Let us indulge in this exquisite Gaocheng grape wine. Yes, indeed. Let us drink, and not squander such fine wine. The two resumed their revelry. Li Gu, having overheard their conversation, gazed at Luo Chen with palpable hope, subtly suggesting, the seven-seated golden lotus. Brother Chen, shall we venture out for a while? Absolutely. Li Yuxi chimed in, her eagerness evident. Upon hearing the mention of the seven-seated golden lotus, a fervor ignited within Luo Chen, not merely for the potential elevation and cultivation, but for the lotus seed itself. While others might believe the seeds are the sole valuable aspect of the seven-seated golden lotus, Luo Chen, possessing alchemical knowledge, understood that the lotus seed is far more precious. The alchemical texts detail methods to jade-defy the lotus seed, transforming it into the seven-seated jade lotus, which bears the same properties as mutton fat jade. Though Luo Chen yearned to seek the seven-seated golden lotus, he ultimately shook his head, reflecting, let it be. So many warriors have searched for days in Wuling Pass without success. What can we, just a handful of individuals, accomplish? Moreover, we lack the luxury of time to linger here. We must return tomorrow. At his words, Li Gu and Li Yuxi appeared somewhat disheartened, losing their appetite. Luo Chen, unfazed, continued to eat. After finishing their meal, he settled the bill and they exited the tavern, wandering the streets in search of local specialties to bring back. Luo Chen even spent several hundred taels of silver in a jewelry store, purchasing 6 high-footed luminous cups for drinking wine. These cups, carved from jade, though lacking the transparency of glass, possessed their own exquisite charm. Upon discovering Luo Chen's intention to use the luminous cups for drinking, Li Yuxi scolded him for his extravagance, snatching the cup from his hands and carefully stowing it away. Luo Chen merely smiled at her actions, choosing not to comment further. As night descended, the trio returned to the Eula Inn, a cart laden with over 200 pounds of Gaochang wine trailing behind them. In the stillness of the late night, Wuling Pass was enveloped in tranquility, with the crisp air permeating the surroundings. Inside the inn, in a small courtyard room, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he abruptly opened his eyes, darting towards the door with swift grace. Upon stepping outside, the long neigh of the black-scaled horse echoed through the night. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chen glided like a gust of wind towards the stable. Upon arriving, he spotted a shadow leaping over the courtyard wall, vanishing instantly into the darkness. On the other side of the stable, Ning Ling, who had clashed with Luo Chen the previous day, jumped into the yard. She glanced at the black-scaled horse, and then at the suddenly appeared Luo Chen, giving a cold huff before silently pursuing the direction of the disappearing shadow. At that moment, the commotion caused by the black-scaled horse's whinny drew Li Gu, Li Yuxi, and the guards to rush over. Seeing Luo Chen already present, Li Yuxi quickly inquired, "What happened?" "What happened, Luo Chen?" "Nothing much. Just a thief attempting to steal our black-scaled horse, but he was thrown to the ground by the horse," Luo Chen replied. "Oh, so that's how it is," Li Yuxi said, relieved. She then glanced around, asking, "Where did the thief go?" "Ran away." "Ran away?" "Indeed," Luo Chen confirmed, pointing to an inconspicuous spot in the stable. He said to Li Gu, "Li Gu, there's a package over there. Bring it to my room." With that, Luo Chen turned to leave. Following Luo Chen's gesture, Li Gu walked to a corner, pushed aside some weeds, and indeed found a package. "Hey, there really is a package. Whose could it be?" Li Yuxi leaned in curiously. "Who knows? We can ask Luo Chen later," Li Gu replied, picking up the package and heading towards Luo Chen's room, with Li Yuxi hurrying to keep up. In Luo Chen's room, the three of them gathered around a table where an open package lay. This was the very package Li Gu had retrieved, and within it, aside from some clothing and scattered silver coins, there was a square wooden box. "Luo Chen, whose is this?" "Is it the thief's?" Li Yuxi inquired, looking up. "Well, that thief, in a panic while being pursued, likely attempted to steal the black-scaled horse and was thrown off, leaving behind the package in his haste," Luo Chen explained. "Is that thief truly so formidable? After you discovered him, he can still escape from right under your nose?" Li Gu exclaimed in astonishment. That individual was exceedingly cunning and remarkably skilled. By the time I reached the scene, all I caught was a glimpse of his back before he vanished in an instant. Regardless, let us first uncover what lies within this wooden box," Li Yuxi declared, gently lifting the lid of the box. "This is..." Li Yuxi gazed in astonishment at the object within the wooden box, a brilliantly radiant golden lotus that emanated a soft, ethereal glow. From the lotus, one could almost discern the faint echoes of Buddhist chants. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Chen Gur, what is this?" Li Gu pointed at the lotus in the wooden box, staring in disbelief at Luo Chen. Huff. Luo Chen exhaled deeply, calming his tumultuous emotions. Indeed. 7 lotus seeds, accompanied by the sound of Buddhist hymns. This is the 7-seed golden lotus, also known as the 7-seed Buddha lotus. Li Gu swallowed hard. Could it be that the thief from tonight is the very one who stole the 7-seed golden lotus from the Diamond Temple? It seems unlikely. But this individual might have been unable to stay at Wuling Pass, attempting to steal our horse to flee, only to inadvertently stumble upon the black-scaled horse, resulting in a fall and subsequently being discovered by his pursuers, Luo Chen elaborated. Truly, this is a case of searching high and low only to find it effortlessly. During the day, we contemplated seeking this 7-seed golden lotus, yet here it is, delivered to us this very night. Li Gu exclaimed joyfully. Luo Chen, I have heard that consuming just one of these lotus seeds can elevate one's cultivation by a small rank. Shall we give it a try? Li Yushi said, reaching out to pluck a seed from the lotus pod. Hearing this, Li Gu also appeared eager to partake. What's the rush? Let us discuss it once we return to the manor, Luo Chen admonished, swatting Li Yushi's hand away and closing the wooden box. He continued. This lotus seed is sufficient for only 7 individuals. To consume it would be a gross waste. Upon our return to Zaiwushan Manor, we can gather some medicinal herbs to refine these 7 lotus seeds into dozens of elixirs, each one possessing the same efficacy as consuming the seeds directly. Moreover, once the seeds are taken, the lotus will wither rapidly. I have grand plans for this lotus. What? Dozens? Is that true? That would mean we could enhance the cultivation of dozens of individuals. Li Yushi exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement. Although Li Gu was also surprised, he maintained his composure. Having previously consumed the elixirs provided by Luo Tianhe, he understood that such concoctions could indeed be produced at Zaiwushan Manor. Enough. We shall discuss this matter upon our return to the manor. You both must remember, the fact that the 7-seed golden lotus is in our possession must remain a secret. Otherwise, we will surely face the onslaught of countless warriors from Wuling Pass, Luo Chen declared gravely. Understood. Li Gu and Li Yushi nodded eagerly in response. Subsequently, Li Gu furrowed his brow. What about that thief? He is aware that the 7-seed golden lotus is in our possession. Luo Chen pondered for a moment before replying. I shall handle this matter. You both should rest. Tomorrow morning, we will depart from Wuling Pass. Though the two wished to say more, the seriousness etched on Luo Chen's face rendered them silent as they exited the room, each returning to their quarters. Once Li Yushi and Li Gu had left, Luo Chen meticulously secured the scattered silver and the wooden box containing the 7-seed golden lotus. He then donned a suit of night attire, strapped his sword to his back, and armed himself with a bow and arrows before stepping out of the room. After closing the door, Luo Chen lightly touched the ground with his toes and floated up to the courtyard wall, then his figure flickered and vanished into the night. Upon exiting the inn, Luo Chen casually discarded his garments in a secluded corner and expanded his perception, pursuing the direction in which the thief had fled. Having broken through to the mid-tier of the secondary realm, Luo Chen's perceptive range had significantly increased to 15 zhang, thus allowing for a swift search. After a brief period, as he was nearing the city gate, Luo Chen raised his brow. He then lightly touched the ground once more and ascended to the rooftops, gliding towards the right. In no time, Luo Chen arrived beneath a segment of the city wall. This area was remote, devoid of military guards, and the resident populace was sparse. Standing atop the roof, Luo Chen spotted Ning Ling at the base of the wall, accompanied by Brother Zhu and a bald man in his 30s, whose cultivation was at the late stage of the tertiary realm. At that moment, the bald man was slumped against the wall, his body weakened, one hand twisted in an unnatural manner. Above him, a rope descended from the wall, with a metal claw firmly gripping the top. Upon seeing the bald man, Luo Chen immediately recognized him as the thief, who must have intended to escape the city via the rope, only to be intercepted by Ning Ling. Having located his quarry, Luo Chen felt no rush and concealed himself in the shadows atop the roof, observing the scene below. Speak quickly. Where's the loot hidden? Brother Zhu demanded, delivering a punch to the bald man's abdomen with menace. Coughing up blood, the bald man revealed a grim smile, his teeth stained red and white. As he glanced at Ning Ling beside him and managed to utter, I never expected that the illustrious Huashan sect, known for its righteousness, would resort to such nefarious acts. Today, I, Zhang, have witnessed it all. Humph, you seek death. Brother Zhu retaliated with another punch to the bald man's jaw. With a sickening thud, the bald man spat out blood mixed with 2 teeth, his spirit visibly deflating. You, Zheng Xiaolu. have roamed the martial world for years and are known as the Moonlit Thief. Surely you possess considerable knowledge. Have you ever heard of the heart-questioning insect? Ningling's cold voice suddenly pierced the air. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaolu abruptly lifted his head, his eyes fixed on Ningling with intensity. What do you intend to do? In the shadows, Luo Chen's brow furrowed at the mention of the heart-questioning insect. He had encountered a description of this sinister creature in a miscellaneous book within the library of the Purple Mist Manor. The heart-questioning insect is a type of cursed insect cultivated by martial artists in the southern regions who favor breeding various insects. Those afflicted by it fall into an unconscious state, compelled to answer any inquiries posed to them. While their lives are not at risk, their consciousness becomes irreversibly dulled, rendering them imbeciles. However, a long-standing agreement among the major sects of the Central Plains forbids the use of such malevolent insects against fellow martial artists, lest they provoke the wrath of the entire martial community. What are you planning? He chuckled softly. If you remain silent, then you shall simply experience the questioning worm. Ningling's face, as cold as eternal ice, melted into a smile as she produced a small jade box from her bosom and tossed it to Brother Zhu. Upon witnessing Ningling's smile, Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time he had seen this aloof woman smile. He had to admit that Ningling appeared even more enchanting when she smiled than when she bore her usual icy demeanor. However, recalling the deeds concealed behind that smile made Luo Chen's scalp tingle. Indeed, one must not judge by appearances. Brother Zhu caught the jade box and, observing Ningling's radiant smile, swallowed hard before opening it and slowly squatting in front of Zhang Xiaolu, gazing at the rice-sized white worm within the box. Zhang Xiaolu's eyes widened in terror. You truly possess the questioning worm? You dare to use it? As a disciple of the Huashan sect, you openly defy the martial arts agreement. Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the entire martial world? Here, it is only the three of us. Once we extract the information we seek, we can eliminate you without anyone knowing you were afflicted by the questioning worm. Brother Zhu sneered as he reached to cover Zhang Xiaolu's mouth, preparing to insert the questioning worm. Seeing this, Luo Chen, fearing that Zhang Xiaolu might reveal the whereabouts of the Seven Sons Golden Lotus under the influence of the worm, wasted no time. He drew his bow, aiming at Zhang Xiaolu's brow. Just as Luo Chen was about to release the arrow, he suddenly felt a shift in his spirit and turned his gaze to the right. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly lowered his bow and continued to conceal himself in the shadows of the rooftop. Stop! Just as Luo Chen secured his bow, four llamas soared into view. The leader possessing early second-tier cultivation, while the other three were at late third-tier. The sudden arrival caused Brother Zhu to halt his actions and retreat to Ningling's side. Zhang Xiaolu, relieved to have escaped immediate danger, continued to lean against the wall, his head bowed. Amipa, the leading lama addressed Ningling, saying, as a disciple of Huashan, one of the 8 prestigious sects, how could you resort to using the questioning worm? Have you forgotten the martial arts agreement? Upon my return to the Diamond Temple, I shall report this to the abbot and demand an explanation from Huashan for the entire martial world. It turned out to be Master Mu Tuo, who misunderstood the situation. This is not a questioning worm. It is merely an ordinary insect. The young lady intended only to frighten this man, Ningling replied, regaining her icy demeanor as she reclaimed the jade box from Brother Zhu's hands. Master Mu Tuo was taken aback. He had not expected this talented disciple of Huashan to speak such blatant falsehoods. However, lacking the questioning worm and with no concrete evidence of Zhang Xiaolu being afflicted, he found himself powerless. Meanwhile, Luo Chen re-evaluated Ningling. This woman, as frosty as she appeared, was not only adept at deception but also utterly shameless. Amipa, this is for the best. I hope you, practitioner, will act wisely. Mu Tuo gazed intently at Ningling before instructing 2 of the 3 llamas behind him, Zhahe, Zhaba, assist Zhamu and bring him back. Yes, master. The 2 llamas acknowledged, proceeding towards Zhang Xiaolu in the corner. However, after taking but a few steps, Ningling swiftly positioned herself in front of them. She regarded Mu Tuo, inquiring, Master, what is the meaning of this? Mu Tuo pointed at Zhang Xiaolu, stating, this individual is a disciple of my Vajra temple, and I must take him back. Master, I fear you are mistaken. This person is named Zhang Xiaolu, a notorious thief from the Central Plains. Not a disciple of your esteemed temple. I care not for his past. Once he enters my Buddhist fold, he is a disciple of the Vajra temple. Mu Tuo replied with calm conviction. The truth is evident to all. This man was captured by me, and he shall not be taken away by you, master. Ningling asserted, her patience wearing thin. Mu Tuo's voice grew solemn. This individual is related to a treasured artifact of my Vajrat temple. I must take him today, regardless. Do you truly believe that with your skills, you could wrest him from my grasp? Ningling's eyes turned icy. Amitabha, although your abilities exceed mine by a level, I shall not relent, Mu Tuo declared. Then let us determine our fates through combat, Ningling responded, drawing her sword and lunging at Mu Tuo. Excellent. I too wish to witness the renowned Huashan's sword technique, Mu Tuo replied, channeling his inner energy, causing his muscles to bulge and shimmer with a metallic sheen. He then clenched his fists, advancing towards Ningling. Lo Chun observed the duel below as Mu Tuo's fist collided with Ningling's sword, producing a resounding clang. Immediately after, Mu Tuo aimed another fist at Ningling's face. Ningling arched her upper body backward, evading the blow, then swiftly rotated her body, slashing her sword towards Mu Tuo's abdomen. Mu Tuo exhaled lightly, grounding himself as he directed his energy to his midsection. A piercing metallic sound echoed as Ningling's sword met his body, yet Mu Tuo endured the strike unfazed. Humph! The Vajra Temple's 9 turns of golden body technique truly lives up to its reputation. Today, I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand, Ningling declared, pressing the attack with fervor towards Mu Tuo's vital points. After several exchanges, leveraging her superior prowess, Ningling inflicted a deep wound on Mu Tuo's right arm. Mu Tuo swung his fists urgently, forcing Ningling back, and seized the opportunity to shout at the other 3 llamas, "You 3, hasten and retrieve Jia Mu." The 3 llamas exchanged glances. Jia He and Jia rushed towards Brother Zhu, while the third approached Zhang Xiaolu. Upon reaching Zhang Xiaolu, the llama assessed his injuries and hoisted him onto his back. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, the llama suddenly froze, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Zhang Xiaolu sprang to his feet, planted his foot, and swiftly scaled the city wall, grasping the rope above as he ascended rapidly. The sudden turn of events caught both parties in the midst of their conflict off guard. By the time they regained their composure, Zhang Xiaolu was nearly scaling the city wall. Still hoping to escape, Ningling was the first to react, seizing the rope and pursuing him. "You too. See how Zali is faring," Mu Tuo instructed before following suit. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Luo Chun had been observing the clash between Ningling and Mu Tuo. Yet he remained vigilant about Zhang Xiaolu. He watched as Zhang Xiaolu feigned death, then swiftly produced a poison needle to pierce Zali's neck before nimbly climbing the wall. His movements fluid and decisive. Luo Chun sighed inwardly, acknowledging Zhang Xiaolu's prowess as a seasoned rogue. Indeed, his skills in self-preservation and escape were commendable. As Zhang Xiaolu's hand grasped the top of the wall, poised to ascend, Luo Chun wasted no time. He drew his bow, aiming for the back of Zhang Xiaolu's head. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered the aim slightly and released the string. Just as Zhang Xiaolu stepped onto the battlements, he turned to relinquish his iron claws, only to hear the twang of the bowstring as an arrow struck the rope connecting his claws, severing it with a resounding snap. Zhang Xiaolu's pupils dilated momentarily as he glanced towards the source of the arrow before swiftly leaping off the opposite side of the wall, vanishing into the night. Humph! Ningling, who was halfway up the wall, along with Mu Tuo trailing behind her, suddenly found themselves weightless, their feet barely touching the wall before they floated down to the ground. "Who was that?" Ningling exclaimed sharply, scanning the direction of the arrow, but found only the emptiness of the night. "Amitabha, it appears there is a third party here, one whose archery skills are remarkable." As the shot was made without the sound of a bowstring, this individual must possess considerable prowess. "Might I inquire if you have any leads, Ning Shizhu?" Mu Tuo clasped his hands together in prayer. "None whatsoever." Ningling's voice was as cold as eternal ice. Unfazed by the rebuff, Mu Tuo pressed on, "Ning Shizhu, you just conversed with Zemu for quite some time. Are you aware of the whereabouts of our temple's treasure, the 7-child golden lotus?" If I knew the location of the 7-child golden lotus, would I still be standing here?" Ningling retorted before turning to Brother Zhu. "Brother Zhu, we must exit the city in pursuit." With that, Ningling and Brother Zhu departed. At that moment, Jia approached Mu Tuo. "Master, Zali is dead, poisoned." "Amitabha." Mu Tuo intoned a prayer for Zali's spirit, then addressed Jia. "Zemu did not possess the 7-child golden lotus. It must still be at Wuling Pass. Dispatch men to search meticulously." "Understood, Master." With that, Mu Tuo and his companions took their leave, bearing Zali's body. Meanwhile, Luo Chun traversed the rooftops, gliding toward the Yulian. In the final moment of aiming for Zhang Xiaolu, he hesitated. After all, Zhang Xiaolu bore him no enmity. and had even presented him with a significant gift. Regarding the whereabouts of the seven-child Golden Lotus, Luo Qin was confident that if Zhang Xiaolu managed to escape, he would keep this information to himself, for the Golden Lotus was a hard-won treasure he had acquired over many years, and he would not divulge it lightly. Luo Qin harbored no fear of Zhang Xiaolu's pursuit, for they were set to depart from Wuling Pass the following day. Whether or not he could be found was a separate matter altogether. Even if he were discovered, with Luo Qin's formidable prowess, he remained untroubled. Shortly thereafter, Luo Qin returned to the inn, scaling the courtyard wall, whereupon he beheld Li Gu and Li Yuxi waiting anxiously at his door, with the latter pacing back and forth in agitation. Upon spotting Luo Qin, Li Yuxi hurried towards him, inquiring, "Luo Qin, what has transpired?" Luo Qin chuckled softly, ruffling Li Yuxi's hair. "Do not worry. Everything has been resolved." "That is a relief." Li Yuxi exhaled, her heart finally at ease. "I told you there was no need to fret. I assured you Luo Qin would handle it, yet you remained unconvinced." Li Gu approached as well, offering a smile to Li Yuxi. "Humph." Li Yuxi shot a discontented glare at Li Gu. "All right, it is getting late. Let us retire for the night. We have a journey ahead of us tomorrow," Luo Qin declared. At his words, the two ceased their chatter, refraining from inquiring about how Luo Qin had resolved the matter, and each returned to their respective rooms. On the following morning, after partaking in breakfast, Luo Qin and his companions, accompanied by a score of horses, gallantly departed from Wuling Pass. As they approached the city gates, Luo Qin sensed several covert gazes observing them, only to vanish swiftly thereafter. He deduced that these individuals were spies for certain factions. As long as they did not interfere, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. In the residence of Wang Rengue, the man had just risen from his slumber, still bleary-eyed as he sipped tea. Suddenly, Sanair rushed in hastily, exclaiming, "Young master! The group led by Manager Zhao has exited the city with their horses." "What?" Wang Rengue stared blankly at Sanair, still dazed from sleep. However, it did not take long for him to regain his senses, his spirit invigorated as he proclaimed, Just in time. I have awaited this day." Sanair swiftly relayed orders to Wang Bao, instructing him to gather his men and pursue the exit from the city. "Young master, are we truly to proceed in such a manner? Should we not reconsider?" Sanair ventured cautiously. Wang Rengue smacked Sanair's head sharply, bellowing, "Reconsider your own head. Quickly relay the orders." Yes. I shall go at once." Sanair dared not protest further and hurried away to deliver the command. Meanwhile, at the general's residence in Wuling Pass, Qin Fei was practicing his marksmanship on the training grounds when Pang Tong approached with purposeful strides, bowing respectfully. "General." After performing a flourish with his spear, Qin Fei stood poised, regarding Pang Tong with a furrowed brow. "Are you not on duty? What brings you here? Has something occurred?" Pang Tong immediately bowed in apology. "Forgive me, General. I have just received word that Vice General Wang has taken Wang Bao and his contingent out of the city. I have come to verify whether you issued any orders to them." Wang Rengue? Qin Fei was momentarily taken aback, then his expression darkened. "I did not issue any orders to them. It must be that Wang Rengue is once again engaging in private dealings with Wang Bao." "General, while Wang Bao is indeed talented, his disregard for orders and repeated unauthorized mobilization of troops is a grave concern," Pang Tong remarked. "Humph. It is undeniable that this matter primarily concerns Wang Rengue. Wang Bao, as the legitimate offspring of the Wang family, has no choice but to heed Wang Rengue's commands." Following this incident, Wang Bao was reassigned, and the foremost task now is to ascertain their whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Pang Tong contemplated for a moment before responding. "My subordinates have reported that the people from Zaiwushan Manor just recently departed from Wuling Pass. I wonder if this is connected to them?" Qin Fei pondered briefly and affirmed, "Indeed, given Wang Rengue's character, he would never allow something he has acquired to be taken away so easily. He will undoubtedly devise a means to retrieve it, regardless of the risks involved." As Qin Fei spoke, he commanded Pang Tong, "Send word to the Wolf Cavalry camp to assemble and prepare to exit the city." "Understood, General," Pang Tong replied, turning swiftly to relay the orders. Upon exiting the Martial Spirit Pass, Luo Qin and his companions traveled along the official road for several miles before being intercepted by a group of 7 or 8 llamas, led by the very llama, Mutua, whom Luo Qin had encountered the previous night. Li Gu approached assertively, inquiring, "Masters, why do you obstruct our passage?" Observing the steeds ridden by Luo Qin and his companions, Mutua felt a momentary surprise, but quickly regained his composure, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect. "Amiba." Esteemed patrons, I beg your pardon. Our Vajra temple has suffered a loss at the Martial Spirit Pass, and we have yet to recover our belongings. Therefore, we must inspect every individual and merchant group departing from the pass. Luo Qin responded, given the esteemed status of the Vajra temple as a preeminent force, and your vow of non-attachment, such actions seem rather inappropriate. It is indeed regrettable, Mu Tuo conceded. But the significance of the lost item leaves us no choice but to resort to this desperate measure. We kindly ask for your cooperation. Liga scoffed, what a farce. Your temple's misfortune is of no concern to us. Please step aside. We have urgent matters to attend to. Unmoved, Mu Tuo stood resolutely in the path, his eyelids lowered. Amiba, I ask for your understanding. He commanded, Jaba, Zaiha, proceed with the inspection. Humph. Are you attempting to impose your higher cultivation on us through force? Luo Qin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Mu Tuo. Indeed, does the Vajra temple not fear being scorned by the martial world for such tyrannical behavior? Li Yushi added, her expression fierce. Gripping the Vajra pestle, Mu Tuo remained silent, while his followers, Zemu and Jaba, stepped forward to examine the belongings of Luo Chun and his companions. Humph. Li Gu snorted, charging at Jaba and Zaiha, brandishing her spear while the vigilant Li Hu advanced with 2 guards to assist her. Amipa. Witnessing these lesser warriors daring to resist, Mu Tuo recited a prayer, leaping into the air with his Vajra pestle raised, aiming to strike Li Gu. Luo Chun understood that Li Gu would not withstand Mu Tuo's strike, so he leaped off his steed, drawing his sword to counter the Vajra pestle. Clang. The sound of clashing weapons echoed, followed by a rush of air as fragments flew. After the exchange, Luo Qin returned to his mount, looking at the hilt of his sword with a sigh. This blade, which had accompanied him for many years, had fulfilled its purpose. The sound of shattered air was the result of its collision with the Vajra pestle, leading to its shattering. Mu Tuo, after the brief confrontation with Luo Chun, also landed on the ground, retreating several paces before regaining his balance. Glancing at the cut on his arm from the blade's fragment, he looked at Luo Chun with astonishment, exclaiming, You have concealed your cultivation. At such a young age, how do you possess such formidable prowess? I have heard of no such prodigy among the 8 great sects of the martial world. Who are you truly? Does it matter who I am? Luo Qin replied with a faint smile. Is it not sufficient that I stand before you as an opponent? Having received your strike, I now invite you to receive mine. Having spoken, Luo Chun removed the long spear from the back of the unicorn, gripping it firmly with one hand as he charged towards Mu Tuo. Upon witnessing this, Mu Tuo gritted his teeth and swung the Vajra pestle towards Luo Chun. The clash resounded with a resounding clang, as Luo Qin's spear struck the pestle with tremendous force, sending it flying. Mu Tuo was also knocked to the ground, sliding backward for several meters, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground, his back a gruesome sight. The sheer power of Luo Qin, coupled with the unicorn's momentum, made it clear that had the spear connected directly with Mu Tuo, he would have been reduced to a mere pile of flesh. Master, Jaba and Zaha, upon seeing this, quickly broke free from their opponents and rushed to assist Mu Tuo, with other monks hastily surrounding them. At this moment, Mu Tuo lay on the ground, his hands shattered, blood oozing from his mouth, unable to utter a word due to his wounds. Jaba swiftly retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robes and administered a pill to Mu Tuo. After swallowing the pill and taking a few breaths, Mu Tuo felt a slight alleviation of his injuries. He cast a deep glance at Luo Chun and the unicorn before addressing Jaba and Zaha. We shall depart for Wuling Pass. Yes, master. Jaba, Zaha, and the other monks, not daring to delay, picked up the Vajra pestle and hurriedly assisted Mu Tuo towards Wuling Pass. Humph. Trying to flee after being bested? Liga remarked, attempting to block Mu Tuo and his followers, but was halted by Luo Chun, who said, Let them go. Brother Chun, are we truly just going to let them leave? They did bully us earlier, Liga protested, unwilling to relent. Indeed, they cannot just inspect us and then depart as they please. They hold us in such disregard. Li Yushi, riding her black-scaled horse, approached. Let them go. It is not worth pursuing. Besides, that monk is severely injured by my hand. There is no need to eradicate them entirely, Luo Qin responded, observing the retreating figures of Mu Tuo and his companions. Humph. They have gotten off too easily. Li Yushi still expressed her dissatisfaction. Luo Qin smiled gently. All right, let us continue our journey. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from the direction of Wuling Pass. It is a military force, a contingent of over 100 soldiers approaching us. Li Gu announced from atop his black-scaled horse, gazing towards Wuling Pass. Zhang, instruct the attendants to guide the horses to the side of the road and make way for the army, Luo Chen directed, eyeing the dust rising in the distance. Rest assured, young Master Luo, I have already arranged for it, Zhang, the shopkeeper, replied as he rode alongside Luo Chen. As the army drew near, Zhang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh? Who is that? Whom are you referring to, shopkeeper Zhang?" Luo Chen queried, puzzled. Young Master Luo, the leader of this army, is none other than Wang Rigui, the deputy commander of Wuling Pass who detained our horses. Zhang pointed to a man in a blue robe leading the soldiers. Oh, is it him? Luo Chen squinted, observing the advancing Wang Rigui, and instructed Zhang, "You go tend to the horses." Continuing, Luo Chen addressed Li Gu and Li Yushi, saying, "Li Gu, gather the guards. Let us advance and ascertain the intentions of this army, for they may very well be heading our way. Yushi, proceed to Manager Zhao." With that, Luo Chen took the lead towards the approaching forces. Manager Zhao hurriedly began organizing the men to tend to the horses. The guards assembled, preparing for battle. With a resounding shout, Li Gu rallied Li Hu and 9 other guards, swiftly converging to accompany him towards the oncoming army. However, Li Yushi disregarded Luo Chen's directive and followed closely among the guards. The army halted approximately 30 meters from Luo Chen and his companions, observing the steeds beneath them. Wang Rigui laughed heartily at San Er, exclaiming, "Haha, San Er, this trip has not been in vain. I intended to acquire a few ordinary war horses. Yet I stumbled upon such magnificent creatures. Furthermore, what manner of horse is this? A fierce beast, no less? Young master, I have not encountered such horses before. Yet they are undoubtedly exceptional. If we were to transport them to the central capital, we could fetch a handsome sum of silver." Gazing at the group before him, whose highest cultivation barely reached the pinnacle of the 3rd tier, San Er felt emboldened, his eyes gleaming as he beheld the black scale horse and the black cloud horse. "Indeed, I shall gift my uncle this scaled horse and present that horned beast to his majesty. Perhaps I may even receive a promotion, ha." Wang Rigui laughed heartily, patting San Er on the shoulder. He then turned to a young general, around 25 or 26 years old. At the mid-tier of the 3rd rank, Wang Bao, when the battle commences, instruct your men to be cautious. Do not harm my splendid steeds. "Yes, young master," Wang Bao replied from his mount, pursing his lips in acknowledgement. Luo Chen regarded Wang Rigui and his companions, who were obliviously dividing their horses, with a look of incredulity and asked indifferently, "Might I inquire what brings you here, General?" Upon hearing Luo Chen's inquiry, Wang Rigui suppressed his laughter and replied with disdain, "You must be the youth that Qin Fei spoke of, eh? Humph. That Qin Fei is truly unworthy. He deceived me into believing he was a mid-tier 2nd-rank genius, when in truth, he is merely a fledgling in the early 3rd tier. I wondered how such a young 2nd-rank warrior could exist." The soldiers behind Wang Rigui bristled at his words, some casting furtive glances filled with discontent towards his back. Most of these soldiers had loyally served under Qin Fei at the Wuling Pass for many years, holding deep respect for their commander. Thus, when Wang Rigui openly insulted Qin Fei in their presence, their disdain for him quickly grew. Wang Bao's expression darkened as he sat silently on his horse. Luo Chen noted the palpable tension among the soldiers, casting a surprised glance at Wang Rigui. His curiosity regarding the relationship between Wang Rigui and Qin Fei piqued. Oblivious to the shift in the army's mood, or perhaps indifferent to it, Wang Rigui continued to marvel at Luo Chen's horses, declaring, "Young man, I find myself in good spirits today. I shall keep the horses, and you may depart." Luo Chen smiled slightly, feigning ignorance as he queried, "Pray tell, which general from Wuling Pass might you be?" "Humph. Allow me to enlighten you. This esteemed individual is none other than General Wang, the vice commander of Wuling Pass." San Er pretentiously shouted, while Wang Rigui, beside him, puffed out his chest in agreement. "Oh, it is Vice General Wang. Are you here to purchase our horses?" Luo Chen replied with indifference. "Purchase?" Wang Rigui was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Huh? Yes, indeed. I wish to buy, but I currently lack funds. Once I have silver, I shall pay you. For now, you may leave the horses and be on your way." Outrageous. How could someone like you serve as vice general at Wuling Pass? Li Yushi could no longer contain herself and stepped forward in a fury. Upon hearing the insult, Wang Rigui's anger flared, but upon recognizing who had spoken, he transformed his ire into delight. "Huh? This outing has proven exceedingly worthwhile. I have changed my mind. I shall keep this young lady along with the horses, while the rest of you may depart." "You scoundrel! You are courting death. Li Gu shouted angrily. Oh, do you think I fear you just because of your superior cultivation and your entourage of mediocre warriors? Wang Ringgui laughed, then commanded Wang Bao. Wang Bao, bring forth the weapons. At his command, a gap opened in the military formation, and 2 oversized flatbed carts were drawn forth by 4 horses. Positioned before the ranks, the Breaking God crossbow. Upon seeing the formidable weapon on the flatbed, the guards behind Luo Qin gasped in astonishment. Renowned for its capability to fell top-tier warriors, this fearsome contraption cast a pall of dread over the hearts of the guards. Chen Gu, seeing the crossbow bolts as thick as a man's arm glimmering ominously, Li Gu felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Luo Chen. Li Yushi clutched Luo Chen's arm tightly, her eyes filled with concern. Luo Chen smiled reassuringly, taking her hand gently in his. He then turned to Li Gu and said, "There is no need for alarm. Although the Breaking God crossbow possesses immense power, it is difficult to operate. After firing a single bolt, it requires a considerable interval before another can be loosed. Moreover, its complex and delicate structure means that if even a single key component is damaged, it becomes inoperative." Observing the expressions of those behind Luo Chen, Wang Ringgui boasted, "So, are you afraid now?" Haha. After his laughter subsided, he bellowed again, "Quickly leave the horses and the girl. Otherwise, I shall command the crossbow to be fired." With that, he glared menacingly at Luo Chen. Unfazed, Luo Chen whispered to Li Gu and the guards, "When I disable the Breaking God crossbow, you all charge the formation with me. After firing a single bolt, switch to your long spears." "Yes, young master." The guards, reassured by Luo Chen's calm demeanor, felt a sense of relief. Noticing that Luo Chen and the others were still standing idle, engaged in hushed conversation, Wang Ringgui let out a cold laugh and turned to Wang Bao, ordering, "Wang Bao, prepare to," boom, crash. Before Wang Ringgui could finish his sentence, a thunderous explosion and the sound of shattering debris erupted from the front of the formation, stopping mid-sentence. He turned to see that a gear of the Breaking God crossbow had been shattered by a single arrow. As Wang Ringgui turned to follow the trajectory of the arrows, he beheld Luo Chen standing majestically atop his steed, launching another arrow towards a different broken divine crossbow. "Quick! Protect the divine crossbow." Wang Bao, the quickest to react, ordered the soldiers to safeguard another crossbow after witnessing the destruction of one. Alas, it was too late. A thunderous explosion echoed as the gears of yet another divine crossbow were shattered just as Wang Bao's command left his lips. Wang Ringgui stood in stunned silence, gazing at the 2 ruined crossbows. He had never witnessed such a feat, where a mere archer could obliterate a weapon that struck terror into the hearts of even the most mediocre warriors. "Kill!" The air was filled with shouts and cries of anguish. "Ah, young master, be careful." Just as Wang Ringgui was jolted from his stupor by the cacophony of battle, a figure lunged at him. Caught completely off guard, Wang Ringgui was unceremoniously knocked from his horse and fell to the ground, dazed and disoriented. Struggling to push off the weight pressing down on him, he sat up and, after shaking his head to clear his thoughts, discovered San Air beside him, an arrow piercing his throat. The sight of San Air gasping, blood bubbling from his mouth, combined with the surrounding chaos, drained the color from Wang Ringui's face, and he felt a wave of warmth wash over him. As a pampered noble, he had never encountered such brutality. Even after nearly 2 years in the perilous Wuling Pass, he had not faced this level of violence. San Air, too, felt helpless when he saw Luo Chen charging towards them, and an arrow aimed at Wang Ringgui. He had no time to warn him and could only sacrifice himself to shield the young master. For if Wang Ringgui were to perish before him as a mere servant, not only would he be unable to escape, but his family would also suffer dire consequences. With no other choice, San Air had to trade his life for Wang Ringui's safety. "Young master, flee." Wang Bao, witnessing the fierce enemy's advance and Wang Ringui's fall, rushed over without a thought for commanding the troops. He swiftly hoisted Wang Ringui onto his own horse and made for the rear of the formation. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, having destroyed 2 divine crossbows, loosed an arrow and plunged into the fray, wielding his spear with deadly precision. The soldiers, already discontent with Wang Ringui, found their morale shattered by the loss of the crossbows before battle had even commenced. Faced with the onslaught of capable warriors and lacking direction, they faltered in their ranks and fled in disarray, overwhelmed and defenseless. When the chaos subsided, the once orderly road lay drenched in blood, with dismembered bodies scattered about. Passers-by and merchant caravans, upon witnessing the carnage, hurriedly sought alternate routes or retreated in fear. on a relatively clean patch of ground. Luo Chen and Li Yushi sat upon a stone, cleaning their spears. As Gu Sang approached briskly, he reported to Luo Chen, of the 100-plus soldiers, only 38 remain alive. We have 5 guards injured, 1 severely, but we have already administered medicine, and he should recover shortly. As Luo Chen gazed into the distance, observing the 38 soldiers squatting on the ground under the watchful eye of Li Hu and his men, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the essence of an army." A mere handful of us, proficient martial artists, have been harmed by over 100 uncommanded ordinary soldiers, with 5 injured and 1 severely wounded. It appears there are invaluable lessons to be gleaned from this military force. Upon our return, we must diligently train our guards. Liga nodded in agreement. Indeed. If we could mold all the guards of the manor to possess such military prowess, then. As she spoke, a spark ignited in her eyes. Yes. Luo Chen mused, nodding thoughtfully before adding, "Let us discuss this further upon our return. For now, we must first meet this Vice Commander Wang." With that, Luo Chen rose and approached the imprisoned Wang Rengue, followed closely by Li Gu and Li Yushi. Ultimately, Wang Rengue could not escape. After Wang Bao yanked him onto a horse, they had barely broken free from the military formation when Li Gu caught up with them, leading to his capture. Upon witnessing Luo Chen's trio, the injured Wang Bao stood resolutely before the pale and trembling Wang Rengue, his fierce gaze fixed on the 3. After a moment of silence, Luo Chen addressed Wang Bao, "You exhibit commendable loyalty, yet you have chosen to follow a fool." Wang Bao's expression dimmed at these words, but he remained silent, steadfastly guarding Wang Rengue. Yes, I am indeed a fool. I beseech you, noble sir, to spare this worthless soul." Wang Rengue suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching Luo Chen's pant leg in desperation. Alarmed, Wang Bao rushed to assist him. "Young master, you are a scion of the Wang family, vice commander of Wuling Pass. You cannot demean yourself thus. Rise. Leave me be. I require no assistance." Wang Rengue forcefully shoved Wang Bao away, continuing to plead at Luo Chen's feet. In disgust, Luo Chen kicked Wang Rengue away, sending him sprawling a meter from him. "Humph. When you detained our steeds, I spared you out of respect for General Chen. Yet, you, unrepentant, dared to return with an army and a crude divine crossbow to seize our horses and capture us. Truly, you are oblivious to the peril you court. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. Please, noble sir, grant me mercy." Wang Rengue wailed, crawling back to kneel before Luo Chen, repeatedly bowing his head, impervious to Wang Bao's futile attempts to pull him up. "Humph, you still wish for another chance?" Luo Chen remarked, then turned to Li Gu. "End his life, and release the others." Upon realizing that Luo Chen was serious about his execution, Wang Rengue's face blanched with terror. "You cannot kill me. I am the vice commander of Wuling Pass. My uncle is a minister in the Ministry of War. Neither the court nor he will allow this." Wang Bao, with his remaining hand clenched into a fist, fixed his gaze on Luo Chen, his expression one of unwavering defiance. "Humph. Such threats may intimidate others, but they hold no weight with us." As Li Gu spoke, she kicked Wang Bao aside and brandished her spear, preparing to deliver a lethal blow to Wang Rengue. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated through the air, drowning out all other sounds, as if the very heavens had darkened in response. Feeling the intense tremors emanating from the ground, Luo Chen's expression swiftly turned grave. He leaped onto the back of his unicorn, squinting towards the direction of the Martial Spirit Pass. In the distance, a vast cloud of dust loomed like a colossal yellow dragon, rolling inexorably toward them. Within this swirling mass, shadowy figures could be discerned. As the yellow dragon drew nearer, the thunderous roar intensified, each reverberation seemingly striking at the hearts of the onlookers, inducing a sense of suffocation. As the distance closed, Luo Chen and his companions finally discerned the true nature of the yellow dragon. It was a formidable cavalry unit of 500, each warrior possessing at least mid-level body refinement cultivation, clad in black iron armor, donning black helmets and face guards. Armed with long spears and sabers hanging at their waists, their steeds were also adorned in iron armor, presenting a picture of a fully equipped elite heavy cavalry. At the forefront of this cavalry was a general, resplendent in black armor with golden trim, mounted upon a fierce gray wolf. Recognizing the attire of the leader, Luo Chen and his companions quickly inferred his identity. In the Martial Spirit Pass, the only individual associated with the fierce gray wolf was General Qin Fei. Behind him was the renowned Wolf Cavalry Battalion, famed throughout the Northwest. Wolf Cavalry Battalion. Wang Bao, look, it's the Wolf Cavalry Battalion. Haha. Wang Ringui laughed maniacally. All the guards assembled, preparing to confront the impending threat. Li Gu kicked Wang Ringui to the ground, letting out a roar that served to dispel his own unease and rouse the guards who had been momentarily stunned by the spectacle. The guards hastily mounted their horses. Even the severely injured guard managed to climb onto his steed. Li Yuxi also sat on her black-scaled horse, close beside Luo Chen, her small hand gripping his tightly. When the Wolf Cavalry Battalion was still 200 paces away, they showed no signs of halting, their overwhelming charge and bloodlust causing the breaths of the guards to quicken. At 70 paces, just as Luo Chen intended to shoot Qin Fei, the latter suddenly raised a hand, prompting the Wolf Cavalry Battalion to halt in unison. Their synchronized movement resembling a single entity, a testament to their rigorous training. As the cavalry came to a stop, the menacing aura they exuded began to retract, and the swirling yellow dust gradually dissipated. Qin Fei lifted his face guard, surveying the corpses of the fallen soldiers and the wreckage of the broken divine crossbow. His lips twitched momentarily, but as he turned to Luo Chen, a smile replaced his earlier demeanor. "Young Master Luo, we meet again." Confronted with Qin Fei's imposing presence, now softened by a cordial attitude, Luo Chen found it difficult to gauge his intentions. "Indeed, we encountered each other just yesterday, and here we are again. May I inquire about your purpose for coming?" Upon seeing Qin Fei, Wang Ringui was filled with delight, urgently exclaiming, "General Qin, please save me. They intend to kill me. Please help." Silence. Li Ji's foot landed squarely on Wang Ringui's face, causing him to cry out in pain as he fell to the ground. Witnessing this, Li Hu dismounted and grabbed Wang Ringui, admonishing him, "Behave yourself." Qin Fei cast a glance at Wang Ringui and chose to ignore him, turning instead to Luo Chen and stating, "Young Master Luo, I have come on behalf of my soldiers, and I kindly request that you release them." Despite his courteous tone, Qin Fei exuded an air of undeniable authority. "Oh? These bandits who have robbed us and sought to seize our men and horses are soldiers under the general's command?" Luo Chen retorted, pointing at Wang Ringui and the remaining 30 soldiers. "Since when did the soldiers protecting the citizens of Wuling Pass become robbers?" Momentarily at a loss for words, Qin Fei eventually mustered the courage to respond. "This matter arises from my failure to manage my subordinates properly. I ask for your understanding, young Master Luo. These soldiers have fought valiantly for the land and people of our great way, shedding blood on the battlefield. I implore you to overlook their transgressions for my sake." Hearing this, Wang Bao and the remaining 38 soldiers bowed their heads in shame, unable to meet Qin Fei's gaze. They had not only tarnished the reputation of the border troops of Wuling Pass, but had also forced their beloved general to plead for them. Only Wang Ringui remained unfazed, his eyes filled with anticipation for Qin Fei to extricate him from this predicament. Luo Chen smiled faintly and replied, "Since General Qin has spoken thus, and given that I was honored by your kindness yesterday, I shall grant you this favor and release these soldiers." With that, he gestured for his guards to set them free. The 38 defeated soldiers trudged away, dejected, toward the Wolf Cavalry camp. Wang Ringui, seeing this, was overjoyed and prepared to leave, but was firmly restrained by Li Hu, who would not let him go. Wang Bao, noticing Luo Chen's reluctance to release Wang Ringui, also chose to remain at his side. "Young Master Luo, what do you mean by this?" Qin Fei inquired, pointing at Wang Ringui. "General Qin speaks of soldiers who have shed blood for the people, yet this does not include this man," Luo Chen replied. "This man is also a soldier under my command. I ask that you release him as well," Qin Fei insisted. Luo Chen shook his head, glancing at Wang Ringui. "This man has unjustly detained our horses. Out of respect for General Qin, I have refrained from confronting him. However, today he has come with troops to rob and harm us. How could I possibly let him go?" As he spoke, Luo Chen unleashed the formidable aura of a mid-tier martial artist, his voice resonating with fury. Witnessing the overwhelming presence emanating from Luo Chen, which surpassed that of an ordinary mid-tier martial artist, Qin Fei felt a surge of apprehension, realizing that Luo Chen was no mere prodigy. He comprehended that he was not a match for him. Though with the aid of the Wolf Cavalry, Qin Fei might have been able to subdue Luo Chen, he understood that if Luo Chen were intent on escaping, they would be powerless to prevent it. Thus, he fell into a contemplative silence. Wang Ringui, noticing Qin Fei's sudden quietude, grew frantic. "General Qin, you must save me. You promised my uncle that you would look after me. You cannot abandon me." Luo Chen, upon hearing this, shot a surprised glance at Wang Ringui and then at Qin Fei, beginning to grasp the nature of their relationship. Silence. Li Gu, mounted on his horse, delivered another swift kick to Wang Ringui's face. Witnessing this, Wang Bao erupted in fury, glaring menacingly at Li Gu. "Oh, you dare to defy me, do you?" As Li Gu spoke, he dismounted, intent on teaching Wang Bao a lesson. Luo Chen intervened, stating, "Li Gu, do not concern yourself with him." Humph. Upon hearing this, Li Gu shot Wang Bao a glare before remounting his horse. Qin Fei sighed inwardly, recognizing that he could not abandon Wang Ringgui. "Luo Gongzi, regardless of the circumstances, I must take this person with me. Not to mention other matters, he is my deputy at Wuling Pass, and I cannot neglect him. Otherwise, I would be unable to face the officers of Wuling Pass. For this reason, I shall not hesitate to engage in battle with the Wolf Cavalry camp." Humph. Is General Qin threatening me? Though General Qin wields considerable power today, should I choose to depart, he will not be able to stop me. However, I assure you that within 7 days of today, General Qin will lose the Wolf Cavalry camp, Luo Chen stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Qin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. Engaging with these martial artists posed great risks. If he failed to eliminate them, it could lead to endless troubles. This was precisely why the court aimed to suppress the forces of the Jianghu, seeking to dominate the entire realm. After a moment of silence, Qin Fei spoke, "Luo Gongzi, if you release Deputy Wang, name your conditions." Luo Chen smiled slightly. He had been awaiting this statement. When Qin Fei arrived with the Wolf Cavalry camp, Luo Chen realized that Wang Ringgui could not be killed. Based on yesterday's events at the general's residence and today's circumstances, it was clear that Wang Ringgui's relationship with Qin Fei was quite complex. Killing Wang Ringgui would undoubtedly provoke Qin Fei into battle. Though Luo Chen was unafraid, he could not let Li Gu, Li Yuxi, and the bodyguard Zhao Zhanggui suffer, so he chose to endure and negotiate for some benefits in exchange for Wang Ringgui. "Since General Qin has spoken, I shall grant him a favor." Luo Chen smiled at Qin Fei and directly stated, "In exchange for a person, I will relinquish Wang Ringgui. But you must provide me with someone in return." "Exchange a person?" Qin Fei paused, puzzled. What person does Luo Gongzi desire? Him. Luo Chen pointed at Wang Bao. "Exchange." Before Qin Fei could respond, Wang Ringgui bellowed from the side, "It's settled. I shall take charge of this exchange." Wang Bao, astonished at being pointed out by Luo Chen, gradually wore a bitter expression upon hearing Wang Ringgui's words. "Wang Bao is an officer of the border army at Wuling Pass. I cannot betray my brother," Qin Fei said, shaking his head in refusal. "Luo Gongzi, please propose another condition." "Such a pity. This is my only condition," Luo Chen replied, also shaking his head. Hearing this, Wang Ringgui grew anxious. Having finally glimpsed a chance for survival, he could not let it slip away. "Qin Fei, what do you mean? Do you wish to watch me die?" "Wang Bao is a scion of the Wang family, and I have the right to decide his fate." Wang Bao knelt on one knee and addressed Qin Fei, "General, I have repeatedly violated military discipline and am no longer a qualified officer. Today, I voluntarily request to depart from the army, sacrificing my remaining strength to ensure my master's safety." Listening to Wang Bao's words, Qin Fei silently regarded him, inwardly lamenting the tragic fate of such an exceptional officer, ruined by the reckless Wang Ringgui. "It is settled. Young Master Luo, Wang Bao shall henceforth be yours," Wang Ringgui proclaimed, clapping his hands together, his gaze brimming with anticipation as he turned to Luo Chen. "Young Master Luo, may I take my leave now?" Luo Chen smiled lightly at Wang Ringgui before turning to Qin Fei. "General Qin, what is your opinion? Since they have made their decision, so be it." Qin Fei replied in a calm tone. Luo Chen then turned back to Wang Ringgui and declared, "Very well, you may go." Upon hearing this, Li Hu released Wang Ringgui, who, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled toward Qin Fei. Observing Wang Bao still kneeling, Luo Chen instructed Li Hu, "Take 2 men to retrieve Wang Bao's severed arm." "I shall go. I know its location," Li Gu offered, striding towards the battlefield. He was aware of where Wang Bao's arm lay, as it was he who had severed it. Upon returning to the Wolf Cavalry camp, Wang Ringgui immediately resumed his arrogant demeanor and addressed Qin Fei. "General Qin, swiftly command the Wolf Cavalry to eliminate them all." Qin Fei, incensed by his words, struck Wang Ringgui down with a resounding slap. "You insolent fool! Is it not enough that you have already harmed dozens of my soldiers? Do you wish to endanger my Wolf Cavalry as well? Guards, take him away." 2 men stepped forward and began to drag Wang Ringgui towards the rear of the military formation. "You dare strike me, Qin Fei? You shall pay for this. Our feud is far from over," Wang Ringgui shouted, struggling against his captors. Once Li Gu returned with Wang Bao's severed arm, Luo Chen bowed slightly to Qin Fei. "General Qin, it grows late. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Young Master Luo, please do so. You are always welcome to visit the Wu Ling Pass, Qin Fei replied with a faint smile. Indeed. Farewell. With that, Luo Chun and his companions continued on their journey. As they departed, Pang Tong turned to Qin Fei. General, shall we permit them to leave so easily? They have slain so many of our soldiers. What other choice do we have? You saw for yourself. We cannot detain Luo Chen. Should conflict arise and he escapes, we would find no peace thereafter. Moreover, the deaths of these soldiers are entirely due to Wang Regui's actions, Qin Fei stated. What shall we do now? With so many soldiers lost, how will we account to the court? Pang Tong queried, glancing at the fallen bodies with a troubled expression. Qin Fei pondered for a moment before responding. I will draft a letter to Deputy Minister Wang of the Ministry of War, outlining the events that transpired. He should handle it appropriately. Additionally, I will submit a memorial to the court, urging an investigation into the Ziwashan manor. With a heavy sigh, Qin Fei's face revealed his sorrow. Now, please make arrangements to properly collect the bodies of our soldiers. Yes, General. Pang Tong bowed and proceeded with the arrangements. After traversing several miles, Li Yushi could no longer contain her frustration. Luo Chun, why did you let that villain go? Luo Chun rolled his eyes in response. What else could I have done? Can you contend with the wolf cavalry? Upon hearing this, Li Yushi's spirit deflated, though she still stubbornly huffed in retort. If you were going to let him go, why bring back a broken man? Li Ge glanced back at the seemingly dazed Wang Bao, who was mounted on his horse, and murmured, he is no mere broken man. He is a treasure, Luo Chen said mysteriously. A treasure? Him? Li Ge scoffed. Brother Chen, your jokes are getting more absurd. Li Yushi looked at Luo Chen with playful skepticism. Don't believe me? Not a chance. Li Ge shook his head, and Li Yushi's head bobbed in agreement. Luo Chen chuckled and said, did you not wish to train the guards of the manor to resemble a proper army? Without an expert, how can you achieve that? You've seen how Wang Bao commanded over 100 soldiers and managed to perform admirably even without a leader. This indicates that he possesses some skill in military training. Precisely the kind of individual we require. Wang Regui is of no use to us. Rather than eliminate this useless fellow, it is better to replace him with someone beneficial to our cause. Oh, I see now. Li Ge exclaimed. Luo Chun, you truly are cunning. Li Yushi interjected, giving him a thumbs up. What manner of speech is that? Luo Chen shot her a bemused glare before addressing Li Ge again. Have the team halt. We must tend to Wang Bao's wounds, or he will truly become incapacitated. With that, Luo Chen turned towards Wang Bao. Henceforth, you are no longer someone's servant. Your life is your own. Now, hand me your severed arm, and I shall reattach it. Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, the formerly dazed Wang Bao's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. Can my arm truly be reattached? He murmured. While others may fail, I can succeed. However, should we delay any longer, I may not be able to. Wang Bao fell silent and presented his severed arm to Luo Chen. Receiving the limb, Luo Chen cautioned. The process will be excruciating. You must endure and remain still. Moreover, whether it returns to its former state will depend on fate. Rest assured, as long as it can be reattached, I can withstand any pain, Wang Bao declared resolutely, gazing intently at Luo Chen, nodding in affirmation. Luo Chen instructed someone to lay a clean cloth on a stone and gestured for Wang Bao to lie down, procuring a stick for him to bite down on. He then asked Li Yushi to hold the severed arm, but she, paralyzed by fear, refused. Reluctantly, Luo Chen turned to Li Ge, the very instigator of this calamity. For assistance, Luo Chen unwrapped the bandages from Wang Bao's left arm, revealing a gruesome sight of blood and flesh. He first sprinkled some pain-relieving powder on the wound before cleansing it with medicinal liquid. Then, having Li Ge stabilize the severed arm, he extended his perception to connect with every vein within the limb, meticulously ensuring each pathway was restored. As the meridians were being connected, Wang Bao bit down on the wooden stick, the sound echoing in the air, while beads of sweat as large as beans cascaded down his pallid face. Yet, he endured in silence, not allowing a single cry to escape his lips. Luo Chen nodded subtly. Wang Bao was indeed a man of fortitude. For the agony of connecting the meridians was not something mere mortals could withstand. Once the meridians were properly aligned, Luo Chen skillfully sutured the flesh, applying a healing ointment to the stitched area before bandaging the wound and securing it with bamboo strips. Finally, he administered a bone restoration pill and a blood cleansing pill to Wang Bao. The medicines Luo Chen used were meticulously concocted by Luo Yin, based on the formulas recorded in the alchemical texts, renowned for their remarkable efficacy, with most of the ingredients exclusively found in the Purple Mist Mountain Manor. After completing the procedure, Wang Bao succumbed to unconsciousness due to the pain. Luo Chen wiped the sweat from his brow and rose to his feet, declaring, "We shall camp here for the night, allowing him to rest before we depart tomorrow. You possess the ability to heal and save lives? You can even reattach severed limbs? What is it that you cannot do?" At this moment, Li Yuxi approached Luo Chen, her face a picture of astonishment. "Childbirth is beyond my capabilities," Luo Chen replied with utmost seriousness. "Bah, you are incorrigible." Li Yuxi shot him a glare, her cheeks flushed, before hastily retreating. "Haha, Brother Chen, you are becoming increasingly mischievous." Li Ge laughed heartily as he watched her flee. 2 hours later, Wang Bao finally regained consciousness. Upon sensing the presence of his severed arm and realizing he could move his fingers slightly, his heart surged with exhilaration. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, young Master Luo." Wang Bao rose and deeply bowed to Luo Chen, who promptly supported him. "There is no need for thanks. Your arm was severed by Li Ge, so do not harbor any resentment towards him," Luo Chen reassured him. "Young Master Luo, you worry too much. I have served in the military for many years and understand the principle of serving one's master. At that time, our positions were different, and in the chaos of battle, one can only blame oneself for lacking skill," Wang Bao replied. "It is good that you think this way," Luo Chen thought to himself, relieved. He still needed Wang Bao. And had Wang Bao harbored any bitterness, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Seeing Wang Bao express such sentiments eased his concerns. "Do you have any remaining family? We can devise a way to bring them here," Luo Chen continued to inquire. "I have none. Wang Bao is an orphan." Having grown up in the Wang family, utterly alone, Wang Bao stated. Afterward, he posed a question that had long lingered in his heart. "Young Master Luo, Wang Bao is but an ordinary soldier. What purpose do you have for bringing me here?" "I shall tell you shortly. First, I wish to ask how long you have served in the military. Are you familiar with the training methods of the Wolf Cavalry Battalion?" Wang Bao, though puzzled, responded. "I have served for 8 years, 4 of which were spent in the Wolf Cavalry Battalion, and I am indeed familiar with their training methods." "Oh, you have served in the Wolf Cavalry? That is splendid," Luo Chen exclaimed with delight. At this point, Li Ge, intrigued, inquired, as a scion of the Wang family, "What brings you to this border to serve?" It was arranged by Deputy Minister Wang, with the task of specifically safeguarding the safety of Wang family disciples during their training. Wang Bao replied. "Ah, I see." Luo Chen and Li Ge exchanged knowing glances. Subsequently, Luo Chen remarked, "The reason I have brought you here is to assist me in training the guards, shaping them into a unit akin to the Wolf Cavalry. Is there any issue with that?" "That poses no problem." However, even though Wang Bao had previously trained the Wolf Cavalry during his service, he still fears disappointing young Master Luo by failing to adequately train the guards. "Do not worry. Simply train them as you did the Wolf Cavalry. I have faith in your abilities," Luo Chen encouraged. "Thank you for your trust, young Master Luo," Wang Bao replied with a bow, then inquired with curiosity. "Is it merely for training the guards that you have gone to such lengths to bring me here?" "Indeed, you possess remarkable talent, and I am in dire need of someone to train the troops. It is certainly worthwhile to exchange you for that useless Wang Regue," Luo Chen spoke sincerely. "Thank you, young master, for your generous favor. I shall not let you down and will ensure the guards are trained to operate seamlessly like the Wolf Cavalry," Wang Bao solemnly declared as he knelt on one knee before Luo Chen. "Aha! Excellent!" Luo Chen exclaimed, delighted by Wang Bao's commitment. He hastily assisted Wang Bao to his feet. "Your arm has only just healed. You must take care and rest well. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." With that, Luo Chen and Li Ge departed. The following day, as dawn broke, Luo Chen and his companions prepared their belongings and resumed their journey towards Qin City, where they intended to board a ship to return home. The merchant vessel that had brought them was still docked at Qin City's harbor, awaiting their arrival. In Ningxue City, within the offices of the Ningxue County government, a slender man in a flying fish uniform, adorned with a decorated spring blade, made a respectful bow to Lord Zhou. "How could I dare? Lord Bai is a 6th-grade sword-bearing guard of the 6 Doors, comparable in rank to myself. It is inappropriate for Lord Bai to refer to himself in such a humble manner," Zhou Song quickly replied with a respectful gesture. The practitioners of the 6 Doors and the Imperial Front were classified into 12 ranks based on their cultivation levels, with the initial stage of the 3rd tier being the 12th rank, the mid-stage of the 3rd tier being the 6th rank, and so forth, culminating in the 1st rank at the pinnacle, which is the highest classification. Indeed, as the governing official of this region, it is appropriate for me to refer to you in such a manner, as I am here under Lord Zhou's command, Lord Bai responded with a smile, continuing. In recent years, the affairs of the Jianghu have been quite numerous, and the 6 doors have been understaffed. Thus, Lord Zhou has submitted requests for several years. And it is only today that the 6 doors have dispatched me. I hope this has not delayed any of Lord Zhou's matters. Not at all. Your arrival is perfectly timed, Zhou Song replied, concealing his smile. Does Lord Bai possess any understanding of the Jianghu forces in Ningxue County? Lord Bai nodded. Before my arrival, I reviewed the relevant files you had previously submitted at the 6 doors, so I do have some knowledge. However, there is one matter I do not comprehend, and I hope Lord Zhou can enlighten me. Please, go ahead, Zhou Bai urged. Lord Bai continued. The files indicate that the Purple Mist Manor maintains a low profile, has never clashed with the authorities, and cooperates when taxes are collected at their establishment. This suggests that the Purple Mist Manor is still inclined towards the court and remains within controllable bounds. If that is the case, why does Lord Zhou not ally with the Purple Mist Manor to eliminate the Sana Gang and the Black Hawk Gang? Zhou Song smiled wryly and said, Lord Bai, you may not be aware that several years ago, I dispatched someone to discuss a potential alliance with Luo Tianhe, but it was met with refusal. Ever since Luo Tianhe ascended to the rank of a second-tier martial artist and defeated Qini Han, the Zimu Mountain Manor has emerged as the most formidable power in Ningxue County. If I were to forge an alliance with them now, it would contradict the court's policy of uniting against the strong. Moreover, once the Sana Gang and the Black Eagle Gang are eradicated, I fear that the influence of Zimu Mountain Manor will dominate Ningxue City, becoming a second Sana Gang. I see, Bai exclaimed, then inquired. What is the current state of forces within Ningxue County? After sipping his tea, Zhou Song replied. The Black Eagle Gang's Fangyu broke through to the second tier a year ago, yet remains weak. Recently, the eastern leader of the Sana Gang, Ouyang Bing, also achieved the second tier, but they have concealed this news, which we learned through our informants. As for Qini Han, he seems to have acquired a profound level martial art, significantly enhancing his strength. Consequently, the Sana Gang has regained its status as the most powerful faction in Ningxue County. Thus, Lord Bai's visit today alleviates considerable pressure from me. Why would they conceal Ouyang Bing's breakthrough to the second tier? Bai furrowed his brow. Is there some sort of conspiracy at play? Zhou Song nodded. Indeed. According to our informants, 5 years ago, the Sana Gang suffered a significant loss at the hands of Luo Tianhe, and they are now plotting revenge. Given that the Sana Gang has 2 second-tier martial artists and has become the largest gang in Ningxue County, have you considered forming an alliance with Zimu Mountain Manor to counter them? Recently, conflicts between the Sana Gang and the government have escalated, and I have been contemplating an alliance with Zimu Mountain Manor. However, I have yet to determine how to approach Luo Tianhe, Zhou Song said, rubbing his forehead. Bai pondered for a moment before suggesting, I have heard that Zimu Mountain Manor has been escorting goods and has eliminated numerous bandits over the years. Why not report these achievements to the court, seeking recognition for Zimu Mountain Manor and a title for Luo Tianhe? After all, such a title holds little practical value, merely a matter of reputation. The court has conferred many titles to curry favor with various prominent factions in recent years. Upon hearing this, Zhou Song slapped his thigh and laughed. Indeed. How did I overlook this? Aha, Lord Bai, you are truly talented. You've resolved a significant dilemma for me. After saying this, Zhou Song spun around twice in place and headed toward his desk. I will draft a memorial to the court immediately. Bai smiled slightly. Then I shall take my leave so you may attend to your duties. Yes. Since Lord Bai has just arrived, you should rest for a while. Zhou Song replied with a smile. Bai, upon hearing this, exited the office. In Ningxue City, at the headquarters of the Sana Gang, Qini Han sat in a chair in his study, while Li Yixing stood respectfully on the other side of the desk. Gang leader, we have received news from the government that the county magistrate of Ningxue County has been replaced. The newly appointed magistrate is a second-tier martial artist sent by the court's 6 doors. It is likely that Zhou Song, feeling the pressure, sought assistance from the court. After all, he is merely a second-rate martial artist at the early stage. There is no need to pay him much heed. Just keep an eye on him. Our primary adversary at present is the Zimu Mountain Manor. Once I have perfected my mysterious ice palm technique, with the support of the Eastern sect leader, we shall settle the score with Luo Tianhe for the transgressions of yesteryears. As Qini Han spoke the last words, his expression was fierce. Sensing the formidable presence of Qini Han, Li Yixing grew even more respectful. Rest assured, sect leader, I have kept a close watch on the Zimu Mountain Manor all these years, he affirmed. Aside from Han Ming from the Longwei Escort Agency and a certain Li Ge, who has reached the pinnacle of the third tier. Others have shown little progress. However, the Longwei Escort Agency does have a couple of relatively formidable third-tier martial artists. Qin Yihan waved his hand dismissively. They are merely third-tier martial artists, not worth our concern. Over these years, our Sanhe gang has also gained several third-tier martial artists. And the other 3 sect leaders have reached the pinnacle of the third tier. The vice leader is on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. There is no need to be overly concerned about them. After a brief pause, Qin Yihan added coldly, "You must keep a close watch on the Longwei Escort Agency. I intend to make them the first target when the time comes. Rest assured, every branch of the Longwei Escort Agency is under my surveillance." Li Yixing replied eagerly. "Excellent. You handle the matters well. I trust you completely. Now go and attend to your duties," Qin Yihan said, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he looked at Li Yixing. He then reminded, "By the way, the news of the Eastern Sect leader's breakthrough to the second tier must be kept confidential. Let no outsiders be aware of it." "Yes, sect leader, I will ensure it is handled appropriately." With that, Li Yixing bowed and exited the study. Left alone, Qin Yihan sat in contemplation, a cold smile occasionally gracing his lips. Half a month later, Luo Chun and his companions finally returned to Zimu Mountain Manor. Their journey had been delayed due to the presence of dozens of horses. By the time they arrived at the manor, night had fallen. After resting for a night, the following day, Luo Qin had breakfast with his parents before accompanying Luo Tianhe to the office. Luo Qin first recounted the events of their journey to Luo Tianhe and then placed a wooden box on the desk. "Is this the Seven Sons Golden Lotus you obtained?" Luo Tianhe inquired, gazing at the box. Luo Qin nodded. "Indeed, father." Luo Tianhe solemnly opened the box, revealing the vibrant golden lotus within. His excitement was palpable as he exclaimed, "Wonderful! Indeed, it is the Seven Sons Golden Lotus. Our Zimu Mountain Manor strength will surely see a significant rise. More importantly, with the Seven Sons Jade Lotus, our manor will possess a solid foundation, enabling us to continuously cultivate high-ranking martial artists." Father speaks true. I came to ask about the appropriate location for the cultivation chamber now that we have the Seven Sons Jade Lotus. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe took a moment to compose himself and, after some contemplation, replied, "The inner belly of Zimu Mountain has been excavated in recent years, and a stone chamber has been prepared to store heavenly-level techniques and various precious items. Besides Zimu Mountain, there are 3 smaller hills within the manor. Let us construct the cultivation chamber on the hill adjacent to Zimu Mountain. It is fitting since your grandfather is also on Zimu Mountain, facilitating supervision." "My father mentioned this, and I share the same sentiment," said Luo Qin with a smile. "Very well, let us resolve this matter. I shall arrange for personnel shortly to carve a cave within that small mountain." Luo Tianhe gazed at Luo Chun with satisfaction, remarking, "You truly are the vice commander of the Luo family. Ever since you took that tumble at the age of 6 and began your martial training, our family's strength has increased manifold. It is merely luck." Luo Chun chuckled, touching his nose. "Luck is also a facet of strength," Luo Tianhe replied. "Now, take this 7-child Golden Lotus. I will dispatch someone to deliver the materials for refining the Golden Lotus pill and the Jade Transformation Night to Yuzhu Pavilion shortly. You must hasten to concoct them." As he spoke, Luo Tianhe closed the wooden box and handed it to Luo Chun. Luo Chun received the box, saying, "Understood, father. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." "Very well. Off you go." Luo Tianhe waved his hand dismissively. Upon exiting the office, Luo Chun returned to Yuzhu Pavilion, secured the 7-child Golden Lotus, and, armed with patterned steel, made his way to the forging hall. The forging hall of the Purple Mist Manor is situated in the southwestern corner of the inner courtyard, at the outlet of the manor's artificial river. Due to the necessity of water for forging and the desire to avoid contaminating the river, the hall was constructed in this location. It is divided into 2 sections, smelting and forging, employing over 30 craftsmen. As Luo Chun entered the hall, he was immediately struck by the elevated temperature compared to the outside, accompanied by the sounds of metal striking and machinery in motion. His arrival captured the attention of the craftsmen, and soon, an elderly man in his 50s, appearing to be in charge, approached him. "Young Master Chen, what brings you here? Is there something amiss?" The elder inquired respectfully, bowing slightly. "I came to find my second uncle. Is he present?" "Indeed, the second master is in that room." The elder replied, gesturing towards a door that was firmly shut. "Very well, you may return to your duties," Luo Chen said, proceeding towards the indicated room. "Knock, knock." He rapped on the door twice. "Please wait a moment," came the voice of Luo Tianyu from within. Luo Chen patiently awaited at the threshold. Come in. After a considerable delay, Luo Tianyu's voice resonated once more. Luo Chen pushed the door open to find Luo Tianyu bent over, organizing items on the table, with a porcelain basin beside him filled with a verdant liquid. Upon seeing the liquid, Luo Chen realized that Luo Tianyu had just been preparing the corrosive spirit solution. Second uncle, Luo Chen called out. Luo Tianyu looked up, surprised to see Luo Chen. Chenner, what brings you here? I thought it was someone from below with a matter to discuss. Second uncle, during my recent expedition to the Martial Spirit Pass, my sword was destroyed. I have come to request your assistance in forging a new one, Luo Chen explained. What happened? Did you engage in a conflict? Are you injured? Luo Tianyu's brows furrowed as he scrutinized Luo Chen from head to toe. I am unharmed, second uncle. It is merely the sword that is lost. Feeling the concern emanating from Luo Tianyu warmed Luo Chen's heart. Seeing that Luo Chen was unharmed, Luo Tianyu felt a sense of relief. The knife is lost. But it was merely a tool for your initial martial arts training. It no longer suits you. It is perfect timing to forge a new one. After saying this, Luo Tianyu inquired, do you have any specific requirements for the new blade? None whatsoever. I would like it to resemble the previous one. But with an increase in length to 3 feet and 3 inches, Luo Chen replied. Luo Tianyu nodded affirmatively. Very well. I recently acquired a batch of mysterious iron, so I can certainly use some to craft your new knife. Uncle, there is no need for the mysterious iron. I've brought my own materials, Luo Chen stated, placing the cloth bag he was carrying onto the table. What materials have you brought? Luo Tianyu asked, puzzled as he opened the bag. His eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing 2 black iron discs inside. What is this? Patterned steel? With great surprise, Luo Tianyu picked up one of the discs for a closer examination. Indeed, it is patterned steel. Chenner, where did you acquire this? Hiki. I bought it at the Wuling Pass, Luo Chen chuckled. Luo Tianyu marveled, you have remarkable luck. Although patterned steel is priced similarly to mysterious iron, it is exceedingly rare in the market. This steel originates from the western regions, and only a small fraction makes its way to the Great Way. Most is purchased at the borders, making its arrival in the Central Plains a rarity. In my lifetime, I've encountered it only twice. And you managed to secure 2 pieces in a single outing. How fortunate you are. Hiki. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Enough boasting. Place the materials down. I will forge the knife in a couple of days and deliver it to you. You should leave now. It's rather warm in here. All right. I shall take my leave. Thank you for your hard work, uncle. Go on. Luo Tianyu waved his hand, not bothering to glance at Luo Chen as he continued to inspect the patterned steel. Upon exiting the forge, Luo Chen returned to use Huxuan. As he entered the courtyard, Li Hu approached him. Young master, the master has sent someone with a supply of medicinal herbs. Where are they? Luo Chen inquired. In your study. Very well, I understand. Please fetch my alchemical tools from the study. Yes. Li Hu responded, hurriedly departing to retrieve the tools. Upon arriving at the study, Luo Chen observed the table piled high with medicinal herbs, a wry smile appearing on his face. It seems there is much work ahead. With a sigh, he began the process of organizing the herbs. Before long, Li Hu returned with the tools and placed them on the table. Luo Chen instructed him to stand guard at the door and ensure no one disturbed him. After closing the door, Luo Chen commenced the preparation of Yuhuanite. The lotus seeds from the 7-child golden lotus must be extracted promptly, as the flower would wither rapidly thereafter. Therefore, Luo Chen needed to prepare the Yuhuanite beforehand, so that upon extracting the seeds, he could immediately immerse the flower into the concoction. After more than an hour of labor, Luo Chen gazed at the milky white liquid in the porcelain basin, a satisfied smile gracing his features. Although he possessed the recipe, the process was intricate, requiring the herbs to be meticulously ground into powder or juiced, with each ingredient weighed precisely, a cumbersome task with numerous steps involved. With a gentle exhalation, Luo Chen retrieved the 7-child golden lotus from the wooden box. Gazing at the exquisitely beautiful blossom, he was momentarily enveloped in the ethereal sounds of Buddhist chants, bringing him to a serene state of mind, and his inner vital energy seemed to refine itself further. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The members of the Purple Mist Villa had, over the past few years, rapidly elevated their cultivation levels by consuming elixirs designed to enhance their vital energy. However, this had resulted in a somewhat erratic state of their vital energy, necessitating considerable time spent refining it. To this end, Luo Zhe had been diligently working at the Longwei Escort Agency, and now, with the 7-child golden lotus at hand, many troubles could be alleviated. Without hesitation, Luo Chun deftly extracted the 7 lotus seeds and promptly placed the golden lotus into the jade infusion vessel. As the lotus entered the vessel, a milky white liquid gradually permeated the petals and the lotus pedestal. The process of transforming the golden lotus into jade would take half a month, requiring the vessel to be changed every 3 days. Thus, after observing it for a while, Luo Chun closed the lid and set it aside. Having dealt with the golden lotus, Luo Chun began the process of concocting the golden lotus pill. With 7 lotus seeds and 7 sets of materials, he needed to refine them 7 times to complete his task. He spent the entire morning in his study preparing the golden lotus pill, with even his lunch being brought to him by Li Hu. Luo Chun, as he was working on the second set of materials, the voice of Li Yushi echoed from the courtyard outside. However, Luo Chun was too engrossed to respond. Li Hu, where is Luo Chun? Li Yushi, frowning, looked at Li Hu standing by the door. Li Hu pointed towards the study behind him. Miss Yushi, the young master is inside. Oh. Li Yushi nodded and approached to push open the door to the study, only to be blocked by Li Hu stepping in front of her. What are you doing? Li Yushi asked suspiciously, regarding Li Hu. Li Hu replied with a wry smile, Miss Yushi, the young master is busy inside and has instructed that no one may disturb him. Anyone? Does that include me? Li Yushi queried, amusement evident in her eyes as she pointed to her small nose. The young master's instruction applies to everyone, including you, Li Hu affirmed, fully aware that Luo Chun had asked him to guard the entrance primarily to prevent Li Yushi from barging in, as she was the only one in the entire Purple Mist Villa likely to do so. Is he engaged in some clandestine affair that he wishes to conceal from others? Li Yushi pondered aloud, tapping her chin thoughtfully as her eyes darted around. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and she withdrew her finger. No, I must see for myself. Li Hu, step aside. Apologies, Miss Yushi, some matters can be discussed with you, while others cannot be divulged. Li Hu shook his head resolutely, standing firm at the door. Is that so? Li Yushi's eyes flitted back and forth between Li Hu and the door, before she grinned mischievously. Hee. I won't go in, I'll simply crack the door open a little to take a peek. How about that? Li Hu remained silent, shaking his head firmly. Noticing this, Li Yushi furrowed her brow and feigned reaching for her sword. You, Li Hu, are you not afraid of my taking action? Observing Li Yushi's demeanor, Li Hu could not help but chuckle. Miss Yushi, setting aside other matters, in a physical confrontation, you are no match for me. Upon hearing this, Li Yushi's expression soured. Having known each other for quite some time at Yuzuhakushuin, they were well aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses, having engaged in numerous playful skirmishes. If Li Yushi refrained from mischief, Li Hu genuinely had little to fear from her. Li Hu, just you wait. While I may not be able to defeat you, when Yun Emo returns, I shall have him deal with you, Li Yushi threatened. Li Hu grimaced. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, he had endured quite a few of Yun Mo's unpredictable antics. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and maintained his smile, appearing unfazed. Seeing Li Hu's demeanor, Li Yushi found herself at a loss and shot him a glare. If you want to let me in, then I shan't enter. Humph. With a pout, she cast one last glance at the study before stomping her foot and departing Yuzuhakushuin, heading towards the back mountain where Luo Chun practiced. As Li Yushi's figure receded, Li Hu felt a pang of regret and absent-mindedly clicked his teeth. At that moment, the door behind him swung open, and Luo Chun emerged. Young master, Li Hu lamented, his face a mask of despair as he looked at Luo Chun. Seeing him, Luo Chun smirked with mischief. What have you done to offend Yushi this time? If she informs Yun Emo, you can expect a thorough beating. Young master, I was merely following your orders. You cannot abandon me now, Li Hu replied dejectedly. Fear not. I am merely jesting with you, Luo Chun reassured, patting Li Hu on the shoulder with an encouraging smile. After instructing Li Hu to fetch some charcoal, Luo Chun returned to the study to continue his alchemical pursuits, emerging only the following afternoon. At that moment, Luo Chun bore no signs of fatigue from his extended stay in the study. Rather, he appeared even more spirited. Having advanced to the late stage of the second tier in cultivation, after successfully refining the golden lotus pill, he consumed one, consequently unblocking a meridian and elevating his cultivation slightly. After a brief freshening up, Luo Chun carried a wooden box into the office of the administrative hall. Father, upon entering, he found Luo Tianhe bent over the desk, engrossed in writing. Chinner, what brings you here? Have you completed the golden lotus pill? Luo Tianhe inquired, lifting his gaze to the wooden box in Luo Chun's hands. Indeed, I have succeeded, Luo Chun replied with a smile, placing the wooden box on the desk before his father. Opening the box, Luo Tianhe examined the 7 or 8 jade vials within, selecting one to uncork. He poured out a golden pill and asked, "Is this the golden lotus pill? What are its effects? I have already tested it, and its effects are indeed as described when taken alone with lotus seeds," Luo Chen stated, revealing his cultivation level at the late stage of the second tier as he retracted his concealment technique. Luo Tianhe gazed at Luo Chen with pride. Remarkable! A 16-year-old at the late stage of the second tier. Should the outside world learn of this, their reactions would surely be priceless. However, in recent years, you have consumed an excessive number of medicinal pills. It is essential to diligently refine your true energy to prevent it from becoming unstable and superficial, lest you find yourself unable to contend even with a mere novice warrior. "I understand, father. I shall take heed," replied Luo Chen with apparent sincerity, though his heart remained unconcerned. This was because Luo Chen's qi cultivation technique allowed him to autonomously refine pure true energy, rendering any excessive intake of medicinal pills a non-issue for him. "Well, as long as you are aware," Luo Tianhe nodded, then gestured towards the jade vial. "How many golden lotus pills do we have?" "A total of 56 golden lotus pills were crafted. I have consumed one, leaving 3, so there are 52 remaining." 56? Such a quantity? Luo Tianhe exclaimed in astonishment, before promptly closing the wooden box. "If you have no further matters, you may return. I need to consult your grandfather." "Oh, father, I shall take my leave," Luo Chen acknowledged, aware that Luo Tianhe intended to discuss the golden lotus pills with Luo Zhenan. Thus he did not linger and turned to exit the office. Once Luo Chen departed, Luo Tianhe took the golden lotus pills and made his way towards Purple Mist Mountain. Since the expansion of the Purple Mist Mountain Manor and the establishment of stone chambers within the mountain, the manor's scripture pavilion had relocated there, along with Luo Zhenan. The previous scripture pavilion had transformed into a reading room, now housing only a collection of various texts for the guards and disciples of the manor to peruse. After exiting the administrative hall and returning to Yuzhu Pavilion, Luo Chen presented a golden lotus pill to Li Hu and subsequently to Li Yushi. He then immersed himself in the study, diligently writing and drawing at his desk. Excited by her acquisition of the golden lotus pill, Li Yushi consumed it that very night. The following morning, with newfound vigor, Li Yushi, now at the mid-stage of the third tier, strode confidently into Yuzhu Pavilion, intent on confronting Li Hu regarding a previous grievance. However, upon encountering the grinning Li Hu, her smile faltered, and seeing him at the same cultivation level, she gritted her teeth in frustration before huffing and leaving in dismay. Meanwhile, within the study, Luo Chen remained oblivious to the discord outside, his focus unwavering as he poured himself into his writing. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Luo Chen finally emerged from his study. After enjoying the breakfast that Li Hu had brought, he took his meticulously prepared notes to seek out Luo Tianhe. Not long after entering Luo Tianhe's office, Luo Tianyu and Li Tian were summoned as well. The four engaged in discussions throughout the morning, the subjects of which remained a mystery until noon when Luo Chen, Luo Tianyu, and Li Tian exited the office. Shortly thereafter, a proclamation resonated from within the office, announcing that all disciples and guards of the Purple Mist Mountain Manor were to engage in a martial arts competition 3 days hence, with notices posted in both the inner and outer courtyards. Fresh from their training and preparing for lunch, the disciples from the outer courtyard and the guards from the inner courtyard gathered around the notice boards, scrutinizing the two announcements. Before the notice board of the outer court, a handsome youth of approximately 15 or 16 years stood, his gaze fixed upon a particular announcement. He read aloud, Announcement 1. Reform Plan for Zimu Mountain Villa. 1. Commencing next month, Zimu Mountain Villa will abolish its guards. All guards and disciples will be categorized into outer court disciples and inner court disciples. Those at the pinnacle of body refinement realm and below will be deemed outer court disciples, while those at the initial stage of the third realm and above will be classified as inner court disciples. Furthermore, should an outer court body refinement disciple wish to ascend to inner court status, they need only to defeat any inner court disciple. 2. Starting next month, Zimu Mountain Villa will issue a monthly allowance to all disciples, determined by their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation, the greater the allowance. 3. The monthly allowance will not be distributed in gold or silver but rather in contribution points, which can be exchanged for gold and silver at a rate of 1 contribution point equating to 10 taels of silver. 4. In addition to the monthly allowance, the villa will assign various tasks, rewarding disciples with corresponding contribution points upon completion. 5. The villa will establish a treasure pavilion, housing weapons, elixirs, materials, and other items for disciples to exchange, with exchanges permitted only through contribution points and restricted to villa disciples. 6. The villa will also create a task hall, where various tasks will be published for disciples to undertake, and disciples may post their own tasks if needed. Meanwhile, in front of the inner court's notice board, Guard Chen cleared his throat and continued reading. Announcement 2. Recruitment notice for Zimu Guard. Effective immediately, Zimu Mountain Villa will form a formidable force known as the Zimu Guard. 3 days hence, a martial competition will be held among the disciples, with the top 100 securing a place in the Zimu Guard. As the most elite among the villa's disciples, members of the Zimu Guard will not only receive the highest monthly allowance, but also possess priority exchange rights in the Treasure Pavilion, along with various rewards. If you consider yourself the strongest disciple, showcase your prowess in 3 days, the Zimu Guard awaits your joining. Upon finishing the reading, the guards erupted into lively discussions. Their primary focus on the Zimu Guard. Among the 85 guards, more than half remained at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, while many of the outer court youths had already reached this level. One guard with thick brows and bright eyes remarked, "What is there to fear? How long have those kids been training? If they face me, I can take them down with a single punch." A robust guard clenched his fists. "Humph. The Zimu Guard will be mine for the taking. Count me in. I will claim my spot as well. You're only at the initial stage of the third realm, surely. You will secure your place." The guards exchanged banter, creating a lively atmosphere. Yet, some guards, after reading the announcement, silently departed to a secluded area to practice diligently. Meanwhile, the teenagers of the outer court were equally stirred by the two announcements. Who would have thought we could receive allowances even before becoming guards? A handsome youth exclaimed, laughing heartily. "Humph. The allowance matters not. At last, I can have a proper bout with those arrogant guards." A tall youth cracked his knuckles with enthusiasm. "The Zimu Guard is a place for the strong. I must join the Zimu Guard." A cold and resolute youth, his face etched with determination. Suddenly, the purple mist manor buzzed with activity, ignited by 2 notices, and the fervor for martial arts reached new heights. As the architect of this commotion, Luo Qin departed from the manor after lunch and made his way to the Longwei escort agency in the ancient town. At that moment, the agency was bustling with people and horse-drawn carriages, alongside some martial artists who had come to assess the escorts. Upon entering, Luo Qin spotted Manager Qian hunched over a table, diligently drafting a contract. With a smile, he approached and inquired, "Manager Qian, are you busy?" "Indeed," Manager Qian replied, lifting his gaze. Upon recognizing Luo Qin, he hastily set down his pen and exclaimed, "Ah, young Master Qin, what brings you here? Please, come inside." Luo Qin waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need to rush. I merely came to take a casual glance. Where is my elder brother?" "Oh, the young master and chief escort Han have gone to escort goods to Wuwei City. They left not long ago and will likely return in 2 to 3 days," replied Manager Qian. "Is the Longwei escort agency opening a branch in Wuwei City?" Luo Qin inquired. "Not yet. This shipment is from Tianbao Pavilion, and they insisted we provide escort services. Moreover, the remuneration is substantial, so Chief Escort Han agreed," Manager Qian responded. Luo Qin pondered for a moment before asking, "How frequently do we escort goods to Wuwei City?" "There have been numerous inquiries from merchants wishing to send goods to Wuwei City, but we have accepted few. The main reason is the absence of a branch there, which makes it inconvenient for us," Manager Qian explained. After a brief contemplation, Luo Qin stated, "In that case, once Uncle Han returns, discuss with him the gradual establishment of branches in other cities across Tianjia and beyond. Once you have reached an agreement, report it to my father." "Understood. Young master, Chief Escort Han intends to discuss this matter upon his return to the manor," Manager Qian smiled. "Very well." Luo Qin nodded and then asked, "By the way, where is Yun Mo? Is he around?" "He is here. Chief Escort Yun just returned from his escort mission and is resting upstairs." "All right, Manager Qian. Please attend to your matters. I will go find him," Luo Qin said, making his way to the courtyard. Along the way, he encountered several of his fellow escorts, who paused in their tasks to greet him respectfully. "Greetings, young master. This one hails from Zaiwushan Manor." "Salutations, young Master Qin. This individual is an external martial artist." Regardless of their backgrounds, Luo Qin greeted each with a warm smile and a nod. "Brother Shan, is that the young Master Qin that Chief Escort Yun mentioned?" A boy of 17 or 18 years, who had just set down his burden beside a wagon, asked a young man in his 20s standing nearby. These two were the ones who had expressed their desire to join the Longwei Escort Agency over half a month ago in Gushan Town. Their wishes had been fulfilled, and they had become members of the agency. Brother Sean, arms crossed over his sword, nodded thoughtfully indeed. Judging by the attitude and titles the escorts afford him, it must be so. It is said that this Longwei Escort Agency was established entirely by young Master Chen himself. Doesn't he seem particularly impressive to me? His cultivation is at the peak of body refinement, and he appears even younger than I, the young lad mused, stroking his chin. One should not judge by appearances. Anyone capable of mentoring someone as formidable as Chief Escort Yun cannot be an ordinary individual. That is true, the young lad replied, deep in thought. While the two engaged in their musings, Luo Chen had already ascended to the second floor and arrived at Yun Mo's room, knocking on the door. Who is it? A cold voice emanated from within. A moment later, the door opened to reveal a smiling Luo Chen. Young master? What brings you here? Please, come in, Yun Mo said, his tone shifting from cold to one of surprise and warmth. Indeed, having entered the room and closed the door, Luo Chen smiled at Yun Mo. I came to see you and to discuss a few matters, Luo Chen remarked, casting a glance at the badge of the rank of escort displayed on Yun Mo's chest. Quite impressive. Achieving a silver badge at the early third-tier level indicates that you have not been idle of late. Aha, how could I? It is all thanks to your guidance, young master, Yun Mo replied with a smile. Enough of the flattery. This is solely your own effort, Luo Chen chuckled. Yun Mo, grinning foolishly, suddenly recalled something and inquired, by the way, you mentioned you had matters to discuss with me. What is it? Luo Chen raised two fingers, then retracted them. There are two matters I wish to address with you. The first is this. As he spoke, he tossed a small jade vial to Yun Mo. Yun Mo hurriedly caught the vial with both hands, puzzled. What is this? Inside is a pill known as the Golden Lotus Pill, which I procured from the Martial Spirit Pass. Consuming one can elevate your cultivation by a small tier. What? This? Yun Mo exclaimed in astonishment as he stared at the vial in his hands. Young master, this pill is far too precious. I cannot accept it. You should keep it for yourself. He attempted to return the vial to Luo Chen. Luo Chen swatted Yun Mo's hand away. Take it. I have already consumed one. Each person can only take one throughout their lifetime. Taking more is futile, but you could give it to the manor master and the others. Yun Mo insisted. They all possess it, and they do not lack for this one. Furthermore, Yu Shi and Li Hu have both taken it and have advanced to the mid-third tier. If you wish to avoid being outmatched upon your return, you should accept it. Then, thank you, young master. Upon hearing this, Yun Mo ceased his objections and secured the vial, grinning as he added, even without consuming this Golden Lotus Pill, who knows who would outmatch whom? You rascal. Luo Chen laughed in return. By the way, young master, what is the other matter? Yun Mo inquired. Luo Chen's expression sobered as he contemplated for a moment before responding. You should no longer remain here escorting goods. Return to the manor and collaborate with Captain Li to establish a law enforcement hall. The law enforcement hall. Yun Mo looked at Luo Chen with confusion. Indeed, the manor now has over 400 disciples and guards, with an increase in numbers. The violations of manor regulations have also risen, making management more challenging. Thus, we require a dedicated department to uphold the rules and penalize transgressors, Luo Chen elaborated. Pausing briefly before continuing. You should return to the manor in the next couple of days, select the 10 most skilled individuals among the disciples and guards, and form the law enforcement hall. You must finalize your selections within 3 days. If more personnel are needed later, you can add them. Young master, I have no experience in this matter, and I fear I may not succeed, Yun Mo expressed his concerns. How can you know you cannot succeed if you do not attempt it? Moreover, Captain Li is here. You may consult him for guidance, Luo Chen replied earnestly. Understood. Young master. Seeing Yun Mo acquiesce, Luo Chen continued, additionally, beneath the law enforcement hall, establish an intelligence hall responsible for gathering various information from the martial world and the court. The personnel for the intelligence hall should be recruited from escorts in the martial community. I have previously discussed the importance of intelligence with you. I trust you remember. In his youth, Yun Mo was a taciturn child, solely devoted to martial arts training. To enlighten him, Luo Chen wove tales from his past life, stories of espionage dramas, into the fabric of this world's martial arts realm. As he recounted these narratives, a nostalgic warmth spread across Yun Mo's face, reminiscent of his childhood. Luo Chen began, let us start from Ning County, where various escort agencies serve as nodes. relaying messages through the transport of goods. It would be prudent to utilize carrier pigeons, as relying solely on the transport method is rather sluggish. Yes, young master. Yun Mo quietly noted Luo Chen's advice. Then, he turned to Luo Chen. Young master, I wish to bring 2 individuals into the law enforcement hall. Is that permissible? 2 individuals? Who are they? Luo Chen inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. They are 2 escort masters who joined the agency just over half a month ago. Yet they have demonstrated exceptional capabilities. One of them, named Qing Shan, possesses formidable martial skills despite being at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. He is capable of leading a team independently. Had he been with us longer, he might have already attained silver rank. Such prowess? Luo Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The disciples of the law enforcement hall must be drawn from within the agency. Bringing in outsiders would breed discontent among our own. Furthermore, the disciples have been part of the organization since they were around 10 years old, with backgrounds that are both clear and connected to the agency. We cannot allow these 2 unknowns into the law enforcement hall. What if they were to join our agency and become disciples? Yun Mo pressed, unwilling to concede. I have also investigated their backgrounds. They hail from a village near to Hung Mountain and possess unblemished histories. Very well. Summon them for me to assess. If they prove suitable, I shall acquiesce. Observing the hopeful expression on Yun Mo's face, Luo Chen found it difficult to refuse. This was the first time in many years that Yun Mo had persisted in a request before him, and Luo Chen felt compelled to grant him this opportunity. Moreover, he was not one to rigidly adhere to tradition. Should these 2 truly be capable, their induction as disciples would not be out of the question. Excellent. I shall fetch them at once. Yun Mo's face lit up with a smile as he exited the room, calling out to 2 individuals in the courtyard. Shan Good. Yun Biaohead is calling for us. The youth, engaged in transporting goods, responded and turned to his companion, Shan Gu. Indeed. Let us go see what he wants. Shan Gu replied, making his way towards the staircase, with the youth following closely behind. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Yun Mo offered them a few final instructions before ushering them into the room. Subordinate Qing Shan Qing Song, greetings to young Master Chen. The 2 bowed respectfully upon entering. Luo Chen observed them intently. The youth possessed an innocent gaze, exuding a sense of naivety while curiously studying him. In contrast, the young man displayed a calm demeanor, neither subservient nor arrogant, embodying a maturity beyond his years. Luo Chen discerned immediately that this young man was extraordinary, akin to Yun Mo. He appeared to be a diligent practitioner, his strength likely comparable to Yun Mo's, who was capable of defeating ordinary mid-tier 3rd-level martial artists. Impressive. Listening to Yun Ma, it was remarked that the 2 individuals hailing from nearby villages, the Qing Shan bodyguards, had managed to cultivate to the initial stage of the 3rd tier in such a remote location, which seemed quite remarkable. Luo Chen pointedly observed. Of course, my brother Shan is truly formidable. He is the most skilled warrior among several villages in our area, Qing Song proudly declared from the side. Observing Qing Song's demeanor, Luo Chen merely smiled noncommittally. Qing Shan shot a glare at Qing Song and explained to Luo Chen, our village possesses a fragmented yellow-grade lower-tier martial art. After years of diligent practice, I was fortunate enough to open a meridian and break through to the 3rd tier. I see. Luo Chen nodded and continued. May I inquire if you both would be willing to join my Purple Mist Manor and become official disciples? Faced with this unexpected invitation, Qing Song was momentarily taken aback. Staring blankly at Qing Shan, after a brief contemplation, Qing Shan clasped his hands towards Luo Chen and said, Thank you for your generous offer, young master. We are willing to join Purple Mist Manor and shall not disappoint you or the manor in this lifetime. Excellent. Welcome to Purple Mist Manor. From this day forth, you shall be disciples of the manor. I will have Yun Ma escort you back to the manor to complete your enrollment procedures, Luo Chen replied. He then turned to Yun Ma and instructed, Please attend to the matters I entrusted to you promptly. Understood, young master. Yun Ma acknowledged. Very well. I have other matters to attend to and shall take my leave, Luo Chen stated as he stood and made his way outside. Yun Ma hurriedly followed him until he had exited the Longwei bodyguard agency. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor of the agency, Qing Song continued to stare at Qing Shan in disbelief. Brother Shan, have we truly become disciples of Purple Mist Manor? Am I dreaming? This has been my childhood dream. I never imagined it would come true. It is indeed real, not a dream. Qing Shan, equally exhilarated, clenched his fists. With the backing of Purple Mist Manor, those mountain bandits would no longer dare to act recklessly against their village, ensuring greater safety. Furthermore, there would be more opportunities to obtain resources, allowing them to advance further on the martial path. Disciples recruited by Purple Mist Manor are typically around 10 years old and come from unblemished backgrounds. Who would have thought we, being older, would still have the chance to become disciples? Qing Song exclaimed with excitement. This must be due to Chief Yun's good words on our behalf. We must be mindful. Purple Mist Manor has its regulations, Qing Shan reminded. Indeed, I will be cautious. Qing Song nodded eagerly. After leaving the Longwei bodyguard agency, Luo Chen arrived at the shop of Manager Zhao. Young Master Luo, what brings you here today? Manager Zhao greeted with a smile and a bow. I have come to express my gratitude, Manager Zhao. I greatly appreciate your efforts in procuring horses from the grasslands. Luo Chen said, gesturing towards the gifts on the tea table nearby. Oh, there is no need for such formality. You are too kind, young Master Luo. This was merely my duty, and the Longwei bodyguard agency has already compensated me, Manager Zhao replied, attempting to decline. Business is business. It truly was a hassle for you, Manager Zhao, so please do not hesitate to accept it, Luo Chen insisted with a smile. After a moment's hesitation, Manager Zhao clasped his hands in gratitude, saying, Then I thank you, young Master Luo. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen spoke again. Indeed, there is another matter I wish to discuss with Manager Zhao. Please. Young Master Luo, feel free to state your request. I shall endeavor to fulfill it, replied Zhao, his tone earnest. Luo Chen continued. Our Purple Mist Manor intends to establish a trading association primarily focused on external commerce. Currently, we are in need of a leader for this association, and I wonder if you would consider taking on this role. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhao was taken aback, not anticipating such an opportunity would fall upon him. After all, this was the Purple Mist Manor, the foremost power in Ningxue County. Moreover, the young master before him was a prodigious talent in the midst of his development. Who could fathom how far he might ascend in the future? Somewhat incredulous, Zhao hesitated. But why not appoint Manager Qiu from the Tianxiang Tower? She is quite adept in business. Luo Chen shook his head. My Aunt Qiu is a woman, and there are many matters she would find inconvenient. Furthermore, she prefers to remain at Tianxiang Tower rather than travel extensively. Noticing Zhao's lingering hesitation, Luo Chen assumed he was reluctant and continued, Rest assured, should you accept this position, the association will allocate 5% of its profits to you as remuneration. Your responsibilities would solely involve management, while all other matters, such as the recent incident with the vice commander at Wuling Pass detaining our horses, will be handled by Purple Mist Manor. At these words, Zhao's heart surged with excitement. Setting aside the remuneration, working for Purple Mist Manor would undoubtedly yield substantial financial rewards. Most importantly, having someone to manage the external affairs would alleviate the burdens of dealing with bureaucratic and underhanded obstacles that plague commerce. If Purple Mist Manor were willing to intervene, the business would become significantly easier to manage, sparing him from excessive worry. Manager Zhao, what do you think of this proposal? Luo Chen inquired, suppressing his exhilaration. Zhao clasped his hands and smiled. Since young Master Luo has expressed such confidence, I shall certainly give it a try. Excellent. I entrust this matter to you, Manager Zhao. Luo Chen returned the gesture, then proceeded to outline the details of the association. The headquarters of the association will be established in Ningxue City. Please find a suitable location there and begin assembling a team for the association. Initially, our main focus will be on operating taverns and the Qijin Pavilion. The chefs for the taverns will be trained by Tianxiang Tower, while the goods for the Qijin Pavilion will be supplied by Purple Mist Manor, with the intention of gradually opening branches in various prefectures and major cities across the Great Wei Empire. Understood. I shall get to work promptly, Zhao replied, quickly assuming his new role. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will also dispatch a team of bodyguards to follow your directives. Luo Chen assured him. Yes, I will organize my current affairs and commence this task immediately. Very well, I shall take my leave for now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out. With that, Luo Chen rose to depart, and Manager Zhao accompanied him to the entrance. 3 days later, as dawn broke, 401 disciples and guards stood in orderly formation at the martial arts training ground of Purple Mist Manor. The Purple Mist Manor boasts a total of 326 disciples and 85 guards. After Yin Imo selected the 10 most skilled guards, all of whom were at the initial stage of the 3rd tier, only 75 guards remained, among whom 28 were still at the initial stage of the 3rd tier. In truth, the actual number of guards at the Purple Mist Manor is 95, with 10 of them rarely appearing in public view. These 10 are the guards who have consistently accompanied Luo Zhennan in safeguarding the Scripture Pavilion. With the relocation of the Scripture Pavilion, these 10 guards followed Luo Zhennan to the Purple Mist Mountain. Previously, these 10 guards had already attained the initial stage of the 3rd tier. And just a few days ago, Luo Zhennan bestowed upon them golden lotus pills, elevating them to the intermediate stage of the 3rd tier. Moreover, their dedicated role in guarding the Scripture Pavilion has allowed them to engage with various martial arts and focus on their training, making them the most formidable guards in the Purple Mist Manor, even capable of contesting with Yunimo. Today, the martial competition is presided over by Li Tian, who directly announces that the 28 guards at the initial stage of the 3rd tier need not participate in the match and will be directly admitted into the Purple Mist Guard. This decision does not elicit discontent among the other disciples and guards. Rather, it brings a sense of relief. They are acutely aware that the entry of these 28 individuals into the Purple Mist Guard is a foregone conclusion, and any further competition would only result in their own humiliation. For the remaining 373 participants, Li Tian instructs them to draw lots, with the first drawn competing against the last, the second against the second last, and so forth, leaving one participant without a match. After the lots are drawn, with a firm command from Li Tian, the competition commences. The disciples and guards bustle around the 5 already erected platforms according to their assigned numbers. On the platform stand Luo Tianyu, Luo Ze, Li Tian, Li Gu, and Han Ming, who serve as judges for the matches. Contestants number 1 and 373. Please step onto the stage, calls Li Tian. Haha, here I come. A robust 16-year-old leaps onto the platform and bows to Li Tian, saying, I pay my respects to Commander Li. Li Tian nods, noticing that contestant number 373 has yet to appear. He calls out to the crowd, who is number 373. Come up quickly. At this moment, a slight figure timidly approaches the edge of the platform, whispering, I am. I concede. Laughter erupts among the surrounding guards and disciples. Don't worry, little junior brother, you're still young. After a few more years of practice, you'll surely be able to defeat that jolly fellow, comforts one disciple, embracing the slender figure of the 12 or 13-year-old. Thank you, senior brother. I will definitely do my best. The young boy declares, gaze resolute. You have won this round. You may step down now, Li Tian tells Zhao Li on the platform. Haha. Thank you, Commander Li, Zhao Li responds, stepping down from the platform. On another platform, Han Ming calls out, contestants number 11 and 363. Please come to the stage. With a thud, as Han Ming's voice fades, a brawny man leaps onto the platform, surveying his surroundings in anticipation of his opponent. Ha, it's the Iron Guard, exclaims a tall youth, leaping onto the platform with enthusiasm. Well, it's senior brother Han Feng. Brother Han Feng, a master at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm and one of the top 10 experts from the outer court, is certain to defeat the Iron Guardian. Go, Brother Han Feng. Overcome the Iron Guardian. The outer court disciples below the stage shouted in fervent support. Hearing their cheers, the Iron Guardian smiled at Han Feng, remarking, haha. It seems you are quite popular in the outer court. One of the top 10 experts? Let me see what skills you possess. With that, the Iron Guardian launched a powerful punch at Han Feng. Ah, just what I wanted. I have long wished to spar with you arrogant guardians, Han Feng declared as he deftly pointed at the Iron Guardian's wrist, then swiftly moved past his armpit. Suddenly, the Iron Guardian felt his strength dissipate. His once formidable fist rendered weak and feeble. In a moment of desperation, he kicked out with his right foot, attempting to push Han Feng away. Regaining his footing, the Iron Guardian dismissed his earlier arrogance. You are indeed impressive, kid. Come again. The Iron Guardian, clenching his fist, attacked Han Feng once more. Haha. Han Feng chuckled, ready to employ the same tactic again. However, the Iron Guardian unexpectedly transformed his fist into a palm, striking Han Feng's hand, followed by a swift kick to his leg. Han Feng lost his balance, and seizing the opportunity, the Iron Guardian spun around and delivered a kick that sent Han Feng tumbling off the stage. The surrounding Guardians quickly stepped aside as Han Feng soared through the air, performing a somersault before landing, retreating 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing himself. Thank you, Brother Iron, for your mercy. Han Feng clasped his hands in gratitude, aware that had the Iron Guardian used his full strength, he would have suffered a far more severe fall. The Iron Guardian laughed but offered no reply. This round goes to Iron Head, Han Ming announced. On another stage, Luo Ze called out, contestants 33 and 331, step up. 2 youthful figures leapt onto the stage in unison. Wow, It's Brother Ling Feng and Brother Bai Xiaochun. Both are among the top 30 experts in the outer court. The young disciples below erupted in excitement. On the stage, Bai Xiaochun, brandishing a spear, grinned at the cold-faced Lung Feng. Brother Lung, why do you always look so frosty? Can't you smile a little? Humph. Enough chatter. Prepare yourself. Long Feng unsheathed his sword and lunged towards Bai Xiaochun. Oh dear, Brother Ling, why so ruthless? Bai Xiaochun teased, yet he took no chances. With a shake of his spear, he deflected the incoming sword. Humph. Long Feng scoffed, twisting his sword around the spear shaft and aiming for Bai Xiaochun's hand. Bai Xiaochun quickly released his grip on the spear, spun around, and as they brushed past each other, he swiftly reclaimed the spear and leapt into the air, thrusting it toward Lang Feng's face. The cold wind lightly touched the ground, leaping into the air and landing upon the gun's muzzle. With a swift motion, it clamped its feet around the barrel and executed a sudden spin, sending Bai Xiaochun hurtling back onto the arena. Immediately, the cold wind descended back onto the stage, unrelenting, and lunged forward, swinging a sword at Bai Xiaochun. In a moment of urgency, Bai Xiaochun pivoted and dashed backward 2 steps, then abruptly arched backward, the tip of his weapon barely resting against the cold wind's throat. Kiki, Brother Cold, you have lost. Bai Xiaochun stood poised, a playful smile gracing his face as he gazed at the cold wind. Humph. The cold wind scoffed softly, uttering not a word, and turned to leap off the stage, vanishing into the crowd. Yay, Brother Bai has triumphed. The supporters of Bai Xiaochun from the outer court erupted into cheers. On another arena, Wang Bao, what do you think? Luo Chen inquired from the elevated platform, gesturing towards the lively martial contest below. Wang Bao nodded in agreement. Indeed, these warriors are predominantly young. The eldest being just over 30, possessing great potential for development. It won't be long before they can be trained into a formidable army. Moreover, over 100 individuals have reached the pinnacle of body refinement. When the time comes, the lowest rank of the Purple Mist Guard will also be at this peak. And once they are organized into a military unit, their combat prowess will be astounding. Luo Chen turned to Wang Bao. If we were to train them into an elite unit and compare them to the Wolf Cavalry, how would they fare? Wang Bao contemplated for a moment before responding. The average soldiers of the Wolf Cavalry are at least at the mid-stage of body refinement, with nearly 200 having reached the peak. Furthermore, there are over a dozen officers above the rank of squad leader, all of whom are seasoned warriors, under equal numbers and equipment. The Purple Mist Guard may not stand a chance against the Wolf Cavalry, considering the latter's extensive experience in battle. Luo Chen was aware of this reality. If the Wolf Cavalry were merely a disorganized assembly of warriors, what justified their formidable reputation in the Northwest? Do you have confidence in training the Purple Mist Guard to match the Wolf Cavalry? Luo Chen asked with a smile. Absolutely. Wang Bao's face illuminated with confidence. Then he added, however, we will require substantial resources. Rest assured, whatever you need will be provided. Luo Chen assured him. Shortly after, Luo Chen wore a wry smile. The weapons and equipment for the Purple Mist Guard are already in preparation, but the armor cannot be equipped just yet. Why not? Wang Bao questioned, puzzled. Luo Chen explained. Regardless of circumstances, we are subjects of the Great Way. Training our guards in armor can be justified as a means of home defense. The authorities would not raise objections, as it is commonplace. However, if we were to allow the guards to brazenly don armor, it would be a different matter altogether. The court explicitly forbids civilians from possessing armor. Should we proceed in such a manner? The authorities would suspect we are amassing soldiers with seditious intent and would dispatch troops to quell us. Wang Bao smacked his forehead in realization. Oh, I completely overlooked that. The two continued to observe the martial contests taking place in the training grounds, occasionally offering their insights. As the morning progressed, the first round of competitions concluded, leaving 187 victors in their wake. In the afternoon, the martial arts competition continued until dusk, culminating in the selection of 72 victors. Undoubtedly, all 47 remaining guards were among these champions, as they had honed their skills for several years longer than the disciples, boasting significantly superior combat prowess. The 72 victors, combined with 28 initial guards of lesser rank, formed 100 individuals who would officially become the inaugural members of the Purple Mist Guard of the Purple Mist Manor. Standing upon the elevated platform, Luo Tianhe gazed upon the two formations in the training ground and addressed the Purple Mist Guard to his right. Congratulations on your formal induction into the ranks of the Purple Mist Guard. You are the most formidable force of the Purple Mist Manor, the pride of all disciples. The manor will dedicate itself to your training. He continued. I also implore you to safeguard the Purple Mist Manor, uphold our shared interests, and protect our comrades. Guard our home. Uphold our interests. Protect our brethren. The 100 members of the Purple Mist Guard resounded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the entire manor. Once their fervent cries subsided, Luo Tianhe turned to the formation of disciples and said, "Although you have not succeeded this time, do not be disheartened. Continue to strive for excellence. As the Purple Mist Manor flourishes, the ranks of the Purple Mist Guard shall inevitably expand beyond this 100. Therefore, I urge you all to persist. For our manor equally requires your protection. Persist. Persist," echoed the disciples in harmonious agreement. Moments later, Luo Tianhe extended his hands, and an instant silence enveloped the training ground. The Purple Mist Manor is our home, a sanctuary for us all. Whether you embark on missions, traverse the martial world, or return to your hometown, always remember that you belong to the Purple Mist Manor. In times of hardship, seek the manor. It shall serve as your formidable support. With a resounding roar, the spirits of the disciples and the Purple Mist Guard ignited with fervor. Some disciples present were moved to tears. Many among them were orphans who had endured various tribulations in their youth, acutely aware of the fragility of life. Now, with a powerful ally at their side, they felt an overwhelming sense of security and pride, yearning to exert themselves further to strengthen this newfound support. My subordinate, Wang Baoding, shall spare no effort in transforming the Purple Mist Guard into the mightiest elite. Wang Bao, equally kneeling in excitement, addressed Luo Chun. As a scion of the Wang family, Wang Bao had faced numerous humiliations throughout his life. The Wang clan regarded him not as a person, but merely as a tool for their use. Just as in this instance, Wang Ringgui had unhesitatingly betrayed him for his own survival. "Commander Wang, please rise," Luo Chun urged, assisting Wang Bao to his feet. He continued, "From this day forth, you shall lead the Purple Mist Guard. You are appointed as its inaugural commander." The commander of the Purple Mist Guard? Wang Bao's face was filled with astonishment, and he quickly shook his head in refusal. "This is not feasible. The subordinates of the Purple Mist Guard can be trained, but I have only recently arrived at the Purple Mist Manor and have yet to achieve any merit. I truly cannot assume the position of commander. Please do not delay this matter any further. In the Purple Mist Manor, we evaluate solely based on capability, not seniority. Among all, there is only you who possesses experience in leading and training troops. Therefore, this position of commander is rightfully yours," Luo Chun remarked with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Bao ceased to hesitate and knelt on one knee. "Rest assured, young master, I shall not fail your trust." Luo Chun nodded and continued. "Li Gu will serve as your deputy. You must diligently teach him the art of leading and training troops." "Yes, rest assured, young master, I will teach him earnestly," Wang Bao replied. The following morning, in the martial arts arena of the inner courtyard, 101 members of the Purple Mist Guard stood in a neat formation, with the additional individual being Li Hu, whom Luo Chun had arranged to join. Wang Bao first divided these 101 individuals into 10 teams of 10. He then instructed them to elect a captain for their respective teams, and Li Hu, unsurprisingly, emerged as the captain of his team with his mid-tier strength. Once the captains were chosen, Wang Bao mandated that all team members must eat, sleep, and train together from then on. Subsequently, Luo Chun, Li Gu, and Wang Bao began to distribute weapons and equipment to the Purple Mist Guard. Each person received a bow and arrow, a long spear, a standard saber, and a dagger. These weapons were forged in the casting hall of the Purple Mist Manor, and each long spear was crafted from the manor's specially refined steel, while the spearheads, sabers, and daggers contained mysterious iron. The total value of the weapons assigned to each individual approached 1,000 taels of silver, but fortunately, the bulk of the steel was produced by the Purple Mist Manor itself, incurring only the cost price. Otherwise, the entire manor could not bear such a substantial expense. Once the distribution of weapons was complete, Wang Bao issued a command, and all members of the Purple Mist Guard, including himself and Li Gu, sprinted toward the great horizontal mountain, where they would undergo a training period of 2 weeks. Standing alone in the empty martial arts arena and watching the departing Purple Mist Guard, Luo Chun wore a hopeful smile. He believed that one day, the Purple Mist Guard would become the backbone of the Purple Mist Manor, a formidable force that would command respect throughout the martial world. After standing in the arena for a while, Luo Chun proceeded to the administrative hall to find Luo Tianhe. With only 3 days remaining until the end of the month, a new month was about to commence, and the new systems of the Purple Mist Manor would soon be implemented. There were still many matters to attend to. In the administrative hall, in the office, Luo Tianhe, Luo Chun, and Li Tian were discussing various matters when suddenly, A disciple guarding the gate rushed in. The county magistrate of Ningxue, Zhou Song, has come to pay a visit. Zhou Song. What could he want? It seems we have had no dealings with the government, Li Tian queried, puzzled. Could it be that the commotion I caused at Wuling Pass attracted the attention of the court, prompting them to send Zhou Song to investigate? Luo Chen speculated. It was only a matter of time before they set their sights on us. However, since you have only returned for a little over half a month, and with Wu Lingguan transmitting news back to the court, it will not be so swift for the court to trace us. It must be due to other matters. After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianhe added, let us not speculate. We shall understand once we meet him. Please invite him to the reception room. He instructed the disciple at the door. Understood, master of the manor. The guarding disciple responded and departed. Let us go and meet this county magistrate Zhou, Luo Tianhe said, leading the way out of the office, with Luo Chen and Li Tian closely following him. Upon their arrival at the reception room, they found two individuals seated within, accompanied by several soldiers standing behind them. Haha, what brings you to my humble abode today, Magistrate Zhou? Luo Tianhe exclaimed as he entered, bowing with a smile. Seeing the host, Zhou Song hurriedly rose to return the greeting. Haha, if this is a humble abode, then my place is but a straw hut. Luo Tianhe chuckled and turned his gaze to the man in white beside Zhou Song. I presume this is the new county lieutenant of Ningxue County, Master Bai? Haha. Master of the manor, you possess a keen eye. This is indeed our new county lieutenant, Master Bai, who also serves as an 8th-rank sword-bearing guard of the 6 gates of the court, Zhou Song introduced. Greetings, Master of the manor, Bai said, clasping his hands towards Luo Tianhe. Master Bai is too modest. Please, take a seat. Magistrate Zhou, you too, be seated. Although Luo Tianhe regarded Bai Yi's status with indifference, he still treated the young second-rate warrior with great courtesy. Once everyone was seated, Zhou Song looked at Luo Chen and praised. This must be the young master of the manor, indeed a remarkable youth, to have already broken through to the 3rd tier at such a young age. It won't be long before you reach the mid-3rd tier, I presume? Luo Chen smiled and clasped his hands. Thank you, Magistrate Zhou, for your kind words. Observing the composed and mature demeanor of the young Luo Chen, Zhou Song enviously remarked to Luo Tianhe, how fortunate you are, master of the manor, to have such a fine son. I have heard that you also have an elder son who is equally extraordinary. Why is he not present today? Haha. My elder son is away. Magistrate Zhou, you flatter me. They are merely 2 unremarkable boys. Master of the manor, you are too humble. Zhou Song said with a squinting smile, then lifted his teacup to sip his tea. Not wishing to engage in idle chatter any longer, Luo Tianhe directly inquired, Magistrate Zhou, what brings you here today? Setting down his teacup, Zhou Song replied with a smile, I have come today to convey the edict of the court and to extend congratulations to Master of the manor. An edict? Congratulations? Luo Tianhe asked, puzzled. What do you mean, Magistrate Zhou? Luo Chen and Li Tian exchanged glances, equally perplexed, as they awaited Zhou Song's clarification. Zhou Song's expression turned serious as he cleared his throat and stated, the Purple Mist Manor has eradicated numerous mountain bandits over the years, safeguarding the populace from harm and ensuring peace in Ningxue County. The court has decided to reward your merits by bestowing upon you the title of Marquis of Ningxue. Upon completing his words, Zhou Song retrieved a brocade box from the hands of the soldiers behind him, extracting a bright yellow imperial decree and presenting it to Luo Tianhe. As Luo Tianhe gazed at the imperial edict handed over by Zhou Song, he found himself perplexed by the court's intentions. If this was a reward for the suppression of bandits, it seemed rather belated. Surely, if they intended to bestow a reward, it should have been granted long ago. Moreover, accepting the edict was not a trivial matter. Once he became the Marquis of Ningxue, he would be tethered to the court, necessitating a careful consideration of its desires in many affairs. Should the court have any requests directed at Zaiwushan Villa, it would be difficult for them to refuse. While the title of Marquis would afford him a stipend and facilitate certain official matters, it was ultimately a mere faade, lacking substantive power. And Luo Tianhe was reluctant to entangle himself further with the court. Luo Zhuangzhu, what are your thoughts on this edict? Zhou Song inquired, noticing Luo Tianhe's contemplative silence as he lifted the document slightly. Zhou Song felt a degree of helplessness regarding these martial factions for them. The edict was akin to worthless parchment. One could choose to accept it or not, as the court's influence over them was significantly feeble. Meanwhile, Bai Yi, seated nearby, fixed his gaze intently on Luo Tianhe. If Luo Tianhe were to accept the edict, the Ningxue government would gain a formidable ally in their struggle against the Sanhe gang. Zhou Daren, it is said that the nobility conferred by the court allows for a certain number of personal guards. Is that true? Just as Luo Tianhe was about to decline, Luo Chun unexpectedly stood up to inquire. At his question, the others in the room turned their attention to him. Zhou Song, holding the edict, was momentarily taken aback by Luo Chun's query but replied, "Indeed. The court has regulations stipulating that different ranks of nobility can possess varying numbers of personal guards. A marquis may have up to 200 personal soldiers, but they must recruit them at their own expense, including the cost for weapons and equipment. Thus, if my father were to accept this edict and become the Marquis of Ningxue, he would be able to establish a personal guard of 200 soldiers?" Luo Chun sought clarification once more. "Correct." Zhou Song nodded, though internally he pondered the implications of Luo Chun's sudden inquiry. Did Zaiwashan Villa truly require additional guards, given its hundreds of disciples? Confused, Zhou Song glanced at Bai Yi, who subtly shook his head in response, indicating he too was baffled. "In that case, father, let us not squander the court's goodwill," Luo Chun suggested, casting a discreet glance at Luo Tianhe. Although Luo Tianhe was uncertain of his son's motives, he chose to trust Luo Chun and accepted the edict, stating, "I, Luo, express my gratitude for the court's kindness and the emperor's grace. Aha, congratulations, Marquis of Ningxue. From this moment forth, we are both subjects of the court, and we should foster a closer relationship." Zhou Song beamed at Luo Tianhe. Yet his gaze lingered on Luo Chun, who unexpectedly appeared to have a significant influence over Luo Tianhe. It seemed prudent to keep a closer watch on this young man in the future. Bai Yi, observing Luo Tianhe's acceptance of the edict, silently breathed a sigh of relief but narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized Luo Chun, as if seeking to uncover some deeper truth about the youth. Regarding the gazes exchanged between the two individuals, Luo Chun remained indifferent. After speaking his piece to Luo Tianhe, he returned to his seat, lowering his eyes and lapsing into silence. Following a few courteous exchanges, Zhou Song casually remarked, akin to making small talk, that Ouyang Bing of the Sanhe gang had recently ascended to the status of a second-tier martial artist, and that Li Yandong was on the verge of a breakthrough as well. He inquired whether Lord Ningxue had heard of this development. Upon hearing this, Luo Tianhe and the others swiftly grasped the underlying intent behind the court's decision to appoint Luo Tianhe as Lord Ningxue. It became apparent that the authorities perceived the Sanhe gang as having emerged as the most formidable force in Ningxue County. Feeling the pressure to ally with the Zaiwashan Villa against them, Luo Chun found the situation somewhat amusing. He wondered what expression Zhou Song would wear if he were aware of the true strength of the Zaiwashan Villa. Suddenly, Luo Chun felt a chill run down his spine. The court spies were indeed relentless, able to uncover even the most clandestine matters concerning the Sanhe gang, including the imminent breakthroughs of its members. Prior to this, Luo Chun had not caught wind of any such developments. Reflecting on this, he felt a sense of relief that the Zaiwashan Villa had maintained a low profile, with its senior members employing concealment techniques to mask their true cultivation levels, thus avoiding undue attention. The disciples and servants recruited were of reputable lineage, making it difficult for other factions to infiltrate with hidden agents. It seemed that he would need to expedite the establishment of the intelligence hall under Yunimo, he mused. "Oh, the Sanhe gang has gained another second-tier martial artist? I had not heard of this. How did you come by this information, Lord Zhou?" Luo Tianhe inquired, frowning slightly. Zhou Song chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at Luo Tianhe without answering his question. Instead, he stated, "Years ago, Lord Ningxue had a conflict with Qini Han and Ouyang Bing at the Sanhe gang's headquarters. They are likely harboring resentment. With Ouyang Bing's recent breakthrough, the Sanhe gang has kept it under wraps. I surmise that they intend to wait for Li Yandong to break through before launching a sudden strike to avenge past grievances." "Is that so? 3 second-tier martial artists?" Luo Tianhe mused thoughtfully, then smiled meaningfully and clasped his hands in gratitude towards Zhou Song. "Thank you for the information, Lord Zhou. I am most appreciative. Aha, it is only right. After all, we are both individuals of the court." Zhou Song replied with a smile, though internally he felt puzzled by Luo Tianhe's apparent lack of concern upon hearing such news. Observing the nonchalant expressions of Li Tian and Luo Chun seated nearby, Zhou Song's confusion deepened. Noticing Bai Yi's frowning contemplation, Zhou Song realized he too sensed something amiss. Thus, Zhou Song tentatively asked, "Lord Ningxue, given the Sanhe gang's formidable stance, do you have any countermeasures in mind?" "Aha, none. We shall meet force with force, and let the waters cover the earth as they may," Luo Tianhe replied, shaking his head. Seeing this, Zhou Song understood that further inquiries would yield little. He then directly articulated the true purpose of his visit. "In that case, Lord Ningxue, as we are both representatives of the court, Shall we collaborate and stand united in the face of the Sanha gang's matters? Of course. It is only fitting. Luo Tianhe nodded, recognizing that whether or not to align with the authorities regarding the Sanha gang was inconsequential should the Sanha gang grow stronger. The first target would undoubtedly be the Zaiwashan Villa, although the Purple Mist Villa currently harbors no fear of the Sanha gang. The willingness of the authorities to intervene and share some of the pressure is something that Luo Tianhe welcomes. Upon seeing Luo Tianhe's agreement, Zhou Song smiled. And Bai Yi also felt a sense of relief. With the two families united, they now boasted two second-tier martial artists, and with the Black Hawk gang providing additional support, they need not worry excessively about the Sanha gang. After conversing for a while longer, Zhou Song and Bai Yi took their leave. Once the two departed, Luo Tianhe looked at Luo Chen with confusion. "Chenner, what is the matter? Why did you accept this imperial decree?" Li Tian also regarded Luo Chen with curiosity. Luo Chen smiled slightly. "Father, are we not training the Purple Mist Guard? With this title, we can train the Purple Mist Guard openly and have them don armor. However, this would also mean that we are bound by the constraints of the court, making our actions more restricted. Furthermore, if the court summons us for a task, should we comply or refuse?" Li Tian frowned. "Humph." Luo Chen replied coldly. "If it aligns with our interests, we shall proceed. If it does not, we shall simply ignore it. The court has conferred titles upon those renowned martial sects, and they all operate in this manner." After a brief pause, Luo Chen continued. "Although those sects are predominantly of extraordinary strength, the court does not dare to act against them lightly. However, we are not weak either. Grandfather, father, and second uncle have all broken through to the initial stage of first-tier martial artists, while eldest brother has reached the mid-stage of second-tier. And Uncle Li has achieved the late stage of second-tier. Uncle Han and Li Gu have also advanced to the initial stage of second-tier, with me included. We have 8 martial artists above the second tier, making us no less formidable than a mid-level first-tier force. There is truly no need to be concerned about the court." Hearing this, Luo Tianhe nodded and smiled. That is indeed true. Moreover, this marquis receives a monthly stipend. Free silver is not to be overlooked. At this, both Luo Chen and Li Tian chuckled. Outside the Purple Mist Villa, Zhou Song gazed at the expansive estate behind him and remarked to Bai Yi, "What do you think of Luo Tianhe?" "Incomprehensible," Bai Yi replied, his gaze drifting over the villa as he uttered those 4 words. "Incomprehensible?" Zhou Song turned, looking at Bai Yi in confusion. "Yes, I cannot quite understand why. Though Luo Tianhe shares the same cultivation level as I, he imparts a sense of profound depth, akin to the feeling I get from a first-tier expert of the 6 doors." Bai Yi pondered, continuing, "And not only Luo Tianhe, even Li Tian, who has yet to utter a word, exudes a powerful aura, as does that Luo Chen, whose depths I also cannot fathom. How can this be possible? Could it be that you are mistaken?" Zhou Song's face was filled with astonishment. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Previously, Chief Situ mentioned that Luo Tianhe possesses a technique to conceal his cultivation. Do you think they might be hiding their true strength?" Upon saying this, Zhou Song himself found it hard to believe. After all, Luo Tianhe had only broken through to the second tier 4 to 5 years ago. How could he have become a first-tier expert, let alone that still immature Luo Chen? The figure clad in white shook his head, expressing uncertainty. It is difficult to discern. Yet the probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly slim, almost impossible. He then clicked his tongue, adding, "However, young Master Luo is indeed remarkable. It is said that he founded the Longwei Escort Agency, and it appears that the rumors hold true. Indeed, it is astonishing that such a youth has the power to influence Luo Tianhe's decisions. It seems we must pay him more heed in the future." Zhou Song, reflecting on this, turned to the figure in white. "Upon our return, I would appreciate it if you could arrange for the news of Luo Tianhe's appointment as the Marquis of Ningxue and our alliance with the Zaiwashan Manor to be disseminated, to ensure the Sanha gang remains cautious. Rest assured, Lord Zhou, I shall attend to it upon my return. Now let us depart." Zhou Song concluded, mounting the carriage. Ningxue City, headquarters of the Sanha gang. Shortly after Zhou Song's return to Ningxue City, Li Yixing hurriedly sought out Qini Han. "Chief, we have just received word from our scouts. The court has conferred the title of Marquis of Ningxue upon Luo Tianhe, and the local government has formed an alliance with Zaiwashan Manor. What is the meaning of this? Zaiwashan Manor is currently the most formidable force in Ningxue County. How could the government align with them? Has news of Ouyang's advancement to second-tier cultivation leaked?" Qini Han regarded Li Yixing with a cold gaze. Li Yixing felt a chill run down his spine and quickly bowed his head, trembling. "Chief, please calm your anger. Only a few are aware of Ouyang's breakthrough, and I have kept a close watch on them. They have never left the headquarters, so it is impossible for the news to have spread. Then explain to me how this situation has arisen. Qin Yihan continued to regard Li Yixing with icy scrutiny. Li Yixing, still bowing, replied, "It is possible that our recent conflicts with the government have become too frequent, and Zhou Song, sensing pressure, has deliberately sought the assistance of Zaiwushan Manor to counter us. After all, Zaiwushan Manor is far removed in Gushan Town and holds no direct interests against the government." Humph. Qin Yihan's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. "Instruct our disciples to exercise restraint. We must not escalate our disputes with the government for the time being." "Yes, Chief." Then, Li Yixing quietly inquired, "Chief, with Zaiwushan Manor now allied with the government, how should we respond? Should we proceed with our previous plans against Zaiwushan Manor?" Qin Yihan smirked coldly. "Humph. The plan proceeds as usual. What does their alliance matter? They merely gain another second-tier warrior. Once Vice Chief Li breaks through, we will have the advantage in numbers. And can we truly trust that these two parties will treat each other sincerely?" "Your words ring true," Li Yixing promptly affirmed. "Very well, you may go. Remember, the news of Ouyang's breakthrough must remain confidential." With that, Qin Yihan fixed Li Yixing with a chilling glare once more. "Yes, I will ensure absolute secrecy. I take my leave." Having said this, Li Yixing bowed his head and exited the room, closing the door behind him, casting a glance back at the chamber. He gritted his teeth and departed swiftly. Zaiwushan Manor. After Zhou Song and the others had left, Luo Chen exited the reception hall and made his way to the forging hall. The Violet Mist Guard has transformed into soldiers, now able to don armor. Luo Chen intends to discuss the creation of this armor with Luo Tianyu. "Chun'er, you arrived at the perfect moment. Your sword has been forged. Take a look." Luo Tianyu exclaimed, handing Luo Chen a blade from the rack. "Oh, so soon?" Luo Chen responded, accepting the sword. The scabbard resembled the original, albeit elongated. As he unsheathed the sword, he was instantly captivated by the intricate patterns etched upon the blade. "These designs are simply exquisite," he mused, caressing the latter like patterns. "Indeed. Fortunately, our forging hall possesses such advanced techniques. Otherwise, these two pieces of patterned steel would have gone to waste." When the sword was first crafted, it caused quite a stir throughout the hall. "In all our years of forging weapons, we have never produced a blade as beautiful as this one. Our artisans certainly enjoyed the view," Luo Tianyu remarked, gazing enviously at the sword in Luo Chen's hands. "Not only does this sword exhibit remarkable toughness and hardness, but it is also exceedingly sharp. Apart from those forged from celestial meteoric iron, few blades can rival it in this world." "Is that so?" Luo Chen said proudly, playfully twirling the sword before testing its sharpness by slicing a strand of hair. It effortlessly cleaved through, confirming its quality. "Truly a fine weapon. Sharp enough to justify the considerable sum I spent on it." Luo Tianyu rolled his eyes. "You still lament over that small amount of silver. This patterned steel is something that money alone cannot procure." "Hey, I was merely jesting," Luo Chen replied, chuckling awkwardly. "By the way, this sword is still unnamed. Why not give it a title? Since it was forged by my second uncle, the naming should fall to you." Luo Tianyu mused for a moment before declaring, "As it emitted thunderous sounds during forging, let us call it Thunderclap." "Thunderclap? Thunderclap sword. What a splendid name. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Thunderclap sword." Luo Chen laughed, affectionately stroking the blade and once more performing a flourish with it. "All right, enough showing off. Put it away before I cannot resist seizing it," Luo Tianyu retorted, exasperatedly watching Luo Chen. The latter, grinning, wiped the blade's surface with his sleeve and sheathed it with a flourish. Luo Tianyu, observing Luo Chen's actions, smirked in silence, forgetting that when he first forged this sword, he had caressed it as tenderly as one would a woman's skin for an entire afternoon. "What brings you here?" Luo Tianyu inquired, retracting his gaze from the Thunderclap sword to meet Luo Chen's eyes. "Second uncle, I wish to discuss the armor for the Violet Mist Guard." Luo Chen replied. "Armor?" Was T had said that to avoid misunderstandings with the court, the Violet Mist Guard would temporarily refrain from wearing armor? So now, are we to don it? Luo Tianyu frowned. "Indeed, it is as such." Luo Chen proceeded to recount the arrival of Zhou Song and the elevation of Luo Tianhe to the status of Marquis of Ningxue. "Ah, I see." Luo Tianyu, momentarily taken aback, pondered for a moment before inquiring, among the commonly used armors, such as chainmail, iron armor, scale armor, and bright armor, which do you wish to equip the purple mistguards with? Luo Chen shook his head, responding, "I do not wish to use any of these armors." "None at all?" Then what do you desire? Luo Tianyu gazed at Luo Chen with a puzzled expression. Well, I want this. Luo Chen approached the desk, picked up a pen, and began sketching on a blank sheet of paper. In a short while, the outline of an armor took shape. Is this armor? Luo Tianyu examined the unfamiliar design on the paper, his face reflecting astonishment. Indeed. Luo Chen set down the pen, explaining, this is called plate armor, composed of a helmet, a curved breastplate and backplate, complete leg and arm protection, puncture-resistant gloves, and battle boots. This type of armor has fewer components, is simple to don, and envelopes the entire body, providing exceptional protection. Such armor exists? Luo Tianyu scrutinized the design, flipping the paper back and forth before adding, but this armor cannot be mass-produced. Can it? Each individual's physique varies, and the curvature of the breastplate and backplate imposes significant restrictions. Indeed, uncle, as expected of a master blacksmith, you immediately discern the armor's shortcomings. This armor requires precise measurements for crafting. Luo Chen seized the moment to offer a compliment. Luo Tianyu disregarded the flattery, furrowing his brow as he replied, that complicates matters. Forging it will be quite troublesome. However, it's fortunate that there are only around 100 sets. It shouldn't take too much effort. Then, uncle, can this armor be forged? Luo Chen inquired. Let us give it a try. This armor has never been seen or forged before, so we must experiment, Luo Tianyu concluded, sizing up Luo Chen's physique. I will first craft a set based on your measurements to assess the outcome. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. All right, I appreciate your efforts, uncle. Very well. I shall arrange for the forging at once. With that, Luo Tianyu took the design and walked out, engrossed in his thoughts, leaving Luo Chen behind. Observing his uncle's departing figure, Luo Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. His uncle possessed an extraordinary passion for forging whenever he encountered quality materials or novel concepts. He would immerse himself in research to the point of neglecting rest. After leaving the forge, Luo Chen visited the southern stables to inquire about the Black Cloud horses and Black Scale horses, while also giving the unicorn a thorough cleansing. The Black Scale horses of the Purple Mist Manor had mostly found owners, yet when not in use, they were kept in the stables for breeding, in hopes of producing more Black Cloud horses. Initially, Luo Chen intended to equip the Purple Mist Guards with Black Cloud horses, but upon assessing the situation at the stables, he abandoned this notion. Currently, there were 77 Black Cloud horses, of which only 49 were adults, insufficient to provide one for each member of the Purple Mist Guards. They could only train a portion for now, and it would take another year or two to ensure a sufficient number of Black Cloud horses were available. As for the Black Scale horses, there were already 12, with one born this month and 3 Maras pregnant. In the tranquil Yuzhuxian, beneath the canopy of golden silk bamboo, Luo Chen had just returned from the racetrack. He sat comfortably in a chair, beside a small tea table adorned with a wine bottle. The luminescent cup next to it held a deep crimson wine, exuding a faint fruity aroma. It was October, and although some leaves of the golden silk bamboo had turned a withered yellow, the majority remained a vibrant green. The tall bamboo stalks swayed in the autumn breeze, colliding with one another and producing a melodious sound akin to wind chimes. Luo Chen relished the auditory embrace, lifting the luminescent cup, swirling its contents before savoring a sip and letting out a contented sigh with his eyes closed. Upon opening his eyes and smiling, he set down the cup and took a white cloth, drawing forth the thunderous blade to gently polish it. Since returning from Wuling Pass, Luo Chen had been ensnared in a flurry of tasks, and today he had finally claimed a rare moment of leisure. Yet, just then, a spirited figure burst into Yuzhuxian. Ah, you Luo Chen. While I toil away practicing swordplay on the back mountain, here you are, idling with wine. I could perish from thirst. Li Yushi strode up to Luo Chen, unceremoniously seizing the luminescent cup and tilting it toward her lips. Hey, I've already tasted that wine. Luo Chen barely had time to intervene, watching helplessly as Li Yushi drained the cup. She smacked her lips, let out a burp, and slammed the cup down on the table, a look of disdain crossing her face. Humph, no wonder there is a strange taste to this wine. I didn't invite you to drink it. Also, be careful. That luminescent cup is quite precious. Do you not care for it? Upon hearing this, Li Yushi suddenly recalled the substantial spin on the cup. She quickly examined it for damage, sighing in relief when she found none. Gingerly placing the cup back on the table, she turned to see Luo Chen diligently polishing a blade. Wow, 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 such exquisite patterns. She marveled at the designs on the blade, reaching out to touch it. However, Luo Chen swiftly evaded her hand. What are you doing? Stay away. With her hand grasping at nothing, Li Yushi raised an eyebrow, slightly annoyed. I merely wish to admire it. Am I not even allowed to look? Afterward, she boldly inquired, Luo Chen, was this blade forged from those 2 pieces of patterned steel? Luo Chen replied, still focused on the blade. Hearing this, Li Yushi's eyes sparkled, and she squatted before him, her expression softening. Luo Chen, when shall we venture to Wuling Pass again? Why? What reason do we have to go there? Luo Chen asked, puzzled. Naturally, to procure patterned steel. Li Yushi brandished her sword before him. I've been using this sword for several years now, and as I have reached the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, it no longer suffices. I must replace it. Do you think patterned steel is as common as cabbage? Luo Chen replied, exasperatedly gazing at Li Yushi. Can you simply acquire patterned steel whenever you wish? You have seen for yourself how scarce it is at Wuling Pass. Even if we return, we may not be able to procure any. In other places, there may be none, but the General's mansion in Wuling Pass must surely have what we seek. Let us go there. Li Yushi tugged at Luo Chen's sleeve, her eyes brimming with hope as she gazed at him. No, Luo Chen retorted. After just having taken a life, you wish to rush to their abode to procure items? How could you even conceive of such a notion? He rolled his eyes but then paused, a thought striking him as he teased Li Yushi. Moreover, do you even have the silver to buy anything? I do, Li Yushi exclaimed, patting her chest earnestly. I have saved a considerable amount of silver over the years. Although I am still short of what I need, I can borrow some. I can repay it gradually through future tasks. Repay through future tasks? Just how long will that take? What a preposterous idea. Observing the innocent look in Li Yushi's eyes, Luo Chen felt a pang of sympathy. He waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. A sword forged from black iron will suffice for you. One day, I shall have the smithy craft you a black iron sword. No, I want a patterned steel sword as well. Li Yushi protested, rising to her feet and exclaiming, I desire a sword like that, and besides, I won't be spending your silver, so why are you worried? We are not going. Luo Chen insisted, shaking his head resolutely. Seeing his stubbornness, Li Yushi's expression fell. And she pouted, Luo Chen, please just accompany me this once. She then unleashed her tried-and-true tactic, employing her charm and persistence to sway him. As the afternoon threatened to be consumed by her relentless pleas, Luo Chen finally relented. All right, I concede. I shall accompany you after I finish my current tasks. We will make a trip to Wuling Pass. Really? Li Yushi looked at Luo Chen skeptically, and upon seeing him nod once more, she broke into a satisfied smile. Yay. I can use this time to take on more tasks and save up additional silver. With an excited grin on her face, Li Yushi dashed back into the room. Returning with a luminescent cup, she fetched a chair and settled beside Luo Chen, beginning to sip her drink. As he observed Li Yushi's beaming countenance, Luo Chen wore a complex expression, reminiscent of a young girl still unburdened by the weight of substantial debts, yet soon to be embroiled in relentless toil. When that time arrived, would he remain an onlooker? Luo Chen shook his head, resuming his drink while polishing his blade. The following morning, in the training room of Yusuxuan, Luo Chen was practicing his skills when Luo Tianyu unexpectedly sent word that the plate armor had been completed and invited him to come and inspect it. After concluding his training and wiping the sweat from his brow, Luo Chen made his way to the smithy. His uncle's craftsmanship was indeed remarkable. Upon the unveiling of the armor, all other armors in the world seemed to pale in comparison. Inside the smithy, Luo Chen gazed into the bronze mirror, admiring his armored reflection, and could not help but praise Luo Tianyu. The armor was entirely black, with the helmet seamlessly integrated with the faceplate, allowing it to be lowered to conceal his face or raised to hide within the helmet itself. The curved chest and back plates exhibited graceful lines and an elegant design, extending beautifully along the neck up to the chin, providing excellent protection for the throat. The greaves and armguards are connected at the joints by rivets, seamlessly uniting the shin and forearm armor into a cohesive whole. The gloves are intricately woven from fine iron wire loops, providing both puncture resistance and unimpeded dexterity. Complementing this ensemble are the battle boots. When adorned with this complete suit of armor, each component fits together harmoniously, creating an integrated whole without compromising mobility. Clad in this armor, Luo Chen resembles a humanoid automaton, exuding grace and strength. Luo Tianyu gazes upon the armor with immense satisfaction. I cannot take credit for this. The merit is entirely yours. I merely lent a hand. Without your blueprints, I could not have crafted this plate armor. After speaking, Luo Tianyu taps the breastplate on Luo Chen. This suit is merely a prototype, constructed from the most ordinary iron materials. And there are still many details yet to be finalized. Once the official armor is completed, it will be much more comfortable to wear. Indeed, once the purple mist guard returns, We shall take measurements and proceed accordingly. Luo Chun nods in agreement and inquires, Uncle, how much steel do we have left at the manor? Luo Tianyu ponders for a moment before responding, since the advent of corroding spirit liquid. Our steel production has significantly increased. After we finish crafting weapons for the Purple Mist Guard, we will have over 2,000 pounds of refined steel, more than 1,000 pounds of 500 steel, and over 200 pounds of mysterious patterned steel remaining. Upon finishing, Luo Tianyu looks at Luo Chen with curiosity. Why do you ask? You don't intend to forge armor for the Purple Mist Guard with our steel, do you? Luo Chen nods affirmatively. Yes, the steel from our manor possesses remarkable toughness and hardness, making it the ideal material for forging armor. Luo Tianyu furrows his brow. Steel is different from other materials, and the quantity required is substantial. We must discuss this with your father. I have already spoken to him, and he has given his consent. Uncle, if we forge 2 sets of mysterious patterned steel armor, 2 sets of 500 steel armor, and 99 sets of refined steel armor, will our current materials suffice? Luo Tianyu calculates mentally and replies, if we use refined steel, each set will require nearly 40 pounds. We have sufficient mysterious patterned steel and 500 steel, but we are short on refined steel. However, the Purple Mist Guard will not return for several days, so we can expedite the refining process in the meantime. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle. Luo Chen bows respectfully to Luo Tianyu. You rascal, why speak of hardship over family matters? Luo Tianyu chides, casting a reproachful glance at Luo Chen. All right. You can leave now. I have work to attend to. With that, Luo Tianyu exits the room to organize the production of refined steel. Luo Chen smiles, removes his armor, and departs from the forge. 2 days later, on the 1st day of November, it marks the inception of the new system at the Purple Mist Manor. Just 3 days prior, 2 large halls had been repurposed as the Task Hall and Treasure Pavilion. Due to the vast collection of treasures housed in the Treasure Pavilion, Luo Tianhe appointed Li Tian to oversee it, while casually managing the Task Hall. Thus, Li Tian naturally became the overseer of these 2 locations. He appointed several deacon disciples to manage the registration of tasks and the exchange of items for the disciples. Early in the morning, the task hall was bustling with disciples eager to witness the happenings. On the walls of the task hall hung 5 large blackboards filled with various tasks. These included miscellaneous chores for the manor, assignments for transporting goods at the Long Way Escort Agency, as well as quests for gathering herbs or hunting beasts in the Da Huang Mountain, among others. Each task specified its duration and the contribution points awarded upon completion. Should any disciple require it, they could also spend contribution points to post tasks here. In the Treasure Pavilion, the crowd of disciples was equally substantial, even more so than in the task hall, as everyone was keen to see what treasures the manor would offer for exchange. Similar to the task hall, for blackboards were displayed within the Treasure Pavilion, categorizing weapons, materials, and elixirs. Each item was accompanied by a description and the required contribution points for exchange. For instance, the refined steel was priced at 16 contribution points per pound. One disciple, examining the materials, began to calculate. 1 contribution point equated to 10 taels of silver, thus 16 points amounted to 160 taels. The external shop sold it at 2 taels of gold per pound, equivalent to 200 taels of silver. This represented a significant discount. The disciple exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed. Indeed. There was also the mysterious pattern steel, priced at 80 contribution points per pound, also 2 tiers cheaper than outside. Another disciple chimed in. And what is this? The vitality pill? It enhances the blood vitality of body refining cultivators, improves physical strength, and increases power, all for merely 4 contribution points. How could this be? Is this vitality pill a rare treasure? And why are the required contribution points so low? This solidifying essence pill, with the same effects, also requires only 4 contribution points. How could such pills exist? Moreover, how could they possess such efficacy? These are comparable to century-old medicinal materials that enhance vitality. Is this real? Could it be that the deacon disciples made an error? At once, the disciples began to discuss fervently. Humph. When we wrote these items, it was done by one individual, verified by another. After completion, Commander Li personally reviewed them. How could there be a mistake? A deacon disciple shouted from behind the counter. Commander Li reviewed it? Then there must be no error. A disciple around 15 or 16 years old pushed his way to the front of the counter and called out, I'll exchange for a solidifying essence pill. The deacon disciple glanced at him. The solidifying essence pill requires 4 contribution points each. Although you have reached the peak of body refining and receive a monthly allocation of 1 contribution point, Today is only the first day of the month. You currently have no contribution points to exchange. The disciple smacked his forehead. Oh right. I got so excited that I forgot about this. Upon hearing this, the other disciples also came to their senses. The items were on display, but without contribution points, they could not be exchanged. What? I am only at the mid-stage of body refining, and it takes me 3 months to earn 1 contribution point. Does that mean I would need a year to be able to exchange for a solidifying essence pill? A disciple, around 13 or 14 years of age, wore a troubled expression and exclaimed, "Are you all foolish? You can go to the nearby task hall to accept missions and earn contribution points." This remark caused a sudden stillness within the treasure pavilion. Moments later, with a resounding boom, the disciples rushed towards the exit in a frenzy. In an instant, the once bustling treasure pavilion became desolate, leaving only a few bewildered steward disciples exchanging astonished glances. The thronging disciples nearly overwhelmed the task hall, as several stewards hurriedly registered various tasks for them, perspiring profusely from the exertion. Though Luo Qin did not witness this lively scene, he could easily surmise that the elixirs displayed in the treasure pavilion were desired by every martial artist at the body refinement stage. The reason Luo Qin refrained from joining the commotion was that early that morning, Luo Tianyu had sent someone to deliver a complete set of armor crafted specifically for him by Luo Tianyu himself. This brand new armor was forged entirely from profound patterned steel, predominantly black with hints of purple at the edges, presenting an exquisite appearance. Certain areas of the armor were wrapped in soft beast hide, ensuring remarkable comfort when worn. At this moment, Luo Chun was in his room, parading around in the armor, occasionally striking various poses in front of a bronze mirror. "Luo Chen, do you know? The task hall is about to be overwhelmed by the disciples," shouted Li Yushi, who had gone to witness the excitement early in the morning, as she burst into Yuzhu Pavilion. "What are you shouting about so early?" Luo Chen, clad in armor, opened the door. "Ah, a monster." The sudden appearance of the armored figure startled Li Yushi, causing her to scream and hastily retreat, only to trip over a stone in the courtyard and fall to the ground. "You are the real monster." Luo Chen lifted his visor, revealing a handsome face. Upon seeing the familiar visage and hearing the recognizable voice, Li Yushi halted her screams, swiftly got up from the ground, and cautiously approached Luo Chen. "Is that really you, Luo Chen? Who else could it be?" Luo Chen rolled his eyes. Hearing the familiar tone, Li Yushi confirmed it was indeed Luo Chen. She then delivered a kick to his leg, exclaiming, "You scared me to death." Clang. "Oh, that hurts." A metallic clatter echoed as Li Yushi yelped in agony, hopping around while clutching her leg. "Haha, let's see how you dare to hit me again." Observing Li Yushi's comical one-leg dance, Luo Chen found amusement and laughed heartily, causing his armor to clank. However, Li Yushi, instead of being angry, began to appraise Luo Chen from head to toe and inquired, "What is this? How did you get in it?" "This is my latest invention, armor. What do you think? Is it handsome?" Luo Chen replied, pulling down his visor to cover his face and spinning around. Li Yushi's eyes lit up at the sight. "You created this? Not bad, not bad. Come on, make me a set too. I'm quite busy, no time." Luo Chen responded, raising his visor. Upon hearing this, Li Yushi began to concoct a plan, preparing to unleash her relentless persistence. "Stop, stop, stop." Upon observing Li Yushi's demeanor, Luo Chen immediately discerned her intentions and hastily interjected. "I have already provided the blueprints to the casting hall. If you desire them, you must seek them there." At these words, Li Yushi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned and dashed towards the courtyard exit. Yet, after taking a few steps, she abruptly halted and ran back into the storage room, emerging with 2 jars of wine before sprinting out again. "Hey, what are you doing?" Luo Chen called after her. "I am delivering wine to my second uncle." Li Yushi replied without glancing back, continuing her hurried exit. Luo Chen, feeling a surge of annoyance, exclaimed, "Why are you taking my wine to do favors for your second uncle? Don't you have your own? I didn't have time to fetch it. I'll just borrow 2 bottles from you and return them later," came Li Yushi's distant voice from outside the courtyard. Listening to her melodious tone, Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. In this harsh world, having such a whimsical companion to lighten the mood was indeed refreshing. As for Li Yushi, upon arriving at the casting hall, she presented the 2 jars of wine to Luo Tianyu, accompanied by a flurry of compliments that ultimately persuaded him to allow the blacksmith to forge her a set of armor. With Luo Tianyu's approval secured, Li Yushi sought out the finest blacksmith to craft her armor and remained at the casting hall in anticipation. Finally, after several blacksmiths toiled late into the night, a set of armor, distinctly feminine in design, was unveiled before her. Overjoyed with the newly acquired armor, Li Yuxi expressed her gratitude to the blacksmiths and hurried back to her own courtyard, where she gathered her wine and the silver she had saved for purchasing patterned steel. In the end, she gifted the wine to the blacksmiths and contributed the silver to the casting hall, leaving with her armor cradled in her arms. The night passed without incident. The following morning, as Luo Chen opened the bedroom door, he was startled to find a figure resembling an iron statue leaning against the door. Reflexively, he raised his hand to strike, but upon realizing it was Li Yuxi, he quickly withdrew. Irritated, he remarked, "What are you doing here so early? Shouldn't you be practicing?" "Of course, I'm here to show you my armor," Li Yuxi replied, adjusting her breastplate and beaming at him. "What do you think? Doesn't this armor look splendid?" With that, she stepped back and twirled around, gazing at the feminine armor adorning Li Yuxi. Luo Chen pointed to the purple mist patterns etched upon it. "You added those designs yourself, didn't you?" "Indeed," Li Yuxi replied proudly. "I thought the black and purple were too plain, so I had the blacksmith embellish it with some patterns. How does it look? Isn't it beautiful?" Luo Chen nodded. "The appearance is quite striking, but it is rather extravagant to use patterned steel. How did you convince your second uncle?" If I'm extravagant for using patterned steel, then what does that make you?" Li Yuxi shot him a playful glare before retorting. "This was crafted with my entire personal savings." "What? Your entire savings?" Luo Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Didn't you say you were saving that silver to buy patterned steel?" "Of course I do," Li Yuxi declared resolutely. "I want both the patterned steel and the armor. At worst, I shall strive harder in the future, undertake more tasks, and earn a bit more silver." After saying this, Li Yuxi fondly touched the armor she wore, her face beaming with delight, and declared, "As long as it looks good." With that, she busily excused herself, exclaiming, "I'm off now." Laughing joyously, she patted her armor and swiftly darted out of Yuzhu Pavilion. Watching Li Yuxi's fleeting figure, Luo Chen stood momentarily stunned, reminiscent of a youthful maiden toiling tirelessly for something she cherished, ultimately exhausting herself in the process. With a wry smile and a shake of his head, he chose to let her be. After freshening up, he proceeded to the back mountain to practice martial arts. As for Li Yuxi, upon exiting the Yuzhu Pavilion, she made her way to the outer courtyard's training grounds, feigning participation in the exercises alongside the outer disciples, which inevitably drew the attention of many onlookers. "Senior Sister Yuxi, why have you become a metal person?" A youthful boy, no more than 11 or 12, gazed at her with wide-eyed innocence. "Senior Sister Yuxi is not a metal person. She is simply wearing armor," Li Yuxi chuckled, playfully pinching the boy's cheek. "Nonsense. I have seen nearly all the armors of the great Qian. None resembles yours," boasted a cocky disciple of around 15 or 16. Han Xiaobao, how dare you claim I am speaking nonsense? Are you looking for a beating?" Li Yuxi shot him a glare and continued. "Let me inform you that this armor was developed by our Zimu Mountain Manor specifically for the Purple Mist Guards, and I have named it the Purple Mist Armor." "Purple Mist Armor? Specifically for the Purple Mist Guards?" Zhao Li exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment, before he shouted excitedly, "I was so close. Merely a step away from defeating that by Xiaochun and becoming a Purple Mist Guard myself, thus donning this exquisite armor. It is not too late to work hard now. Did not the Manor Lord say that there will be further recruitment for the Purple Mist Guards?" A disciple reminded him. Yes. There will be more recruitment. I must exert myself further and undertake more tasks to earn contribution points to purchase elixirs. Indeed, I too aspire to join the Purple Mist Guards and wear the Purple Mist Armor." The disciples erupted into a flurry of conversation, each eagerly discussing their ambitions before darting off to practice martial arts or to the task hall to accept missions. Have they all left? I haven't had my fill of showing off yet," Li Yuxi murmured to herself, feeling somewhat bored as she departed from the training grounds. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had swiftly passed. On this day, within a newly established training chamber nestled adjacent to the Purple Mist Mountain, Luo Chen stood in the center, cradling a vividly lifelike jade gold lotus with both hands. Beside him stood Luo Zhenan, Luo Tianhe, Luo Tianyu, Luo Zhe, Li Tian, and Han Meng. Today, the Seven Suns Golden Lotus had completed its transformation into jade, and they were to place the Seven Suns Jade Lotus within this stone chamber, thus transforming it into a genuine training space. This stone chamber spanned 10 square meters, constructed entirely of blue stone slabs, each intricately engraved with complex patterns, all of which were detailed in the alchemical texts regarding the Seven Suns Jade Lotus. In the center of the stone chamber's floor lies a small pit, measuring 2 feet in both length and width and 1 foot in depth. At the heart of this pit rests a jade lotus pedestal, intricately engraved with patterns. Carefully, Luo Chen places the 7-child jade lotus upon the pedestal, which fits together flawlessly. Subsequently, Luo Zhe pours a basin of jade-like night essence into the pit. This essence is essential for nurturing the 7-child jade lotus, as prolonged separation from it would cause the lotus to shatter and lose its efficacy. Finally, Luo Chen covers the pit with a similarly engraved slab of green stone, upon which he places a mat. Once these tasks are completed, Luo Chen sits cross-legged on the mat, channeling his vital energy to commence his cultivation. The 6 individuals standing nearby remain silent, their eyes fixed anxiously upon him. After half an hour, Luo Chen opens his eyes, and Luo Tianhe urgently inquires, "Qiner, how did it go?" Luo Chen stands with a smile, exclaiming, "Haha." It matches the effects described in the alchemical text perfectly. Laughter fills the cultivation chamber as the others beam with joy. With this cultivation chamber, the side effects of rapid enhancement from consuming elixirs can be effectively mitigated, Luo Tianhe exclaims, elated. Indeed. However, this chamber can only accommodate 1 person at a time. Luo Chen replies, "That's not an issue. We shall take turns," Luo Zhenan declares, gesturing grandly as he begins to arrange a schedule for everyone's use of the chamber. Noting that he has no further role to play, Luo Chen departs from the cultivation chamber and heads to the law enforcement hall located within the inner courtyard. Although most matters in the law enforcement hall are overseen by Yun Mo, the hall's master is not Yun Mo but Li Tian, with Yun Mo serving as the deputy master. In the deputy master's office, Yun Mo and Qin Shan are engaged in conversation when Luo Chen enters without knocking. "Young master, what brings you here?" Yun Mo exclaims, initially prepared to reprimand the intruder, but quickly welcomes Luo Chen upon recognizing him. Subordinate Qin Shan pays his respects to the young master. Qin Shan bows respectfully from behind. "Ah, I was merely taking a stroll." "Please, sit," Luo Chen replies, finding a chair to settle into, followed by Yun Mo and Qin Shan. "How is the intelligence hall progressing?" Luo Chen inquires, directing his attention to Yun Mo. "Young master, as per our plan, we are establishing an intelligence pavilion in each of the 9 prefectural cities of the Great Qian, along with an intelligence station in each county under these cities, and an intelligence office in every town. Currently, the intelligence station in Ningshui City has been established, and those in the towns of Ningshui County are also complete. We are presently working on the intelligence pavilion in Wuwei City," Yun Mo responds. Luo Chen ponders for a moment before stating, "We must expedite the establishment of the intelligence pavilion in the capital of the Great Qian, as our understanding of the court's affairs is woefully inadequate. Additionally, the intelligence stations in the locations of the major martial sects should be prioritized." "Yes, young master, I shall hasten the process," Yun Mo affirms. "Very well," Luo Chen nods. Continuing, "Now, let us discuss the challenges encountered." "Understood, young master." Upon hearing this, Yun Mo did not hesitate and directly stated, "Our intelligence hall has just been established, and our infiltrators within various factions hold relatively low positions, making it difficult to acquire significant information at this stage. Additionally, the recruitment of spies and the bribery of individuals within these factions have already consumed a considerable amount of silver. The funds you provided, young master, are nearly depleted." With a wave of his hand, Luo Chen replied, "It is entirely normal not to obtain crucial intelligence at the outset. There is no need to rush. Take your time. The most important thing is to remain undetected. As for the silver, spend as needed. If it runs short, go to my mother for more, and I will speak to her on your behalf." Upon hearing Luo Chen's words, Yun Mo felt a sense of relief, fearing that Luo Chen might reproach him for the expenditure without yielding any results. After a brief pause, Luo Chen continued, "In the beginning, I do not expect you to uncover any significant news. Just ensure that our infiltrators are well placed. Moreover, keep a close watch on the Sana gang." "Yes, young master." Both Yun Mo and Qin Shan promptly responded. "Is there anything else?" "Young master, Yun Mo glanced at Luo Chen with a troubled expression. "Speak freely. When did you become so timid?" With a wry smile, Yun Mo replied, "Young master, Qing Song is rather simple-minded and not suited for the law enforcement hall, and he himself wishes to join the Purple Mist Guard. I hope to request that you arrange for him to be placed within the guard. Is that all? So you wish to use a backdoor?" Luo Chen chuckled, casting a glance at Yun Mo and Qin Shan. After pondering for a moment, he addressed Qin Shan. "Currently, joining the Purple Mist Guard is not feasible. In the future, the minimum requirement for entry will be at least the initial stage of the 3rd level. However, since Li Hu has joined the Purple Mist Guard, I find myself in need of an errand runner. If Qing Song is willing, he may come to work by my side. Upon hearing that Qing Song could not enter the Purple Mist Guard, Qing Shan felt a chill in his heart. But joy surged within him when he learned that Qing Song could work alongside Luo Qin. Being by Luo Qin's side would surely afford him ample learning opportunities and future prospects, much like Yun Mo and Li Hu. Qing Shan promptly rose and bowed to Luo Qin, exclaiming, "Thank you, young master. Qing Song will be agreeable. Do not make decisions for him. Ask him first. And if he is willing, he may come directly to Yuzhu Xian," Luo Qin said as he stood up. "All right, you both may return to your tasks. I shall take my leave." "Yes, young master, take care." Yun Mo and Qing Shan responded in unison, escorting Luo Qin out of the law enforcement hall. At noon, Luo Qin arrived at the small courtyard where his parents resided, precisely at mealtime. Under a large tree in the courtyard, Wang Weiying, Luo Yin, Qin Yulin, and Li Yuxi were gathered, enjoying their meal. Due to her grandfather's management of the Qijin Pavilion, Li Yuxi spent little time at the mountain villa. Thus, over the years, she had either dined at Yuzhu Xian or at the home of Luo Qin's parents. Since marrying Li Gu, Luo Yin had rarely dined here, but she would occasionally visit for a meal. Qin Yulin, Luo Zhe's wife and Luo Qin's sister-in-law, was the granddaughter of the chief of Qin Shui town and had joined the Purple Mist Villa on the day of Luo Yan's wedding. Mother, sister-in-law, sister. Luo Qin greeted with a smile as he entered the courtyard and approached the dining table. "Qin'er, you have arrived. Have you eaten yet?" At over 40 years of age, Wang Yueying remains remarkably untouched by the passage of time, save for a few faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes. "Not yet. I plan to join mother for a meal. Has father and elder brother not returned?" Luo Qin chuckled as he settled beside Li Yuxi. "Ji Xiang, please fetch a pair of chopsticks." After issuing her command, Wang Yueying turned to Luo Qin and remarked, "Your father has matters to attend to and will not be dining at home. Your elder brother, much like you, has been scarce at the table. Truly, children grow up and leave their mothers behind." As she spoke, she cast a pointed look at Luo Qin. Luo Qin, feeling a tad embarrassed, managed a sheepish smile and replied, "Mother, it is merely that I have grown up and wish to assist father with various responsibilities. I am quite busy each day." "What are you so busy with? I have yet to see you handle any matters. You merely wander about aimlessly, as even Yuxi has informed me." Luo Yin interjected with a roll of her eyes. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin shot a fierce glare at Li Yuxi, feeling betrayed by the little girl. Meanwhile, Li Yuxi remained composed, diligently enjoying her meal without a word. Curiously, while she was lively in the presence of others, she exhibited a remarkably obedient demeanor before Luo Qin's elders. "Sister, I truly am busy. You may inquire with father," Luo Qin insisted. "Busy indeed. Yet why do you scowl at Yuxi?" Wang Weiying questioned with a disapproving gaze as she noticed Luo Qin glaring at Li Yuxi. "Mother, I did not glare at her." Luo Qin protested, feigning innocence. "Mother is not so old as to be blind. I must tell you, Yuxi is alone at home, and you must not bully her." Wang Yueying warned, her eyes filled with admonition. Feeling unjustly accused, Luo Qin was about to defend himself, but seeing the stern expression on his mother's face, he wisely closed his mouth and nodded obediently, "Understood, mother." As he spoke, he noticed Li Yuxi raising an eyebrow, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes, which irked him to the point of biting down hard on his food. Satisfied with her son's compliance, Wang Weiying nodded approvingly before serving more dishes to Li Yuxi. "Here, Yuxi, do eat more." She then poured soup for Luo Yin and Qin Yulin. "You are both with child. Be sure to drink plenty of soup for nourishment." Upon hearing this, Luo Qin felt a spark of inspiration and grinned at Luo Yin. "Sister, as your time approaches, how about I name the child? If it's a boy, let us call him Li Jian, like an arrow released from the bow. What do you think?" As he spoke, he mimicked the action of drawing a bow. Luo Yin shot him an annoyed glare. "An arrow from the bow, you say?" Li Gu mentioned that during your campaign against the bandits, your arrows were all aimed at his vital points. It was a misunderstanding, entirely a misunderstanding. Haha. Luo Qin chuckled awkwardly, recalling the past, and then lifted his bowl, choosing silence as he devoured his food. Halfway through the meal, he casually remarked, "By the way, mother, Yun Mo's expenses have increased. If he needs a certain amount of silver, just give it to him. I wondered why you had the time to join us for dinner today. It seems you have come to collect debts." Wang Yueying shot a glare at Luo Qin, her brows furrowing as she remarked, "This matter is duly noted." Recently, the Merchant Association led by manager Zhao has acquired numerous shops across various locations, expending a considerable amount of silver. Once these establishments yield profit, it won't be a trifling sum for that little rascal Yunimo. With a playful grin, Luo Chen interjected. Hee, I primarily came to share a meal with you. Thank you, mother. Humph. You are becoming increasingly unruly as you grow older, Wang Yuang retorted, casting another disapproving glance at him. After attending to the important matters, Luo Chen hastily devoured a few more bites of his meal before bidding farewell and exiting the courtyard. Upon witnessing Luo Chen's departure, Li Yushi finished the remaining morsels in her bowl, offered a quick farewell, and followed suit. Luo Chen, wait for me. She called out, quickening her pace to catch up. What do you want? If you vanish from my sight, beware of my wrath. Luo Chen halted, his expression tinged with irritation as he raised his hand, feigning a slap. Why do you want to hit me? Li Yushi pouted, her eyes glistening with impending tears as she gazed at Luo Chen. Seeing her distress, Luo Chen snapped. You little brat. Why do you keep getting me into trouble? I never intended to cause you trouble. Li Yushi protested earnestly. And the others inquired about you. I couldn't possibly lie to them. They're our elders. Luo Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words as he regarded Li Yushi's innocent demeanor. With a final huff, he turned on his heel and headed towards the back mountain. Hey, where are you going? Li Yushi called out in haste. None of your business, Luo Chen retorted, not bothering to look back as he continued his path. Humph. Li Yushi pouted and sprinted a few steps to catch up, closely following behind him. 5 days later, after 2 weeks of training at the Great Horizontal Mountain, the Purple Mist Guards finally returned to the Purple Mist Manor. On the inner courtyard's training grounds, 101 tattered Purple Mist Guards stood in neat formation. Beside them lay heaps of beast hides and medicinal materials, the fruits of their labor over the past fortnight. Luo Chen observed the newly returned Purple Mist Guards, each exuding an air of composure and restraint, their gazes sharp and laced with a hint of ferocity. They stood silently, akin to ferocious beasts poised for action. What delighted Luo Chen even more was that the 72 Purple Mist Guards, who were at the peak of their physical training merely half a month prior, had now all successfully ascended to the initial stage of the third-tier realm. Half a month ago, when the Purple Mist Guards entered the Great Horizontal Mountain for training, Luo Chen had provided Li Gu with a substantial supply of vitality pills and solidifying pills, entrusting him to administer these to the peak physical training guards. Now, the Purple Mist Guards had indeed lived up to expectations, each successfully unblocking a meridian, cultivating genuine energy, and becoming third-tier warriors. After Wang Bao concluded his address, he allowed the Purple Mist Guards to take their rest. Li Gu also departed, while Luo Chen and Wang Bao proceeded to the office of the Purple Mist Guards leader. How is your arm? Luo Chen asked, noticing Wang Bao's arm still bandaged and slung around his neck. Much improved. In a little while, I should be able to move it, Wang Bao replied with a smile. That's good to hear. Here, take this, Luo Chen said, handing Wang Bao a small porcelain vial. What is this? This is a Dan medicine known as the Golden Lotus Pill, which has effects akin to that of the Seven Suns Golden Lotus. What? The Seven Suns Golden Lotus? Could it be? Wang Bao gazed in astonishment at Luo Chen. Fully aware of the commotion surrounding the Seven Suns Golden Lotus at the Martial Spirit Pass, and had even been tasked with its search. Luo Chen nodded slightly, refraining from uttering a word. Observing this, Wang Bao confirmed that the elusive Seven Suns Golden Lotus sought by the entire Martial Spirit Pass was indeed in Luo Chen's possession. Regaining his composure, Wang Bao hesitated, saying, This item is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Take it. This is a reward for your diligent training of the Purple Mist Guards over the past half-month. Moreover, now that all the Purple Mist Guards have reached your level of cultivation, if you do not elevate your own prowess, you may find it difficult to command them in the future, Luo Chen stated as he directly pressed the porcelain vial into Wang Bao's hands. Wang Bao gazed at the vial, hesitating for a moment before accepting it. I am grateful for your generosity, young master. Indeed, Luo Chen nodded and continued. Ensure that all the beast skins and medicinal materials brought back by the Purple Mist Guards are registered, and convert them into contribution points to allow them to exchange for necessary items at the Treasure Pavilion. Yes, young master. I shall attend to this shortly. Furthermore, my father has been conferred the title of Marquis of Ningxue and is permitted to establish a personal guard of 200 men. Henceforth, the Purple Mist Guards shall exist under the name of the Marquis of Ningxue and will be organized according to military structure. As for armor, Personnel from the forging hall will come to take measurements for the purple mist guards shortly. Please cooperate with them. Understood, young master. I will make a note of that. What are your thoughts on the organization of the purple mist guards? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Bao replied, including myself. There are currently 103 members in the purple mist guards. We can organize them into groups of 10, appointing a group leader. 5 groups will form a squad, led by a squad leader. The entire purple mist guards will have 1 commander, 1 deputy commander, 2 squad leaders, and 10 group leaders. Luo Qin pondered for a moment before nodding. That will suffice for now. Expedite the organization. Yes, young master. If there is nothing further, I shall make the arrangements. Go ahead. After Wang Bao departed, Luo Chun left the office as well. Meanwhile, in a training room at the headquarters of the Sanhe Gang in Ningshui City, Qin Yihan, seated in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, throwing his head back in a fit of joyous laughter. Accompanying his laughter was a wave of chilling aura and a palpable intent to kill. Purple Mist Mountain. Luo Tianhe. This time, I shall ensure your bodies are shattered into 1,000 pieces, avenging past humiliations. With a cold snort, Qin Yihan retracted his killing intent, rose, and exited the room. Just then, Li Yixing approached with a smile. Congratulations, gang leader, on your mastery of the profound arts. With your success here today, the Sanhe gang is doubly blessed. Li Yixing expressed joyfully, bowing to Qin Yihan. Double blessings? What are those? Qin Yihan inquired indifferently, noticing Qin Yihan's increased coldness. Li Yixing understood it stemmed from his cultivation practice and did not take it to heart. One of the blessings is, certainly, the master has achieved remarkable mastery. And today, Deputy Master Li has just broken through to the second-tier realm. Li Yixing chuckled. What? Li Yandong has made a breakthrough? Huh. Excellent. Splendid. Qin Yihan's indifferent demeanor dissipated, replaced by a hearty laugh. This time, I shall observe how the Zaiwashan manner escapes from my grasp. His laughter echoed as he spread his arms wide, then clenched his fists tightly. The master speaks the truth. This time, Zaiwashan manner is surely doomed, Li Yixing hurriedly concurred. Ceasing his laughter, Qin Yihan inquired, by the way, where is Li Yandong now? Replying to the master, Deputy Master Li is currently in his training chamber. Having just broken through, and is still stabilizing his realm, Li Yixing bowed respectfully. Very well, let us not disturb him for now. Qin Yihan nodded before asking. I instructed you to keep an eye on Longwei Escort Agency. How goes it? After a moment of contemplation, Li Yixing replied succinctly, Master, the Longwei Escort Agency dispatches a shipment by water to Wuwei City every other day. According to reports, in 5 days. A significant client has requested the agency to transport 6 large vessels of goods to Wuwei City. At this, Qin Yihan let out a cold laugh. 6 large vessels? The Longwei Escort Agency's business is expanding. In that case, we shall intercept them when they pass through our Ningshui Lake toll gate in 5 days. This time, I shall personally take action. I want the Jianghu members of Ning County to witness the consequences of bullying the Sanhe gang. His final words were spoken through gritted teeth, revealing a sinister smile. Understood. I shall arrange for personnel to monitor them immediately, Li Yixing stated as he turned to leave, only to be halted by Qin Yihan. Wait a moment, who else is aware of Li Yandong's breakthrough? Aside from the master and his subordinates, there is no third party aware of it at present. Excellent. Remember to keep it confidential, do not let it leak. Qin Yihan's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Li Yixing. Yes, I understand. I take my leave. Feeling the coldness in Qin Yihan's eyes, Li Yixing bowed respectfully, lowering his head and departing with an impassive expression. At Zaiwashan Manor, in Yuzhu Pavilion, Luo Chun had just returned from outside when he spotted Li Yushi sitting on a stone stump in the courtyard, playing with a small, snow-white creature on the stone table. The creature appeared to be freshly born, curled tightly into a ball, with its eyes barely open to a narrow slit. Where did you find such a cat? Luo Chun approached Li Yushi with curiosity. Cat? Take a closer look. This is no cat. This is clearly a tiger. A snow tiger, no less. Li Yushi rolled her eyes, continuing to amuse the small creature. A snow tiger? Luo Chun scrutinized it seriously and indeed noticed the resemblance to a young tiger. Albeit too small for its features to be distinct, one could easily mistake it for something else without careful observation. Where did you acquire such a thing? Of course, from the Zuiwi. Those fellows just returned from Dawang Mountain, bringing back a plethora of wild animal cubs, Li Yushi replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Luo Chun was rendered speechless. Wherever there was revelry, there was her presence. Can you even care for such a creature? He inquired. Of course not. But the library has books on this topic. I can borrow them and learn, Li Yushi replied, her small face firm. Humph. I shall train this snow tiger into a fierce beast, surpassing that white tiger of Ningling from Huashan sect. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder Li Yushi sought to raise a snow tiger. She was envious of others' battle companions. Meanwhile, outside the Purple Mist Mountain Manor, the return of the Purple Mist Guards stirred excitement among the Outer Court disciples. Beneath a large tree in the martial arts arena, a group of 7 or 8 disciples gathered. One of them spoke up, "Brothers, have you heard? The Purple Mist Guards spent half a month in the Great Hang Mountain, and upon their return, they are all exceedingly wealthy. Who among them doesn't possess dozens of contribution points? Not only have I heard, but I also witnessed it. Earlier, as I passed by the treasure pavilion, I saw several Purple Mist Guards emerging with items. A 15 or 16-year-old disciple chimed in. I saw it too. They brought back a plethora of beast skins and medicinal herbs, as well as some young wild animals, intending to sell them as pets to affluent families. I heard they converted their earnings into contribution points and then exchanged those for cultivation resources at the treasure pavilion, which offers prices significantly lower than the outside market. Indeed, I even saw Sister Yushi carrying away a newly born snow tiger from them. This won't do. Those Purple Mist Guards who entered with us will grow stronger with their contribution points while we remain burdened with menial tasks at the manor, earning far too few points. Soon, they will leave us far behind. Therefore, I plan to take on some tasks in the Great Hang Mountain. Zhali is right. I intend to go to the Great Hung Mountain as well. I'm going too. Count me in. Let us go together. The Purple Mist Guards are all heading there, right? We should form a small team. Agreed. It's settled then, Zhali declared decisively. Brothers, could you take me along? A 13 or 14-year-old disciple looked at them with hopeful eyes. You cannot. The manor has rules that only disciples age 14 and above may undertake tasks outside. Once you mature a bit more, we'll bring you along. Zhali patted the young disciple on the head before leading the others toward the task hall. This scene played out in various corners of the outer court. Within a day, the outer court disciples had formed 7 or 8 hunting teams, each comprising 7 to 8 members at most, and 3 to 4 at least. After accepting their tasks, they ventured into the Great Hung Mountain, igniting a fervor for hunting within the outer court. Neither Luo Chen nor the higher-ups of the Purple Mist Mountain Manor anticipated that a mere training session of the Purple Mist Guards would lead to a catastrophic impact on the beasts inhabiting the mountains near the ancient Shan town. Moreover, several hunting teams would later gain considerable renown in the martial world. In the city of Ningxue, after Zhou Song bid farewell to a figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat, he summoned the man in white to his office. Lord Bai, we have just received urgent intelligence that Qini Han has perfected his cultivation of the Xian-class martial arts, and today, Li Yandong has also broken through to the second-tier realm. Qini Han plans to strike against the Longwei Escort Agency in 5 days. What are your thoughts on this? So soon? The man in white furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After pacing a few times, he looked up at Zhou Song and said, I believe we should observe the situation for the time being. Observe the situation? Zhou Song regarded him with surprise. Indeed, the man in white nodded. We will maintain the current state of affairs with the Sana gang, but we shall refrain from informing the Zaiwushan manor of this news. Oh, why is that? Zhou Song inquired with a smile. The man in white crossed his arms, thoughtfully rubbing his chin as he spoke. The Zaiwushan manor is known for its discretion, although they have allied with us. They would certainly refrain from engaging the Sana gang alongside us. Should the Sana gang act against them and infringe upon their interests, they might very well seek us out to join forces without our prompting. Haha. Indeed, your reasoning aligns perfectly with my own intentions, as I had planned to proceed similarly. Zhou Song clapped his hands in approval. Since that is the case, may I ask why you summoned me, Lord Zhou? The man in white gazed at Zhou Song in confusion. Zhou Song did not respond directly, but posed another question. How does your martial prowess compare to that of Qini Han? Qini Han's technique is of the low Xian class, while mine is of the mid Xian class. Furthermore, my martial skills have also reached perfection. Theoretically, he should not be my match. However, technique is not the sole determinant of victory or defeat. Strength and weakness can only be discerned through combat. After finishing, the man in white pondered and asked, Are you suggesting that I test my abilities against Qini Han? Zhou Song nodded affirmatively. Precisely. With Qini Han's martial skills perfected, I wish to gauge his true depth for our own understanding. Will this not provoke Qini Han, causing him to abandon his plans against the Zaiwushan manor and direct his wrath towards us instead? The man in white frowned. Unlikely. Qini Han harbors a deep-seated hatred for Luo Tianhe and will not easily relent. You can disguise yourself and make a swift assessment. He should not pose a significant threat. Upon hearing this, the man in white clasped his hands in a salute. In that case, rest assured, Lord Zhou. I shall visit the Sanhe gang tonight to meet with Qini Han. That night, silence enveloped the world, the crescent moon hanging in the sky. And a gentle autumn breeze carried a hint of chill. Suddenly, a shadowy figure darted from a small courtyard of the Ningshui County office, leaping onto the rooftops, stealthily heading towards the main headquarters of the Sanhe gang. At the Sanhe gang's headquarters, within Qini Han's study, he had yet to retire for the night. Seated at his desk with a book in hand, a habit he had cultivated over many years. Who goes there? Suddenly, Qini Han barked sharply, raising his head towards an open window that had been left ajar. Upon spotting a masked figure in black before him, he demanded again, "Who are you?" "Ah, ha. The leader of the Qin clan is indeed a diligent scholar, for even at this late hour, he remains awake, engrossed in his reading." A hoarse voice echoed as a figure in black gradually approached the main table. "Humph. Concealing oneself with such theatrics, do not presume that I am unaware of your identity." Qini Han placed the book upon the desk and rose to his feet. "Oh, the leader of the Qin clan recognizes me?" The figure in black chuckled dismissively. "Humph. In Ningshui County, there are second-rate martial artists, one from the Purple Mist Manor, one from the Black Hawk Gang, one from the government. And then there is my Sanhe gang. Even if Luo Tianhe and Feng Yu were to turn to dust, I would still recognize them. The only one I have yet to meet is the government official. Am I correct, Sir Bai?" Qini Han's eyes glimmered with cold light as he regarded the figure in black with a mocking smile. "Is the leader of the Qin clan so certain? Perhaps I hail from outside Ningshui County?" The figure in white continued in the same hoarse tone. "As a member of the government, it would not reflect well to intrude upon a private residence at such an hour." Thus, despite being unmasked by Qini Han, he could not concede. "Humph. Is there a necessity for those from outside Ningshui County to lurk in the shadows?" Qini Han scoffed, stepping forth from behind the desk. "Enough chatter. Speak. What brings you to my Sanhe gang at this late hour?" "I have heard of the leader of the Qin clan's formidable skills. I have come to seek enlightenment." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the figure in white drew his sword and lunged at Qini Han. "Humph." With a cold grunt, Qini Han's right hand instantly became encrusted with frost, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he struck towards the figure in white. As Qini Han unleashed his newly perfected ice palm technique, the already chilly autumn night grew even colder. The figure in white, upon witnessing this, dared not meet the attack head-on and hastily withdrew his thrust, instead aiming at Qini Han's right wrist. Qini Han smirked coldly and countered with a palm strike to the blade, causing it to be instantly covered in frost. The figure in white retreated swiftly, casting a surprised glance at the frost adorning his sword. Indeed, the leader of the Qin clan possesses remarkable skills. Let us now test my swordsmanship. With that, he swung his sword, shaking off the frost, and advanced with a series of swift attacks aimed at Qini Han. Both were initial stage, second-rate martial artists. Yet the figure in white's technique surpassed Qini Han's by a tier, his true energy exceptionally refined. However, Qini Han had decades more experience in cultivation. His true energy equally robust, and as a seasoned veteran, he possessed profound combat experience. For a time, the two were evenly matched, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, breaking through the study door and continuing their battle into the courtyard. The commotion soon attracted the attention of the Sanhe gang's night watchman, who rushed to assist, along with Ouyang Bing, who had been alerted. The figure in white, realizing he was on the verge of being surrounded and fearing exposure, dared not linger. After two more urgent strikes against Qini Han, he leapt away, preparing to flee. Observing this, Qini Han would not allow him to escape so easily and swiftly pursued, delivering a palm strike that struck the figure's left shoulder. "Humph." The figure grunted in pain, gritting his teeth as he leveraged the force to swiftly ascend to the rooftop, disappearing into the night. "Humph." Seeking to flee, Ouyang Bing, who had just arrived, attempted to follow him onto the roof, but was intercepted by Qini Han. "Master Ouyang, do not pursue him any further. Leader, how can we allow someone who dared to invade the headquarters of the Sanhe gang to leave so easily?" Ouyang Bing gazed at Qini Han in confusion. He has been struck by my ice palm, and his injuries are severe. Without several months of recuperation, he will not recover. Furthermore, I have already discerned his identity. Now is not the time to complicate matters. We shall deal with him after we have eradicated the Purple Mist Villa, Qini Han replied with a cold smile, casting a glance at the disciples who had rushed in. "You may all disperse." "Yes, leader." The crowd bowed and promptly dispersed. Meanwhile, Bai stumbled back to his residence after leaving the Sana gang, clutching his left arm with his right hand. Master Bai, what has happened to you? Zhou Song, who had been waiting in the courtyard for Bai Yi's return, hurried over to support him. Bai Yi coughed up a mouthful of icy blood, his lips trembling as he spoke. I was injured by Qini Han. What? Quickly, let us enter. Zhou Song supported Bai Yi and rushed towards the room, calling out to the entrance, fetch a physician at once. Yes, my lord. A servant at the door responded and hurried off to summon a doctor. Before long, the servant returned with a middle-aged physician carrying a medical bag. Dr. Hua, please. Quickly examine Lord Bai, Zhou Song urged, standing aside to make room at the head of the bed. Yes, I shall attend to him immediately, Dr. Hua replied. Hastily setting down his bag, he took Bai Yi's pulse as he lay on the bed, still shivering, and then lifted his shirt to inspect the injury. On Bai Yi's left shoulder, a dark purple handprint was clearly visible, emanating a chill. Hiss! Dr. Hua gasped at the sight. Dr. Hua, how is he? Zhou Song inquired anxiously. Lord Bai has been severely wounded by malevolent cold energy, and the chill has entered his body. Fortunately, the site of the injury is not a vital area, and the cold has not yet affected his lungs. If we promptly expel the cold energy from his body, his life will not be in jeopardy, Dr. Hua explained, retrieving silver needles wrapped in cloth from his medical bag. He proceeded to insert them around Bai Yi's injury. An hour later, Dr. Hua withdrew the last silver needle, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed with relief. Lord Bai, most of the cold energy within you has been eliminated. However, some remnants remain, which cannot be removed and will require your own efforts to gradually expel. Moreover, it is imperative that you refrain from engaging in combat for the time being. Otherwise, the cold could travel along your energy pathway to your dantian. And that would be troublesome. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Hua. Although Bai Yi still appeared weak, a hint of color returned to his pale face, and his lips ceased to quiver. Not at all, not at all. Dr. Hua replied with a smile as he tidied his belongings and bid farewell to Zhou Song. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Zhou Song nodded. Indeed. Thank you, Dr. Hua. Once Dr. Hua departed, Zhou Song returned to the bedside. Lord Bai, are you feeling any better? The figure clad in white nodded slightly, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Lord Zhou, for your concern. I am much better now. That is good. Zhou Song felt a sense of relief and proceeded to inquire about the matter that had long occupied his thoughts. Is Qini Han truly that formidable? Even you could not best him? The figure in white offered a wry smile and shook his head. Not quite. He and I are evenly matched. It was the noise of our battle that attracted others. Fearing an ambush and the revelation of my identity, I hastily retreated and inadvertently fell victim to one of Qin Han's strikes. Ah, I see. Zhou Song exhaled, finally able to set his mind at ease. On the morning 5 days later, by the pond at the back of Zima Mountain Manor, Luo Chun and Li Yushi were engaged in practice when Yun Mo rushed over in haste. Young master, news has arrived from Ningxue City. The 6 ships carrying supplies for Wuwei City from our escort agency were intercepted at the outlet of Ningxue Lake by Qin Han and his men from the Sana gang. All 30 of our escorts have been killed. What? All dead? Luo Qin was immediately taken aback. Yes, young master. Yun Mo lowered his head, unable to meet the increasingly darkening expression of Luo Qin. Qin Han is courting death. Luo Qin's face darkened with fury. Seeing this, Yun Mo hastily knelt. Young master, I oversee intelligence, and I had no prior warning. Please punish me. Luo Qin. Li Yushi cast a worried glance at Yun Mo and gently grasped Luo Qin's arm, whispering his name. Suppressing his rage, Luo Qin looked at the kneeling Yun Mo. Rise. This is not your fault. The intelligence office has only been established for less than a month, so it is only natural that we lack information. Get up. Upon hearing this, Li Yushi quickly assisted Yun Mo to his feet. Once Yun Mo stood, Luo Qin recalled another matter. Did the authorities not relay any information beforehand? Yun Mo shook his head. No, we received no information from the authorities. Humph. Good. Very well. In an instant, Luo Qin grasped Zhou Song's intentions. To claim ignorance on Zhou Song's part would be utterly unbelievable. He had previously unraveled even the most clandestine matters with ease. Setting aside his anger towards Zhou Song, Luo Qin inquired, Does my father know of this? Before coming here, I already dispatched someone to inform the manor master. Yun Mo replied hastily. Excellent. Now you must relay orders to Wang Bao, instructing him to assemble the 30 members of the Zima Guard who are equipped with the Zimu armor. After issuing his commands, Luo Qin added, Furthermore, inform my father that I will handle this matter. Yes, young master. Yun Imo acknowledged and promptly turned to relay the orders. Let us go. Back to Yusuxuan. After speaking to Li Yushi, Luo Qin strode purposefully towards Yusuxuan. Upon returning to Yusuxuan, Luo Qin and Li Yushi donned the Zimu armor, mounted the black-scaled horse prepared by Qing Song, and exited the courtyard. Arriving at the martial arts training ground in the inner courtyard, Luo Qin spotted Yun Imo, Wang Bao, Li Gu, and the 30 Zimu guards, all mounted on their black cloud horses, patiently awaiting their command. The 30 members of the Purple Mist Guards were the first to don the newly forged Purple Mist armor. Thus far, the Forge Hall had only produced 32 sets of this armor, all of which had been equipped on the present Purple Mist Guards, as everything was primed for departure. Just as Luo Qin was about to issue the command, Luo Tianhe and Li Tian made their appearance in the training arena. Qin'er, let your Uncle Li accompany you. No need, father. They are merely a few insignificant clowns. With Li Gu and the Purple Mist Guards by my side, we shall suffice. Luo Qin shook his head while mounted on his black-scaled steed. Very well. Just be cautious. After a pause, Luo Tianhe added coldly, furthermore, the Sana gang has unjustly taken the lives of so many of our kin. You need not hold back any longer. Rest assured, father, Luo Qin exclaimed. And with a commanding shout, he galloped forth toward the estate's exit. Thud, thud. The sound of hooves echoed as Li Yushi, Yun Imo, Wang Bao, and Li Gu followed closely behind the Purple Mist Guards. The outer courtyard's disciples, engaged in their training, were taken aback by the sight of the gallant Purple Mist Guards as they swept past, exclaiming in astonishment. This was their first encounter with the guards clad in their imposing armor, riding high upon their magnificent steeds. As they beheld the guards adorned in their formidable steel armor, the disciples swallowed hard, their eyes ablaze with fervor. The 30 members of the Purple Mist Guards, encased in their ironclad attire, straightened their postures instinctively at the sound of admiration and the heat of the gazes directed towards them, feeling a swell of pride as they presented their finest selves before the outer courtyard disciples. Upon exiting the Purple Mist Manor, Luo Qin urged the Purple Mist Guards into a swift gallop along the official road, racing toward Ningshui City with utmost speed. Passers-by, upon witnessing this peculiar and hastily advancing troop, hurriedly stepped aside, astonished and speculating on the origins of this extraordinary formation. Ningshui City. On the city walls of Ningshui, the duty officer, bored and listless, watched the common folk queuing to enter the city, his mind wandering to the grave incident that had transpired that morning at Ningshui Lake. The Sana gang had unexpectedly produced 2 second-rate martial artists who, upon striking, had seized 6 shipments from the Longwei Escort Agency, leaving dozens dead in their wake. This sudden calamity had sent shockwaves through Ningshui City. What further events might unfold? The officer furrowed his brow in contemplation, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. What does it matter? I am merely a lowly gatekeeper. Why should I burden myself with such thoughts? As long as I fulfill the duties assigned by the county magistrate, all shall be well. With that, he cast aside his musings, preparing to retreat to the city tower for a cup of tea. Suddenly, a resounding rumble echoed from the distance. How curious, it is already late autumn. And with such bright sunshine, why would there be thunder? One of the soldiers on the wall remarked, glancing up at the sky. The gate officer paused, lifting his gaze as well. Look, what is that? Another soldier exclaimed, pointing towards the distant official road. The gate officer turned to see a colossal yellow dust cloud surging toward Ningshui City like a mighty dragon. Upon witnessing the scene, the city guard was instantly struck with alarm. He rushed forward, pressing his hands against the city wall, his gaze fixated on the colossal dragon. As he drew nearer and beheld a peculiar army emerging from the yellow dragon, a gasp escaped his lips, and he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly, close the city gates. The sudden shout left the soldiers below momentarily stunned, but they quickly scrambled to secure the gates. Unfortunately, it was too late. The speed of the black-scaled steeds and the dark cloud horses was astonishing, and before the soldiers could reach the gates, the Purple Mist Guards surged into the city like a tempest. Once inside, Luo Qin, mindful of the numerous pedestrians on the streets, hastily instructed the Purple Mist Guard to slow their pace as they made their way toward the headquarters of the Sana gang. As they traversed, onlookers, gripped by terror, hurriedly stepped aside, witnessing the formidable army advancing toward the Sana gang and recalling the earlier events at Ningshui Lake. It became evident that something catastrophic was about to unfold in Ningshui City. The city guard, upon spotting the black flags adorned with purple mist patterns among the army, immediately began to speculate about their origins. He swiftly dismounted and mounted his horse, racing toward the county office. The guard, feeling as though his heart might leap from his chest, recalled that since the morning's robbery of the Longway escort agency, the county magistrate had ordered him to remain at the city gate, ready to report on the arrival of Luo Tianhe. Little did he know, instead of the anticipated figure, an entire army had descended upon them, comprised entirely of warriors of exceptional caliber, something even the Great Wei dynasty lacked. The guard's heart raced with dread, sensing that a grave crisis was imminent in Ningxue City. Although Luo Chun had urged the Purple Mist Guard to decelerate, it was not long before they arrived at the Sanhe gang's headquarters. The gatekeepers of the Sanhe gang stood agape, taken aback as the army charged toward them. In an instant, a flurry of blood erupted as 8 of the gatekeepers fell victim to the onslaught of the Purple Mist Guard. "Kill!" Luo Chun shouted, leading the charge into the heart of the Sanhe gang. "Slaughter!" echoed the bloodthirsty cries of the Purple Mist Guard, following closely behind. Panic ensued within the Sanhe gang as cries for mercy filled the air, mingling with the sounds of battle and screams of terror. With nearly 2,000 disciples in the gang, around 400 to 500 were stationed at the headquarters, scattered throughout the vast estate. As the Purple Mist Guard stormed in, the unprepared disciples were met with a brutal onslaught, their blood staining the ground as the slaughter unfolded mercilessly, leaving bodies strewn about. Some wounded disciples, lying helplessly on the ground, found themselves trampled under the heavy hooves of the Black Cloud horses, resulting in grievous injuries as bones shattered and flesh was mangled, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. The intricate pavilions and halls of the Sanhe gang proved unsuitable for cavalry maneuvers. Yet some of the disciples finally seized the opportunity to strike at the Purple Mist Guard with their weapons. Alas, their efforts left not a single mark upon the guard's armor. The disciples gazed in disbelief at their weapons, then at the armor adorning the Purple Mist Guards. Just as they prepared to swing their arms once more, the Purple Mist Guards left behind a series of gun holes on their bodies. The slaughter continued, and the Three Rivers gang was littered with remnants of bodies and severed limbs, the air thick with the stench of blood, as though they were engulfed in an apocalypse. In the rear courtyard of the Three Rivers gang, within Qin Yi Han's study, the gang's leaders, the chief and deputy, the strategist, and 4 branch leaders, sat joyfully discussing the spoils from their morning raid on the Longway escort agency and strategizing on how to deal with the Purple Mist Manor. However, upon hearing the shouts and cries from the front courtyard, followed by a wounded disciple staggering in to report an attack on their headquarters, a wave of fury swept through the room. How dare anyone invade the stronghold of the Three Rivers gang in Ningxue City? It was akin to courting death. Without hesitation, they rushed out of the study towards the front courtyard. When Qin Yi Han and the senior members of the Three Rivers gang arrived, ready to join the fray, they were taken aback to find the assailants clad in armor, mistaking them for the Imperial Army. They resolved to ascertain the situation first. "Stop!" Qin Yi Han bellowed. The disciples of the Three Rivers gang found their resolve, swiftly gathering around him, their faces a mixture of terror as they gazed at the Purple Mist Guards. Meanwhile, Luo Chun raised his right hand, prompting the Purple Mist Guards to cease their slaughter and regroup behind him. Qin Yi Han surveyed the corpses of the Three Rivers gang disciples strewn across the ground, his mouth twitching involuntarily, before scrutinizing the mysterious army before him. Upon realizing that this force consisted entirely of skilled martial artists clad in armor forged from refined steel, his pupils constricted. 30 to 40,000 taels of silver for merely a few sets of armor? When had the court become so generous? Moreover, Qin Yi Han believed that the conflict between the Three Rivers gang and the government had not escalated to warrant military intervention. As he pondered these perplexities, his gaze fell upon the black-scaled horses beneath Luo Chun and his companions, leading him to a thoughtful realization. "May I inquire as to your identity? What is the reason for your assault on our Three Rivers gang headquarters?" Despite his suspicions, Qin Yi Han sought clarity regarding their adversaries' identities. Thus, he turned to Li Ge, who exhibited the highest cultivation among the group. "Huh. 3 initial-tier martial artists and 3 peak-tier martial artists. No wonder the leader of the Three Rivers gang dared to provoke my Purple Mist Manor and slay my men. It seems he has some backing," Li Ge responded with a hint of mockery, while Luo Chun smirked, lifting his visor to reveal a face brimming with murderous intent. Upon seeing Luo Chun, Li Yixing's eyes widened in astonishment, and he hurriedly whispered a few words into Qin Yi Han's ear. "Humph. So it is indeed the people of Purple Mist Manor." Qin Yi Han snorted coldly before turning his gaze back to Li Ge. "I presume you are the manor master of Purple Mist Manor?" "Hee. I am no such master," Li Ge replied with a playful grin as he raised his visor, revealing a face that radiated nonchalance. "What? The members of the Three Rivers gang looked incredulously at Li Ge. When had Purple Mist Manor acquired such a young second-tier martial artist? Qin Yihan turned his head, seeking an explanation from Li Yixing. Li Yixing shook his head, indicating his ignorance of the situation. Suppressing his shock, Qin Yihan mentally assessed the strengths of both sides. The Sanhe gang boasted 3 second-rate martial artists, 3 peak third-rate fighters, 7 or 8 third-rate late-stage practitioners, and around 200 to 300 body refinement cultivators. In contrast, Zhai Wuxian only had 1 early-stage second-rate warrior, with the rest being mid-stage third-rate fighters. A cold smile crept into Qin Yihan's heart. With such strength, the Sanhe gang could easily crush Zhai Wuxian. What does it matter if they are young experts? With so few of them, do they dare to storm the Sanhe gang's main hall? Do they not fear coming with their lives only to leave without them? As Qin Yihan spoke, his piercing gaze swept over Luo Chen and the others. Coming with their lives, leaving without them? What bold words from the leader of the Qin gang! Luo Chen retorted, pulling down his helmet. The Sanhe gang dares to rob my Longwei escort agency and kill my people. Today, I shall ensure the Sanhe gang is erased from Ningxue City. Zuweiwei, heed my command. Attack! With a thunderous roar, Luo Chen aimed his spear at Qin Yihan. The unique bond with his spear ignited a sudden burst of speed, propelling him towards Qin Yihan. Kill! 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 The battle cry soared into the heavens as the Zuweiwei followed Luo Chen into a fierce assault against the disciples of the Sanhe gang. Ignorant of their own demise, the disciples of the Sanhe gang, follow me and slay them. Qin Yihan shouted, leaping into the air, extending his palm to strike at Luo Chen, who was riding the spear. With newfound courage, the disciples of the Sanhe gang surged forward. Engaging in a chaotic melee with the Zuweiwei, Li Ge confronted the early-stage second-rate Ouyang Bing, while Yunimo, Li Yushi, and Li Hu teamed up against the recently promoted Li Yandong. Meanwhile, Wang Bao commanded the Zuweiwei in a fierce battle against 3 other leaders and disciples of the Sanhe gang. As Qin Yihan's palm descended upon him, Luo Chen disregarded the danger. Suddenly, his late-stage, second-rate strength erupted. As Qin Yihan approached, Luo Chen's spear struck like lightning. In an instant, the spear pierced through Qin Yihan's chest as if it were tofu, until the entire weapon emerged from his back. At the moment the spear penetrated Qin Yihan's chest, Luo Chen released his grip. As he brushed past Qin Yihan, he swiftly grasped the spear from behind and yanked it free. With a thud, Qin Yihan fell from the air, blood spewing forth as he struggled to lift his head. His right hand weakly extended a finger towards Luo Chen. You are actually a late-stage second-rate. With that final word escaping his throat, Qin Yihan's head crashed heavily onto the ground. The once mighty leader of the Sanhe gang, who had dominated Ningxue City for decades, had fallen. Luo Chen glanced at Qin Yihan's lifeless body, then shook the blood off his spear, surveying the battlefield. Li Ge, relying on the formidable protection of the Zhai Wuxian armor, abandoned defense and launched an all-out assault on Ouyang Bing, leaving her with no means to retaliate. It would not be long before she subdued Ouyang Bing. Yunimo, Li Yushi, and Li Hu found themselves at a significant disadvantage in cultivation compared to Li Yandong. However, having trained together since childhood, their synergy was remarkable. And with the protective advantage of the purple mist armor, they managed to temporarily hold Li Yandong at bay. Luo Chen observed the knife marks on Yunmo's armor and couldn't help but chuckle wryly, noting how the young man fought like a madman, engaging in a reckless exchange of injuries without regard for the wounds inflicted upon him by Li Yandong. His relentless strikes bewildered Li Yandong, who was momentarily thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, the Purple Mist Guards were besieged by 11 third-rate martial artists and their hundreds of disciples. Yet, under the strategic guidance of Wang Bao, they matched their opponents blow for blow, thanks to their coordinated efforts and the advantages of their armor. The confined space of the estate hindered cavalry charges, for had this battle taken place in the open, the disciples of the Sanhe gang would have faced a massacre. After surveying the battlefield, Luo Chen sheathed his spear and drew his bow, channeling his internal energy to release an arrow aimed at Li Yandong, who was poised to strike Yunmo's head. Li Yandong initially believed he could easily dispatch the 3 mid-level third-rate martial artists, but after exchanging a few blows, he realized this was no simple task. His large ringed blade struck them, leaving only shallow marks on their armor, utterly failing to inflict any real damage. Astonished, Li Yandong pondered how steel could have become so resilient. As a second-rate martial artist, he found himself unable to breach their defenses. Moreover, the audacious young man opposite him, relying on the advantage of his armor, appeared increasingly beleaguered. Enraged, Li Yindong gritted his teeth and summoned all his internal energy, intending to crush this bothersome foe with sheer force. It must be said that he had devised a sound strategy, while armor could withstand weapon strikes. It could not prevent the penetration of brute strength, which could indeed injure or even kill the person within. Just as Li Yindong wore a cold smirk, anticipating that his blade would end the life of this troublesome youth, something unexpected occurred. Suddenly, a chill coursed through his brow, and his hair stood on end. He realized he was on the brink of death. As he attempted to react, it was already too late. A finely crafted steel arrow had pierced through his forehead. Li Yindong's eyes widened in disbelief, and the large ring blade that had been mere inches from Yin Mo fell helplessly to the ground as his body collapsed. Unaware of Li Yindong's demise, Yin Mo continued to lash out in fury, striking wildly at Li Yindong's lifeless form. Li Yuxi and Li Hu rushed to restrain him, bringing him back to his senses. With renewed fervor, Yin Mo charged towards the disciples of the Sanhe gang, who were still engaged in combat against the Purple Mist Guards. Time seemed to blur. From Luo Chen unleashing his power to slay Qin Yi Han and then Li Yindong, mere breaths had passed. Nearby, Ouyang Bing, locked in combat with Li Ge, trembled in fear upon witnessing Luo Chen's display of late-stage, second-rate prowess as he dispatched both Qin Yi Han and Li Yindong. Overcome with terror, she had no desire to continue fighting, desperate to flee, yet was ensnared by Li Ge, unable to escape. The leader and deputy leader of the Sanhe gang had been slain, and at that moment, their disciples, preoccupied with the Purple Mist Guards, finally realized the grim fate of their leaders. Suddenly, the disciples were utterly shattered, devoid of the courage to continue the battle, each one bellowing as they fled. Particularly the 11 subordinates of mediocre skill, in the throes of chaos, frantically escaped. Humph, do they think they can flee? Luo Chen sneered, continuing to draw his bow, aiming at each of the 11 mediocre martial artists, one by one. Before long, just as they had momentarily distanced themselves from the battlefield and had not yet caught their breath, the 11 mediocre fighters widened their eyes in disbelief, collapsing to the ground. Wang Bao, accompanied by the Purple Mist Guards, pursued the scattered disciples of the Sanhe gang, driving them out of their headquarters. He then secured every exit, ensuring that these fleeing disciples could carry away nothing from the Sanhe gang. After issuing commands to Wang Bao, Luo Chen pointed at a figure sneaking toward the back courtyard. Li Hu, go and capture that person. Yes, young master. Wang Bao and Li Hu replied promptly. Once he had dispatched the two, Luo Chen mounted his unicorn, standing beside Li Ge to oversee the confrontation between Li Ge and Ouyang Bing. Young Master Luo, might you grant me a reprieve? I vow to leave this place and never return to Ningshui County. Ouyang Bing, recognizing the dire situation, seized a moment to call out to Luo Chen. Humph, you robbed my convoy and killed my men, yet you expect me to let you go? Ouyang gang leader must be still half asleep. Furthermore, if the roles were reversed, would you spare a foe of a second-tier expert, leaving yourself vulnerable to future retribution? Rest assured. Young Master Luo, I swear upon heaven that I shall not seek vengeance after my departure. Ouyang Bing persisted, still clinging to hope. Swear upon heaven? Ha! Luo Chen chuckled coldly a couple of times, then chose to ignore Ouyang Bing. Aware that survival was unlikely today, Ouyang Bing, in a fit of rage, launched a frenzied attack against Li Ge, hoping to bring someone down with him. Humph! With a cold snort, Li Ge seized upon a flaw revealed by Ouyang Bing's eagerness to attack, executing a swift counter, piercing through Ouyang Bing's neck. The last of the Sanhe Gang's entry-level martial artists, Ouyang Bing of the early second tier, was no more. Upon witnessing Ouyang Bing's demise, Luo Chen turned away, guiding his horse to where Yun Mo sat on a stone, supported by Li Yuxi. Observing the marks left by weapons on Yun Mo's purple mist armor and the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, Luo Chen shook his head. Are you all right? I'm fine. Just a minor injury, Yun Mo grinned, the blood between his white teeth strikingly vivid. At this, Li Yuxi shot a glare at Yun Mo and said to Luo Chen, this reckless lad is utterly heedless of danger. He was injured during his battle with Qin Yi Han, yet he refused to rest, rushing to engage those entry-level martial artists, and ended up surrounded, struck multiple times by blunt instruments, compounding his injuries. Luo Chen had already witnessed all that Li Yuxi described and felt powerless to intervene. He had cautioned Yun Mo numerous times about his reckless nature, yet every time, Yun Mo would agree wholeheartedly, only to disregard the advice in the end. Nevertheless, even so, Luo Chen felt compelled to remind him once more, you are no longer the same as before, overseeing the law enforcement hall and the intelligence hall. If anything were to happen to you, the loss to the Purple Mist Manor would be substantial. Yes, young master. I will be more cautious in the future. Yunemo replied, his smile replaced by a serious nod. At that moment, Li Hu approached, dragging a person along with him. Luo Qin paid no mind to whether Yunemo had heard him, turning instead to regard the individual whom Li Hu had unceremoniously tossed to the ground. With a smile, he inquired, "What is this? Did the strategist Li run here in haste for a reason?" Luo Chun had kept a watchful eye on Li Yixing since he had arrived alongside Qi Nihan. As Qi Nihan's chief advisor, Luo Tianhe had repeatedly warned Luo Chun to exercise caution around him. How could Luo Chun allow such a person to escape? "Young Master Luo, spare me. I am but a humble scholar, utterly lacking martial prowess. I pose no threat to you. Please, allow me to go." Li Yixing knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed firmly against the earth. Luo Qin narrowed his eyes at Li Yixing, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. This individual had once wielded great power within the Sanhe gang, dictating life and death. Now, faced with his own demise, he immediately resorted to pathetic pleas for mercy, exhibiting no sense of shame. Such a person, capable of both submission and treachery, was the most dangerous of all and deserved death. Li Hu, execute him. With a plan in mind, Luo Chun had no desire to engage in further conversation with Li Yixing. "Yes, young master," Li Hu responded, dragging Li Yixing aside. Upon realizing that Luo Chun had made up his mind to kill him, Li Yixing panicked, breaking free from Li Hu's grasp. He quickly crawled several steps, prostrating himself beneath Luo Chin's horse. "Young Master Luo, please spare my life. I know the location of Leader Qin, no, of Qi Nihan's treasure. I can lead you there. Please, grant me my life." "A treasure trove, you say? Huh, no need for that. I shall find it myself." As Luo Qin spoke, he gestured for Li Hu to proceed with the execution. Seeing that Luo Qin was resolute in his intent to kill, Li Yixing disregarded everything else and shouted desperately, "Young Master Luo, you cannot kill me. I am a man of the court." Once he had shouted this, he slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. His identity exposed, although he might temporarily preserve his life, how would he navigate the organization as scrutiny? "Oh, a man of the court? You are the spy embedded within the Sanhe gang by the government?" Luo Qin exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Li Yixing. "Indeed. I am a secret agent of the Six Doors in Ning County," Li Yixing confirmed, nodding. Since his identity was revealed, he figured it best to be forthright. He needed to survive this immediate crisis first. So that is why Zhou Song was so well informed about the Sanhe gang's affairs. "It appears your master strategist has hidden quite deeply," Luo Chun mused, realizing the government's cleverness in embedding a spy within the Sanhe gang's decision-making circle. Then, narrowing his eyes further, Luo Chun fixated on Li Yixing. "Does the Six Doors have spies within my Purple Mist Manor?" Li Yixing shook his head. "This lowly one does not know. Is it truly ignorance, or do you simply refuse to speak?" Luo Chin's voice turned icy, his gaze sharp. "I genuinely do not know. The spies of the Six Doors operate on a single-channel basis, with no acquaintance among themselves," Li Yixing implored, desperation evident in his tone. "Humph." Luo Qin was acutely aware that Li Yixing had not spoken falsely. He had merely inquired with a sense of curiosity. "Allow me to pose another question. Regarding the incident this morning when the Sanhe gang raided my Longwei escort bureau, did you inform Zhou Song?" "Indeed. I personally conveyed the news to him a few days ago," Li Yixing replied in a hushed tone. "Excellent. Splendid." Luo Chen's face was etched with frost. It was evident that Zhou Song was not a man of integrity. They had agreed to collaborate, yet he had swiftly resorted to treachery. At that moment, Wang Bao entered from outside. "Young master, Zhou Song has surrounded the Sanhe gang with his troops. He is waiting outside to see you." "Zhou Song." "Humph." Upon hearing Zhou Song's name, Luo Chen's heart seethed with anger, but then an idea sparked within him as he glanced at Li Yixing, a cold smirk forming in his mind. "Let him enter." "Yes, young master." Wang Bao turned and hastened out. Meanwhile, Zhou Song stood outside the Sanhe gang's gates, utterly contemplative. When the city guard rushed to inform him of an invading army in Ningxue City, he was initially taken aback, fearing a rebellion was afoot. Once the guard had finished relaying the events, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as it wasn't a rebellion, he would not face dire consequences in his role as county magistrate. However, a sense of unease crept in as he pondered what calamity might befall Ningxue City. Along with curiosity about the origins of this army, he promptly instructed Situ Lei to accompany him to the Sanhe gang with the county soldiers. Zhou Song had initially intended for Bai Yi to join them, but Bai Yi was still incapacitated from severe injuries. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sanhe gang, Zhou Song observed a multitude of disciples fleeing from the main hall. Subsequently, the gang's gates were besieged, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. Zhou Song ordered the capture of a Sanya gang disciple and, after gleaning the internal circumstances, he stood transfixed, speechless at the sight before him. He reflected, astonished, that this formidable gang, which had dominated Ningshui County and monopolized the Ningshui River trade for decades, had seemingly vanished from the annals of history. Moreover, he was incredulous at the rapid rise of Zaiwushan Villa, which had amassed such strength in a mere 20 years. What astounded him further was the young Luo Chen, who, despite his tender years, possessed an alarming prowess at the late second tier of cultivation. Lord Zhou, my young master requests your presence inside, Wang Bao announced, interrupting Zhou Song's reverie. Very well, Zhou Song nodded, turning to Situ Lei. Situ, take 2 men and accompany me inside. 2 men? My lord, this. Situ Lei hesitated, his brow furrowed as he regarded Zhou Song. Just 2. If something does transpire, these men outside wouldn't suffice, Zhou Song insisted. Then strode toward the interior of the Sanha gang. With a sigh, Situ Lei selected 2 companions and followed suit. Upon entering the Sanha gang, Zhou Song was confronted with a gruesome tableau: dismembered bodies, shattered skulls, and blood-soaked ground. A tumultuous nausea surged within him. Though he had encountered death before, he had never witnessed such brutality. He steeled himself against the turmoil in his stomach, resolutely following Wang Bao deeper into the chaos. My lord, please save. Li Yixing, upon noticing Zhou Song's arrival, hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Zhou, only to be kicked down to the ground by Li Hu, who then stood over him. Observing this, Zhou Song sighed inwardly, realizing that Li Yixing's identity had been exposed. Paying no further attention to Li Yixing, Zhou Song clasped his hands towards Luo Chen and said, Young Master Luo, it is a pleasure to meet you again. I did not expect someone of your youth to possess such remarkable cultivation. It is unlikely one could find another in this world. You are truly a prodigious talent. Haha. You flatter me, Sir Zhou. I am merely fortunate, Luo Chen replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes, gazing at Zhou Song with a veneer of politeness. Fortune is also a facet of strength, Zhou Song mused before adopting a serious demeanor. I wish to inquire, young Master Luo, are you training an army in secret at the Zaiwushan Manor with intentions of rebellion? As he spoke, he gestured towards the Zuiwi surrounding them. Rebellion? Haha. Sir Zhou. One may indulge in a careless meal, but one should not utter such baseless claims. The Zaiwushan Manor would never dare to engage in such actions, Luo Chen chuckled lightly, maintaining a composed demeanor. As for the army training, it is not clandestine. We are doing so under imperial orders. Imperial orders? Zhou Song was taken aback for a moment, then sneered, what nonsense. As the magistrate of Ningshui County, I would surely be aware if the court had issued orders for the Zaiwushan Manor to train an army. Haha. Sir Zhou, it seems you have forgotten a significant detail. That imperial decree was personally handed to my father by you. Surely, you cannot have forgotten so quickly? Luo Chen remarked with a mocking expression. I provided it to your father? Zhou Song's mind raced as he frowned. Could it be? Indeed. The court granted my father the title of Duke of Ningshui, allowing him 200 personal guards, a fact you yourself disclosed to us. I trust you haven't forgotten so soon, have you? Luo Chen smiled. This. Zhou Song's expression shifted as he comprehended why Luo Chen had so readily allowed Luo Tianhe to accept the imperial decree. It was all for the purpose of training an army. Realizing that he had inadvertently facilitated this situation, Zhou Song's countenance darkened. He had truly shot himself in the foot. Having just dispatched one wolf, he now faced an even greater tiger. It is important to note that Zhou Song could not be entirely blamed. The court had conferred titles upon many sects and powers, all of which had their own guards and disciples, yet none had considered training personal troops. Even if someone had contemplated it, the financial burden of training a personal army, coupled with the limited number of individuals, would have dissuaded any such thoughts. Who would invest hundreds of thousands of taels solely to train a mere 100 guards like the Zaiwushan Manor? Now that it was revealed to be the Duke of Ningshui's personal army, Zhou Song understood the misunderstanding. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. It is of no consequence. Sir Zhou, being occupied with official duties, it is understandable that you might overlook such matters. I only hope that in the future you refrain from accusing the Zaiwushan Manor of secretly training an army for rebellion, as such a charge is beyond our capacity to bear. Of course, as long as the Zaiwushan Manor adheres to the law and the number of personal guards remains within the prescribed limits, Zhou Song nodded, his words laden with implication. Luo Chen smiled nonchalantly, choosing not to engage further in conversation. and instead inquired, "Does Lord Zhou have any additional matters to discuss? If not, you may take your leave. Once my Purple Mist Manor has tidied up this place, I shall extend an invitation for you to visit." Visit? What is this Purple Mist Manor? Zhou Song's heart suddenly raced. Could it be that Purple Mist Manor aimed to usurp the Sanhe gang and seize control of the river transport in Ningxue County? Observing Zhou Song's expression, Lo Chun discerned his apprehensions. "Fear not, Lord Zhou. My Purple Mist Manor harbors no ulterior motives. It is merely that the Sanhe gang has robbed our convoy and slain our men, with no one to compensate us for our losses. We are compelled to reclaim what is due from this residence." "Oh, I see. That is only just." Zhou Song exhaled, relieved. As long as they did not encroach upon the golden trade route of Ningxue County, he would not concern himself with what Purple Mist Manor took from the Sanhe gang. Very well. In that case, this county shall not impose further. As Zhou Song spoke, he gestured towards Li Yixing, who was beneath Li Hu's feet. "Young Master Lo, might I take this individual with me?" "What? Do you share a bond with him?" "Lord Zhou?" Lo Chun inquired with a sardonic smile. "Bond is perhaps too strong a word. We have merely crossed paths a few times. Then I fear I must disappoint you, for this man is one of the masterminds behind the robbery of my Longwei escort agency. My Purple Mist Manor cannot let him go," Lo Chun replied, shaking his head in refusal. Zhou Song, upon hearing this, stated with solemnity, "Precisely for that reason. I wish to take him with me to face justice. And according to the law, Lord Zhou, what do you believe should be the fate of those who commit murder and robbery?" "By the law, it is death," Zhou Song exclaimed. But an unsettling sensation crept into his mind. Indeed, as Lo Chun spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Li Hu. With a swift motion, Li Hu understood the signal and severed Li Yixing's head in one decisive stroke, leaving the unfortunate man without so much as a scream. As he perished amidst the lingering hope of survival, Zhou Song's eyes widened in shock as he beheld Li Yixing's lifeless body. He turned to Lo Chun with a stern expression. "Young Master Lo, do you know who he was?" "Of course. He was the strategist of the Sanhe gang, one of the bandit leaders in the business of murder and robbery. What more does Lord Zhou know that I am unaware of?" Lo Chun replied with a cold smirk. Zhou Song faltered, realizing that Lo Chun was fully aware of Li Yixing's true identity, yet had still executed him. Zhou Song understood this was Lo Chun's way of expressing dissatisfaction for not being informed about the Sanhe gang's robbery beforehand. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Song accepted the reality of the situation. It was too late for words now. "Young Master Lo, take care of yourself." With that, Zhou Song turned and departed with Situ Lei. Lo Chun merely smiled, unfazed. In this world governed by the law of the jungle, as long as one possessed strength, no one could challenge him. Subsequently, Lo Chun began to make arrangements for the cleaning of the estate, outside the headquarters of the Sanhe gang. As the remnants of its disciples fled, the news of the deaths of the gang's leaders and martial artists spread swiftly throughout Ningxue City. In a tea house. In the heart of Ningxue City lies the largest tea house, a bustling hub frequented by many patrons, making it one of the most well-informed locales in the city. The Sanhe gang truly has fallen into misfortune. They just robbed a convoy this morning and took lives, only to be annihilated in the blink of an eye. One patron remarked. Indeed, you should have seen their arrogance while committing murder on Ningxue Lake this morning. TSK, TSK. Another chimed in, laughter spilling from their lips. The Sanhe gang has exploited us for years. Their demise was long overdue. A group of tea drinkers engaged in lively conversation when suddenly a sweating attendant dashed in from outside, exclaiming, "I have gathered the details. Speak quickly." The patrons ceased their chatter, craning their necks to listen to the attendant. After pouring himself a cup of tea and wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he spoke. "The forces that vanquished the Sanhe gang are the personal guards of the Ningxue Marquis from Zaiwashan, known as the Zaweiwi, led by the young master Luo Chun of Zaiwashan." Luo Chun? I recall that young master is merely 16 years old, yet possesses the prowess of a mid-level practitioner? A patron exclaimed in disbelief. This information comes from my brother, who serves as a county soldier. He accompanied County Magistrate Zhou into the Sanhe gang and witnessed young Master Luo himself. Moreover, the corpses of the 3 mid-level experts from the Sanhe gang still lie there. How could it be false? The attendant insisted. My goodness. A 16-year-old mid-level practitioner is truly unprecedented. There may not be another like him in this world. Another patron gasped in astonishment. Indeed, compared to the likes of Ning Ling from Huashan, Jian Lei from Sword Pavilion, and Liao Wu from Shaolin, young Master Luo is in a league of his own. Another added, well, they are all geniuses in their own right, but that has little to do with us. I am rather intrigued by the armor of the Zaweiwi. I caught a glimpse of it from afar on the street, magnificent and imposing. How splendid it would be to possess a set, remarked a burly man dressed as a warrior, his eyes filled with longing. Huh, you? I observed that armor carefully on the street. It is crafted from refined steel, and a single set must cost at least 8,000 taels of silver. Some are even made from profound patterned steel. Can you afford such a price? A middle-aged man, resembling a merchant, interjected, gesturing with his right hand to indicate the amount. Gasped. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, and the burly man fell silent. That army must consist of over 30 members, which means the total cost for the armor alone would be 400,000 to 500,000 taels of silver. This, another merchant stammered, his eyes wide in disbelief. The Ningxue Marquis truly dares to act, spending hundreds of thousands of taels of silver to equip a mere handful of personal guards. I have never seen a noble family so willing to part with such wealth. Zaiwushan must indeed be affluent. Another patron remarked in wonder. Indeed, business at Tianxiang Tower and Longwei Escort has been thriving these past years, an envious merchant observed. Yet, can their prosperity compare to the depth of those ancient sects? It is primarily due to the generosity of Zaiwushan. Conversing further, one cannot help but feel envious of possessing such a loyal guard. Just a fortnight ago, I was perplexed as to why the master of Zaiwushan Villa, Lord Luo, accepted the court's decree. In hindsight, it seems that it was indeed for this very guard. Without this nobility, training an army independently would amount to treason. Yet, I have no concern for his intentions of rebellion. My sole curiosity lies in whether Zaiwushan Villa will take over the river trade of Ningxue City after annihilating the Sana gang, continuing to impose tolls. My friend, have you gleaned any information regarding this matter? A merchant inquired, glancing at the attendant who had just rushed in. The attendant nodded affirmatively. I have learned that Zaiwushan Villa does not intend to monopolize the river trade. Huh. Splendid. Zaiwushan Villa truly embodies righteousness. Henceforth, navigating the river trade will save us a significant sum of silver, the merchant exclaimed joyfully. Kiki, Manager Wu is overly optimistic if Zaiwushan Villa refrains. Does that mean others will allow this lucrative opportunity to slip away? Manager Sun suggested thoughtfully. I wager that either the government or the Black Eagle gang will regain control over the river trade, as it was before, so shall it be again, Manager Sun asserted. Indeed, Manager Sun speaks with reason. The crowd nodded in agreement, lost in contemplation. Meanwhile, within the Black Eagle gang, a sense of disbelief permeated the air. How could it be? How did Zaiwushan Villa suddenly acquire so many first-rate martial artists? What was their secret? After absorbing the intelligence gathered by Zuoren, Fang Yu slumped despondently in his chair. Zuoren shook his head. I could not ascertain any information. Our spies in Gushan Town have uncovered nothing. I was under the impression that upon breaking through to the second tier of martial artists, we could contend with them, yet each one is more formidable than anticipated. Thankfully, we did not act rashly, otherwise, we would have become the new Sana gang. Fang Yu chuckled bitterly. Massaging his forehead, inform our subordinates to exercise caution and never offend anyone from Zaiwushan Villa. As for the control of the river trade in Ningxue City, let us strive for it if possible, but if not, then let it be. Yes, leader. Well then, you may take your leave for now. The subordinate bowed and exited the study. Once alone, Fang Yu sank helplessly into his chair. At the Ningxue County office, Zhou Song had just returned from the Sanhe gang's headquarters when he received a missive from the courier, a decree from the court. After perusing the document, Zhou Song furrowed his brow and proceeded to Baiyi's chamber. The Zaiwushan Villa the court wishes to investigate must be the one in our Ningxue County, last month. They returned with a batch of horses, apparently from Wuling Pass. Baiyi set down the document and regarded Zhou Song. Indeed, it appears so. Zhou Song nodded. This Luo Qin was merely at the mid-second tier when at Wuling Pass. I cannot fathom how he has ascended a rank in just over a month. Upon hearing this, the figure clad in white lowered his head, furrowing his brow. I mentioned the last time at the Zaiwushan Manor, there was an inexplicable feeling about him. It appears his cultivation is remarkably high. As soon as he finished speaking, the white-clad man suddenly froze, lifting his head in shock to gaze at Zhou Song, who, in turn, looked back at him with equal astonishment. Their eyes widened, locked in mutual surprise. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Song swallowed hard. Lord Bai, do you think Luo Tianhe and that Li Tian might also be concealing their true abilities? You sensed they were rather extraordinary that day. Baiyi blinked, his eyes feeling somewhat dry, moistening his parched lips. I found it strange that day. Reflecting upon it now, it is indeed quite plausible. How could this be? What on earth has transpired? How has the strength of Zaiwushan Manor surged so dramatically? Zhou Song rose, frowning as he paced the room repeatedly. Lord Zhou, do we have anyone in Zaiwashan Manor? Bai inquired softly. Zhou Song pondered for a moment before nodding. There is one. But he is not a secret agent of the court. Rather, he is a pawn that was inadvertently placed over a decade ago. I believe it is imperative for you, Lord Zhou, to seek him out. We must ascertain the situation at Zaiwashan Manor. Indeed, I shall find an opportunity to meet with him, Zhou Song replied. Subsequently, the two fell into silence, each lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, Luo Chen, stationed at the headquarters of the Sanhe gang, remained blissfully unaware that his actions today had stirred quite a commotion throughout Ningshui City. At that moment, he stood in a small courtyard at the back of the Sanhe gang's estate, observing Li Gu and Li Yushi as they meticulously catalogued the various weapons, materials, and treasures amassed in the courtyard. These items had been acquired by Luo Chen through his perceptive abilities, scouring the hidden chambers and secret passages of the Sanhe gang. Before long, Li Gu approached, holding a meticulously recorded list, excitement evident in his demeanor. Brother Chen, we have struck it rich this time. The gold, silver, and antiques alone are worth 200,000 to 300,000 taels of silver, alongside dozens of top-quality weapons, 20 pounds each of Xianwen steel and Xian iron, over 100 pounds of refined steel and 500-fold steel, and a block of patterned steel. Additionally, there are 16 medicinal herbs aged over 100 years, and various shop deeds and land properties. Luo Chen smiled, unfazed. He had already anticipated the haul during the search. The Sanhe gang has dominated Ningshui County for decades, monopolizing the golden waterway of the Ningshui River, and it seems they have accumulated quite a fortune. Indeed, and now it all comes at our expense, haha. Li Gu laughed heartily. Yes. Luo Chen chuckled in agreement before instructing, you have worked hard. Take these items back to the manor. As for the shop deeds and land properties, hand them over to Manager Zhao for management. Understood. Li Gu replied with a beaming smile. I will promptly arrange for a cart from Longwei Escort Agency. With that, Li Gu turned and set about his tasks. Luo Chen, look at this. At that moment, Li Yushi rushed over, cradling a piece of patterned steel with excitement. Let me see. As Luo Chen spoke, he reached for the patterned steel, weighing it thoughtfully before exclaiming, it appears to be around 12 to 13 pounds, slightly larger than the piece we purchased previously. It is ample enough to forge a splendid sword for you, thus alleviating your incessant pleas to venture to Wuling Pass. Is this truly for me? Is it permissible? Li Yushi inquired, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, her eyes glimmering with hope as she gazed at Luo Chen. Observing her eagerness, Luo Chen smiled gently. Indeed. Consider it a reward for your recent efforts. Wonderful. A delighted laugh escaped her lips, and in an instant, the patterned steel vanished from Luo Chen's grasp, only to reappear tightly cradled in Li Yushi's embrace. Watching her beam with the joy of a child receiving a cherished toy, Luo Chen chuckled and shook his head in amusement. Subsequently, he turned his attention away from Li Yushi and focused on Li Gu, who was busy transporting supplies. Once Li Gu had cleared the valuables from the courtyard, Luo Chen began to contemplate the purpose of this residence. Ultimately, he resolved to partition the estate into 3 sections. One portion would serve as the headquarters for the Purple Mist Manor's Merchant Guild. Another was designated for the Longwei Escort Agency, relocating its branch from Ningshui City to establish the main office here. Given the increase in business, the previous branch had become insufficient, and the estate's rear courtyard, adjacent to Ningshui Lake, featured a larger dock, facilitating the transport of goods. The final segment was intended for the establishment of a guild of escorts, dedicated to the recruitment, training, and assessment of escort personnel. Henceforth, all branches of the Longwei Escort Agency would no longer recruit independently. All escorts would be required to undergo evaluations at the guild. As for the guild president, Luo Chen planned to appoint Han Meng, the foremost escort in this realm, who was undoubtedly the most qualified for the role. Furthermore, after years of development, many escorts within the Longwei Agency were capable of leading missions independently, rendering Han Meng's direct involvement unnecessary. Having solidified his intentions, Luo Chen commenced the recruitment of artisans and initiated renovations for the estate. This endeavor kept him occupied for 7 or 8 days. And once everything was set on the right course, he entrusted the remaining tasks to Manager Zhao and returned to the Purple Mist Manor. In Tianzhou, within the grand city of Wuwei, the capital of the province, the city stood tall and magnificent, home to nearly 1 million residents. Situated at the confluence of the Han and Ningshui rivers and at the foot of the Sword Mountain, Wuwei boasted a thriving waterway and convenient transportation. attracting a continuous stream of martial artists and wanderers seeking guidance. In the northeastern section of Wu Wei, there existed an expansive estate reminiscent of a royal palace. The residence of the Lu family, one of the three major powers in Wu Wei, at this moment in a hall of a small courtyard within the Lu estate. The second son, Lu Kexiao, reveled in fine wine and the enchanting performance of dancers. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Second young master. The deputy leader of the Chao gang has arrived." "Oh, please invite him in," Lu Kexiao responded, continuing to savor his wine. Moments later, the servant ushered in Zhao Zichun. Haha. Lu Kexiao set down his wine cup and rose to pull Zhao Zichun over. "Brother Zhao, you arrived just in time. Come, let us share a few drinks. I was feeling rather bored drinking alone." "Brother Lu, hold on." Zhao Zichun did not engage in their usual banter. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "I have come to convey some news to you." "Oh?" Upon hearing this, Lu Kexiao ceased his jovial demeanor. "What news do you bring?" Zhao Zichun remained silent for a moment, observing the dancers and musicians in the hall. "Brother Lu, could you kindly ask them to leave first?" At his request, Lu Kexiao waved his hand, prompting the guests to bow and depart. Once they were alone, Lu Kexiao curiously inquired, "Brother Zhao, what is this news that warrants such secrecy?" Zhao Zichun managed a wry smile. "This news is both good and bad." "Good news? Bad news?" Lu Kexiao looked at him, perplexed. "Indeed," Zhao Zichun nodded. "Do you recall the young man who shot an arrow at you on the Han River?" "Humph. Of course, I remember." Lu Kexiao's face darkened with anger at the memory. "I have never been humiliated like that." "What? Do you have news of them?" "Yes," Zhao Zichun confirmed. "After we returned, we sketched their portraits, remember? A few days ago, the Sanhe gang in Ningxue County was annihilated. Some of their disciples fled to Wu Wei City and joined our Chao gang, where they recognized the portraits." "Haha, wonderful." Lu Kexiao clapped his hands eagerly. "Who are they?" "They hail from Zimu Mountain Villa in Gushan Town, Ningxue County. That young man is the youngest son of the villa's master," Zhao Zichun replied, his expression complex. "Humph." Lu Kexiao's face twisted in fury. "A mere small force from a backwater place dares to provoke us. They truly do not know their own mortality. I shall send someone to annihilate them at once." As he prepared to call for help, Zhao Zichun urgently stopped him. "Wait, Brother Lu, this matter is not so simple. What is so difficult about it?" Lu Kexiao scoffed. "A rural force, at most a few third-rate warriors. Even if that boy possesses some peculiar skills, we could easily send 2 second-rate warriors to lead the charge. How could we possibly fail?" "Well, it may not be that simple," Zhao Zichun replied gravely. "This is the bad news I must share. The disciples of the Sanhe gang claim that the boy is a prodigy, already at the late stage of second-rate cultivation. And it was he who led the attack that destroyed them." "What? Late stage second-rate?" Lu Kexiao's skepticism was palpable. "Brother Zhao, are you jesting with me? That boy must be younger than I am. Have you ever encountered a second-rate master so young?" Zhao Zichun sighed. "I initially shared your disbelief. However, I sent someone to investigate, and it proved to be true." "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Lu Kexiao shook his head, still unconvinced. "Brother Lu, the disciples of the Sanhe gang are still with our Chao gang," Zhao Zichun insisted. "Moreover, the individual I dispatched for investigation is my personal attendant." "Would he dare deceive me?" Zhao Zichun gazed solemnly at Lu Kexiao. "Damn it." Observing this, Lu Kexiao was compelled to confront reality. Had this lad been cultivating since his very birth? How could one endure such a predicament? After venting his frustrations, Lu Kexiao widened his eyes and inquired of Zhao Zichun, "Brother Zhao, what shall we do now? The most formidable forces representing our families are our fathers, and they would not offend a peer in the martial realm over such trivial matters." Upon finishing, Lu Kexiao's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he continued, "What if we seek Brother Jian? Perhaps he could procure a couple of experts from the Sword Pavilion?" "That may not be feasible," Zhao Zichun shook his head. "Brother Jian is currently away on a journey, and it would be challenging to locate him." "What then?" Lu Kexiao responded with a shrug. Zhao Zichun lowered his head, pondering for a moment before asking, "Does Brother Lu truly wish for his demise?" "Of course." Lu Kexiao gritted his teeth. "When have I ever tolerated such indignation? I cannot quell my rage without eliminating him. Even if he is a prodigious talent, I shall see to his end. Given that." Zhao Zichun stroked his chin thoughtfully, hesitating before suggesting, "There is indeed a method, albeit it will require some silver." "What method?" Lu Kexiao urged hastily. "Brother Zhao, do not hesitate. I shall cover the financial aspect." "Well," Zhao Zichun rolled his eyes, speaking mysteriously. "Are you familiar with the Hidden Kill sect?" "The Hidden Kill sect?" Lu Keqiu furrowed his brow, uncertain. Are you referring to one of the three major assassin sects in the martial world? Precisely. Zhao Zichen nodded. It is said that the Hidden Kill sect has never failed in their endeavors. Once they undertake a task, it is a matter of life or death. Their leader is a mid-tier martial artist of exceptional skill, having successfully assassinated late-stage martial artists in the past. If Brother Lu wishes to eliminate that young man, we may enlist their services. However, their commission is quite substantial. Humph. Lu Keqiu's expression hardened. The financial aspect is not an issue. How much silver would it require to have them eliminate that young man? Zhao Zichen calculated briefly. That young man is a late-stage secondary martial artist. It would likely cost at least 7,000 taels of silver to take him down. 7,000 taels? Lu Keqiu winced at the thought, but resolutely stated. If it is 7,000 taels, then so be it. I shall provide the funds. But, Brother Zhao, can you establish contact with the Hidden Kill sect? Indeed, Zhao Zichen affirmed. I have a friend in the martial world who knows someone from the Hidden Kill sect. We can seek his assistance. Excellent. Then I shall entrust the arrangement of the assassin to you, Brother Zhao. Indeed. Time is of the essence. I shall seek out my friend at once. With that, Zhao Zichen bid farewell and departed hastily. Time flew by, November swiftly passed, and December was already half gone. In just over half a month, the new year would arrive. With the advent of winter, the weather grew increasingly frigid. Just the night before, the first snow of the year blanketed the earth. In the courtyard of the Purple Mist Manor, the martial arts training ground was gradually illuminated by the clear sky following a night of snowfall. Li Yushi frolicked through the snow with her playful companion, the little white tiger she had acquired from the Purple Mist Guards. After nearly a month of devoted care, the once blind cub had transformed into a lively and adorable creature, brimming with energy. After some playful antics, Li Yushi cradled the little tiger and made her way toward the area where the disciples resided. As she passed a small courtyard, she was drawn in by the sounds of a heated commotion emanating from within. Curiosity piqued. She entered the courtyard and discovered 10 disciples huddled around a table in the main hall, where 10 palm-sized wooden tokens lay scattered. Recognizing these tokens as the newly issued identity badges for disciples, of which she also possessed one, she approached. One side of the badge bore the disciples' identification details, while the other featured a row of 5 small, rotatable gears, each with 10 notches engraved with the numbers 0 through 9. These gears were used to record the contribution points of the disciples. Each disciple earned contribution points by completing tasks or could exchange them for items. The stewards of the task hall and treasure pavilion could adjust these points by simply turning the gears to prevent any unauthorized alterations. The task hall and treasure pavilion maintained meticulous records of each disciple's contributions. Hey, what are you all up to? Li Yushi called out as she stretched her neck to peer at the table. Ah, Sister Yushi, you've arrived. Zhao Li turned, recognizing her, and hurriedly bowed in greeting. Although Zhao Li had joined the sect before Li Yushi, her frequent presence in the outer courtyard led all disciples to address her as Sister. Sister Yushi, the other disciples echoed, bowing in unison and making room for her. Li Yushi had earned a reputation in the outer courtyard for her mischievous antics, often playing pranks on her fellow disciples. However, she was also fiercely loyal. If any disciple faced bullying, she would readily seek justice on their behalf, earning her considerable popularity. Why aren't your 2 teams off to Daheng Mountain for tasks? What are you doing here? Li Yushi inquired, picking up one of the wooden tokens to examine it. Oh, quite a substantial amount of contribution points, I see. Hee. Zhao Li grinned. The snow is quite heavy today, making the mountain paths treacherous, so we decided to take a day off. Sister Yushi, you've come at the perfect time. We need you to act as a judge between our Tianling team and their Lingye team. A judge? What do you mean? Li Yushi asked, intrigued. Of course. To see which of our teams has accrued more contribution points. Zhao Li explained with a smile. A month ago, we made a wager with a 1-month deadline to see which team could earn more contribution points. The losing team must provide the winning team with 5 vitality pills. Haha. Excellent. Li Yushi's eyes sparkled, and she clapped her hands in delight. Such an entertaining affair. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I shall gladly take on the role of judge today. After speaking, she cast a glance at Lang Feng, teasingly saying, I must say, Cold Lump, you appear so icy. I never expected you to enjoy such games. However, could you possibly muster a smile? The day was already quite chilly, and upon seeing you, the cold intensified. The cold wind, upon hearing this, took a moment to ponder before struggling to pull the corners of its mouth upwards. Stop, stop, stop. Li Yushi hurriedly waved her hands. Please refrain from laughing. Your smile is far more unsightly than your cries. A burst of laughter erupted within the hall. Humph. Cold Wind let out a disdainful snort, prompting the 4 members of the Cold Night team to quickly stifle their laughter. However, the members of the Tianlang team remained unaffected, continuing to chuckle merrily. Are we still comparing? Cold Wind glared at Zhao Li with a frosty demeanor. Of course we are, Zhao Li replied, suppressing his laughter as he divided the 10 tokens on the table into 2 piles. Sister Yushi, you tally them up. This is for our Tianlang team. And this is for the Cold Night team. All right. Today, I shall take on the role of the judge, Li Yushi declared, picking up the tokens from the table. 12 points, 8 points, 8 points, 7 points, 6 points. Altogether, the Tianlang team has a total of 41 contribution points. As Li Yushi read each number aloud, the members of both teams anxiously watched the tokens in her hands, fearful of their team's impending loss. It is important to note that the losing side must forfeit 5 essence pills, equivalent to 20 contribution points, which would require considerable effort over half a month to earn back. Hiki. Observing the anxious disciples, Li Yushi wore a playful smile and proceeded to lift the other set of tokens. 13 points, 7 points, 8 points, 7 points, 5 points thus. The Cold Night team has a total of 40 contribution points. Oh. The members of the Tianlang team instantly embraced one another, erupting in joyous cheers. Haha. Zhao Li too laughed triumphantly. Meanwhile, the members of the Cold Night team stood forlornly to one side. Humph. Cold Wind scoffed, picked up his tokens, and retreated to his room. Haha. I told you, Cold Stiff, don't forget about those 5 essence pills. Zhao Li yelled after Cold Wind's departing back. You needn't worry. Cold Wind replied without turning back as he entered his room. The members of the Cold Night team, witnessing this, also lowered their heads and returned to their quarters. All right. Enough laughter. You all look as if you're about to burst from giggling, Li Yushi remarked, feeling a tinge of boredom as she prepared to leave. Sister Yushi, wait. I have something for you, Zhao Li called out, then turned and entered his room. Moments later, he emerged cradling a blue sphere, roughly the size of an adult's head. What is this? A gem? Why is it so large? Li Yushi's eyes widened in curiosity as she reached out to touch the sphere. Zhao Li shook his head. Not entirely sure. We found it in a bird's nest on a cliff in the Great Hang Mountain. It seems to be an egg, and the shell is quite sturdy. It looks rather beautiful. Very well. I shall accept it. Li Yushi smiled as she took the blue egg into her possession. Meanwhile, the small white creature in her arms curiously pawed at the sphere, but then suddenly recoiled, gazing at it with trepidation. Hee. Zhao Li observed Li Yushi accepting the blue egg and rubbed his hands together, a smile gracing his lips. Yushi's senior sister, may I inquire about something? Humph. Li Yushi shot Zhao Li a glare. So you're suddenly generous, only to seek something from me? Speak up. What is it? Zhao Li glanced at his team members, who looked at him with eager anticipation, then whispered, Yushi senior sister, I have heard that the 2nd floor of the Treasure Pavilion, accessible only to inner court disciples, has recently introduced a type of purifying spirit water. It is said to enhance one's vision, allowing individuals to see farther and clearer, far surpassing ordinary sight. Is that true? Humph. Li Yushi regarded Zhao Li with a disapproving gaze. You, Zhao Li, have quite the audacity. How dare you inquire about inner court matters? Are you not afraid of the law enforcement hall coming after you? You might embroil me in this as well. Hiki. Zhao Li hurriedly chuckled in apology. How could I dare? It's you, Yushi's senior sister. I wouldn't dare ask anyone else. Besides, what connection do you have with Brother Yunma? Would he dare to trouble you? Hee. Humph. This shall not be a precedent. Li Yushi glared at Zhao Li once more and stated, First, tell me, why are you inquiring about the purifying spirit water? We wish to procure some for our own use, Zhao Li quickly explained. Our Skywolf team has been hunting in the Great Horizontal Mountain. If we utilize this purifying spirit water, it would greatly aid us in tracking and archery. Thus, we would like to request your assistance in exchanging for a small quantity. That is impossible. Li Yushi shook her head. Purifying spirit water is exceedingly rare, and the Treasure Pavilion has very little. Currently, it is only sufficient for the Purple Mist Guard, with each person permitted to exchange for merely 2 drops. Moreover, even if I could assist you in obtaining it, you currently cannot afford the exchange. Each drop requires 80 contribution points. What? 80 contribution points per drop? So expensive? The members of the Skywolf team gasped in astonishment. Did you think otherwise? Li Yushi shot them an exasperated look. The primary ingredient of purifying spirit water is white pine needle dew, which can only be found within 100 miles of the Great Horizontal Mountain. Not only is it perilous there, But the dew can only be harvested in the early morning. Once the sun rises, it dissipates immediately. Hence, the scarcity of purifying spirit water. Is that so? Zhao Li's eyes lit up as he remarked, if white pine needle dew is so rare, wouldn't we earn a significant number of contribution points if we manage to gather some? Such delightful thinking. Li Yushi shot him a sidelong glance. The mission hall does have tasks for collecting white pine needle dew, but do you dare venture within 100 miles of the great horizontal mountain? One misstep, and you could encounter fierce beasts. With your current cultivation level, you would only be courting death. Thus, it would be wise to refrain from such thoughts and focus on improving your strength first. Yes, I was just saying that casually, hee. Zhao Li nodded vigorously in agreement, though his eyes flickered with uncertainty. Seeing this, Li Yushi chose not to engage further, turning away to the cold wind room and knocking on the door. Yushi, senior sister? The cold wind swung the door open, revealing Li Yushi, who paused for a moment in surprise before inquiring, Senior sister Yushi, is there something you need? Indeed. Li Yushi nodded and stepped into the room. Cold wind hesitated at the threshold for a brief moment before closing the door, shielding himself from the inquisitive gazes of the Tianlang team outside. Inside the room, Li Yushi regarded Cold Wind and directly asked, do you wish to earn more contribution points? What? Cold Wind was momentarily taken aback by her words. However, he quickly regained his composure, nodding with a wry smile. Of course, I established the Cold Night team precisely to earn more contribution points. But these points are not easily acquired. Just wishing for it is not enough. Li Yushi replied with a slight smile, her expression enigmatic. I have a method that allows you to earn silver swiftly and abundantly. Would you like to know? Swiftly and abundantly. Cold Wind furrowed his brow, hesitating. Senior sister Yushi, you're not suggesting I resort to robbery, are you? Certainly not. How could I possibly send you to commit such acts? Li Yushi shot him a reproachful glance. What method do you propose? Cold Wind was puzzled, unable to fathom any legitimate means of acquiring wealth rapidly apart from engaging in unscrupulous activities. Are you aware of the government's bounty notices? Li Yushi inquired. Bounty notices? Cold Wind's expression shifted to one of confusion, but then, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head, his eyes sparkled with realization. You mean? Precisely, Li Yushi affirmed with a smile. Capture the wanted criminals and exchange them for reward money at the government office. Of course. How did I not think of that? Cold Wind exclaimed, slapping his forehead, a rare smile illuminating his face as he bowed to Li Yushi. Thank you, senior sister Yushi. Just a trivial matter, but you know. It's not so bad when you genuinely smile. Li Yushi teased with a wave of her hand. Well, heh. Cold Wind chuckled awkwardly, his demeanor quickly returning to its usual stoic nature. TSK. How dull. Li Yushi pouted, then pulled a porcelain bottle from her pocket and tossed it to Cold Wind. Here, take this. What is this? Cold Wind caught the bottle, staring at Li Yushi with confusion. Inside are 5 vitality pills, leftovers from my previous use. Consider them a gift. You've been at the peak of the body refinement stage for quite some time, haven't you? With these 5 pills, you should be able to break through to the 3rd tier warrior stage swiftly, Li Yushi explained. This is too precious. I cannot accept it, Cold Wind said, extending the porcelain bottle back to Li Yushi. Just take it. Li Yushi dismissed his protest without even glancing at the bottle he offered back. I have no further use for it. Besides, if you intend to capture those wanted criminals, your current strength is insufficient. While some of those criminals are also at the body refinement stage, they are seasoned veterans with a myriad of cunning techniques. If you break through to the 3rd tier, your chances of success will increase significantly, and at the very least, you can ensure your own safety. Having spoken, without waiting for Cold Wind to respond, Li Yushi moved to the door, pulling it open and stepping outside. Thank you, senior sister Yushi. Cold Wind called after her, his voice filled with gratitude. As the Cold Wind observed the scene, it refrained from further words and bowed deeply to Li Yushi's retreating figure at the door. Watching her exit the hall and then disappear at the entrance of the small courtyard, Zhao Li, filled with curiosity, approached the Cold Wind and gently nudged his arm. Hey, what did Sister Yushi say to you? Mind your own business. The Cold Wind shot a glance at Zhao Li before turning and closing the door behind him. Unperturbed by the rebuff, Zhao Li chuckled a couple of times and waved to the members of the Tianlang team. Brothers, let us head to the treasure pavilion to exchange for vitality pills and solidifying pills. Let's go? Ha! The group erupted into laughter, playfully shoving each other as they made their way to the treasure pavilion, at the back mountain of the Zimu Villa by the waterside. Despite the frigid weather and falling snow, The pond remained unfrozen due to the cascading waterfall, which released a veil of mist into the air. Luo Chun had arrived early to practice his martial arts, a habit he had cultivated over the years, showing up daily regardless of the weather. At that moment, completely engrossed in his training, Luo Chun was unaware that a small snow mound was inching closer to him. When the mound halted about 6 or 7 meters away, it remained still. Just as Luo Chun completed a series of sword techniques and began to gather his energy, the small snow mound suddenly exploded, sending snowflakes flying as a white figure sprang forth, darting swiftly toward him across the snowy surface. Initially, Luo Chun thought it was another of Liu Yushi's pranks. But as the figure drew nearer, revealing a dagger in hand and unfamiliar, indifferent eyes from beneath a white robe, his heart raced with the realization that he was facing an assassination attempt. In an instant, he prepared to counterattack but realized he was still in the midst of gathering his energy, his vital essence converging toward his dantian. If he were to abruptly mobilize his energy now, his meridians would surely sustain injury, if not rupture entirely. The assailant, moving with astonishing speed, left Luo Chun little time to ponder. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon him, dagger poised to strike at his chest. With no other choice, Luo Chun hastily continued to gather his energy while gripping the thunder blade, using his physical strength to deflect the blow, simultaneously attempting to sidestep. The clash of the dagger against the thunder blade produced a jarring metallic screech, reverberating through the air. The dagger veered slightly off course due to the impact, and with Luo Chun's evasive maneuver, he narrowly avoided this deadly strike. However, the assassin, equally skilled, delivered a precise and forceful thrust, ultimately leaving a deep gash across Luo Chun's left arm. As the assassin missed their mark and swiftly vanished into the snow, Luo Chun, momentarily disregarding the pain in his arm, quickly extended his perception to scan the surroundings for any further threats. He then retrieved a vial of hemostatic powder, pouring it over the bleeding wound. Gazing at the relentless flow of blood from his injury, Luo Chun silently berated himself. I was careless, too careless. In 2 lifetimes, I have never encountered such a situation. Although aware of the perilous nature of this world, I found myself within the confines of the Purple Mist Manor, where I initially believed myself to be safe and subsequently let my guard down. I failed to extend my perception to remain vigilant of my surroundings, nearly falling into a trap. It is no wonder that I have felt a constant sensation of being watched lately, despite not detecting any anomalies. It seems this individual was observing me from beyond the reach of my awareness, while I was lost in self-reproach, concealed behind a snow-covered rock not far away. Jingjiu gripped his chipped dagger with a sense of alarm. As the 9th-ranked assassin of the Hidden Kill sect, Jingjiu had initially regarded his mission with indifference, considering the young man before him, who had only trained for a few years, to be merely an inexperienced youth, even if he had reached the late stage of the 2nd tier. However, after more than half a month of observation, Jingjiu was astonished to discover that Luo Chun was not the naive youth he had presumed, but rather a formidable opponent. Following their recent skirmish, Jingjiu realized he had significantly underestimated Luo Chun's strength. His dagger, forged from mysterious iron, had been dulled against Luo Chun's sheer physical power. As an assassin, the principle of retreating immediately after a failed strike was ingrained in him. It was this unwavering adherence to the tenets of the Hidden Kill sect that had allowed Jingjiu to survive numerous assassination attempts until this moment. Yet today, he was reluctant to retreat, convinced that he had misjudged Luo Chun and believing that with one more attempt, he could fulfill his mission, especially since Luo Chun had sustained injuries. After applying a hemostatic powder and ensuring that his wound had ceased bleeding, Luo Chun let out a cold chuckle. In that moment, he had already sensed the assassin's position. Rather than hastily strike, he approached a tree, sheathed his thunder blade upon his back, and seized the bough resting against the trunk. Suddenly, with a swift turn, Luo Chun launched an arrow toward Jingjiu's location. Caught off guard, Jingjiu, who had been poised to deliver a deadly blow while Luo Chun's back was turned, was taken aback and hastily sought shelter. Nevertheless, Luo Chun's arrow was swift, fierce, and unexpected. Ultimately, Jingjiu narrowly avoided a fatal hit, but the arrow found its mark in his shoulder blade. Enduring the excruciating pain, Jingjiu snapped the arrow shaft and swiftly swept up the snow beneath him with his right foot, propelling it toward Luo Chun. As the snow obscured Luo Chun's vision, Jingjiu seized the opportunity to conceal himself. As an assassin, his expertise lay in stealth, speed, and assassination. Just as the snow settled before Luo Chun, Jingjiu vanished from sight. Observing this, Luo Chun smirked, lifting his gaze to a particular branch of a tree. where he displayed a mocking grin before swiftly releasing another arrow. Meanwhile, Jing Jiao, perched upon the branch, recognized that he had been discovered and hastily leapt down from his hiding place. Meanwhile, a wave of terror surged within Jing Jiao. He was perplexed as to how Luo Chen had discovered his hiding place. If the previous detection had been mere happenstance this time, Jing Jiao was certain that Luo Chen was fully aware of his concealed position. Having narrowly evaded an arrow, Jing Jiao suppressed his astonishment and hastily retreated. His expertise lay in stealth and assassination, not in direct confrontation. With his invisibility compromised, remaining in this location posed a grave threat to his life. Humph! You dare to attempt my assassination and still wish to escape? Luo Chen's cold laughter echoed as he nocked 3 arrows, anticipating Jing Jiao's movements, and released them in unison. Sensing the impending peril from behind, Jing Jiao swiftly attempted to evade. However, Luo Chen had already predicted his actions. While he dodged the first 2 arrows, the third struck his leg. Jing Jiao grunted in pain, gritting his teeth as he broke the shaft and continued to flee on his injured leg. Yet, just 2 steps later, another painful groan escaped him, and he collapsed to the ground, an arrow embedded in his other leg. Enduring the excruciating agony, he yanked out the arrow, intending to rise and flee once more. But a blade, radiating a chilling aura, was already poised at his throat. Who are you? Why do you wish to kill me? Luo Chen's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Jing Jiao. I merely take money to eliminate calamities for others. A hoarse voice emerged as Jing Jiao, propped up by his left hand, suddenly hurled a handful of snow at Luo Chen, while his right hand, clutching a dagger with a curled edge, lunged towards Luo Chen's foot. Humph! Seeking death. Luo Chen leaped into the air, evading the oncoming snow. He then leaned forward in midair, swinging his blade towards Jing Jiao's right hand. A hand that clutched the dagger fell to the ground as Jing Jiao clutched his wrist with his left hand, rolling on the ground and howling in agony. As a practitioner of the second-tier late stage, Jing Jiao should have been capable of evading Luo Chen's strike. However, his grievous injuries hindered his movements, leaving him unable to withdraw in time. He could only watch helplessly as his hand was severed by Luo Chen's thunderous blade. Whose wealth were you claiming? For whom were you eliminating threats? As Jing Jiao's cries diminished, Luo Chen continued to inquire with an indifferent tone. I guess. Jing Jiao's hoarse voice trembled with weakness, tinged with despair. He realized he was doomed, regretting not fleeing immediately after his initial failure. For the first time, defying the assassin's code had led him to a fatal outcome, leaving his face etched with bitterness. He understood there was no turning back as an assassin. Failure meant he could return for another attempt, but once captured, his fate would be sealed. Even if he survived, his sect would undoubtedly send assassins to eliminate him to protect their secrets. Knowing he was destined for death, Jing Jiao no longer wished to endure further torment. Without hesitation, he bit down hard on a tooth with his tongue. Humph! If you refuse to speak, do not blame me. As Luo Chen prepared to employ his methods, he suddenly noticed Jing Jiao's exposed eyes widening slowly, his pupils dilating. Luo Chen instantly understood the situation and swiftly drew his blade, slicing open Jing Jiao's mask. In an instant, a handsome face emerged before him, yet it had turned a ghastly shade of purple, dark blood oozing from his mouth, his body trembling uncontrollably. Upon witnessing this, Luo Chen hurriedly retrieved a porcelain vial from his bosom, extracting a pill and attempting to administer it to Jing Jiao. However, just as it reached his lips, Jing Jiao ceased to shudder, his breath extinguished, and his pupils faded into oblivion. After checking for a pulse and confirming his demise, a cold glint flashed in Luo Chen's eyes. Humph! I hope I do not discover who is responsible for this. Gritting his teeth, Luo Chen stowed away the pill and began to search Jing Jiao's lifeless form. At that moment, 3 figures soared towards him from a distance. Luo Chen focused and recognized his grandfather, Luo Zhenan, accompanied by the leader and 5th member of the 10 guards from the scripture pavilion. Grandfather, what brings you here? As Luo Zhenan landed before him, Luo Chen bowed respectfully. Indeed, I was meditating in the training room when I heard the cries of anguish and rushed over. Luo Zhenan explained, gesturing towards the wound on Luo Chen's arm, his brow furrowing in concern. How did you sustain this injury? Is it serious? Luo Chen gestured towards the corpse on the ground, saying, it was inflicted by him. Fortunately, it is not grave. I have already treated it. Old 5, standing nearby, approached Luo Chen, stating, young master, allow me to bandage your wound. Very well. I appreciate your efforts. Luo Chen nodded in acknowledgement. What transpired here? Luo Zhenan inquired. Pointing at the body, a hired assassin, Sent to kill me for a sum of money, Luo Chen replied. The leader, positioned behind Luo Zhenan, stepped forward to examine Jing Jiu's corpse. An assassin? Luo Zhenan's brow furrowed deeply. How could an assassin dare to target you? Have you offended anyone? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen responded, There are indeed several factions I have crossed. I eradicated the Sanhe gang, killed Li Yixing, incurring the wrath of the authorities. And there is also the matter concerning Wuling Pass. As for the incident on the Han River, I have not given it much thought, believing it to be merely a temporary conflict, not severe enough to warrant a contract killing. Upon hearing this, Luo Zhenan pondered and analyzed. The Sanhe gang has been destroyed, and some surviving disciples may seek vengeance, potentially hiring assassins with silver. The government, however, would not spend money to hire killers. The Six Doors organization has assassins who would directly send someone if they intended to kill you. As for the situation at Wuling Pass, it remains uncertain, particularly since you have slain several of their soldiers, notably that vice commander. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and declared, Whoever it is, if my grandson finds out, they will not escape his wrath. Master, come and take a look, called the elder, who had been squatting nearby examining the corpse. What is it, Ada? Luo Zhenan inquired as he approached, with Luo Chen following closely behind. Master, observe this arm. The elder pointed to one of Jing Jiu's arms. Luo Zhenan and Luo Chen looked down to see that on Jing Jiu's unscathed left forearm was etched a door that seemed to waver in visibility, with the character 9 inscribed in its center. What is this? A member of the Hidden Kill Door? Luo Zhenan exclaimed in shock. Indeed, Master. The elder nodded. This is the mark of the Hidden Kill Door, one of the 3 major assassin factions in the martial world. The character 9 indicates this individual ranks 9th within the organization, and those within the top 10 of the Hidden Kill Door adopt the surname Jing. Hence, this person is likely Jing Jiu of the Hidden Kill Door. As the elder spoke, he cast a reverent glance at Luo Chen. It is rumored that this individual is exceptionally skilled in stealth and assassination, having never failed in over 20 years. Who would have thought he would fall today at the hands of the young master? Just a moment. I was almost caught in his web. Luo Chen shook his head with a bitter smile. Cher, you must exercise caution in the future. If possible, refrain from going out. The Hidden Kill Door is notoriously formidable, with a vast influence. Their leader is a mid-tier first-class martial artist, reputed to have successfully assassinated a late-stage first-class martial artist. Luo Zhenan's expression turned grave, his brow furrowed deeply. Grandfather, given the circumstances, we must devise a solution. Even if we remain in the manor, they could still come for us, Luo Chen remarked with a resigned smile. He then inquired, Is there any way to have the Hidden Kill Door rescind their mission? Alas, it is difficult. Luo Zhenan sighed. Once the Hidden Kill Door accepts a mission, it becomes a matter of life and death. Unless you grow strong enough that they cannot kill you, or the one who issued the mission cancels it, they will not terminate their task. Hearing this, Luo Chen fell silent, contemplating whether to annihilate the Hidden Kill Door or how to unearth the identity of the mission issuer. Being under constant threat was indeed an unbearable burden. Noticing Luo Chen's demeanor, Luo Zhenan assumed he was frightened and reassured him, Do not worry too much. The medicinal herbs acquired from the Sanhe gang have already been refined into pills. Once I refine my true energy further in due time and consume the pills, I shall break through to mid-tier first class, and then the Hidden Kill Door will pose no threat. Indeed, Luo Chen nodded and asked, Grandfather, do you know where the Hidden Kill Door is located? Why do you ask this? Luo Zhenan looked at Luo Chen with a perplexed expression and cautioned, You must not entertain thoughts of revenge. Although you have attained the strength of a late-stage second-tier warrior, you are still far from being their match. That's not it, Grandpa. I merely wish to learn more about the Hidden Kill sect, Luo Chen replied with a smile, concealing his true thoughts. That is reassuring. Luo Zhenan sighed in relief, shaking his head. The Hidden Kill sect stronghold is exceedingly secretive. Hardly anyone in the martial world knows of its existence, not even I. Is that so? Luo Chen mused, lowering his head, lost in thought. Observing this, Luo Zhenan chose not to pursue the matter further and glanced at the corpse on the ground. Chinner, you should return for now. Let Ada and the others handle the body. Yes, Grandpa. Luo Chen bowed respectfully to Luo Zhenan before departing. Upon returning to Yuzuxuan, Luo Chen changed out of his blood-stained clothes and entered the study. He noticed a blue orb resting on the desk and, intrigued, reached out to touch it. He sensed a faint life force emanating from within. The sudden appearance of such a peculiar egg in his study led Luo Chen to surmise that it must have been brought here by Li Yuxi, as she was the only one who would intrude without hesitation. However, Luo Qin had more pressing matters on his mind and lacked the disposition to investigate the mysterious egg further. He set it aside and took a seat, beginning to contemplate deeply. After a prolonged period of reflection, he picked up a pen and began to write. He decided to transcribe a portion of the Qi induction technique for the male members of the Luo family to practice. While he possessed the ability to detect the assassins from the Hidden Kill sect in advance, he feared for the safety of his loved ones. If others were to cultivate the Qi induction technique and gain similar perception, then the assassins would no longer pose a threat to them. However, the Qi induction technique was of great significance, and Luo Qin dared not disclose it entirely. Therefore, he only transcribed the initial section, sufficient for cultivating perception. After reviewing his work and finding no errors, he took the fragment of the Qi induction technique to find Luo Tianhe in the administrative hall, office room. Is this what you obtained from the Sana gang? Luo Tianhe closed the fragment of the Qi induction technique, looking at Luo Chen with a complex expression. He had grown numb to his younger son's knack for acquiring valuable items. Indeed, Luo Chen nodded, maintaining his composure. I discovered it in Qin Yihan's secret chamber. After bringing it back, I attempted to cultivate it, and indeed, I developed perception. Is that so? Luo Tianhe seemed to dismiss the origins of the Qi induction technique and questioned instead, if you have cultivated perception, why were you still harmed by the assassin? Well, Luo Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. I was somewhat careless at the time, assuming nothing would happen within the manor. So I did not extend my perception to survey the surroundings. Humph. Luo Tianhe admonished sternly, I have warned you since childhood that the martial world is fraught with danger. And you must always remain vigilant, or else. Humph. Yes, father. I will remember, Luo Chen replied earnestly. Luo Chen solemnly nodded. I hope you can remember this lesson. Observing his reaction, Luo Tianhe refrained from saying much, merely advising him with a frown, you have never left Ning County. At most visiting Wuling Pass once. How could you attract the attention of the assassins from Hidden Kill sect? After pondering for a moment, Luo Tianhe inquired, could it be that Deputy General Wang from Wuling Pass is responsible? There is a possibility, Luo Chen acknowledged. He possesses the intent, the motive, and the capability. If he has discerned our identities, it is highly likely that he is involved. Humph. Luo Tianhe's face darkened with fury. Have the intelligence hall investigate to determine if he is the culprit. If it truly is him, I shall ensure he experiences the taste of assassination himself. As he spoke, a murderous glint flickered in his eyes. Yes, father. I had already instructed them to look into it on my way here. Although Luo Chen appeared calm on the surface, a fierce rage simmered within him. No one would feel at ease with a horde of remorseless killers targeting them. Indeed, Luo Tianhe nodded, adding a cautionary note. Even though you have developed your perception, you must remain cautious. The assassination techniques of Hidden Kill sect are numerous. Do not let your guard down. I will be careful. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go. Remember not to divulge the matter of the martial arts. Luo Tianhe waved his hand in reminder. Understood. Father. In the ensuing days, while practicing martial arts, Luo Chen also assisted the parents of Li Hu in brewing fruit wine from the autumn harvest. He then had them gather a few individuals specifically to produce fruit wine for Tianxiang Tower. Meanwhile, Luo Chen was awaiting the reappearance of the assassin, as he intended to let them go this time, tracking them back to their lair to eliminate them all at once. However, as the new year passed, he found himself still waiting for the assassin's return. At this moment, Yunemo, who had been away at Wuling Pass for over half a month, hurried back, appearing weary. In the study of Yuzhakshuan, Luo Chen placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. You have worked hard. Not at all. Yunemo quickly bowed his head, a look of shame on his face. Young master was attacked at the villa, and I, overseeing the intelligence hall, was completely unaware of the situation. I cannot excuse myself for this. I dare not claim to have suffered. Do not dwell on it too much. Luo Chen shook his head. The Hidden Kill sect operates with utmost secrecy. Few in the martial world are even aware of them, and the intelligence hall has only recently been established. How could they possibly know of their affairs? After a moment, observing Yun Mo's continued silence, Luo Chen sighed. All right, let us discuss the matters concerning Wuling Pass. Yes. Yunemo lifted his head. According to our investigations, it is possible that this incident was not orchestrated by Wang Regue. Not him? Luo Chen furrowed his brow in confusion as he regarded Yunemo. Indeed, Yunemo affirmed. Since young master departed Wuling Pass, Qin Fei has imprisoned Wang Regue for violating military regulations, and he has yet to be released. Imprisoned? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen shifted his gaze and inquired. Has he sent anyone to convey messages regarding hiring an assassin? That seems highly unlikely. Yunimo replied, shaking his head. Qin Fei has him confined within the Wolf Cavalry encampment, where loyalty runs deep. Without Qin Fei's orders, no one would dare relay any messages. Then it is indeed perplexing. Luo Chen furrowed his brow deeply. Who could possibly be responsible? Could it be remnants of the Sanha gang? For a time, Luo Chen fell into a reverie. And after a considerable duration, he remained at a loss. Thus, he resolved to think no further, choosing instead to wait for the assassins from the Hidden Kill sect to return, intending to eliminate them when the opportunity arose. You have worked hard as well. Go and rest. This matter can be investigated gradually. Yes, young master. Yunimo exited the room but did not return to rest. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he made his way to the intelligence hall. Half a month later, just a few days after the Lantern Festival. Within the confines of Yuzhuxuan, Luo Chun and Li Yushi stood beneath the golden silk bamboo, tending to a bird the size of a grinding stone. This avian creature had hatched from a blue egg over half a month ago, and Luo Chun had named it Lan Yuan. Lan Yuan was adorned in azure feathers, with a small tuft of purple atop its head, crimson claws, an eagle-like visage, a peacock-like physique, and an elongated, deeply forked tail that danced gracefully in the breeze as it ran. After amusing themselves with Lan Yuan for a while longer, Luo Chen beckoned to Qing Song, who stood at a distance. Upon noticing, Qing Song hurried over and stood respectfully. Young master. Yes. Luo Chen appraised Qing Song and said, You should report to the Purple Mist Guard now. I have already spoken to Wang Bao on your behalf. Young master, did I fail in some regard? Qing Song asked, his expression anxious. Luo Chen shook his head. No, you have performed admirably. Then why do you wish for me to leave? I'm not sending you away. Luo Chen chuckled. You have now broken through to the initial stage of the third tier. Staying here would be somewhat of a waste, especially since I no longer require assistance for errands. Go on. Luo Chen raised a hand, interrupting Qing Song, then turned away, no longer regarding him. Yes, young master. I take my leave. Seeing this, Qing Song deeply bowed to Luo Chen, then retreated a few steps and exited Yuzhuxuan. Li Yushi, who had been playing with Lan Yuan, glanced at the departing Qing Song and remarked, Now that you've let him go, who will run errands for you in the future? Isn't there still you? Luo Chen replied with a smile. Humph, you just want to command me around. Li Yushi shot Luo Chen a glare before turning back to continue her play with Lan Yuan. Take good care of this fellow. Luo Chen pursed his lips and said inexplicably, Do I need you to remind me? Li Yushi responded without turning her head. Then she looked back, furrowing her brow at Luo Chen. What is wrong with you today? You seem a bit off. It's nothing. Luo Chen replied with a smile, as usual. Oh, Li Yushi noted, then turned away again. Luo Chen stood behind Li Yushi, observing her and Lan Yuan for a moment before returning to his room to retrieve the Thunder Blade. Are you going to practice martial arts? Li Yushi inquired. Indeed. Luo Chen nodded in affirmation. Oh, then off you go. After speaking, Li Yushi paid no further attention to Luo Chen, continuing to feed Lan Yuan. As Luo Chen reached the gate of the courtyard, he turned back to glance at Li Yushi and Lan Yuan, offering a smile before departing from Yu Zhuxian without a backward glance. Chirp chirp. Lan Yuan called out towards the courtyard gate. What is it? He has gone to practice martial arts. Here, have a Qi Dan, Li Yushi responded, retrieving a small porcelain vial from her waist, pouring out a pill, and extending it towards Lan Yuan's mouth. Upon exiting Yu Zhuxian, Luo Chen made his way to a nearby small courtyard, conversing with his mother, Wang Yuing, for a short while before proceeding to the administrative hall. What? You wish to venture out for training? Luo Tianyi frowned as he regarded Luo Chen. Yes, father. Luo Chen affirmed with a nod. I have matured and trained in martial arts for many years. I long to explore the world and, at the same time, investigate who is behind the assassination attempts on my life. Having waited long for the appearance of the assassin, Luo Chen no longer wished to remain idle and resolved to seek them out actively. The unresolved matter of the assassin left him with an incessant sense of unease. Very well. Luo Tianyi nodded. It is indeed beneficial to undergo training in the world. A fledgling eagle must endure trials to become a majestic eagle. However, you must exercise caution regarding the assassin. Luo Tianyi held little concern for his son's solitary journey, as Luo Chen had exhibited a maturity and prudence far beyond his peers since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have entrusted him with leading a group to Wuling Pass. Furthermore, Luo Chen had attained late-stage second-tier cultivation, ensuring his safety while traversing the martial world. Rest assured, father, I shall not act recklessly, Luo Chen assured him. Good, then. Luo Tian, he replied after a moment of silence. When do you plan to depart? Now. I shall leave right after bidding you farewell, Luo Chen softly stated, pressing his lips together. Now? Luo Tian, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Luo Chen. Why the rush? Indeed, Luo Chen replied, lowering his head in silence. His sudden departure was primarily motivated by a desire to prevent Li Yuxi from insisting on accompanying him. Seeing his son's demeanor, Luo Tian, he sighed lightly. Very well. However, do inform your mother before you leave. I have done so. I just came from her, Luo Chen replied. Ah. Luo Tian, he nodded. How long do you intend to train outside? No less than 3 months, and possibly up to a year. Is that so? Luo Tian, he pondered for a moment before speaking again. On the 10th of August, your mother's elder sister, your aunt, will celebrate her 50th birthday. She has never met you and has expressed a desire to see you in her recent correspondence. If you do not return before then, you must ensure you arrive at the Murong Manor in Yangzhou, Jinling City by that date. Your mother and I will travel there ahead of you. Luo Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, father. I shall remember. Well then, off you go. Luo Tianhe waved his hand and turned away. Father, I am leaving. Luo Chen bowed respectfully to his father's retreating figure before departing from the administrative hall. Once Luo Chen had gone, Luo Tianhe turned back to gaze at the empty hall door, sighing softly. After all, a majestic eagle must spread its wings and soar. Outside the Zimu Mountain Manor, Luo Chen rode a humble steed, glancing back at the manor before redirecting his horse towards Ningxue City. He intended to first travel to Wuwei City, the capital of Tianzhou, where a plethora of information could be gathered. This time, Luo Chen refrained from riding his unique unicorn, as its distinctiveness would attract too much attention. His primary purpose for this journey was to investigate the matter of assassins, and he wished to remain inconspicuous. At that moment, under the midday sun, a lone figure, armed with a sword and mounted on a horse, traversed the official road towards Ningxue City. Simultaneously, within a private room of a tea house in Gushan Town, Zhou Song, disguised as a merchant, stood face to face with a cloaked figure shrouded in black. I have met you, my lord. The cloaked figure rasped, bowing slightly. Is such caution necessary when it is just the two of us? Zhou Song inquired, furrowing his brow at the figure's hoarse voice. Indeed, the cloaked figure nodded. You are unaware, my lord. But the people of Gushan Town are quite familiar with those from Zimu Mountain Manor. A moment's lapse could lead to recognition, so it is prudent to exercise caution. Very well, let it be so, Zhou Song replied, his tone growing indifferent. How have you fared these past years? Thank you for your concern, my lord. I have been well, the cloaked figure responded. Zhou Song smirked derisively at this. I surmised as much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have ignored my numerous signals. Forgive me, my lord. The cloaked figure hastily knelt on one knee. It was not my intention to avoid you. Rather, I have been occupied. Recently, young Master Chun was attacked at the manor, and the Zimu guards have been ordered to heighten their vigilance. I simply had no time. Young Master Chun was attacked? Zhou Song was taken aback, then quickly asked, is he all right? Did he survive? Who was responsible? Fortunately, he is unharmed, only sustained minor injuries. It was the work of an assassin from the Hidden Kill sect. The cloaked figure replied, shaking his head. What a pity. Zhou Song sighed in disappointment. Had Luo Chen been killed, perhaps he would have encountered fewer troubles. Then, with a sudden shift in his demeanor, he asked, do you know who hired the assassins? I do not know. The investigation has yet to yield results. The cloaked figure answered. As Zhou Song pondered this, a plan began to form in his mind. If he could uncover the identity of the one who commissioned the assassination, he might find an opportunity to engage with them. In the current political landscape of Ningxue County, where Zimu Mountain Manor held a dominant position, he yearned for more players in the game. After a considerable pause, Zhou Song refocused on the still kneeling figure. Rise. This time, I shall overlook it. Thank you, my lord. The cloaked figure stood up, bowing respectfully. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your sudden summons? Humph. Upon reflecting on this matter, Zhou Song felt a surge of irritation. Let me ask you, he began, with so many martial artists suddenly appearing at Jiwu Mountain Manor. Are you aware of this? Yes. I am, the cloaked man nodded. Then why did you not inform me? Zhou Song's gaze was stern as he scrutinized the cloaked man. My lord, please quell your anger. The cloaked man quickly interjected. When I entered Jiwu Mountain Manor, you repeatedly instructed me that unless you sought me out, I was not to approach you. Indeed. Zhou Song's expression softened slightly at these words. It seems I have wrongfully accused you. I would not dare. The cloaked man maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no sign of joy or anger. After observing him for a moment longer, Zhou Song posed the purpose of his visit. Why has Jiwu Mountain Manor seen such an influx of martial artists? And what is the true cultivation level of figures like Luo Tianhe and Li Tian? At this, the cloaked man fell silent. What? Have you lingered at Jiwu Mountain Manor so long that you have forgotten how you have survived until now? Zhou Song narrowed his eyes, as if attempting to pierce through the cloak and discern the man's thoughts. I would not dare forget your immense grace and virtue. The cloaked man bowed his head, seemingly trying to evade Zhou Song's penetrating gaze. Then speak quickly. Zhou Song's tone was severe, his voice cold. Yes. The cloaked man sighed softly, then stated, the reason Jiwu Mountain Manor has so many martial artists is due to the consumption of medicinal pills. As for the cultivation levels of the manor's leaders, you should already be aware of that. Medicinal pills? Zhou Song furrowed his brow. What kind of pill could suddenly create so many martial artists? Moreover, Luo Tianhe's cultivation is not as it appears. They are concealing their true levels. Concealing their levels? The cloaked man was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. If they were concealing their levels, I would not know. They have consistently exhibited their current cultivation level before others. Are you certain? Zhou Song once again narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on the cloaked man. Certain. The cloaked man nodded resolutely. Since I have spoken, I shall not withhold anything from you. Is that so? Zhou Song studied the cloaked man for some time before gradually softening his gaze. Very well. Investigate this matter further. And now, speak of the medicinal pills. Yes, my lord. The cloaked man took a moment to steady his racing heart under Zhou Song's scrutiny. These are pills that can enhance a martial artist's vitality and accelerate their physical training. What did you say? Zhou Song exclaimed in shock, staring at the cloaked man. I have only heard of certain high-quality herbs possessing such effects. When did such pills come into existence? Surely, you are not attempting to deceive me. Zhou Song was so astonished that he momentarily forgot his identity as a merchant, referring to himself as this county. Such pills indeed exist, the cloaked man clarified. These pills were developed by Jiwu Mountain Manor itself, and over half of the 100 Jiwu guards have consumed them, all breaking through to the 3rd tier. What? Zhou Song was so astonished that he nearly bit his own tongue. 100 second-rate purple mist guards? Indeed. The cloaked figure nodded. Confirmed. Zhou Song closed his slightly dry eyes, took a few deep breaths, then opened them and inquired, can you procure such elixirs? Preferably, I would like the formula as well. That may prove difficult. The cloaked figure shook his head. These elixirs can only be exchanged at the treasure pavilion. I no longer have any use for them. If I were to go for an exchange, the law enforcement hall would take notice. As for the formula, only the apothecary has it. But the apothecary is located in the forbidden zone of Purple Mist Mountain, a place we cannot approach. Upon hearing this, Zhou Song pondered for a moment, then said, you must find a way. We must obtain either the elixir or the formula at all costs. The cloaked figure contemplated for a while and nodded. Yes, my lord. I shall do my utmost. With that, he sighed inwardly, realizing that there was no turning back now. Glancing at the sky, the cloaked figure addressed Zhou Song again. My lord, if there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. There are affairs to attend to with the Purple Mist Guards, and I cannot be away for too long. Very well. Go ahead. Remember to expedite this matter, Zhou Song urged, nodding in affirmation. Understood. I take my leave. He bowed to Zhou Song, tightened his cloak, and stepped out of the room. Inside, Zhou Song remained seated in contemplation. As night fell, in the courtyard of Luo Chen's parents, the family sat in the main hall sharing a meal. Where is that boy Luo Chen? Luo Yin asked, glancing at Li Yushi who sat beside her. I don't know. Li Yushi shook her head. He mentioned practicing martial arts this afternoon and hasn't returned since. I went looking but couldn't find him. He must have gone to Gushan Town again. He has gone out to train. Luo Tianhe remarked as he lowered his wine cup. Train? Luo Yin looked at Luo Tianhe in surprise, then turned to Li Yushi, who stared wide-eyed in astonishment. Luo Yin realized that Luo Chun had likely concealed his training trip from Li Yushi, so she asked Luo Tianhe. Did he say how long he would be training? 3 months to a year. Li Yushi's expression fell as she pouted, hastily lowering her head to suppress the tears threatening to spill from her eyes. Observing her reaction, Luo Tianhe sighed internally. He had suspected Luo Chen's sudden departure was to avoid Li Yushi's following him. Yushi. Luo Yin set down her bowl and gently patted Li Yushi's back. Li Yushi shuddered, sniffled, then looked up with a smile. Sister, I'm fine. After saying this, her eyes began to dart about. Wang Yuing, noticing, immediately guessed her intentions. Yushi, Yan is about to give birth. You should stay by her side and not go anywhere. Ending. Li Yushi gazed at Wang Duiying with a pitiful expression. Unmoved, Wang Duiying replied, I understand your desire to seek Chinner, but it is not possible. He has pressing matters to attend to, and your cultivation is insufficient. Instead of assisting him, you would merely complicate his situation. If you wish to aid him, focus on your martial training and elevate your abilities. Yes, Ning. Upon hearing this, Li Yushi lowered her head once more. Observing her demeanor, Wang Duiying felt a pang of sympathy and gently added, if you wish to see him sooner, it is feasible. Join us in Yangzhou in August. He will be there as well. Really? Li Yushi's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed. Wang Duiying nodded affirmatively. Instantly, Li Yushi's spirits lifted. The night passed without further conversation. The following morning, Luo Qin boarded a 3-deck passenger ship bound for Wuwei City from Ningxue County. This vessel was specifically designed for the route between the two locations, with the first deck accommodating cargo and passengers' mounts, while the second and third decks housed guest quarters. On the topmost deck, several tables were arranged at the bow for guests to relax and enjoy tea. At that moment, these tables were filled with patrons, and numerous guests leaned against the deck's railing. Among them, Luo Qin sat, sipping tea and admiring the riverside scenery. After finishing a cup of tea, Luo Qin rose and made his way to his room on the second deck. Just as he stood to leave, a short-haired man sporting a scruffy beard and a bandaged arm trailed behind him. Upon descending to the second deck and rounding a corner, Luo Qin paused, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall. The short-haired man, who had followed closely, halted abruptly upon seeing Luo Qin's amused gaze fixed upon him, quickly averting his eyes. He attempted to walk past nonchalantly. Are you planning to follow me indefinitely? Luo Qin inquired with a smile as the short-haired man approached. What? The man stopped, confusion evident on his face. Hiki. Luo Qin chuckled knowingly. Since yesterday, after I departed from Zaiwushan Manor, you have quietly followed me. Now, a night has passed. How much longer do you intend to trail me? Zheng Xiaolu, the man, now revealed, chose not to conceal his identity any longer, dropping his fa-ade of confusion. Since you recognize me, you must be the one who shot that arrow the other night, correct? As he spoke, Zhang Xiaolu removed his scruffy beard and rubbed his face, revealing a resolute visage. Hee. Luo Qin smiled noncommittally. Gazing at Zhang Xiaolu's determined countenance, he felt a sense of astonishment. Had it not been for his acute perception, he would not have recognized Zheng Xiaolu in disguise. It was precisely because he identified him that Luo Qin refrained from taking lethal action upon discovering his pursuit. Zheng Xiaolu, now assured, scrutinized Luo Qin in turn. Luo Gongzi, you truly possess remarkable skills. Observing the third-tier late-stage realm that Luo Qin exhibited, Zhang Xiaolu chuckled softly. I have heard that young Master Luo is a second-tier late-stage warrior. Yet now, he reveals such a level of cultivation. I wonder how young Master Luo has accomplished this. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. You seem to possess quite a bit of information. It appears you have been keeping an eye on me for some time. How could I dare? Zhang Xiaolu chuckled lightly. The name of young Master Luo resonates here like thunder. After arriving, it would be nearly impossible not to know of you. After speaking, Zhang Xiaolu's smile faded. Young Master Luo, during our last encounter at Wuling Pass, I inadvertently left something behind. Might I inquire if it could be returned to me? Given your cultivation, I assume you have also consumed one. I shall not press the matter further. Returning the remainder to me would suffice. What item are you referring to? Luo Qin inquired with keen interest, gazing at Zheng Xiaolu. Please do not seek to jest with me, young Master Luo, Zheng Xiaolu said with a wry smile. Since you are acquainted with me and aided me during a critical moment, it is clear that you have already obtained that item. Moreover, it is evident that you are not one to easily distinguish right from wrong. That item was procured at the peril of my life. If it is convenient, I would appreciate its return. Is that so? Luo Qin put aside his playful demeanor and straightened up. Follow me. With that, Luo Qin proceeded to his room. Zheng Xiaolu hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth, and followed closely. Upon entering the room, he shut the door behind him. Indeed, Luo Qin nodded. The item is indeed in my possession, but you must first tell me how you managed to locate me. Zheng Xiaolu smiled. Young Master Luo made quite a stir by slaying numerous soldiers outside Wuling Pass. Your name has spread throughout the ranks. Additionally, your companion's unique mounts made it quite easy to gather information. Ah, I see. Luo Qin replied, enlightenment dawning upon him. He then shook his head. Your 7 sons' golden lotus has been depleted. You have used them all. Depleted? Zhang Xiaolu's expression shifted to one of shock, quickly darkening. Are you jesting? Young Master Luo? Each of the 7 Sons Golden Lotus can only be consumed once. Any excess is of no use. Surely, you must know this. Did you consume all 7? Not at all. Luo Chen shook his head. Since you are aware of my identity, you should also recognize that I am not alone in this. This revelation caused Zhang Xiaolu's expression to sour. He had endured 3 years of humiliation at the Golden Buddha Temple for the sake of the 7 Sons Golden Lotus, barely managing to acquire them while being relentlessly pursued, nearly losing his life. Now, it seemed he had inadvertently dressed another's bride. Were it not for Luo Chen's superior cultivation, he might have been tempted to take vengeance. Aha! Luo Chen chuckled, retrieving a porcelain vial from his bosom and tossing it to Zhang Xiaolu. While the 7 Sons Golden Lotus may be gone, consider this as a small compensation. What is this? Zhang Xiaolu caught the vial, curiously uncapping it to reveal a golden-hued pill within. This pill bears effects akin to the 7 Sons Golden Lotus, Luo Chen remarked. What? Zhang Xiaolu stared at Luo Chen in astonishment. I have only heard of the great returning pill from Shaolin Temple, which merely augments true energy by a decade, insufficient for a breakthrough to the next level of cultivation. You possess such a pill? Surely, you jest. Jest with you? Luo Chen let out a derisive laugh, saying, what is there for me to deceive you about? If it weren't for the grand gift you bestowed upon me, I wouldn't even bother to acknowledge your presence. As he spoke, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his robes, poured out 2 elixirs, and handed them to Zhang Xiaolu. I am aware that 1 elixir falls short of the value of the 7 Sons Golden Lotus, thus, these 2 elixirs serve as additional compensation. What sort of elixirs are these? Zhang Xiaolu questioned, looking at Luo Chen in confusion. These are the bone-renewing pill and the meridian cleansing pill. Luo Chen replied, gesturing towards Zhang Xiaolu's injured left hand. The bones and meridians in your hand have suffered severe damage. Without rare treasures, it will be rendered useless. Healing is forever beyond your reach. However, these 2 elixirs can restore it completely. What? Zhang Xiaolu exclaimed, astonished as he examined the elixirs in his hand. Can these truly heal my injuries? I have consulted several renowned physicians who were all at a loss. You will know once you try, Luo Chen stated, then turned away, sitting down on a nearby chair to pour himself a cup of tea and savor it alone. Zhang Xiaolu, momentarily at a loss, glanced at his injured arm hanging around his neck. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed both the bone-renewing pill and the meridian cleansing pill. Upon consuming the elixirs, a glimmer of hope ignited in Zhang Xiaolu's eyes. He hastily seated himself on the ground, legs crossed. Luo Chen observed him briefly before returning to his tea. His decision to assist Zhang Xiaolu did not stem from a desire to be a do-gooder. Rather, the 7 Sons Golden Lotus had undeniably brought immense benefits to him in the Purple Mist manner. It would have sufficed had he not encountered Zhang Xiaolu. But since their paths crossed, Luo Chen felt compelled to offer some form of recompense. Despite the harsh realities of a world dominated by the law of the jungle, deceit, and betrayal, Luo Chen was unwilling to forsake his integrity. After a considerable time, Zhang Xiaolu opened his eyes, extending his fingers before clenching his fist tightly. He then withdrew his hand from the cloth pouch and shook his arm, discovering that, aside from some lingering pain in the bones and meridians, everything else was restored to its former state. Overcome with excitement, Zhang Xiaolu rose and bowed deeply to Luo Chen. I am Zhang Xiaolu, and I am profoundly grateful for your immense kindness, young Master Luo. Chuckling, Luo Chen set down his cup and stood up. There is no need for thanks. This is a reward for your 7 Sons Golden Lotus. Indeed, Zhang Xiaolu shook his head. The 7 Sons Golden Lotus can enhance my cultivation but cannot heal my hand. Furthermore, young Master Luo has graciously provided me with an elixir to improve my cultivation. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Young Master Luo, you ventured out this time to investigate the matter of the assassins, did you not? Luo Chen's eyes turned icy at the mention, his expression darkening. How do you know of this? Seeing his reaction, Zhang Xiaolu hurriedly clarified, Please do not misunderstand. It is merely my speculation. Speculation? Luo Chen regarded Zhang Xiaolu with skepticism, the chill in his gaze unwavering. Yes, Zhang Xiaolu nodded. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I arrived in Ningxue County over a year ago and uncovered your identity, young Master Luo, as I observed the Purple Mist Villa from a distance. Preparing to infiltrate it in search of the 7 Sons of the Golden Lotus, I noticed that a killer was also lurking in the shadows, watching young Master Luo. Thus, I remained still, waiting until the assassin entered the villa and did not emerge again, at which point I dared not act recklessly until young Master Luo appeared. So it was. Luo Qin's expression softened. I wondered why a renowned thief under the moonlight, in pursuit of something, had resorted to mere stalking. Fear had taken hold. One cannot afford to be fearless, Zheng Xiaolu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. That assassin is from the Hidden Kill sect. He entered the Purple Mist Villa and has not returned. How could I, a mere third-rate martial artist at the late stage, dare to act? Moreover, I have an injured hand. Do you recognize that assassin? Luo Qin inquired, intrigued. Indeed, Zheng Xiaolu nodded. I encountered him once before. He ranks 9th in the Hidden Kill sect and is adept at stealthy assassinations. Do you know where the Hidden Kill sect's headquarters is? Luo Qin asked, his eyes filled with hope. That remains unknown to me, Zheng Xiaolu shook his head. The location of the Hidden Kill sect's headquarters is exceedingly secretive. Known to few in the martial world. They accept missions through various scattered outposts. Outposts? Do you know where their outposts are? Luo Qin pressed. Zheng Xiaolu nodded before shaking his head again. I am aware of one outpost, but it lies in the western regions. I am unfamiliar with any here in Tianzhou. Upon hearing this, Luo Qin's expression fell in disappointment. He could hardly venture to the western regions merely to gather intelligence. Seeing his dismay, Zheng Xiaolu added, if you seek the Hidden Kill sect's outpost, there is a place that might hold the answer. What place? The loft beyond the building. The loft beyond the building? Luo Qin gazed at Zheng Xiaolu, puzzled. What is that place? It is a faction that trades in information within the martial world. Zheng Xiaolu explained. There, one can procure all manner of intelligence, from the mundane needs of common folk to the actions of emperors, provided one has the coin. Such prowess. Luo Qin exclaimed in astonishment. This loft beyond the building sells all kinds of information. Do they not fear offending others and facing annihilation? If fear were an obstacle, they would not engage in this trade, Zheng Xiaolu chuckled. The loft beyond the building wields considerable power. Once, they sold intel on a venerable first-rate faction, provoking that faction to retaliate against them. Yet, before they could strike, the loft received word and dispatched a team of experts, obliterating the first-rate faction. Remarkable. Luo Qin mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Do you know where the loft beyond the building is located? If it is indeed as formidable as you say, I could inquire directly about who contracted the assassination against me, thus simplifying matters considerably. I do know, Zheng Xiaolu nodded. There is an outpost of the loft beyond the building in Wuwei City. I visited it a year ago. With that, Zheng Xiaolu's gaze became suddenly erratic. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Qin cast a meaningful glance at Zheng Xiaolu. Undoubtedly, Zheng Xiaolu had ventured to the lofty pavilion years ago for the purpose of procuring intelligence on the Zimu Mountain Villa. Luo Qin smiled lightly, unperturbed, and inquired. Could you kindly share the precise location of that outpost? Certainly. Zheng Xiaolu nodded. If you don't mind, I can escort you there. I have no pressing matters at hand. Luo Qin contemplated this. Zheng Xiaolu seemed quite agreeable, and having traversed the martial world for many years, he possessed considerable knowledge. His company would indeed prove convenient. Resolving his thoughts, Luo Qin nodded in affirmation. Then I would appreciate your assistance. Not a bother. Zheng Xiaolu replied with a grin. In truth, Zheng Xiaolu harbored his own intentions. Given Luo Qin's youthful age paired with such formidable cultivation, it was uncertain how much further he would progress in the future. Thus, it was wise to foster a good rapport now, especially since Luo Qin appeared to possess a commendable sense of justice. Their journey was characterized by silence as the boat glided downstream. It was not until afternoon that they reached the dock of Wuwei City. Disembarking, they navigated through the bustling port, with Zheng Xiaolu leading Luo Qin towards the southwestern district of the city. This area was predominantly inhabited by common folk, dock workers, and itinerant merchants, embodying the lower echelons of society. They transitioned from the broad thoroughfare into a narrow alley, meandering through several residential zones and crossing numerous side streets, until Zheng Xiaolu halted before an unremarkable apothecary nestled within a modest lane. Here we are, he gestured with his chin towards the open establishment. Indeed, Luo Qin nodded, observing the plain sign that read Fei Xian Apothecary in unassuming characters. The outposts of the lofty pavilion varied in appearance, often presenting themselves through diverse shops to conceal their true identities. Nevertheless, each outpost bore a distinctive mark on its signboard. Zheng Xiaolu pointed out the emblem, a small three-tiered pagoda located at the lower right corner of the sign. Shall we enter? Luo Qin suggested, retracting his gaze and stepping into the apothecary. Zheng Xiaolu followed suit. Upon entering, Luo Qin noted the absence of any customers. The shop exuded an air of desolation. Behind the counter sat an elderly figure clad in a black robe, somewhat disheveled, who cradled his arms and dozed with his head bowed. Knock, Knock. Zheng Xiaolu approached the counter and lightly tapped twice. The elderly man stirred at the sound, lifting his head to squint at the two visitors with a weary eye. Muttering, "What medicine do you require?" Having spoken, he lowered his head once more, returning to his doze. Fei Xian. Zheng Xiaolu replied succinctly. Through the back. The elder murmured without raising his gaze. Let us proceed. Zheng Xiaolu smiled at Luo Chen and walked toward a small door, heavily draped with a gray cloth. Beside the counter, Luo Chen glanced at the old man, extending his perception to gauge the circumstances beyond the apothecary before following suit. As the thick gray cloth was drawn aside, a dimly lit room revealed itself, featuring a counter that was entirely enclosed, leaving only a small window. Reminiscent of a modern bank. What information do you seek? A deep voice emerged from the window as Luo Chen surveyed the premises. Zheng Xiaolu, upon hearing the voice, cast a glance at Luo Chen. With a smile, Luo Chen peered through the window, observing a clean visage that revealed only the lower half of a face. Squinting as he inquired, I wish to know who commissioned the assassins of the Hidden Kill sect to take my life. Sorry, I do not know, came the reply, accompanied by a shake of the half-visible face. Luo Chen's expression faltered, realizing that the establishment was not as formidable as Zheng Xiaolu had claimed. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaolu felt a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier bravado. Suppressing his disappointment, Luo Chen posed another question. What of the location of the Hidden Kill sect's headquarters? 50,000 taels of gold. The deep voice remained devoid of emotion. What? Luo Chen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the demand for such an exorbitant sum just to learn the whereabouts of the sect's stronghold. The voice patiently reiterated. To obtain the location of the Hidden Kill sect's headquarters, you must pay 50,000 taels of gold. This. Luo Chen was momentarily speechless, astonished that the information would cost such a fortune. With a wry smile, he shook his head, realizing he lacked the funds for such an inquiry. Very well. Let us change the subject. I wish to know the location of the Hidden Kill sect's base in Wuwei City. 2,000 taels of silver. The voice remained steady, unaffected by Luo Chen's change of heart. Luo Chen clicked his tongue. 2,000 taels of silver was still quite a sum. Yet, it was within reach. Without further hesitation, he retrieved 2 silver notes from his pocket and handed them through the window. The individual behind the counter accepted the notes and, with a few swift strokes of a pen, produced a slip of paper, which was then passed to Luo Chen. This is it. Luo Chen took the note, glanced at it briefly, and then reduced it to powder with a flick of his wrist. Let's go, he said to Zheng Xiaolu, who stood nearby, and promptly exited the dim room. The southeastern quadrant of Wuwei City bustled with life, being the most vibrant and prosperous area, adjacent to the docks, where throngs of people flowed amidst a plethora of shops and street vendors. Hot pancakes for sale, just 2 coins each. Freshly steamed meat buns, just out of the pot. Sir, please spare a moment. I haven't eaten for days. Hey, you 2 rascals, step aside. Luo Chen tossed 2 copper coins into the bowl of a limping beggar before stepping aside with Zheng Xiaolu to allow a swiftly passing carriage to pass. We're here. Zheng Xiaolu pointed to a pawn shop across the street. All right, let us enter. Luo Chen nodded in agreement, and together they crossed the street, stepping into the Dinga pawn shop. In the present moment, within the pawn shop, there stood 3 individuals, an elderly man with a kindly demeanor, positioned behind the counter at a raised platform, a robust middle-aged man engaged in conversation with the elder, and a young attendant busily polishing the tables and chairs. Upon the entrance of Luo Chen and his companion, both the elderly man and the middle-aged man ceased their discourse and turned their gazes towards the newcomers. Noticing Luo Chen, the elder immediately furrowed his brow. After a brief contemplation, he opened a drawer beneath him and glanced at a portrait hanging within, recognizing the newcomer as an exact likeness of the figure in the painting. The elder squinted his eyes as he regarded Luo Chen. May I inquire what brings you here, esteemed guests? The elder inquired, maintaining an expression of benignity. Luo Chen shook his head, replying, I do not wish to pawn anything. I merely seek the proprietor to ask a few questions. My sincerest apologies. The elder continued with a persistent smile. This establishment serves as a pawn shop, not a marketplace for information. You may have come to the wrong place. Is that so? Luo Chen responded with a knowing glance. Yet the information I seek can only be found here. Oh, pray tell, what is it that you wish to know? I wish to discover who seeks to take my life, Luo Chen replied, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the elder. It appeared the guest had indeed erred in his choice of venue. What talk of murder is this? This is a pawn shop, the elder retorted, discreetly signaling to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, understanding the cue, adopted a stance of vigilance, while the young attendant gradually edged towards the entrance, unfazed by their actions. Luo Chun scoffed internally, asserting, whether this is the right place or not is clear to the proprietor. I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wish to know who has employed you to kill me. With a thud, the young attendant, now at the door, slammed it shut, sealing the pawnshop off from the outside world. Humph. The benevolent expression of the elder vanished, replaced by an aura of menace. Since you are aware of the nature of this place, you dare to come here? Do you not fear for your life? What is there to fear? Luo Chen retorted, a cold smile playing upon his lips. Humph. The elder regarded Luo Chen with a frigid stare. We have not sought you out recently due to certain matters. But now that you have graced us with your presence, I assume Jingjiao has fallen victim to your hand? I would have preferred he lived, but alas. He courted his own demise, Luo Chen lamented. Upon hearing this, the elder and the middle-aged man exchanged grave looks. They were acutely aware of Jingjiao's capabilities. And the realization that he had ultimately succumbed to Luo Chen indicated that their opponent was far more formidable than anticipated. However, despite this, the middle-aged man remained relatively unperturbed. For he was Jingba, an assassin of even greater prowess than Jingjiao. Ah, so you are Luo Chen? I was just about to seek you out. How fortuitous that you have presented yourself at my doorstep. It saves me the trouble, Jingba sneered, scrutinizing Luo Chen from head to toe. Oh. Luo Chen met Jingba's gaze, his eyes glinting with cold light. One has just been slain, and another appears. Do you truly intend to pursue a relentless vendetta? Humph. Spare me your prattle. Jingba regarded Luo Chen as if he were a corpse, declaring, my hidden kill sect has stood for centuries. Once a mission is accepted, it is a matter of life and death. I have never failed to uphold my word, and you shall be no exception. Today, upon entering this door, you shall not leave alive. With that, Jingba drew a soft sword from his waist and swiftly advanced, lunging towards Luo Chen with a strike. Humph. I shall see just how formidable a second-rate assassin at the late stage can be compared to the previous one, Luo Chen retorted, gripping the sheathed thunder blade to parry the incoming sword. Zheng Xiaolu, standing beside Luo Chen, quickly stepped back to clear the area. Clang. The clash of metal resounded as the soft sword bent unnaturally, its tip darting towards Luo Chen's wrist like a venomous serpent. Observing this, Luo Chen flicked his fingers to deflect the sword's tip. Humph. A missed strike, Jingba exclaimed, shaking his hand as the soft sword aimed for Luo Chen's left carotid artery. Remaining composed, Luo Chen swiftly retracted his left hand, positioning the sheathed thunder blade to guard his neck. Clang. Another metallic ring echoed as the deflected sword curved and sought to stab into Luo Chen's right carotid artery. Surprised, Luo Chen noted the unpredictable nature of the soft sword. Without further thought, he tilted his neck to the left and raised 2 fingers of his right hand to block the blade's path, then swiftly lifted his right leg to kick at Jingba's abdomen. Jingba hastily sidestepped, but Luo Chen unexpectedly changed his kick into a sweeping motion aimed at Jingba's evading direction. Humph. Jingba withdrew his sword, leaning back as he swung to cut at Luo Chen's ankle. Luo Chen, unfazed, continued to sweep with a cold laugh. The soft sword scraped against his boot, producing a jarring sound and sparks, yet it could not penetrate even a fraction. Jingba gasped in astonishment. As he realized that Luo Chen's leg was about to strike him, he instinctively slapped the ground, rotating his body close to the floor to evade. Boom. Luo Chen's leg crashed heavily onto the ground, mere inches from Jingba's back, creating a significant hole in the wooden floor, sending splinters flying. Just as Jingba regained his balance, he warily glanced at the gaping hole, then stared in shock at Luo Chen's boot. His soft sword, reinforced with dark iron, was sharp enough to slice through metal, yet it could not even mar a single boot. He suddenly felt as though he were wielding a wooden sword. Heh. Luo Chen observed the white marks on his boot, smiling at Jingba while flexing his right ankle. The boots he wore were crafted from dark-patterned steel by the Purple Mist Manor, designed to complement his armor, and even the thunder blades struggled to breach their defense, let alone Jingba's soft sword. Now, it is my turn to attack, Luo Chen declared, pushing off the ground with his right foot, soaring into the air. In a flash of white light, the thunder blade was drawn, its overwhelming true energy erupting as it swung down towards Jingba's head. Confronted by such a ferocious strike, Jingba's breath quickened, and he dared not to be complacent. Gritting his teeth and maintaining a composed demeanor, he channeled his internal energy to parry the sword. Clang, thud, bang. With a thunderous blow, the lightning blade severed the soft sword, its momentum unabated, leaving a long, ghastly gash across Jingba's chest. He immediately spat blood and was hurled backwards, shattering several tables and chairs before collapsing to the ground. Thud. Buzzing. The broken sword, cleaved in two, soared through the air and lodged deeply into the wooden railing before the elder, the blade vibrating ominously. Gulp. The elder's eyes widened in horror as he beheld the half-sword that had nearly impaled his head. Trembling, he swallowed hard and cast a fearful glance at Luo Chen. Upon witnessing Jingba lying unconscious, the attendant stationed by the door seized a bench and hurled it towards Luo Chen. Humph. Without waiting for Luo Chen to act, Zheng Xiaolu delivered a swift kick to the attendant. Crash. The feeble attendant, merely at the initial stage of training, stood no chance against Zheng Xiaoyu's strike, and was sent flying, crashing into the wall along with the bench. Luo Chen turned his head, glancing at the unconscious attendant, then looked at Zheng Xiaolu with astonishment. Not expecting this recently acquainted individual to oppose the Hidden Kill sect on his behalf, Luo Chen couldn't help but regard Zheng Xiaolu with newfound respect. Returning his gaze to the trembling elder, Luo Chen smiled and inquired, "Shopkeeper, can you now reveal who issued the task?" Humph. The elder regained his composure and sneered, "You have killed a member of the Hidden Kill sect. Even if I told you who issued the task, it would be futile. The Hidden Kill sect will never let you go, and I could never divulge such information. Is that so?" Luo Chen's expression grew increasingly grim. "In that case, do not blame me." With a swift motion, Luo Chen cleaved the wooden railing, leaping onto the platform and into the counter area. "What are you doing?" The elder's eyelids twitched at the sight. "What am I doing?" "Huh." With a chilling laugh, Luo Chen swung his blade toward the elder. Crash. "Ah." Uffed. The elder, merely at the body refining stage, could not withstand Luo Chen's strike and was sent sprawling to the ground, blood mixed with teeth spilling forth. Luo Chen bore no remorse in striking the elder. Individuals of his ilk cared solely for wealth, indifferent to the lives of others, oblivious to the many they had harmed. His intention to knock out the elder's teeth stemmed from the cautionary tale of Jingjiu, fearing the elder might conceal poison fangs, thus thwarting any chance of extracting information before committing suicide. "Can you speak now?" Luo Chen gazed at the elder with an indifferent tone. "You." The elder glared at Luo Chen with malevolence, his toothless mouth allowing the words to escape with a hiss. Humph. Observing this, Luo Chen swung his blade toward the elder's face once more. Humph. This time, the elder did not cry out, suppressing a grunt while covering his swollen face with his hands. "Will you speak?" The voice of Luo Chen was laced with an ominous intent. The old man lay on the ground, his lips sealed in silence, his eyes fixed intently on Luo Chen. "Allow me to give it a try." Just as Luo Chen was poised to take further action, Zheng Xiaolu leapt down from the high platform. "Ah." Luo Chen glanced at Zheng Xiaolu, nodding slightly to grant him space. "Hiki." Zheng Xiaolu, with a sinister grin, seized the old man, hoisting him up to bind him to the railing of the counter. "What do you intend to do?" The old man's voice trembled, anxiety evident in his gaze as he looked at Zheng Xiaolu. "Hiki, you will know shortly." Zheng Xiaolu chuckled malevolently, producing a slender silver needle from his pocket. With a steely gaze, he swiftly plunged the needle into a specific acupoint at the back of the old man's head. The old man stared blankly at Zheng Xiaolu for a moment. Then his mouth gaped open. "Ah." The sudden, ear-splitting scream startled Luo Chen, causing his eyelids to twitch. "Lower your voice." Zheng Xiaolu, fearing the commotion might attract unwanted attention, quickly covered the old man's mouth and tore a piece of cloth from the old man's attire, crumpling it into a ball and stuffing it into his mouth. The old man's eyes, bloodshot and wide, flailed desperately, his body thrashing as the back of his head repeatedly struck against the railing, creating a cacophony. Seeing this, Zheng Xiaolu, alarmed that the old man might injure himself, swiftly grasped the old man's hair, pulling his head back to press it firmly against the railing. After a considerable time, Zheng Xiaolu withdrew the silver needle, and the old man slumped like a deflated balloon, his head drooping as he hung limply against the railing. "How about now? Can you speak?" Zheng Xiaolu removed the cloth from the old man's mouth, tugging at his hair to tilt his head upwards. The old man clenched his teeth, opening his eyes just a sliver to weakly glance at Zheng Xiaolu before closing them once more. "Hiki. Good, good, good. Let us see how long you can endure." Zheng Xiaolu's laughter carried a hint of urgency, and after nodding a few times, he stuffed the cloth back into the old man's mouth. Then, he removed the old man's right shoe and swiftly jabbed the silver needle into a pressure point on the sole of the old man's foot. Hey. The old man's body stiffened for a brief moment, then an uncontrollable, hysterical laughter erupted from his throat, his waist bending slowly as his abdomen convulsed. The unending laughter was stifled by the cloth in his throat, causing him to stretch his neck desperately in search of release. Observing the old man's face, which was animated with laughter yet haunted by terror in his eyes. Luo Qin turned his head in astonishment towards Zheng Xiaolu, surprised to discover such a ruthless method beneath his seemingly stoic exterior. Hiki. In the world of martial arts, one must possess certain skills. As if sensing Luo Qin's thoughts, Zheng Xiaolu smiled at him. Luo Qin chuckled softly and nodded in agreement. Hiki. Zheng Xiaolu, seeing this, turned with a grin, ready to interrogate the old man. But just then, suddenly, the elderly man's suppressed, hysterical laughter ceased. Amidst the chaotic debris, Jingba sprang forth, shattering the adjacent wooden window, and made his escape. 3 sounds erupted almost simultaneously. When Luo Qin turned his head, he saw Jingba rising from the ground outside, fleeing into the distance. Quickly, Luo Qin glanced back at the old man, whose complexion had turned a deep shade of purple, blood oozing from his mouth, and in mere moments, he drew his last breath, his demise eerily reminiscent of Jingjiao's. It was the exclusive assassination poison of the Hidden Kill sect, the very toxin that man had just discharged. Zheng Xiaolu swallowed hard, pointing to a needle as fine as a hair embedded in the old man's neck, and remarked to Luo Qin that had that needle been aimed at him, he would now be the one lying dead, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Luo Qin nodded. He had sensed the needle's trajectory the moment it was launched at the old man. However, witnessing the old man's condition, he knew he would not utter a word, thus refraining from intervening. Moreover, when Jingba fled, he chose not to pursue him, as he harbored other intentions. Clang! At that moment, the young attendant, who had fainted behind the door, inexplicably regained consciousness, leaping up and bolting out. Casting a glance at the fleeing attendant, Luo Qin turned to Zheng Xiaolu, instructing, "You apprehend that attendant. I shall pursue the middle-aged man." Without waiting for a response, Luo Qin leapt over the counter and swiftly exited through the broken window that Jingba had created. Without hesitation, Zheng Xiaolu followed suit, rushing out of the pawnshop in pursuit of the attendant amidst the crowd. Once outside, Luo Qin found himself on the street, where dusk had settled, and pedestrian traffic had dwindled significantly. Expanding his sensory perception, he detected Jingba's presence in a deserted alleyway. Thus, he proceeded at a deliberate pace towards the alley. At that moment, Jingba leaned against the wall of the alley, breathless. After the violent outburst and hasty escape, he had exhausted considerable energy, compounded by his injuries, necessitating a brief respite. After catching his breath, Jingba glanced down at the wound on his chest, astonished that his sword, forged from mystic iron, had been so effortlessly severed by Luo Qin. A moment's carelessness had nearly cost him his life. Not daring to linger, Jingba hastily retrieved a vial from his pocket, spilling the powdered medicine onto his wound. He then tore a strip of cloth from the hem of his garment to bind the injury somewhat, before continuing deeper into the alley. Meanwhile, Luo Qin, mindful of these developments, smiled, proceeding leisurely in pursuit. Jingba navigated through the maze-like alleyways, periodically turning to gauge if he was being followed. As darkness enveloped the surroundings and convinced that no one was tailing him, Jingba plunged into the impoverished district in the southwest of the city. After traversing several filthy alleys, he finally halted at a dilapidated courtyard in a secluded area. Glancing around to ensure he was alone, Jingba rhythmically knocked on the wooden door of the courtyard. After a moment, when no one answered, he knocked again. This repeated until the third knock, when a faint light flickered on within the courtyard. As the wooden door of the courtyard creaked open slightly from within, an elderly woman appeared, her face etched with deep wrinkles and her hair sparse, silvery gray that obscured half of her visage. Leaning on a cane and stooped with age, she regarded the visitor. Though she seemed frail, a closer inspection revealed a formidable presence. She was indeed a martial artist of the late second-tier realm. "Is it you? What brings you here?" Her voice, sharp as a knife against glass, sliced through the air. It seemed she had not noticed the injuries adorning Jingba's form, her one visible eye fixating intently upon his. "I was injured and came to seek refuge," Jingba replied, involuntarily pulling at the corner of his mouth and tilting his neck to alleviate the discomfort brought on by the old woman's voice. Upon hearing his words, she shifted her gaze from his face to his wounds, then stepped aside to allow him entry. "Come in." "All right." Jingba glanced around before stepping into the courtyard. The old woman craned her neck to survey the surroundings before closing the door behind him. In the distance, atop a large tree opposite the courtyard, Luo Qin observed everything unfold. He leaped from the branches, landing deftly on the ground, and swiftly darted towards the courtyard, leaping onto the wall and then gracefully ascending to the rooftop, concealing himself in the shadows. Inside the courtyard, after tending to Jingba's wounds once more, The old woman busied herself with her belongings while inquiring, how could a renowned assassin, ranked 8th within the organization, be so gravely injured? A boy, Jingba replied bitterly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Though he had grown accustomed to the old woman's voice, he still felt a wave of discomfort. However, under the current circumstances, he could only endure. A boy? What boy? The old woman paused, her hands stilling as she stared incredulously at Jingba. The target of Jingjio's mission. Jingba replied, his expression inscrutable. Jingjio? The old woman furrowed her brow. You only just arrived in Wuwei City today, and you already have news of Jingjio? Yes, Jingba nodded. Jingjio's mission failed. He is dead. That boy came to our base today, set it ablaze, and injured me in the process. The base was set ablaze? The old woman looked at him in shock. What of old Zhao? Dead. Jingba's eyes dimmed, his voice heavy. Luo Qin tortured him to extract the name of the mission issuer. Unable to bear his suffering any longer, I ended his life. What? The old woman fixed a piercing gaze upon Jingba, her voice grinding like a millstone against shattered glass. You actually killed old Zhao? At this sudden revelation, Luo Qin, hidden in the shadows of the rooftop, furrowed his brow. While he had previously tolerated the old woman's voice, this time it made his teeth ache. Jingba shifted uncomfortably, struggling against the discomfort caused by her voice. Even if I hadn't killed him, he wouldn't have survived. By ending his life, I spared him further torment. Besides, he had been captured. You are aware of the sect's regulations regarding potential leaks. Humph. The old woman retorted, her voice unwavering. Even so, you should not have killed him. Instead, you ought to have sought a way to rescue him. It is not that I am unwilling to help. Rather, I find myself utterly powerless. Jingba, with a bitter smile, gestured toward his own chest, lamenting, in my current state, even my own survival is in jeopardy. How could you expect me to rescue him?